Chen Xiao, residing in his aunt's home during university, experienced a momentous awakening of a system one fateful day. Ding. System unlocking, identifying bindable characters. Reward, 10 attribute points. Reward, a future stock market report. Ant elegant and aloof. Please maintain. Chapter 1. Ant by Jia. Fresh from a shower, Chen Xiao gazed at his reflection in the mirror, momentarily entranced. Just moments ago, the system's notification echoed in his mind. He had awakened the system. A system? Having traversed into this world 5 years prior, he transitioned from initial trepidation to eventual assimilation, believing himself to be an ordinary time traveler, marked only by the divergence in memories from the natives of this realm. Unexpectedly, at the brink of his university graduation, his golden opportunity had arrived. System. Chen Xiao tentatively mused within his mind. Host, I am here. The cold, electronic voice reverberated once more, resoundingly clear. Indeed, this was no mere illusion. Suppressing a surge of elation, Chen Xiao inhaled deeply to regain his composure. After 5 long years, the day he had long awaited had finally arrived. Please introduce the system's functions. Affection system, designed to assist the host in cultivating favorable relationships with others. By enhancing the target's fondness toward the host may receive corresponding rewards. Upon reaching specific thresholds of affection, special rewards or lottery opportunities will be unlocked. The greater the affection, the more substantial the rewards. Simple yet effective, and Chen Xiao found it appealing. Earning rewards by boosting affection? This seemed perhaps not too difficult. As he pondered, a soft click resonated from outside, the sound of the security door being opened. Chen Xiao shuffled out in his slippers. The living room was dim, illuminated only by a warm yellow light at the entrance. In the glow, a graceful figure leaned against the wall, struggling to change her shoes. It was Bai Jie returning home. This was Bai Jie's residence, a modest 3-bedroom apartment in a mid-range neighborhood of Ninghai City. Ever since 5 years ago, when Chen Zhao's mother, Shanzi, entrusted her close friend Bai Jie with the care of her son attending university in Ninghai, Chen Xiao had been residing here. Though referred to as boarding, it resembled more of a shared living arrangement, with Chen Xiao contributing a nominal amount for rent and utilities each month, though Bai Jie often declined, frequently refusing to accept it. "Aunt Bai, you're back." Chen Xiao approached, a faint scent of alcohol mingling with Bai Jie's distinctive fragrance wafting toward him. Bai Jie lifted her gaze, her cheeks flushed with an unusual rosy hue, her eyes slightly glazed, evidently having indulged in drink. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, her lips instinctively curled into a gentle smile. "Xiao Xiao, still awake?" Her voice carried a hint of languor from the alcohol, contrasting with her usual crisp tone, imbued with a unique charm. "I just finished showering." Chen Xiao reached out to steady her swaying form. "Why did you drink so much?" "No, it's nothing," Bai Jie replied vaguely, her body leaning heavily against him. Chen Zhao's heart raced inexplicably, and he swiftly steadied himself, guiding Bai Jie further inside. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Detecting bindable target. Bai Jie. "Would you like to bind?" Chen Xiao paused, momentarily stunned. "Bind, Aunt Bai?" He instinctively glanced down at the woman in his arms. Bai Jie had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her breath tinged with a faint scent of alcohol. Perhaps due to the drink, her already fair skin radiated an alluring blush, appearing flawless under the soft light. Although she was in her 40s, time seemed particularly kind to her, with only barely perceptible fine lines at the corners of her eyes, which not only failed to diminish her beauty, but rather added an air of mature allure. Chen Xiao swallowed hard and averted his gaze. Aunt Bai was his mother's dearest friend, who had always cared for him as if he were her own nephew. Yet the system. "Please confirm binding promptly. Missing this opportunity will render it unable to trigger again." The system urged. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. "What the heck? Bind first, then see. Isn't it only about enhancing affection? Treating Aunt Bai a bit better and making her happy seems only right." "Bind," he silently commanded. "Binding target, Bai Jie. Binding successful. Target's name, Bai Jie. Age, 40. Current affection level, 60, friendly." Ding. Host has successfully bound the first target, receiving a novice gift pack. Ding. The target's initial affection level reached 60, granting the host 1 lottery opportunity. A series of notifications invigorated Chen Zhao's spirit. An initial affection level of 60? It seemed Aunt Bai had indeed treated him well. The friendly status aligned with their current relationship. Plus, a novice gift pack and a lottery chance. Chen Zhao's mood brightened, and he steadied Bai Jie's arm with renewed vigor. "Aunt Bai, let me help you to your room to rest." Bai Jie responded vaguely, allowing Chen Xiao to guide her into the bedroom. He carefully settled her onto the soft bed, then crouched to remove her high heels. Bai Jie had lovely feet, petite and dainty, with rounded toes adorned with a subtle pink polish. He reached for a light blanket, intending to cover her. However, Bai Jie seemed to feel warm, frowning slightly as she kicked the blanket aside. Moreover, finding her coat uncomfortable, she drowsily shed it, tossing it to the side. As the coat slipped away, it revealed a silk camisole nightgown underneath. The delicate lilac straps accentuated her rounded shoulders and exquisite collarbone, embodying a hazy yet breathtaking beauty. Chen Xiao caught only a glimpse, yet his cheeks flushed instantly. He sprang to his feet, his heart pounding like a drum. Avert thine eyes, avert thine eyes. Aunt Bai, please rest well. I shall take my leave. Chen Xiao's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor as he turned to flee. Just as he took a step, a soft, cool hand grasped his wrist. Stiffening, Chen Xiao turned back. Bai Jie had opened her eyes at some point, her gaze still dazed, imbued with intoxication, yet she accurately seized his wrist. With a gentle tug, Chen Xiao lost his balance, leaning forward. In the next instant, Bai Jie leaned in, kissing him. Chen Xiao's eyes widened in shock, his mind blank. Chapter 2. The 10 million grand prize. An hour later, in Bai Jie's bedroom, Chen Xiao lay on his side, with Bai Jie beside him. Her breathing was steady, her face flushed, and her sleeping visage was serene yet enchanting. Everything that had transpired felt like a dream, yet it was strikingly real. Chen Xiao found himself wide awake, brimming with clarity. He gently shifted his body and inwardly intoned. System, claim the novice gift package. Novice gift package has been activated. Congratulations, host. You have received 8 body attribute points. Congratulations, host. You have received designated lottery winning numbers. First prize, 10 million. 10 million grand prize. Chen Xiao's heart raced. Although he had anticipated this moment, seeing the reward confirmed it, and he could not contain his excitement. With this sum, his post-graduation life would be secured, and one could even say he had the capital to soar. He also had 8 attribute points. He promptly summoned his attribute panel. Host, Chen Xiao. Strength 6, Endurance 5, Speed 5, Stamina 5. Note, the average values for a normal adult male are 5. Surveying these unremarkable figures, Chen Xiao did not hesitate to allocate his points. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to pursue balanced development. Strength 2, Endurance 2, Speed 2, Stamina 2. Attribute points allocation complete. Almost instantaneously upon the system's notification, Chen Xiao felt an indescribable warmth surging through his limbs, his muscles becoming noticeably firmer and more fluid. He flexed his fingers and distinctly sensed the power within his joints. Taking a deep breath, he realized his lung capacity had significantly increased, and his mind felt remarkably clearer. The slight nearsightedness he had previously experienced was now alleviated, allowing him to see with newfound clarity. The transformative sensation was utterly exhilarating. Current attributes of the host. Strength 8, Endurance 7, Speed 7, Stamina 7. Savoring the changes within his body, Chen Xiao felt utterly satisfied. His attention then shifted to the string of numbers that had materialized in his mind. Welfare Lottery Double Color Ball. Issue 202X. Winning numbers 0, 3, 0, 7, 11, 18, 25, 31, 12. This sequence seemed indelibly etched in his memory, vividly clear. There was still one more lottery draw opportunity. Recalling the reward for achieving an initial favorability of 60, he declared to the system, initiate the lottery. Lottery commencing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained precise stock trends for Tongfei Technology and Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals over the next 15 days. Another splendid acquisition. Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy. The future fluctuations of these two stocks flashed through his mind like cinematic snapshots, with every critical price point, every rise and fall, astonishingly lucid. He scrutinized the trajectories of these stocks and noted that they would not experience significant movement in the next 7 days, with the true upward trends commencing thereafter. It seemed he needed to cash in his lottery ticket first. Chen Xiao quickly resolved to secure that 10 million in cash to address his immediate needs. Then invest this capital in the stock market, allowing his wealth to multiply. Financial freedom was just around the corner. As Chen Xiao reveled in his aspirations for the future, dawn gradually broke. A sliver of morning sunlight streamed through the curtain, illuminating Bai Jie's delicate cheek. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes, initially filled with confusion, as if she had not yet fully awakened from her stupor. Instinctively, she shifted her body and then realized there was someone beside her. Bai Jie abruptly turned her head. Upon seeing Chen Xiao beside her, she froze, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Fragments of the previous night's hazy and tumultuous moments flooded her memory like a tidal wave. She had been intoxicated. Chen Xiao had assisted her back to her room. She had taken the initiative to grasp his hand. And then, Bai Jie gasped, bolting upright, her cheeks instantly flushed. Why you? Bai Jie stammered, her lips trembling, yet she could not form a coherent sentence. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure. But her voice trembled. Chen Xiao, why you need to leave? Her gaze darted away, unable to meet Chen Xiao's eyes. Bai Jie bit her lip, her face aflame, wishing to erase the events of last night as if they had never occurred, urging him to forget it, and she would too. She merely wished to conclude this awkwardness swiftly and return everything to its former state. However, contrary to her expectations, Chen Xiao did not rise immediately to leave. His expression revealed no hint of panic, but rather an unprecedented assertiveness. Bai Jie felt increasingly uneasy under his gaze, her heart racing, prompting her to urge. You should hurry before she could finish her sentence. Chen Xiao suddenly sat up and grasped Bai Jie's arm. Bai Jie, and before she could react, Chen Xiao had already lowered his head. Bai Jie's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 3. Seize the moment to strike back. Bai Jie forcefully pushed Chen Xiao away, hurriedly beginning to dress. Her movements were marked by a sense of fluster and urgency. The bedroom was filled solely with the rustling sounds of her dressing. Chen Xiao sat at the edge of the bed, observing her slightly agitated silhouette, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Once Bai Jie had finally donned her attire, she took a deep breath and stated calmly, Chen Xiao, let us consider last night merely an accident. Her words sounded like both a warning and a plea, laced with a sense of helpless struggle. Chen Xiao did not respond immediately. He simply gazed at her, curiosity piqued. Bai Jie, why did you drink so much last night? Did something happen? Bai Jie's body momentarily stiffened imperceptibly before she averted her gaze. It's nothing, just had to entertain a client, and ended up drinking a bit too much. She paused, forcing a smile, adopting a tone befitting an elder speaking to a younger. You're just a child, don't worry about it. My affairs are mine to handle, be good. That be good resonated in Chen Xiao's ears with a hint of disingenuousness. He could discern that Bai Jie was concealing something that evidently troubled her. Nevertheless, since she was unwilling to divulge, he refrained from pressing further. Acknowledging the complexity of their current relationship, he nodded, opting to remain silent, and began to dress himself. The two of them tidied up in silence, the atmosphere remaining somewhat tense. I'll go prepare breakfast. Bai Jie, unable to endure the silence, hastily broke the stalemate and exited the bedroom. Chen Xiao watched her silhouette vanish at the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After breakfast, Chen Xiao excused himself, claiming he had matters to attend to at school, and departed Bai Jie's home. Rather than heading directly back to school, he first visited a nearby lottery sales outlet. Following the meticulously engraved numbers in his mind, he purchased a single double color ball lottery ticket. Just one ticket, huh? The proprietor, a middle-aged man, remarked casually upon noticing Chen Xiao's solitary purchase. Just testing my luck, Chen Xiao replied with a smile, paid, and carefully tucked the ticket, which held the promise of 10 million, into his pocket. The draw would take place 3 days hence. Those 3 days would afford him ample time to prepare. Having procured the lottery ticket, Chen Xiao hailed a cab back to Southeast University. Upon returning to his dormitory room 302, he opened the door to find only one person inside. Song Shu, his closest roommate in college, was currently slumped over the table, his silhouette exuding an air of profound desolation, surrounded by several empty beer cans. Old Song? What's going on here? Drinking in broad daylight? Chen Xiao approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Song Shu lifted his head, weariness and despair etched across his face. Xiaoge, you're back. What's the matter? You look utterly lost. Chen Xiao pulled out a chair and sat down, prompting his friend to guess whether he had yet another quarrel with Xie Lingling. Upon hearing this, Song Shu managed a bitter smile, raising the half-empty beer can on the table and gulping down its contents. We broke up, he mumbled, his voice heavy with gloom. She said I can't provide the life she desires and ran off with some big spender who showered her with tens of thousands in gifts in a live stream. Xie Lingling, the belle of the finance department in her junior year, had been Song Shu's girlfriend for over a year. She was indeed beautiful, though, as Chen Xiao and their dorm mates would privately remark, somewhat superficial. She frequently hinted, both intentionally and unintentionally, at Song Shu to buy her this and that. Coming from a modest background, Song Shu scrimped and saved, even taking on part-time jobs in secret to meet her demands. Little did he expect it would end like this. For some top-tier spender? Chen Xiao exclaimed, incredulous. Has she lost her mind? Can you trust anything on the internet? She claims that guy owns a local company, drives a car, has a house, and can provide her with a good life. Song Shu chuckled bitterly, not like me, a poor student, unsure whether I can even stay in Ninghai after graduation. Seeing his friend in such a state of heartbreak and disappointment tugged at Chen Xiao's heartstrings. He patted Song Shu's shoulder, saying, it's not worth it for that kind of woman. I understand that, but it still hurts, Song Shu replied, rubbing his face vigorously. All right, No more wallowing in self-pity over drinks, Chen Xiao declared, rising from his chair. Tonight, let's call Lao Lu and Lao Zhou. I'll treat. We won't tea return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. Okay. Song Shu hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The afternoon classes passed in a haze for him. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, paid keen attention, his physical fitness enhancing his focus and memory significantly. Concepts that once seemed obscure in physics now appeared much clearer. Finally, when the class bell rang, Chen Xiao immediately pulled Song Shu along and called out to Lu Nan and Zhou Heng in their group chat. The four of them found a bustling street-side eatery near the campus. After a few bottles of ice-cold beer, Song Shu's inhibitions melted away, and he began to vent his frustrations, crying and cursing, pouring out all his grievances against Xia Lingling. Lu Nan and Zhou Heng took turns comforting him, continuously refilling his glass. Cry. Let all out. Damn it, a woman like that? The sooner you part ways, the better. Exactly. Out with the old. In with the new. I'll introduce you to someone better another day. Chen Xiao remained mostly silent, simply accompanying him in drinking, occasionally serving him some food. Once Song Shu had sufficiently cried and vented, he finally set his glass down and spoke earnestly. Old Song, stop crying. Trust me, we shouldn't let ourselves be upset over such women. What we need to do is make money, real money. Once you're wealthy, driving a luxury car and living in a mansion, she'll see and regret her choice. That's the ultimate revenge. Song Shu, with his bleary, drunken gaze, looked at Chen Xiao and let out a burp. Make money? It's easy for you to say. How can a poor student like me make a fortune? Lu Nan and Zhou Heng turned to Chen Xiao. Don't worry, Chen Xiao reassured them. Stick with me, and you'll eat well. I promise you'll be rich before long, and we'll make that woman regret her decision. Song Shu was inspired by Chen Xiao's confidence, despite his alcohol-induced sluggishness. He managed to smile. All right, Xiao, go. I'll follow you. We'll buy a sports car and honk in front of her. He seemed to take Chen Xiao's words as drunken bravado, yet felt considerably lighter inside. Lu Nan and Zhou Heng joined in the revelry. Yes. Honk. Beep beep. The oppressive atmosphere was considerably alleviated by this banter, and the group resumed their laughter and drinking. Only Chen Xiao understood within his heart that he was not joking. The time for reckoning would come soon. 3 days later, when the lottery winnings were collected, his first plan would commence. Chapter 4, 3 million. As the raucous atmosphere of the eatery began to dissipate and night deepened, Chen Xiao bid farewell to his 3 friends, who were still supporting one another and bickering as they left. He hailed a taxi and returned to the residential complex where Bai Jia lived. Upon stepping into the foyer, he was greeted by the sound of a fierce argument emanating from the living room. It was Bai Jia's voice. Shen Haoren, you've lost your mind. 3 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Qingqing is my daughter. I will never let her be with a gambling addict like you. Give up on that idea. I'm telling you, I will secure custody. Don't even think about using her to threaten me. I have no money. Even if I had, not a single cent would go to scum like you. Seemingly reaching her breaking point, Bai Jia's voice rose sharply, then abruptly cut off, punctuated by a faint sob. Chen Xiao paused, frowning slightly. Shen Haoren, Bai Jia's ex-husband? From the sounds of it, they were arguing over the custody of their daughter, Shun Qingqing. And that man was audaciously demanding 3 million? He treaded softly into the living room. The lights were on, and Bai Jia had her back to the entrance, her shoulders slightly shaking, clearly in tears. Hearing the noise behind her, she suddenly turned around, her face marked by remnants of tears. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, she appeared momentarily stunned, quickly raising her hand to wipe her eyes, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Xiao Xiao, you're back. Just now. The phone call was a bit loud. Did I disturb you? Sorry. Her forced smile tugged at Chen Xiao's heart. He stepped forward, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Bai Jia instinctively tried to pull away. Don't move. Chen Xiao's voice was low and tender, let out. Don't hold it in. His hand stroked her back softly, a gentle motion. All the pent-up grievances and helplessness she had been sustaining burst forth like a flood at that moment, overwhelming her. Bai Jia buried her face in the crook of Chen Xiao's shoulder, her suppressed sobs finally escaping. Chen Xiao allowed her tears to soak his t-shirt, feeling her vulnerability and despair. After a while, Bai Jia's cries gradually subsided, though her body continued to tremble lightly. Chen Xiao released her, cupping her face in his hands, gently wiping away the tears on her cheeks. Aunt Bai, I heard the phone call just now. It was Shen Haoren, right? He is demanding 3 million for Qingqing's custody? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Bai Jia's eyes reddened once more. Don't worry, Chen Xiao assured her, his tone resolute. We'll bring Qingqing home, and the money issue won't be a problem. Bai Jia suddenly looked up, disbelief etched on her features. What did you say? Money? Do you have any idea how much that is? 3 million. She gazed at Chen Xiao's youthful face, a university student yet to graduate, wondering where he could possibly acquire such funds. Forget 3 million. Even 30,000 would be a considerable sum for him. She took a step back, creating distance between them. Chen Xiao, what happened last night was an accident. We must forget it. I'll find a way to handle the money. You don't need to worry about it. You're still a student. Focus on your studies. That's what truly matters. Upon finishing her words, she seemed to evade the situation, swiftly turning and retreating into the restroom, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Chen Xiao stood rooted in place, gazing at the closed restroom door, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared that Aunt Bai had dismissed his words entirely, viewing them merely as the fanciful reassurances of a child. Very well. In 3 days' time, when he presented the money before her, he would see how she would respond. Inside the restroom, Bai Jie leaned against the cold door, gradually sliding down to the floor. She shed the facade she wore in front of others, revealing only an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and confusion. Hugging her knees, she buried her face within them, helpless tears surging forth once more. 3 million. How dare that scoundrel Chen Xiao utter such a demand? She was aware of his gambling addiction and the mountain of debt he had accrued, but she never anticipated his audacity to barter their daughter for money. Qingqing was her lifeblood. She could never allow her daughter to be ensnared by such a father. Yet, where would the money come from? Her clothing store had barely managed to break even over the years, and with daily expenses along with Qingqing's tuition and living costs. Her savings amounted to a mere few $100,000. Even if she sold the shop and this apartment, time would not be on her side, and furthermore, where would they reside after selling the house? Was she truly to resort to high-interest loans? Bai Jie vigorously shook her head, unwilling to entertain such thoughts any further. At that moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket, the WeChat notification chiming. She wiped her tears away and retrieved her phone. The screen illuminated, revealing a small group chat titled Sisters Braving the Winds and Waves. Xiao Wanqing, Jie, how are you? That bastard ISNT harassing you again. Is he? Gu Qingli, Bai Jie, I just tried calling you but you didn't pick up. Please respond to the group message. Is Chen Xiao, that scoundrel, pestering you for money again? How much does he want? Seeing her friend's concerned messages warmed Bai Jie's heart, slightly alleviating her earlier despair. She sniffled, her fingers tapping on the screen. Bai Jie, yes, I just spoke with him over the phone. We had a quarrel. Gu Qingli, damn. What does he want now? Is he using Qingqing against you again? Xiao Wanqing, how much does he want? Bai Jie hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to be truthful. Bai Jie, he demands 3 million to relinquish his custody rights over Qingqing and promises to cease all harassment. After sending the message, silence enveloped the group for several seconds. Gu Qingli, 3 million? That lunatic! How dare he? Xiao Wanqing, he is pushing you to the brink. Jie, how much can you manage? Bai Jie, if I gather all my savings and think of some solutions, I might scrape together around 1 million. Gu Qingli, 1 million still leaves us 2 million short. Damn it. Vanwing. Yeah, don't tape on it. Let me see what I can do. I might be able to come up with about 2 million. Qingli, what about you? Gu Qingli, I just invested in some financial products, so I can't touch the main amount. However, I have some liquid funds, and with a bit of credit card juggling, I should be able to manage around 800,000. Gu Qingli, that totals 2 million. Xiao Wanqing, yes. If we combine our 2 million with your million, we'll have exactly 3 million. Let us deal with that scoundrel first, secure Qingqing's custody, and then we'll face the financial matters together. As she read her friend's unwavering words on the screen, Bai Jie felt her eyes moisten once again. She understood that Wanqing, as a university professor, had a stable salary but likely little spare cash. 2 million was certainly not a trivial sum for her. Qingli appeared glamorous working in brokerage, yet the risks of investment were substantial. Managing to provide 800,000 must have drained her reserves. Bai Jie, Wanqing, Qingli, thank you so much. Aside from thanks, she found herself at a loss for words. Gu Qingli, don't mention it. We've been sisters for years. That scoundrel Chen Xiao deserves 1,000 punishments. Xiao Wanqing, let us first tackle the immediate issue. Jie, when do you need the money? We'll prepare it promptly. Bai Jie, I need to think it over. Even with her friend's staunch support to gather the 3 million, Bai Jie's heart remained heavy. Her own million represented nearly her entire fortune, and the 2 million owed to her friends loomed as an insurmountable debt. With a deep sigh, she wore a troubled expression, the cold tiles of the restroom floor seeping into her bones. Chapter 5, 8 million acquired. In the following 2 days, the atmosphere at home was somewhat oppressive. Bai Jie appeared noticeably haggard, the faint bluish tint under her eyes barely concealed by foundation. Although she endeavored to maintain her usual gentle smile in front of Chen Xiao, the weariness and anxiety lurking beneath her facade were unmistakable to him. The dynamic between them grew subtly strained, as Bai Jie seemed deliberately to avoid unnecessary contact. Chen Xiao, understanding her struggle, refrained from pressing her as he had that morning. On the third day, the sun shone brightly. Bai Jie departed early for the clothing store, claiming she needed to take stock. The vast living room was left with only Chen Xiao. He opened his laptop and navigated to the official lottery broadcast page. The host droned on with uninspired small talk before the notary read the rules. Chen Xiao, feeling impatient, fixated on the countdown clock scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Finally, the lottery machine began to spin. The orange ping-pong balls tumbled and collided within the transparent container. The first number emerged, 03. Chen Xiao's pupils dilated, his heart racing. It matched. The second number, 11. Another match. Chen Xiao instinctively tightened his grip. The third, 25. The fourth, 18. The fifth, 07. The sixth, 31. 6 red ball numbers, identical to those he had purchased. Chen Xiao felt as though his breath had nearly ceased. Just one last blue ball remained. The lottery machine whirred to life again, the blue ball bouncing inside. The final blue ball number was 12. It was a complete match. First prize, 10 million. Holy cow. Chen Xiao leaped from the sofa, an immense wave of euphoria washing over him. He had truly won. This was no dream. The numbers provided by the system had indeed granted him a staggering prize of 10 million. Calm down, calm down. Chen Xiao forced himself to take several deep breaths, but he could not suppress the wide grin spreading across his face. With this money, Amp's 3 million troubles would pale in comparison. He quickly dressed, gathered his identification and the winning ticket worth 10 million, and prepared to head to the city's lottery center to claim his prize. Just as he reached the door, his phone buzzed furiously with WeChat notifications. It was the global domination group chat for dormitory 302. Lunanzhou, holy cow. Have you guys seen the news? Someone in Ninghai City just won a 10 million double color ball jackpot. Zhou, I just saw that too. Which lucky bastard is it? I'm so envious. Song Shu. Damn it, if I won 10 million, the first thing I'd do is throw money in that gold digger Xiao Lingling's face. Lunanzhou, come on. Old Song, think bigger. If I won 10 million, I'd buy a big house first, then a sports car, and then he. Zhou Hong exclaimed, a car, a house. A beautiful girl. What a pinnacle of life. Observing the envy and jealousy bubbling among the group, Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. He produced a lottery ticket, held it up to the sunlight, capturing a pristine photograph, which he promptly shared in the chat. Following that, he added a mere 4 characters. Humble me, indeed. The group fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Song Shu queried. Lunanzhou exclaimed, what the hell? Zhou Heng asked, Brother Xiao, is this for real? Did you Photoshop that image? Lunanzhou continued, Chen Xiao, don't scare me. Is this ticket genuine? Chen Xiao replied, absolutely authentic. I'm just about to claim my prize. Song Shu shouted, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Brother Xiao is incredible. Zhou Heng exclaimed, no way. Did you really win, Brother Xiao? 10 million. Lunanzhou chimed in, Brother Xiao, you are my true brother. You must treat us tonight. I want lobster. Abalone. Chen Xiao, amused by the antics of his friends, replied, all right, enough of the commotion. Same place tonight. My treat. Order whatever you desire. I'm heading to collect my winnings now. Song Shu urged, hurry up. Brother Xiao, we await your triumphant return. Zhou Heng added, eagerly anticipating Brother Xiao to take us on a ride tonight. Lunanzhou reminded, remember to take pictures, Brother Xiao. We want to bask in your good fortune. Chen Xiao chuckled, stowed his phone, and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the city's lottery center. The process of claiming the prize was more seamless than anticipated, albeit somewhat tedious. After verifying identity, validating the ticket, signing confirmations, and enduring a series of tax deductions, it was already afternoon. A 20% income tax had been deducted, totaling 2 million. Ultimately, a sum of 8 million was deposited into his designated bank account. When his phone received the notification of the bank transaction, and he beheld that lengthy string of zeros, Chen Xiao's heart raced with excitement. 8 million. A tangible 8 million in cash. At that moment, the group chat 302 dominates the globe erupted once more. Song Shu inquired, Brother Xiao, was the claim process smooth? Chen Xiao replied. Lunanzhou asked, what is the update? Did the money arrive? Zhou Heng urged, Brother Xiao, show us a glimpse? Let's feast our eyes. After some contemplation, Chen Xiao opened his banking app, took a screenshot while carefully concealing his account details, leaving only the astonishing balance visible, and shared in the chat. The group exploded once more. Song Shu exclaimed, holy moly. Dad. Lunanzhou cried, Dad. I want those newly released AJ sneakers. Zhou Heng chimed in, Dad. Are you lacking a son? One who serves tea, washes feet, and is dutiful. Song Shu insisted, Dad. Don't listen to them. I am your most filial son. Amused by the sudden shift in their demeanor, Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Swiftly, he sent a grand red envelope of 1,888 yuan in the chat, leaving a message, a little something to wet your throats. Act fast, the envelope has been claimed. Song Shu exclaimed, wow. 1888. Thank you, Dad. Lu Nanzhou added. I snagged over 300. Brother Xiao is generous. Zhou Hong lamented, damn, I only got 200. But still, thank you, Dad. Chen Xiao chose to ignore the uproar in the chat, contentedly stowing away his phone as he exited the lottery center. He was eager to return home and share this splendid news with Aunt Bai. The 3 million that weighed on her heart could finally be resolved. Chapter 6. Money. Allow me to provide. The taxi halted at the entrance of the residential complex. Chen Xiao paid the fare and briskly walked toward Bai Jia's home. With 8 million in hand, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Today, he could finally alleviate Aunt Bai's 3 million burden. As he approached the door, before he could even retrieve his keys, he faintly overheard a heated argument emanating from within. Bai Jia's voice. Shen Xiao, don't pressure me. I genuinely can't come up with that much money right now. I've said it, give me a week. I just need to manage my finances. You must return Qing first. Then, a coarse, unpleasant male voice interjected, a week? I can't wait that long. Today, right now, if you can't produce the money, don't even think about seeing your daughter. Qing will eventually be sold off by you, the gambling addict. Are you even human? Bai Jia's voice grew sharp with indignation. Hey, Bai Jia, what pretense are you putting on? I'm a gambling addict? If it weren't for wanting a better life for your precious daughter, would I be borrowing money? Would I be in so much debt? Now you're just stalling when I ask you for a bit of money to cover an emergency? I'm telling you, 3 million, 1 cent less is unacceptable. Otherwise, forget about custody. You scoundrel. You shameless. Shameless? I might be shameless, but at least I'm better than you. Secretly keeping a boy toy. What? The guy ISNT giving you money? His words dripped with malice and contempt. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Jia's voice trembled with fury. Nonsense? Humph. Spare me the chatter. I want the money. Right now. I don't have it. Crash. The sound of shattering glass abruptly interrupted the heated exchange. Chen Xiao's heart tightened as he swiftly twisted the key and pushed the door open, stepping inside. The living room was in disarray. Shards of glass were scattered across the floor, evidently from a cup that had been violently thrown. Bai Jia's eyes were red-rimmed, and upon seeing Chen Xiao enter, she froze, a flicker of panic and embarrassment crossing her features. Opposite her stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, clad in a wrinkled jacket, radiating hostility as he glared menacingly at Bai Jia. Upon noticing the sudden intrusion of Chen Xiao, Shen Xiao paused momentarily. Then a glimmer of disdain and contempt flickered in his slanted eyes. Oh, so this is the boy toy you're raising? Look rather fresh, Bai Jia. You have quite the taste. Shut your mouth. Bai Jia, both furious and anxious, instinctively tried to pull Chen Xiao behind her. Xiao, why are you back? Quickly, retreat to your room. This doesn't concern you. She didn't want Chen Xiao to witness her in such a disheveled state, nor did she want him entangled in this mess. However, Chen Xiao stood his ground. He brushed aside Bai Jia's hand that clutched his arm, stepping forward. His gaze fixed on Shen Xiao's loathsome face. 3 million, is it? Chen Xiao's voice was calm and unwavering. Money, I will provide it. Just sign the agreement to relinquish custody. The living room fell into an immediate hush. Shen Xiao seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke, scoffing. Huh? You'll provide? Kid, have you even matured? Do you know how much 3 million is? Or are you pretending to be a big shot? He could not fathom that a seemingly still a student could possibly possess 3 million. Bai Jia's anxiety escalated as she tugged at Chen Xiao's shirt. Xiao, don't be foolish. Go back. This doesn't involve you. She presumed Chen Xiao was merely trying to defend her, spouting nonsensical bravado. 3 million? How could that be possible? Ignoring their reactions, Chen Xiao pulled out his phone, opened the banking app, and displayed the screen revealing a long string of zeros, presenting it directly to Shen Xiao, though the account details were cleverly obscured by his fingers. The unmistakably clear figure of 800 million struck Shen Xiao like a sledgehammer to the eyes. The derision and disdain on Shen Xiao's face froze instantly as he fixated on the number, confirming he hadn't misread it. In the next moment, his features contorted, morphing into a nearly obsequious smile. Oh my, young brother, what a tumultuous affair this has become. All a mere misunderstanding, indeed. The floodwaters have washed over the Dragon King's temple, have they not? He gazed at Chen Xiao, his eyes brimming with unabashed greed and obsequiousness. So, shall we transfer the money now? The agreement. I have brought the agreement. I shall sign it right away. Immediately. He fumbled hurriedly through a tattered briefcase he had brought, extracting a printed document, the very agreement regarding the relinquishment of Shun Qingqing's custody rights. Please sign here first. Chen Xiao's tone remained icy as he gestured towards the coffee table. Very well. I shall sign. I shall sign. Shun Haoran exclaimed, seizing the pen from the coffee table with barely a moment's hesitation. Quickly scrawling his name at the bottom of the agreement, even affixing his thumbprint, his movements as swift as if rehearsed countless times. Chen Xiao picked up the signed document, scrutinizing its terms meticulously before stowing it away. Subsequently, he accessed the transfer page, inputting the bank account number provided by Shun Haoran, preparing to enter the sum of 3,000,000. Wait, Bai Jie suddenly seized Chen Xiao's arm. Xiao, hold on. I still have 800,000 in my account. Use mine. I'll find a way to repay the rest later. She could not allow Chen Xiao to bear this hefty sum alone. This 3 million was a consequence of her actions, and she could not in good conscience leave a younger generation to resolve it. The 800,000 represented her last savings and her final stand. Chen Xiao regarded Bai Jie's tear-streaked yet resolute face and nodded slightly. He deleted the previous figure he had inputted, re-entering 200,000, then clicked to confirm the transfer. Soon, Chen Haoran's phone buzzed with a notification of the deposit. He hastily pulled out his phone to check, and upon seeing the amount reflected in the message, his smile blossomed radiantly. It's here. It's here. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Thank you, young brother. Truly remarkable for someone so young. Once Bai Jie's 800,000 was credited, he carefully tucked his phone away and, bowing slightly towards Chen Xiao, said, well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Let's keep in touch. Without a backward glance at Bai Jie, he briskly departed with his copy of the agreement, his earlier aggressive demeanor seemingly a distant memory. Chapter 7. The Worth of This Money. The living room now contained only Chen Xiao and Bai Jie, amidst the disarray left by Shun Haoran. Bai Jie remained frozen in place, her gaze towards Chen Xiao imbued with a newfound complexity, as though she were meeting him for the first time. The events had unfolded too rapidly, too unrealistically. Just a moment ago, she was overwhelmed over the 3 million, and now, this young man she had always regarded as a junior had effortlessly resolved this monumental dilemma. Xiao, Bai Jie's voice was somewhat hoarse. Where did you acquire such a sum? She had suspected that Chen Xiao might possess some savings, but that could at most be a few thousand or tens of thousands. How could he possibly produce over 2 million? Chen Xiao observed her astonished and inquisitive expression, casually placing the signed agreement on the coffee table. Oh, I had a stroke of luck a few days ago and won the lottery. Won the lottery? Bai Jie thought she must have misheard. Indeed, Chen Xiao nodded. The double color ball, first prize, netting 8 million after taxes. 8 million. Bai Jie's breath caught momentarily. She gazed into Chen Xiao's composed eyes, sensing the sincerity in his calmness. After the initial shock, a tide of euphoric relief washed over her. The burden pressing upon her heart had been lifted. The custody of Qingqing was secured. She would no longer endure the threats from that scoundrel Shun Haoran. Overwhelmed by such emotions, Bai Jie could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Xiao, she choked, stepping forward to embrace him tightly. Thank you, Xiao. I cannot thank you enough, she repeated incoherently, at a loss for words beyond her gratitude. Chen Xiao gently patted her back, offering solace, sensing her fragility. Just then, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Target. Bai Jie. Affection level. 5. Current affection level. 65. Friendly. Indeed. A subtle smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips. Rescuing the damsel in distress is undoubtedly a surefire method to elevate one's affection level. Feeling the person in his embrace gradually calming, with only faint sobs remaining, Chen Xiao tightened his hold on her arm. Bai Jie's body suddenly stiffened, as if scalded. She instantly released her grip on Chen Xiao, stepping back slightly. That brief contact had quickened her heartbeat and jolted her back to reality from her emotional high. She dared not meet Chen Xiao's gaze, flustered as she adjusted her attire. I must hurry to pick up Qingqing. Yes, I need to get Qingqing. She is still at school. With that, she snatched her bag from the sofa and, without a backward glance, swiftly made her way to the door. Changing her shoes and opening the door in one seamless motion, almost fleeing. With a resounding bang, the security door slammed shut. Chen Xiao stood rooted in place, gazing at the closed door, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. In the underground garage, Bai Jie settled into her white Beetle but did not immediately start the engine. She leaned against the steering wheel, taking several deep breaths to calm her racing heart and tumultuous thoughts. The events that had transpired in the living room, the shamelessness of Shun Haoran, Chen Xiao's unexpected arrival, and that staggering bank balance. At that moment, her phone vibrated in her pocket, interrupting her reverie. It was a message notification from her friends in the Sisters Riding the Waves group. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she opened WeChat. Guzing yeah. How did it go? I just called you. Why didn't you answer? Has Chen Xiao, that scoundrel, left yet? I have a money ready. 800,000. Can transfer to you anytime. Xiao Wanqing. By Jia, I'm ready too. 120,000. Just transferred from my mom. Where are you? Let us send you the money. Don't worry. Reading her friend's anxious yet supportive messages. A warmth surged within Bai Jia, and her eyes brimmed with emotion again. She sniffed, her fingers flying across the screen. Bai Jia. Qingli, Wanqing, thank you. The matter has been resolved. Chen Xiao signed the custody relinquishment agreement and took the money and left. Once the message was sent, the group fell silent for a few seconds. Gu Qingli. Resolved? What's going on? Where did you get the money? Didn't you say you were still short 2 million? Yeah. What is happening? Don't scare us. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. Bai Jia, Chen Xiao helped me cover the remaining amount. Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing. The two friends simultaneously sent a barrage of exclamation marks, their shock palpable. Gu Qingli, Xiao. Which Xiao? The son of that Jia from your house. Where did he get so much money? Xiao Wanqing. Jia, you must be mistaken, right? Chen Xiao, a college student? Over 2 million. Bai Jia said he won the lottery a few days ago, first prize. This time, the group was silent for a notably longer duration. A full half-minute passed. Gu Qingli. Xiao Wanqing. Chen Xiao. Won the first prize? 8 million. Gu Qingli, no way. Are you serious? Jia, you're not pulling my leg, are you? That young man who has been residing in your home for several years? He won 8 million, and he even helped you repay the debt. Xiao Wanqing. This is too coincidental, too unbelievable. As she read the messages from her friends, Bai Jia felt a tumult of emotions within her. Indeed, it was simply extraordinary. Even she felt as though she were trapped in a dream. Bai Jia, it's true. I want to elaborate further. I need to go pick up Qingqing. She tucked her phone away and started the car, though a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart. The thought of the 220,000 she owed Chen Xiao, along with their increasingly intricate relationship, kept her feelings in a state of turmoil. After Bai Jia departed, Chen Xiao found himself alone at home. He first tidied up the disarray in the living room, then retreated to his room to contemplate the next steps. Having resolved Bai Jia's urgent predicament, it was now time to focus on generating income. He closed his eyes, conjuring memories of 2 stocks in his mind. Tongfei Technology. The memory was vivid, the projected 15-day stock chart playing out like a film in his mind. From this moment, there would be approximately 5 days of consolidation, followed by a sudden surge, leading to 2 consecutive limit-up days, after which a decline would ensue. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. This stock was even more intriguing. Following the rise of Tongfei Technology, it would take off in tandem, achieving 7 consecutive limit-ups. The momentum would be fierce, only to experience a subsequent pullback. Chen Xiao quickly calculated in his mind. Currently, he had 8 million minus 220,000 remaining, equating to 580,000. Just before Tongfei Technology initiated its surge, he would invest all his funds. He would capitalize on those 2 limit-ups. Assuming a 10% gain per limit-up, the 2 would yield a return of 21%. With 580,000 invested, he could expect to emerge with 7,018,000. This would net him a profit of over 120,000. Then, just before Tongfei Technology began its descent, he would decisively liquidate his holdings and reinvest the approximately 7 million into the soon-to-soar Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. 7 consecutive limit-ups. Each limit-up would signify a 10% increase from the previous day. By the end of the 7 limit-ups, the total return rate would be a staggering 9,487%, nearly doubling his investment. In other words, the 7 million would transform into 13,676,000 after fully capitalizing on the limit-ups. Over 1,300,000. Chen Xiao silently counted in his mind, unable to suppress a smile. From 580,000 to over 1,300,000, all within a mere half-month. This favorability system is indeed a remarkable tool. The 220,000 he had just spent, although a loss, had granted him 5 points of favorability and alleviated Aunt Bai's significant concern. Bai Jia's current favorability stood at 65, and it seemed she was not far from the next threshold of 70. He wondered what delightful rewards the system might bestow next. Leaning back in his chair, a smile graced his lips. The future looks promising. Chapter 8. Qingqing has returned. Contemplating his forthcoming financial schemes, Chen Xiao felt unusually buoyant. Checking the time, he noted that dinner was approaching, and Aunt Bai had likely returned with Qingqing, both exhausted and hungry. He rolled up his sleeves and entered the kitchen, washing rice, adding water, and steaming it. Then he opened the refrigerator, which contained a decent array of ingredients. He selected some ribs, vegetables, tomatoes, and eggs. After blanching the ribs, chopping the tomatoes, and washing the greens, the kitchen soon resonated with the rhythmic sounds of chopping. Chen Xiao's movements were not particularly deft, yet he maintained a steady pace. After residing in Bai Jia's household for 5 years, he had absorbed enough knowledge to manage simple home-cooked meals. Just as he prepared to heat oil in the pan, a soft click resonated, and the security door swung open. Chen Xiao peered outside. In the entryway, Bai Jia was bending down to hand a pair of slippers to a girl in a high school uniform. The girl, approximately 1 meter tall, sported a refreshing ponytail and fair skin, with features that bore a resemblance to Bai Jia, though she appeared more youthful and innocent. It was none other than Chen Xiao. Upon spotting Chen Xiao in the kitchen clad in an apron, her eyes lit up instantly, and a radiant smile broke across her face. Yi. Chen Xiao tossed off her shoes and hurried into the kitchen, dashing straight to the doorway. Wow, it smells amazing. Are you cooking, Xiaoge? She tiptoed to peer into the pot, her delicate nostrils flaring as she inhaled the fragrant aroma. I made your favorite corn rib soup. Chen Xiao replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. The little girl appeared in high spirits, her cheeks flushed, suggesting that her mother had shielded her from the more distressing matters. That's wonderful. I am starving, Chen Xiao exclaimed with glee, then affectionately wrapped her arms around Chen Xiao's. You're the best, Xiaoge. Chen Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. This girl remained as carefree and clingy as ever. Following closely behind Chen Xiao was Bai Jia. She held Xiao's backpack, and upon seeing Chen Xiao busily working in the kitchen while her daughter happily clung to him, her gaze softened momentarily, though it was quickly replaced by a flicker of complexity and unease. After changing her shoes, she approached, gently saying, Xiao, don't bother your Xiaoge. He is cooking. Bai Jia's voice was soft, revealing little of her inner turmoil. She stepped alongside Chen Xiao, naturally reaching for the spatula in his hand. Xiao, you take a break. I'll handle the rest. Chen Xiao acquiesced, untying his apron and handing it to her. All right then, Aunt Bai, you finish up. The soup is nearly ready. Just keep an eye on the heat. Repeated softly, donning the apron and promptly checking on the contents of the pot. Come on, Xiao, let us go watch television in the living room. Don't disturb your mother while she cooks. Chen Xiao gently guided Chen Xiao out. Oh, okay. Chen Xiao happily followed Chen Xiao into the living room. The sofa was plush, and as soon as she plopped down, she wrapped her arm around one of Chen Xiao's. Grabbing the remote, she asked Xiaoge, what shall we watch? What do you want to watch? Chen Xiao inquired. Chen Xiao's finger danced over the remote until her eyes sparkled as she pointed at a pink pig icon on the screen. Let us watch this. Peppa Pig. Chen Xiao nearly choked on his own saliva. Peppa Pig? He turned to look at the eagerly expectant Chen Xiao. This girl was already 17, in her second year of high school, yet she still wanted to watch this? Are you serious? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Of course. Peppa is so adorable. Besides, I haven't watched it in ages. Just one episode, please, Xiaoge? She pleaded, shaking his arm and employing her most endearing tactics. All right then. Chen Xiao sighed in resignation. After all, he was her older brother. On the television screen, the Pink Pig family was embarking on their daily adventures, accompanied by simple and cheerful voiceovers. Chen Xiao was thoroughly engrossed, her little head bobbing in sync with the plot, occasionally erupting into giggles. Her grip around Chen Xiao's arm tightening unconsciously. After a few minutes of watching alongside her, Chen Xiao felt his eyelids growing heavy. This animated series was rather juvenile for his taste. He glanced at Chen Xiao, who was beaming with joy, and shook his head in resignation. Well, as long as the little girl is happy. Xiao, you keep watching for a bit. I'll check if the soup is ready. Chen Xiao gently patted her head. Okay. Chen Xiao replied without lifting her gaze, absorbed in the show. Chen Xiao stood up, stretched lazily, and made his way back to the kitchen. As I pushed open the kitchen door, a delightful aroma of dishes mingled with the rich scent of pork rib soup wafted towards me. Bai Jia stood with her back to the entrance, poised at the stove. She wore a delicate pink apron, the ties forming a charming bow at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. Today, she donned a rose-red knitted skirt set. The short-sleeve top embraced her ample curves, while the skirt, modestly cut to mid-thigh, revealed a pair of long, gracefully proportioned legs. At that moment, she leaned slightly forward, inspecting the simmering pork rib soup in the pot, the hem of her skirt swaying gently with her movements. The soft light from the stove cast a gentle glow on her fair profile and neck, bestowing upon her an ethereal aura, enhancing the warmth and allure of a woman at home. Chen Xiao stood at the threshold, his gaze resting on her enchanting silhouette. He treaded lightly, entering with utmost silence. Bai Jie remained blissfully unaware of his approach, her focus steadfast on skimming the froth from the surface of the soup with her spoon. In the next instant, a pair of strong arms encircled her from behind. Bai Jie gasped, nearly dropping the spoon into pot. After a considerable pause, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Target character, Bai Jie, affection level 2. Current affection level, 67, friendly. An increase of 2 points? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. This affection level was becoming quite intriguing. The atmosphere during dinner was somewhat delicate. Chen Xiao, however, remained blissfully oblivious, chattering animatedly about amusing anecdotes from school, occasionally serving Chen Xiao some food in gratitude for the delicious meal he had prepared. Chen Xiao responded with laughter, teasing her from time to time, creating a harmonious ambience. Only Bai Jie appeared somewhat preoccupied, avoiding eye contact with Chen Xiao, silently consuming her meal and occasionally responding to her daughter's remarks. By 9 o'clock, Chen Xiao bid farewell to Bai Jie and Qing, returning to the school dormitory. Upon opening the door to room 302, he had scarcely taken in the scene within when 3 shadowy figures lunged at him. Whoa, Brother Xiao, the millionaire is back. Quick, grab him, strip him of his pants. Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng shouted, overwhelming Chen Xiao and wrestling him to the ground, their hands all over him. Hey, let go, let go. My new t-shirt, Chen Xiao exclaimed, torn between laughter and exasperation as he struggled. Forget the t-shirt. Let's bask in your fortune, Lu Nanzhou shouted, vigorously ruffling Chen Xiao's hair. Brother Xiao, you're not being fair. You should have told us you won the lottery sooner. Zhou Heng chimed in, attempting to tickle him. Daddy, look at me. Song Shu was the most direct, clinging to Chen Xiao's leg and refusing to let go. After a raucous commotion, it wasn't until Chen Xiao begged for mercy, promising to treat them to a late-night snack, that they reluctantly released him. Rising from the floor, Chen Xiao shot them a glare, exasperated. All right, you all act as if you haven't seen money in centuries. Let us go eat. Order whatever you want. Hooray! Brother Xiao is magnificent. We must indulge. Let us feast. The trio cheered, surrounding Chen Xiao as they triumphantly exited the dormitory. They arrived at a high-end restaurant near the school. Without hesitation, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng ordered an extravagant array of expensive dishes, including lobster, abalone, and king crab, leaving nothing out. Brother Xiao, you must let us eat to our heart's content today, Song Shu declared, thumping his chest. Absolutely. Let us feast. Chen Xiao responded grandly with a wave of his hand. Soon, dishes of lobster, abalone, and king crab arrived in a steady stream, filling the table to the brim. Cheers! To our brother, Xiao, becoming a millionaire. Lu Nanzhou raised his glass. Cheers! Brother Xiao is amazing. The 4 clinked their glasses, the sound ringing clear. As several drinks were consumed, the atmosphere grew more animated. Zhou Heng, gnawing on a lobster claw, mumbled a question to Chen Xiao. Brother Xiao, seriously, how do you plan to spend that 8 million? Are you going to buy a house in Ninghai first? Lu Nanzhou chimed in. Yeah, Brother Xiao, with housing prices skyrocketing, buying property is the safest bet. Though Song Shu remained silent, his ears perked up, clearly interested. Chen Xiao put down his skewer, wiping his mouth. Buy a house. No ruse. He took a sip of beer, gazing at his curious roommates, and continued. I plan to invest this sum in the stock market. The stock market? The 3 were taken aback. Lu Nanzhou frowned. Brother Xiao, that's too risky. For small investors like us, ISNT, it's just waiting to be cut down like chives? Zhou Heng nodded in agreement. Exactly, Brother Xiao. They say the stock market is 7 losses, 2 break-even, and 1 profit. We don't understand it. So don't lose all the money. 8 million is a lot. They all felt that Chen Xiao's idea was far too daring. After all, he had just hit the jackpot. How could he risk it in stocks? Chen Xiao chuckled, unfazed by their response. Don't worry, I have insider information. He lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious. I've been eyeing 2 stocks that are bound to skyrocket. How about it? Interested in joining me? Insider information? Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng exchanged glances, both reflecting skepticism in their eyes. Could this actually be trusted? Only Song Shu hesitated before asking, Brother Xiao, is this for real? Is it reliable? He had just been dumped by his materialistic girlfriend and was eager to make money. Chen Xiao glanced at Song Shu and then at his 2 disbelieving roommates, shrugging. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I'm going all in. Lao Song. If you want to join, you can take some of your living expenses to try it out. If you profit, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me. Upon hearing this, Song Shu's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. All right, Brother Xiao, I'm in. I've got 4,000 in living expenses. I'll give it all to you. Although 4,000 wasn't too much, it represented all his savings. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng exchanged glances, wanting to dissuade them. Brother Xiao, Lao Song, think it over. That's real money. The stock market is risky. Proceed with caution. Chen Xiao waved his hand, unwilling to dwell further. Enough. Everyone has their aspirations. Let us drink. No more talk of this. Let us enjoy our meal. Seeing Chen Xiao's resolute demeanor, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng relented, lifting their glasses, secretly concerned for him. They hoped he wouldn't squander the 8 million. Only Chen Xiao knew in his heart what a wild surge awaited the numbers in his account over the next fortnight. The following morning, Chen Xiao awoke feeling refreshed. Although last night's late-night snack had left his wallet considerably lighter thanks to his exuberant friends, his spirits soared high. After freshening up, he hailed a cab to the largest securities firm in the city center. The account opening and related procedures went smoothly. After securing his funding account, he transferred the remaining 5,800,000, along with the 4,000 Song Shu had sent him, all at once. Gazing at the string of numbers in his account, Chen Xiao felt no hesitation. He opened the trading software, searched for the code, and found Tongfei Technology. At that moment, Tongfei Technology's stock price rested in a plateau, neither high nor low, with trading volumes lukewarm. Yet to Chen Xiao, this stock seemed to harbor the potential of a volcano on the verge of eruption. All in, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiao opted to purchase at market price. The sum of 5,830,000 yuan flowed into the stock market like a stream merging with the ocean, instantly devoured, transforming into a position value. Done. Chen Xiao closed his phone, releasing a long sigh of relief. Everything was in place, awaiting the favorable wind. In the ensuing days, he merely needed to patiently await the ascent of Tongfei Technology. He casually sent a WeChat message to Song Shu. Old Song, I've invested your 4,000 for you. Stock code 45XX03, Tongfei Technology. Just wait for takeoff. Song Shu replied in an instant. Got it. Xie, I'm with you all the way. He even included a meme of someone clinging for support. Chen Xiao smiled, tucked away his phone, and departed from the brokerage firm. The following days passed without a ripple. Chen Xiao attended classes punctually, occasionally visiting the library to read or playing video games with his roommates. Naturally, he made it a point to glance at his stock account daily. The stock price of Tongfei Technology remained, as he remembered, exhibiting little fluctuation, oscillating within a narrow range each day. In the dormitory group chat, Lu Nan and Zhou Heng would occasionally ask indirectly, Xiao Ge, how's your stock doing? Has it risen? Each time, Chen Xiao would respond calmly, no rush, it's not the right time yet. Song Shu, however, remained composed. Perhaps the 4,000 yuan was significant to him, yet not to the extent of causing sleepless nights, or perhaps it was due to an inexplicable trust in Chen Xiao, for he hardly inquired further. That afternoon, the final bell of the physics class rang. Chen Xiao gathered his belongings, greeted his roommates, and took the bus directly to Baijia's home. He knew that, according to the trajectory in his memory, tomorrow would herald the explosive rise of Tongfei Technology. Upon opening the door, an enticing aroma of food wafted towards him. Xiao Xiao, you're back. Baijia, donning an apron, emerged from the kitchen with a plate of freshly made sweet and sour ribs. Her face illuminated by a gentle smile upon seeing Chen Xiao. The setting sun streamed through the living room window, casting a soft golden halo over her fair cheeks and the light blue loungewear she wore. After a few days apart, she seemed to have regained her former vitality. Yes, Aunt Bai. Chen Xiao changed his shoes and approached her. Is Qingqing not joining us for dinner? She has evening classes today, so she'll be back a bit later. Bai Jia replied, placing the dishes on the dining table before returning to the kitchen. Dinner will be ready soon. You should wash your hands first. All right. With only the two of them in the living room, the atmosphere was not as lively as when Qingqing was present, but rather imbued with a quiet subtlety. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup graced the table. Sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, tomato and egg soup, and a plate of cold black fungus salad, all of which were Chen Xiao's favorite home-cooked meals. They sat across from each other. Try the ribs. Let me know if they suit your taste. Bai Jia, serve him a piece. Delicious. Aunt Bai, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Chen Xiao praised, his words somewhat muffled as he took a bite. Bai Jia smiled, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features, but soon her smile faded slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Xiao Xiao, thank you for the other day. I will find a way to repay you for that money as soon as possible. Chen Xiao set down his chopsticks. Aunt Bai, I've already said there's no need to rush. That money is not significant to me. How can that be? Bai Jia immediately retorted, her tone slightly urgent. 220,000 is no trivial sum. The money you won was also your good fortune. I cannot. All right, Aunt Bai, Chen Xiao interrupted. Let's discuss the money later. Right now, Your priority is to take care of yourself, and Xing, don't overthink it. Bai Jie gazed at Chen Xiao's youthful yet remarkably composed face, momentarily at a loss for words. She understood his good intentions, yet the weight of her own burdens lingered heavily in her heart. After a pause, Bai Jie asked, "By the way, Xiao, have you told your parents about your winnings?" "Not yet." Chen Xiao shook his head, preferring to keep them in the dark for now to prevent unnecessary worry. Bai Jie nodded in understanding. As a parent, discovering that their son had unexpectedly come into wealth would likely provoke concern rather than joy. Fearing he might squander it or attract unwanted attention, she hesitated as if recalling something, then looked at Chen Xiao with some concern. "What do you plan to do with the remaining money? Please don't spend it recklessly. It's best to save it or invest it in something stable." "I anticipated you would ask that," Chen Xiao replied. He sipped his soup, set the bowl down, and, meeting Bai Jie's concerned gaze, casually remarked, "Oh, the remaining funds? I invested them all in the stock market a few days ago." "What?" Bai Jie's voice sharply rose. "You invested everything?" "Yes," Chen Xiao nodded, as if discussing a trivial matter. "I bought all in on a stock called Tungfei Technology." Tungfei Technology? Bai Jie, unfamiliar with stocks, felt her heart tighten at the implication of having invested everything. Xiao, how could you be so reckless? That has several million. You cannot put all your money into one stock. The stock market is fraught with risks. What if you incur losses? She was nearly on her feet, her eyes filled with anxiety and disapproval. This child exhibited no sense of risk. This was millions, not mere hundreds. "Aunt Bai, please don't worry." Chen Xiao smiled at her anxious demeanor. "I'm well aware of what I'm doing. This stock will definitely rise, and it will soar." "How can you be so certain it will rise?" Bai Jie furrowed her brows. "Did you hear some insider information?" Xiao, many of those tips are misleading. You should withdraw your money while you still haven't lost much. In her eyes, Chen Xiao was completely naive, treating a substantial sum as a mere game. Chen Xiao shook his head in resignation. "Aunt Bai, truly it's fine. Just wait and see. In a few days, you will realize I'm not being reckless." He could not explain the existence of the system, so he could only use this assured tone to soothe her. Bai Jie observed Chen Xiao's confident expression, her mouth opening as if to protest, yet she ultimately refrained from offering further stern advice. She understood Chen Xiao's nature. He appeared gentle, yet was quite resolute at heart. Bai Jie could only sigh helplessly. "Just take care of yourself. Don't act impulsively. If anything happens, remember to let me know." She remained unsettled, investing millions in the stock market, with all of it in a single stock, which to her seemed nothing short of a gamble. "Understood, Aunt Bai." Chen Xiao smiled in response. Observing Bai Jie's face etched with worry, he internally chuckled. Chapter 11. No rush. This is just the beginning. The following afternoon, as the final bell of the physics class rang, the once dull classroom erupted with energy. Chen Xiao leisurely packed his books, exchanging pleasantries with Song Shu and the others, preparing to head back to Bai Jie's place. "Xie, are we having dinner together tonight?" "It's Friday," Lunan asked, draping an arm over Chen Xiao's shoulder. "No, I'm heading back to Aunt Bai's." Chen Xiao shrugged off his hand. TSK, Xiao Gu is now a busy man," Zhou Heng teased from the side. Chen Xiao paid them no mind. Walking out with Song Shu, the four of them chatted and laughed as they exited the classroom, but as they neared the school gate, Chen Xiao noticed Song Shu's footsteps falter, his expression suddenly darkening. Chen Xiao followed his gaze. Not far from the school gate, a brand new black Mercedes-Benz S-Class was parked by the roadside, its window lowered to reveal a man wearing sunglasses, obscuring his features. Beside the car door stood a girl, fashionably dressed and adorned with exquisite makeup, who was bending down to enter the vehicle. It was Xiao Lingling. She seemed to sense the gaze directed her way, lifting her head to cast a casual glance. Upon seeing Song Shu, a barely perceptible smirk of disdain curled at the corners of her mouth, before she nonchalantly turned away, opened the car door, and settled inside. The Mercedes smoothly started, merging into the traffic, and soon vanished from sight. Song Shu remained rooted in place, his complexion paling, and his hands, hanging at his sides, unconsciously clenched into fists. Lunan Zhou and Zhou Heng also witnessed this scene, exchanging awkward glances, uncertain of what to say. Chen Xiao reached out and patted Song Shu on the shoulder. Song Shu forced a smile, yet appeared more painful than a frown. "It's fine. It's all good. A match of talent and beauty. Quite promising." Chen Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. "Stop looking. It's just a broken Mercedes." "Broken Mercedes?" Lunan Zhou and Zhou Heng's lips twitched. That was a high-end S-Class, worth over $1 million, wasn't it? In Chen Xiao's eyes, it was merely a clunker. "Don't worry," Chen Xiao assured Song Shu. "Before long, we'll be driving even better cars, parked right in front of her so she can truly see. I told you. Stick with me, and there will be plenty to eat." The sooner we slap her in the face, the better. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. Song Shu stared blankly at Chen Xiao, although reason told him that Chen Xiao might merely be comforting him for some reason. The feeling of frustration and embarrassment within him seemed to dissipate significantly. He nodded vigorously, murmuring, "Yeah, Brother Xiao, I trust you." Upon returning to the dormitory 302, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng eagerly opened their computers to prepare for a gaming session, while Song Shu sat at his desk, somewhat listless, lost in thought. Chen Xiao did not disturb them. Instead, he took out his phone and opened the stock trading app. The screen illuminated, revealing a striking red candlestick soaring towards the heavens. Firmly affixed to the limit up board, Tongfei Technology had surged by 1,000 today. The total assets in his account had risen from just over 5.8 million to over 6.4 million, a profit exceeding 600,000 in a single day. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing such an astonishing increase firsthand elevated Chen Xiao's spirits considerably. He discreetly extended his phone towards Song Shu. "Old Song, take a look." Song Shu, bewildered, took the phone, his gaze fixating on the screen. In the next moment, he sprang from his chair, his eyes glued to the red 1,000 and the account balance. "What the hell?" A thunderous shout reverberated throughout the dormitory. "It's limit up?" "Brother Xiao, it really hit the limit." He grasped Chen Xiao's arm, overwhelmed with excitement. "My money. My 4,000 has turned into 4,004. I made 400 a day." This sudden outburst startled Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng, who were in the midst of selecting heroes. "What on earth, Old Song?" Lu Nanzhou turned back, displeased. "Limit up? What's that?" Zhou Heng leaned in, curious. When they glimpsed the glaring red limit up board and the long string of numbers on Chen Xiao's phone, they were rendered speechless. "No way. It really hit the limit." Both exclaimed in unison, surrounding Chen Xiao's phone, marveling at the spectacle. "Brother Xiao, you're incredible. How did you predict this?" Lu Nanzhou looked on in disbelief. Just days ago, he had advised Chen Xiao against playing the stock market. Earning over 600,000 in a day was faster than robbing a bank. Zhou Heng gazed at the figures, his eyes reddening with envy and resentment. Song Shu, too, was flushed with excitement. Although he had only made 400, it meant that what Chen Xiao had said was true. He truly had a way to help him earn money. The feelings of frustration and discomfort from earlier, upon seeing Xia lingling at the school gate, were instantly overshadowed by immense joy. "Brother Xiao, you're amazing. You're like a brother to me." Song Shu now regarded Chen Xiao with the reverence one might reserve for a deity. Chen Xiao, slightly pained by their raucous enthusiasm, calmly retrieved his phone. "All right, everyone sit down. What is all the fuss about?" He observed his 3 exuberant roommates and slowly remarked, "I have a feeling there will be another limit up tomorrow." "Another limit up?" Song Shu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Does that mean we could earn another 600,000? Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng's breaths quickened. "Yes," Chen Xiao nodded, "but stocks that rise quickly can also fall just as fast. Tomorrow, once it peaks, we should sell to secure our gains. I trust Brother Xiao." Song Shu now held unwavering faith in Chen Xiao. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng nodded in agreement, regretting not having invested alongside them. "Brother Xiao, if such good fortune arises again, you must include us." Lu Nanzhou rubbed his hands together, eager to please. "Yes, yes. Brother Xiao, you feast, and we shall savor the broth." Zhou Heng quickly chimed in. Chen Xiao chuckled. "We'll see how it goes." Looking at the additional 600,000 in his account, Chen Xiao felt elated. This was merely the beginning. Greater rewards awaited. Meanwhile, in an elegantly decorated clothing store in the city center, Bai Jie took advantage of the absence of customers to sit on a sofa in the lounge, sipping warm water slowly. Although Shan Haoran's issues had been resolved and Qingqing was safe, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at her. Especially when considering that Chen Xiao had invested a few million in the stock market. Her heart couldn't help but flutter anxiously. That boy was far too audacious. She didn't understand stocks, but she knew they were fraught with risk. What if he lost it all? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. Bai Jie pulled out her phone, opened the WeChat group for the Sisters of the Wind and Waves, hesitated for a moment with her fingers hovering over the screen, and ultimately tagged Gu Qingli. "Bai Jie, Gu Qingli, you're familiar with stocks. Could you help me take a look at Tongfei Technology? Xiao Xiao bought some a few days ago." She didn't dare mention that Chen Xiao had invested all his funds, only that he had bought some shares. After sending the message, Bai Jie nervously stared at her screen. After about a minute or two, Gu Qingli replied with a screenshot showcasing Tongfei Technology's limit up intraday chart. "Gu Qingli, Tongfei Technology? Sounds promising. Jie. Your little one has a good eye. It hit the limit up today with strong volume, perfectly secured. Did he buy before the surge? Quite lucky." Seeing the words limit up, Bai Jie was momentarily stunned, then felt a wave of relief wash over her. As if a heavy stone had been lifted. It had risen, thank goodness. She quickly replied, Bai Jie, it hit the limit? That's great. I don't understand much about this. Will it continue to rise? He invested quite a bit, and I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Gu Qingli responded promptly this time. Gu Qingli, today's trend is very strong. There's a high probability of another upward surge tomorrow. If luck holds, it may even hit the limit again. At the very least, it should gain a few more points. However, such volatile stocks can rise swiftly but fall just as quickly. They aren't suitable for long-term holding. Tell him to sell at a high tomorrow. Don't be greedy. Securing a profit of a few percentage points will be quite good. You want to lose money, so don't worry. Boy, yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Qingli. I'll tell him tonight. Gu Qingli, no need to be polite. By the way, your Xiao Xiao is quite impressive, quiet, and unassuming. Yet he knows how to trade stocks? He has got something. Upon reading Gu Qingli's final remark, Bai Jie felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks, but her heart was much more at ease now. As long as he didn't lose money. That was all that mattered. She set down her phone, letting out a long sigh, feeling the weight of worry lift considerably. Rising to her feet, she approached the mirror and gazed at her reflection. Though slightly weary, her charm remained undiminished. A faint smile involuntarily curved the corners of Bai Jie's lips. That young man truly seems to have matured. Chapter 12. Gambling is a mindset. The following afternoon, immediately after the physics class concluded, the three rascals from dormitory 302 could no longer contain their excitement. Even before the teacher's silhouette had vanished from the doorway, they had simultaneously whipped out their smartphones. Whoa! Lu Nanzhou exclaimed first. It's up again. It's up again. Zhou Heng chimed in. Damn it, another circuit breaker. Tongfei technology is phenomenal. Song Shu's hand trembled as he clutched his phone. The glaring red 1,000 on the screen dazzled his eyes. His initial investment of 4,000 had now blossomed into 4,800. In just 2 days, he had netted an astounding 840. That was more than he could earn from a month of arduous part-time work. Ye, you are simply divine. Song Shu gazed at Chen Xiao, who was just finishing packing his books, his eyes radiating admiration. Chen Xiao strolled over, casting a casual glance at the K-line graph on their phones. His expression as calm as if he were merely checking the weather forecast. Just a normal performance. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng crowded closer, their faces painted with envy and jealousy. Xiao Ge, you were absolutely right. 2 circuit breakers. Over 600,000 in a day. That's over 120,000 in 2 days. This money is too easy to make. Damn it. I regret not buying alongside you yesterday. Zhou Heng lamented, thumping his chest in frustration. Chen Xiao chuckled softly, retrieving his own phone to open the trading app. The total assets in his account boldly displayed. 705,914,000 yuan. In just 2 days, his principal of 5,834,000 had transformed into 7,059,140. The net profit stood at 1,225,140 yuan. Xie, are you selling now? Song Shu asked, unable to suppress his curiosity as he observed Chen Xiao's swift fingers on the screen. Aren't you going to wait a bit longer? What if it rises again tomorrow? One should take profits when they can. Chen Xiao replied without lifting his gaze, his fingers dancing across the screen. The market for Tongfei technology was nearing its peak, and greed could lead to being trapped. Song Shu nodded vigorously. I'll follow your lead. Soon, the selling operation was complete, and the holdings in the account had transformed into available balance. What's next, Xiao Ge? Bring us along. Lu Nanzhou rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, Xiao Ge, we're not greedy. We just want to ride along with you. Zhou Heng quickly echoed. Seeing the eager glances from the three, Chen Xiao wasted no time in revealing his next target stock, Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals, code 67XX89. I plan to go all in on this. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng furrowed their brows. The name lacked the technological flair of Tongfei technology. Xie, is this reliable? Zhou Heng inquired hesitantly. I can only say that I personally have great confidence in its upcoming trajectory. I expect it to be even more explosive than Tongfei technology. Chen Xiao shrugged. Whether you follow or not is up to you. The stock market is fraught with risk. Don't blame me if you incur losses. With that, he hesitated no more, directly opting to invest the entirety of his newly acquired over 7 million yuan into Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals at market price. All in. Lu Nanzhou's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Xiao Ge, that's over 7 million. Zhou Heng gasped in astonishment. This is exhilarating. After completing the purchase, Chen Xiao tucked his phone back in his pocket, his demeanor as serene as ever. Gambling is a mindset. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng exchanged glances, their resolve hardening. Damn it, Let's do it. Lu Nanzhou pulled out his phone. I have 2,000 left for living expenses this month, plus the 3,000 I saved up. That makes 5,000. Xiao Ge, buy for me. I'm in too. Zhou Hong declared, I have over 6,000 in my account. I'm going all in. The two promptly transferred their funds to Chen Xiao, who nodded and proceeded to purchase Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals for them. Now it was Song Shu's turn. He looked at Chen Xiao, then at his meager bank balance, his face a mask of indecision. 5,000, 6,000, for Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong. It was all they had painstakingly saved. Yet Song Shu's aspirations soared far beyond that. He envisioned Xie Lingling's scornful gaze, the blinding Mercedes, and recalled Chen Xiao's words about seizing the moment to turn the tables. A few thousand yuan, even if doubled, what difference would it make? Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and raised his head, looking at Chen Xiao. Xiao Ge, I'm all in with you. But I don't have enough money. I plan to mortgage the apartment my parents bought for me. What? Both Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong exclaimed in unison. Are you crazy, Lao Song? Mortgaging a house? That's the culmination of your parents' hard work. Though it was merely a small 60-square-meter two-bedroom apartment, it was still a tangible asset. Chen Xiao was taken aback, looking at Song Shu. Lao Song, are you certain? This is no jest. Song Shu's gaze was unwavering, and he nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Xie, I believe in you. If I don't take this chance, I'll never turn my life around. I want that woman to see that I, Song Shu, am not a failure. Observing the fiery determination in Song Shu's eyes, Chen Xiao remained silent for a few seconds. He could see that Song Shu was genuinely motivated, having made a resolute decision to risk it all. He chose not to intervene, simply nodding calmly. All right, just make sure you've thought it through. He did not stop him. Everyone must bear the consequences of their own decisions. Moreover, he held unwavering confidence in the future performance of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. That evening, Chen Xiao returned to Bai Jie's home. The living room was bathed in soft light, with Shen Qingqing bent over the coffee table, diligently completing her homework. Her ponytail swaying with each stroke of her pen, radiating youthful exuberance. Bai Jie sat on the sofa, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, engrossed in her writing. Her focus evident. Clad in a cream-colored loungewear set, her long hair casually pinned up, she exuded a gentle warmth, contrasting with her usual polished demeanor. Xie. Upon hearing the door open, Shen Qingqing immediately looked up, and upon seeing Chen Xiao, she dashed over. Xiao Ge, you're back. Today, the teacher assigned so much homework. It's so annoying. The little girl complained, clinging to Chen Xiao's arm. Qingqing. Bai Jie lifted her head, removing her glasses, and playfully scolded her daughter. How rude. Go back and finish your homework. Don't bother your Xiao Ge. Shen Qingqing stuck out her tongue and made a face at Chen Xiao, reluctantly releasing her grip and glancing back multiple times as she returned to her place by the coffee table. Bai Jie set down her pen and stood, her gaze landing on Chen Xiao, laced with a hint of inquiry and barely perceptible tension. Xiao, you're back. How'd it go with the stock? Having received reassuring news from Gu Qingli at the shop earlier, she felt somewhat relieved, yet the concern lingered. Changing into his indoor shoes, Chen Xiao sat beside her on the sofa and replied casually, Oh, I sold it. You sold it? Bai Jie's eyes brightened as she pressed on. How'd it go? You didn't incur any losses, did you? No losses. Observing her anxious demeanor, Chen Xiao deliberately paused before smiling and revealing the figure. I made over 120,000. 120,000? Bai Jie gasped, covering her mouth. Although Gu Qingli had mentioned it would rise, she never anticipated that in just 2 days, Chen Xiao would earn such a substantial amount. That was more than she could laboriously earn in an entire year of running her shop. The overwhelming surprise left her momentarily speechless, her eyes fixed on Chen Xiao in astonishment. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Once she regained her composure, Bai Jie exhaled deeply, her entire being relaxing. You scared me. As long as you made a profit, that's all that matters. Xiao, your luck is incredible. Her heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled back in her chest. However, before she could revel in her brief moment of joy, Chen Xiao's subsequent words propelled her heart back into her throat. Well, I reinvested the profits from Tongfei Technology, along with the original capital, totaling over 7 million, into another stock. Chen Xiao spoke with an unperturbed tone, as if recounting what he had for dinner that night. What? The smile on Bai Jie's face froze. She thought she must have misheard him. You invested it all again? Over 7 million. Indeed, Chen Xiao nodded, observing Bai Jie's face blanch in astonishment. He added, I bought shares in Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Bai Jie had no recollection of this name. Yet that was inconsequential. What truly struck her were the implications of investing everything in that staggering sum. which felt like two heavy hammers crashing on her heart. Xiao Xiao, how could you do this again? You just made a profit. How can you throw it all back in? Her gaze was filled with helplessness and anxiety. This child, why is he so stubborn? Please try to remain calm. Chen Xiao chuckled lightly at her distressed expression, yet felt a sense of helplessness. I assure you, I know what I'm doing. There is no issue with Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. You can rest easy. How can I rest easy? Bai Jie pressed her forehead, exasperated. Xiao Xiao, heed my advice. The stock market is not a casino. You can't play it like this. Sell it first thing tomorrow when the market opens. Even if it means a smaller profit or a slight loss on the transaction fees. Just retrieve the money, deposit it in the bank. Or purchase some government bonds. That's the prudent choice. Chen Xiao sighed, realizing that she wouldn't be easily convinced. So he decided to let the results speak for themselves. How about this? Give me half a month. After that, check my account, and you'll understand. Looking at Chen Xiao's unwavering confidence, Bai Jie opened her mouth but ultimately swallowed back her admonition. She realized she was increasingly unable to comprehend the young man before her. There was an air of maturity and confidence about him that transcended his years, leaving her torn between her deep-seated worry and an urge to trust him just this once. Sighing resignedly, Bai Jie rubbed her temples wearily. Just be careful. Chapter 13. Let's make a bet. Chen Xiao observed the worry etched across Bai Jie's face and found it amusing, choosing not to press her further. I'm going to take a shower now. With that, he made his way directly to the bathroom. In the living room, only Bai Jie and the studiously engrossed Chen Xiao remained. Chen Xiao's resolute demeanor did nothing to assuage Bai Jie's anxiety. Rather, it exacerbated her unease. Over 7 million, just like that, he had casually flung it back into the ravenous stock market, investing in a company she had never even heard of. No, she couldn't shake her apprehension. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Jie ultimately opened the group chat with the three sisters of sisters who ride the waves. She typed, Gu Qingli, could you please check again on that stock called Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Xiao Xiao has reinvested the money he earned before into it. She refrained from mentioning that Chen Xiao had risked his entire fortune of over 7 million, only vaguely implying that he had reinvested his previous gains. Once the message was sent, Bai Jie fixated on her phone screen, the sound of Chen Xiao writing beside her seeming to amplify in the silence. After about a minute, Gu Qingli's avatar lit up. Gu Qingli, Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals? Code 67XX89. I checked, and there hasn't been any significant news about it lately. The trend has been rather lukewarm, if not weak. The pharmaceutical sector hasn't been particularly strong either. Gu Qingli, Jie, how could your Xiao Xiao buy this? Did he hear some insider information? Let me tell you, such information is usually the least reliable. Many are just traps set by big investors to lure in retail investors. Gu Qingli, you need to persuade him quickly. If the stock is unpredictable, it's best not to touch it. While there is still no major fluctuation, have him pull out. Minimizing losses is still a gain. As Bai Jie read through Gu Qingli's barrage of messages, each one felt like a bucket of cold water dousing her heart. If even the most knowledgeable among them, Qingli, was saying such things, it was dire. It was over. That child must have been deceived, or was simply making a reckless purchase. Over 7 million. What if he lost it all? Bai Jie felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She regretted not being more resolute in stopping Chen Xiao earlier. In the bathroom, steam enveloped the air. Chen Xiao stood before a large mirror, droplets cascading down his well-defined muscles. The reflection staring back was a stark contrast to the slightly frail figure he had been 5 years ago upon his arrival. Thanks to the 8-point attributes from the beginner's gift package, his once faint abdominal outline had transformed into a clear six-pack, each muscle distinct and exuding strength. His chest was full, shoulders broad, and his arms were toned and robust, devoid of exaggerated bulges yet brimming with potential. He appeared balanced and erect, embodying the youthful vigor of masculinity. Not bad, Chen Xiao mused, stroking his chin, genuinely pleased with his physique. After grabbing a towel to dry off, he donned a pair of loose-fitting shorts and opened a bathroom door. Wow! A high-pitched scream pierced the air, startling Chen Xiao. He turned to find Chen Xiao had somehow positioned herself near the bathroom door, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gawked at him. Xie, when did your physique get so impressive? Ups! Wow! 8 of them! The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bai Jie, seated on the sofa, instinctively raised her head at the commotion. Cough! Bai Jie felt her cheeks flush as she exclaimed, Xiao Xiao, quickly put on some clothes. What do you think you're doing? Only then did Chen Xiao realize her indiscretion, sticking out her tongue while her gaze lingered on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao shrugged nonchalantly, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed Bai Jie's ears turning crimson. He leisurely strolled back to his room, fetching a clean t-shirt and pants to change into. When he emerged again, Bai Jie had regained her composure, though her face still bore a hint of unease. She noticed Chen Xiao sitting on the opposite sofa, took a deep breath, and handed him her phone, her tone betraying her underlying worry. Xiao, look at this. I just asked Qingli. She said that Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals ISNT reliable and urged you to sell. Chen Xiao glanced at the screen, noting Qingli's warnings about significant risks and the advice to pull out before incurring losses. He couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Yi, do you still not trust me? This isn't about trust. Bai Jie grew agitated. Qingli is a professional. What she says definitely carries weight. Over 7 million is no small sum. What if you lose it all? All right, then let us make a bet. Chen Xiao set his phone down, leaning forward slightly with a piercing gaze fixed on Bai Jie. A bet? Bai Jie was taken aback. Yes, Chen Xiao's lips curled into a playful smile. Let us wager on Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. If I end up losing money in half a month, not only will I forfeit these 7 million, but if I win, you'll have to agree to one thing of my choosing. What would that be? Bai Jie felt a pang of unease stir within her. Chen Xiao did not respond directly. Instead, he retrieved his mobile phone and swiftly tapped the screen several times before turning it toward Bai Jie. The screen prominently displayed a product page from a shopping platform. You. Upon seeing the item on the screen, Bai Jie's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is utterly indecent." She snatched her phone back with fervor, casting a fierce glare at Chen Xiao. Yet, beneath her indignation, there lingered a hint of embarrassment and anxiety. This audacious rascal has truly grown bolder, daring to make such a request. Chapter 14. The Campus Bell. Yin Chuxue the next morning, with no classes scheduled. Chen Xiao reclined lazily on his dorm bed when Song Shu burst in with great fervor. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, suggesting a restless night, yet his spirit was remarkably elevated. Yi. Song Shu approached Chen Xiao's bedside, lowering his voice, yet unable to conceal his excitement. I've got it sorted. He produced a bank card from his pocket and thrust it into Chen's hand. There's 850,000 in here. It's secured against the house, and the agency expedited the process, though they did take a small fee, but that's inconsequential. Chen Xiao sat up, accepting the card, and scrutinized Song Shu. Are you certain about this? Absolutely. Song Shu nodded vigorously. Xiao Ge, this time, I'm willing to take a gamble with you. Hearing the commotion, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong from the adjacent beds also stirred and approached. Old Song, you really mortgaged the house? Lu Nanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. That's your uncle and aunt's place. Indeed, Old Song, over 80,000 is a significant investment. What if? Zhou Hong interjected. The stock market is unpredictable. Song Shu waved his hand to silence them. Enough. This is my decision, and I shall bear the consequences. He turned to Chen Xiao. Yi. The money is in your hands. How we proceed is entirely up to you. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong exchanged glances, both reflecting helplessness and concern. Old Song was resolute in his decision to go all in. They could say nothing further, hoping that Chen Xiao would truly be reliable and not lead Old Song to financial ruin. All right. Chen Xiao nodded, stowing away the bank card. Rest assured, we won't incur losses. He rose from his bed and stretched by the window. The morning sun bathed the campus in golden light, and students could be seen exercising on the playground. At that moment, Lu Nanzhou suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap," as he pointed excitedly towards a direction below. Look, Yin Chuxue. Instantly, the three heads in the dormitory crowded by the window. Below, on the path leading from the girls' dormitory to the academic building, a girl dressed in a white sundress was gracefully strolling by. She was tall and slender, with long, flowing black hair cascading down to her waist. Clutching a few books, she had her head bowed, seemingly absorbed in her own world. The morning sunlight highlighted her flawless profile, her skin radiating a luminous glow, and her features were exquisitely refined, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Yet, she exuded an air of aloofness, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. She was none other than the universally acknowledged campus beauty of Southeast University, Yin Chuxue, from the dance department. She is truly stunning, Zhou Hong murmured, his gaze fixed in awe. Her aura is simply extraordinary. Lu Nanzhou clicked his tongue. How can our school boast such a goddess? Song Shu temporarily forgot about the mortgage as he gazed blankly at the white figure below until she gradually walked out of sight around the corner. Lu Nanzhou withdrew his gaze, a look of yearning on his face. Ah, if only I could date Yin Chuxue for a single day. No, even if it were just to hold her hand or exchange a few words, I would willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life for it. Get lost. Song Shu exploded with anger, kicking out in protest. Why should I sacrifice my life for you? Hee, you are the most valuable in our dorm. Lu Nanzhou nimbly dodged. I'm worth nothing. Song Shu chased after him, fist flying. Zhou Heng laughed heartily at their antics, while Chen Xiao observed their playful bickering with amusement. Yin Xuxue was indeed breathtaking, the kind of beauty that lingered in one's memory, particularly her cold demeanor, which possessed an irresistible allure for the opposite sex. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Chen Xiao's mind. Ding! Detected a character meeting the binding conditions. Yin Xuxue. Character information. Yin Xuxue, 22 years old. A senior in the dance department at Southeast University. Attractiveness, 98. Figure, 97. Current favorability, 0. Stranger. Would you like to bind? Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Yin Xuxue? The system could actually bind to her? He was somewhat astonished, but upon reflection, it seemed reasonable for a system named the favorability system to be able to bind to the campus belle. However, the 0 favorability indicated that they were complete strangers, lacking even the most basic acquaintance. Bind, Chen Xiao silently commanded in his mind. Binding successful. Target character, Yin Xuxue, current favorability, 0. Reminder, achieving a certain threshold of favorability will yield rewards. Another target had been added. Chen Xiao stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully in the direction where Yin Xuxue had vanished. This high-cold campus beauty appeared to present a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, there was ample time ahead. At present, the priority was to secure the funds in the stock market. The following morning, as the stock market opened, Chen Xiao transferred Song Shu's 850,000, along with an additional 11,000 contributed by Lunan Zhou and Zhou Heng, into his securities account, combined with his own existing funds of over 7 million. The total in his account reached an astonishing 8,131,000. He opened the K-line chart for Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals. Just as he had anticipated, after a surge followed by a retraction yesterday, the stock opened with a slight decrease of nearly 2 points today, the price appearing ominously green. Yi, why is it still dropping? Lunan Zhou leaned in to take a look, feeling increasingly anxious. His 5,000, although not much, represented his entire savings. Zhou Heng also appeared tense. Yes, Xiao Ge, this stock 1T keep plummeting, will it? Only Song Shu, despite his pale complexion, remained silent. He had staked his entire fortune on this gamble, and now he had no choice but to trust Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao regarded the slightly declining stock price, his expression unfazed. Don't panic, this is just the beginning. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. He possessed unwavering confidence in his memories. The recent adjustments of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals were merely a strategy to shake off the weak hands, preparing for a significant upward movement by the main force. In the following days, life continued serenely. Chen Xiao adhered to his routine of attending classes, returning to the dormitory, and occasionally dining at by Jia's home. The stock price of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals, as he had predicted, began to stabilize after a minor dip, oscillating sideways with gradually diminishing trading volume, as though it had been forgotten. However, the atmosphere in the dormitory grew increasingly tense. Lunan Zhou and Zhou Heng found themselves checking the stocks several times a day, lamenting over the lethargic price movements. Song Shu, too, felt as if time dragged on interminably. The substantial sum of over 80,000, obtained by mortgaging his parents' hard-earned home, had yet to yield even a ripple. Night after night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and during the day he struggled to concentrate in class, visibly waning in health. Had it not been for Chen Xiao's miraculous operations with the soaring technology stocks, he might have already succumbed to despair. Finally, the moment arrived when the stock of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals was set to take off, as per Chen Xiao's recollection. That afternoon, with no classes on the schedule, all 4 roommates in dormitory 302 found themselves present at last. The sunlight outside was just right, yet the atmosphere within the dormitory felt stifling. Lunan Zhou and Zhou Heng sat before the computer, their gazes occasionally darting toward the stock trading software icon resting on the desk. Song Shu, seated at his workstation, felt beads of sweat accumulate in his palms. Displayed on his computer screen was the minute-by-minute chart for Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals, the horizontal white line mocking his all-in gamble. Chen Xiao reclined in his chair, eyes closed, meditating. Time ticked away, inching closer to the afternoon market opening. Will it really rise today, Brother Xiao? Song Shu finally broke the silence. Chen Xiao opened his eyes, glancing at him with a faint smile. Just wait and see. At exactly 1 o'clock, the stock market opened as scheduled. The price of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals did not surge as they had hoped. Instead, it dipped slightly below 1 point. Song Shu's heart plummeted, his face turning pale. Lunan Zhou and Zhou Heng wore expressions of disappointment, even despair. However, in the next instant, a massive buy order surged in, lifting the stock price from the depths. Following that, even larger and denser buy orders flooded in like a tidal wave. The white line on the screen shot up almost vertically without hesitation. 1, 3, 5, 7. The stock price surged with unstoppable momentum. In less than a minute, the price of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals was firmly locked at its daily limit, 1,000. The glaring red digits dazzled the eyes. The entire dormitory fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Holy crap! It's locked at limit. It really is locked at limit. Lu Nanzhou leapt from his chair, his face flushed with excitement as he pointed at the screen, babbling incoherently. Amazing! Brother Xiao, you're incredible. Zhou Heng also jumped up, slamming his hand on the table, causing the mouse to fly off. Song Shu trembled all over, his eyes glued to the red limit lock, as if he wished to etch it into his very being. It's up. It really is up. I made over 80,000 in just one day on my 800,000. The fear and anxiety that had been suppressed for days transformed into tears of ecstasy, rolling down his cheeks. Brother Xiao. Song Shu suddenly turned to the still-composed Chen Xiao beside him, his voice choked with emotion. You're like a brother to me. Chen Xiao looked at his 3 roommates, who were almost beside themselves with joy, and simply smiled, patting Song Shu on the shoulder. Don't rush. This is just the beginning. Chapter 15. The Bins doesn't seem that impressive after all. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng were momentarily taken aback, their breaths quickening. This is just the beginning? Does that mean Lu Nanzhou tentatively inquired, Brother Xiao? Are you saying the stock can rise even further? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes, I estimate it should hit 5 or 6 more limit ups. 5 or 6 more? Zhou Heng gasped, his voice rising in pitch. A limit up is 10. 5 or 6 limit UPS means it could double. Song Shu was rendered speechless with excitement. If what Brother Xiao said was true, then his 80,000 so. Brother Xiao, can we add more to our positions now? Lu Nanzhou rubbed his hands together, eager to convert his belongings into cash for further investment. Zhou Heng nodded vigorously. Yes, Brother Xiao. Is it still possible to chase in now? Chen Xiao shook his head. I wouldn't recommend it. Stocks that rise continuously can always pull back or even reverse direction. We entered early with a low cost and a steady mindset. Chasing now poses too great a risk. One misstep could leave us trapped at the peak. He paused, adding, just hold on to your shares. I will remind you when it's time to sell. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's advice, although Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng felt a twinge of disappointment, they understood the wisdom in his words and managed to suppress their impulses. Only Song Shu had unwavering faith in Chen Xiao's guidance. If Brother Xiao said to hold, then he would hold. In the following days, the atmosphere in Dormitory 302 was reminiscent of a festive celebration, amidst the tense review period at Southeast University. Just as Chen Xiao had predicted, Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals surged like a rocket, entering a frenzied streak of limit ups. The second limit up, the third limit up, the sixth limit up, the seventh limit up. For 7 consecutive trading days, the stock price of Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals opened with a limit up each day, firmly sealing itself and denying any outside investors a chance to enter. Each day after the market opened, the dormitory erupted with 3 deafening howls. Holy crap, it's hit another limit up. 7 in a row. 7 in a row. Brother Xiao, you're my god. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng had become completely desensitized, watching the numbers in their accounts soar as if living in a dream. Lu Nanzhou's 5,000 had transformed into nearly 10,000. Zhou Heng's 6,000 had also grown to over 11,000. Though their initial investments were modest, they had doubled in just 7 days, an astonishing rate of profit. They felt a mix of excitement and regret, thrilled to have benefited from Brother Xiao's insight, but lamenting why they hadn't invested more. They could have scraped together more funds, even if it meant selling everything. As for Song Shu, he felt as though he were floating in a dream. His total assets had skyrocketed from an initial 850,000 to over 1,600,000. He had netted nearly 810,000 in just 7 days. Not only had he recouped the money he had borrowed against his house, but he had also made a profit of over 80,000. These days, Song Shu felt elated, constantly sporting a silly grin, feeling a warm connection with everyone. Previously, he had found it jarring to see Xiao Lingling, but now, when he spotted her cruising by in a Mercedes with some guy, he felt no stirrings of envy, even finding it somewhat amusing. A Mercedes S-Class? It doesn't seem that impressive after all. Once Brother Xiao helps him earn a few more bucks, he could buy one too. But just as the stock reached its limit, Chen Xiao suddenly spoke up. All right, prepare to liquidate. Huh? Liquidate? Song Shu was taken aback. Brother Xiao, it just hit limit up. At this rate, it could rise again tomorrow. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng also shared puzzled expressions. Chen Xiao shook his head. It's time. Extremes lead to reversals. The line has risen too steeply, and the risk has accumulated to a high level. It could collapse at any moment. We mustn't be greedy for one last gain. Securing our profits is paramount. With that, he was the first to place a sell order on his account. Although it was at the limit price, the buy orders below were still densely packed, and his substantial shares were quickly absorbed by the market. The available balance in his account instantly displayed a dazzling array of numbers. 15,843, 554 yuan, with an initial investment of 131 million. His total assets had soared to 84 million in just 8 trading days. The net profit reached a staggering 712,000. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. Holy crap. Over 15 million. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng stared at the numbers on Chen Xiao's phone, their eyes nearly popping out. Song Shu immediately followed suit, selling all the stocks in his account. As he looked at the over 166,000 cash lying in his account, he trembled with excitement. Chen Xiao then assisted Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng in selling their stocks as well. Lu Nanzhou's account showed 9,743 yuan. Zhou Heng's account balance stood at 11,692 yuan. The transaction was complete, and joy reigned supreme as he beheld the mobile banking notification indicating an influx of over 6 million yuan. Song Shu's hands trembled so violently that he nearly dropped his phone. He verified the information repeatedly before daring to believe it was indeed true. Over 6 million. In less than 10 days, not only had he repaid the mortgage on his house, but he had also netted over 800,000 yuan. With his voice choked with emotion, Song Shu could scarcely articulate his excitement, merely gazing at Chen Xiao with a foolish grin. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng, though they had only profited a few thousand, were envious, their eyes reddening at the sight of Song Shu's sudden fortune. Damn it, how could I have not invested more at the outset? Lu Nanzhou banged his thigh in frustration. Indeed, had I known, I would have saved every penny mint for meals and gambled it all. Zhou Heng echoed his sentiment, both of them watching Song Shu's blissful expression with a bittersweet pang, but ultimately feeling happiness for their brother. All right, enough standing around like fools, Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, throwing an arm around Song Shu's neck, and then called out to Chen Xiao. Xiao Ge, we must celebrate today. A grand celebration. I'll treat. No, wait. Old Song will treat. Old Song is now a millionaire. Yes. Old Song will treat. Zhou Heng joined in the raucous cheer. Song Shu wiped his face, nodding vigorously. Treat. Absolutely. Choose the place. I'll cover the bill. He now felt emboldened. Not so fast. Chen Xiao chuckled. I promise a treat. Come on. I know a nice restaurant nearby. Xiao Ge is generous. Xiao Ge is valiant. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng immediately shifted their allegiance, rallying around Chen Xiao and the still-day Song Shu as they triumphantly exited the dormitory. Upon arriving at the restaurant Chen Xiao mentioned, they found the ambience refined, exuding an air of sophistication. Once inside the private room, Song Shu eagerly ordered an abundance of dishes and even opened a fine bottle of wine. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng excitedly recounted their thrilling journey with the stock market, repeatedly marveling at Chen Xiao's incredible maneuvers. Song Shu, feeling utterly liberated, toasted Chen Xiao with cup after cup, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Xiao Ge, thank you, Xiao Ge, you are like a brother to me. His eyes brimming with admiration. Chen Xiao merely smiled, occasionally clinking glasses with them. Observing the genuine joy radiating from his roommates, his mood soared. While earning money was important, the exhilaration of soaring alongside his brothers was an even greater delight. After a satisfying meal, the four prepared to depart. Just as they pulled open the door to the private room, a group of fashionably attired young men and women, laughing and chatting, sauntered in. At the forefront was a girl in a pink dress, affectionately linked to a young man adorned with a gold chain. Upon seeing the girl in the pink dress, Song Shu's smile instantly froze. Chen Xiao, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng recognized them as well. It was none other than Xia Lingling, her friend Ning Weiwei, and the wealthy young man Cheng Xuan, who drove a Mercedes. Xia Lingling, oblivious to their presence, was sweetly imploring Cheng Xuan and Ge, you must help me secure the top spot in tonight's PK event. The task reward is so crucial for me. Cheng Xuan, wrapping his arm around her waist, responded smugly, don't worry, Lingling, it's a piece of cake. Just a matter of showering a few gifts. I've got plenty of money. I'll ensure you shine bright at number 1 tonight. Ning Weiwei chimed in with flattery. Wow. And Ge's so handsome. So manly. Lingling, you've really hit the jackpot. Way better than that last guy. What was his name? Much stronger. That poor wretch probably couldn't even afford to send you a rocket. Xia Lingling scoffed. Don't mention him. It's bad luck. Being with him, I couldn't even afford decent clothes, had to settle for discounts just to eat. Unlike now, with Ge, I can buy whatever I want. Now that's living. She flaunted her brand new designer handbag with pride, her face alight with satisfaction. Chapter 16. Tonight, let her weep. Xia Lingling and Ning Weiwei's barbed remarks pierced through to Chen Xiao and his companions as they opened the private room door. Particularly, Ning Weiwei's taunt about being a poor wretch and Xia Lingling's disdainful comment about bad luck felt like needles pricking Song Shu's heart. Damn it! What are they saying? Lu Nanzhou fumed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront them. Zhou Heng's expression darkened, also preparing to step forward. Enough! Song Shu firmly grasped both of them, his face pale, yet his gaze remarkably calm. He did not wish to engage in conflict with Xia Lingling and that man in such a setting. It was pointless and would only serve to humiliate him further. Chen Xiao glanced at Song Shu without uttering a word, simply patting his shoulder. The four turned in silence to leave. Just then, Xia Lingling, being led by Chen Xiao, caught sight of them, particularly focusing on Song Shu at the forefront. Her steps faltered momentarily. Then, as if encountering something revolting, she swiftly turned away, a blatant expression of disdain and contempt marring her features. That glance, that expression, was more hurtful than the words spoken moments ago. Song Shu's body stiffened imperceptibly. His hands clenched at his sides, nails nearly digging into his flesh. Stepping out of the restaurant, the evening breeze caressed his face, carrying a hint of chill. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were still seething with indignation. What piece of work that girl is. And her little boyfriend, strutting around like a peacock. Lu Nanzhou cursed. Exactly. And her friend isn't any better. What does she mean by poor wretch? Damn it, I'm furious. Zhou Heng echoed, his anger palpable. Old Song. We shouldn't have held back earlier. We should have confronted them. Song Shu forced a smile, shaking his head. Let it go. It's pointless to argue with them. Though he spoke of letting it go, the grimace on his face betrayed his inner turmoil. The joy of earning a significant sum today had been considerably dulled by that brief encounter, replaced by an indescribable sense of frustration and fury. How can we let this go? Lu Nanzhou's eyes lit up suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, thumping his thigh. Damn it. We can't let her get away with this. Didn't she mention something about a PK event? To claim the top spot? And complete some task? Zhou Heng quickly caught on, right? Xia Lingling, that green tea type who streams every night? I believe it's on a platform called Starlight. Lu Nanzhou grinned mischievously, looking at Song Shu and Chen Xiao, his eyes glinting with mischief. Boys, we just made some money with Xiao Gu today, right? Not a lot. But we can't let it go to waste. He grew increasingly animated. Here, that's what we'll do. Since she's competing tonight, let us head to her opponent's live stream. We'll gift her opponent. If she wants to claim the top spot, we'll ensure she can't. If she has a task to complete, we'll make sure it's impossible. Let her experience what true despair feels like. Yes, let us do it. Zhou Heng was equally exhilarated. Even though we don't have much money, we can still give her a hard time. Let her understand. Don't underestimate the youth of the impoverished. As Song Shu listened to his brothers, the pent-up frustration and anger within him seemed to find an outlet. Indeed, direct confrontation was futile, but to make her stumble in her most cherished domain, to show her that he was not merely a soft target to be toyed with, was a far more satisfying prospect. He lifted his head, looking at Chen Xiao with a mix of inquiry and anticipation in his eyes. Chen Xiao smiled, saying nothing, but merely conveyed a look that signaled it's your call. Taking a deep breath, Song Shu's face broke into a relieved smile, nodding decisively. All right, we'll do it. Damn it. I want to be able to sleep tonight if I don't get this off my chest. He cast a grateful glance towards Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng, expressing his appreciation. Thank you, my brothers. He then turned to Chen Xiao, his eyes filled with sincerity. Xiao Gu, I'm truly grateful to you. Without your support, I wouldn't even have the means to despise her. Had it not been for Xiao Gu guiding him in stock trading, he would not have the luxury of resting on over 160,000 in his account. He might have struggled to scrape together even a modest sum to treat Xia Lingling's rival to a meal. Enough of this triviality. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. You can manage your evening as you see fit. If you find yourself short of funds, just let me know. Song Shu nodded vigorously, feeling warmth spread through his heart. Let us go. Back to the dormitory. We need to strategize. Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Song Shu's shoulders with excitement. It's a must. Tonight, we must make that green tea weep. Zhou Heng rolled up his sleeves in anticipation. The four of them took a taxi back to the school, the earlier displeasure dissipating in the wake of their revenge plot, and the atmosphere became lively once more. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room of a restaurant, the table was laden with dishes as Chen Xiao embraced Xia Lingling, with Ning Weiwei seated nearby. The three clinked glasses, the atmosphere vibrant. Lingling, were those people at the entrance acquaintances of yours? Chen Xiao casually inquired, sipping his red wine. Xia Lingling scoffed, just a pitiful, blind fool from my past. She leaned against Chen Xiao, her voice flirtatious. He's the one I mentioned to you, from our school called Song Shu. His family is destitute. It's a struggle just to buy me a decent handbag. Being with him was simply a waste of my youth. Ning Weiwei chimed in, indeed, and go. Lingling's decision to break up with him was undeniably wise. Just look at how poorly those fellows are dressed. Combined, they probably wouldn't team match the price of your belt. Compared to you, it's like heaven and earth. Chen Xiao's face broke into a smug smile, tightening his embrace around Xie Lingling. Don't worry, sweetheart. The past is behind us. With me around, you'll have all the luxuries you desire. Whatever you wish for, I shall procure. Thank you and go. You treat me the best, Xie Lingling said, planting a kiss on Chen Xiao's cheek before playfully adding, so and go. You must help me tonight at the Starry Platform SPK event. The rewards from this event are crucial for me. If I secure the top spot, the platform will provide me with significant promotional resources. Chen Xiao laughed heartily. What a small matter. It's merely about showering gifts. Rest assured tonight, no one will take the top spot, but you. He pinched Xie Lingling's chin, his gaze sweeping over her. As long as you stick with me. Xie Lingling playfully hit Chen Xiao, then leaned in close, whispering sweetly, as long as you help me secure the top spot, you can have whatever you desire. Weiwei admires you too. Ning Weiwei blushed at this, casting an expectant glance at Chen Xiao without protest. Chen Xiao was so exhilarated he nearly jumped up. Ha! Excellent. I promise, even if I exhaust my card tonight, I will ensure you triumph gloriously. He envisioned the splendid scene where he would lavishly spend to help Xie Lingling ascend to the pinnacle, relishing in the shared joy. As for the impoverished ex-boyfriend encountered earlier, he had already been cast aside, deemed insignificant. Chapter 17. Accepting the stakes. On the other hand, as the night deepened and the city lights began to twinkle, Bai Jie returned home, her weary body dragging behind her. She kicked off her high heels at the entrance and sank into the soft embrace of the living room sofa. Exhaling deeply, the year-end inventory at the store had been a taxing endeavor, draining much of her energy. Just as she closed her eyes to rest, her phone buzzed incessantly with WeChat notifications. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Jie reached for her phone, illuminating the screen. It was the trio's group chat from her friends, the sisters riding the wind and waves. The messages were from Gu Qingli, filled with a flurry of exclamation marks and astonished emojis. Gu Qingli, oh my goodness. Yeah. Come out and see this miracle. Gu Qingli, your Xiao invested in Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical. It's insane. Truly insane. Gu Qingli, 7 consecutive limits. A full 7 limit ups. I hadn't paid much attention to this stock, but after reviewing it today, it absolutely blindsided me. What luck this guy has. No, this can't just be luck. Initially, Bai Jie felt a bit dazed, but upon reading Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical and 7 consecutive limits, she jolted awake, the drowsiness fading. She sat upright, her heart racing uncontrollably. Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical? Was it that the stock where Xiao had poured in over 7 million? 7 limit ups? How could this be possible? Just a couple of days ago, when she checked, the stock price was barely holding on. Didn't Qingli mention it was a poor choice and urge her to convince Xiao to sell? The overwhelming shock left Bai Jie momentarily stunned, her fingers trembling slightly as she typed a response. Boy, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it really Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical? Did it truly rise this much? As soon as she sent the message, Bai Jie's heart raced even faster. Gu Qingli replied almost instantly. Gu Qingli, of course I'm not mistaken. Do you think I misread the K-line chart? Look it up yourself on the software, code 67XX89. It's another limit up today, locked in tight. 7 consecutive limits. This guy has an incredible eye. How did he even discover this stock? Upon seeing Gu Qingli's affirmative response, Bai Jie felt her mind whirl, momentarily lost. What would the value of the 700,000 Chen Xiao had invested become with 7 limit ups? She dared not dwell on the number, her heart pounding so fiercely she felt breathless. However, before she could fully process this tremendous shock, another message from Gu Qingli arrived, her tone shifting from excitement to seriousness. Gu Qingli, but Jie, I've just heard some news. Blue Ocean's surge has attracted regulatory attention. And since the main investors have made substantial profits, they will likely unload their shares tomorrow. You need to warn Xiao. If he hasn't sold by today, he must do so at market open tomorrow. Even if it means taking a loss, he must cut his losses. Otherwise, his profits could vanish in a day. Reading Gu Qingli's warning, Bai Jie felt her heart drop again. Yes, such a rapid rise would surely lead to a fall. Okay. I'll tell him right away. Bai Jie quickly exited the group chat and found Chen Xiao's WeChat profile, taking a deep breath before typing hurriedly. Bai Jie, Xiao, how is that Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical doing? I just heard from Qingli that it's been on consecutive limit ups. She also said it might plummet tomorrow. Urging you to sell. You haven't lost out, have you? After sending the message, Bai Jia felt her heart leap in her throat, fixated on the screen. After several tense seconds, Chen Xiao's reply came. First, he sent a screenshot, revealing his transaction record for Blue Ocean Pharmaceutical, clearly showing a sell transaction at today's limit price. Then came another screenshot, displaying the balance of his securities account. The long string of numbers dazzled Bai Jia's eyes. She counted several times before confirming that it represented over 15 million. Chen Xiao, no losses, made a small profit. Chen Xiao, Aunt Bai, see? I told you I had it under control, right? Staring at the astonishing figure, Bai Jia felt as though her brain was on the verge of crashing. A small profit? This was merely a small profit? Investing over 8 million. And in less than 10 days, it had transformed into over 15 million. A net gain of over 7 million. This is simply faster than a money printing machine. Bai Jia felt as if she were in a dream. She pinched her thigh with considerable force, and the sharp sensation reassured her that all of this was indeed real. That boy, who still appeared to her as a child, had astonishingly created such remarkable wealth in a brief span of time, through means she could not fathom. The overwhelming shock rendered Bai Jia momentarily speechless. Yet, before she could fully recover from her astonishment, Chen Xiao's next message arrived. This time, it was a screenshot of an order from a shopping platform. Prominently displayed was the black camisole nightgown that Chen Xiao had shown her a few days prior, with the order status indicating it had been paid and was awaiting shipment. Jindio, I'll bet sabet on boy. Zing. Bai Jia felt a rush of heat surge to her head. It suddenly struck her, the ludicrous wager she had made with Chen Xiao. This mischievous boy, has he truly become so forgetful after earning money? He actually dared to buy it. A blend of embarrassment and an indescribable sense of panic tangled within her, leaving Bai Jia in a state of disarray. Holding her phone, she jabbed at the screen for quite a while, finally typing out 2 irate words. Boye stondre. She then disregarded Chen Xiao entirely, her cheeks flushed, and opened the group chat for the Sisters of Sisters who break the waves. She made an effort to calm her racing heart, and replied to Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing. Boye, Xingli. That Xiao Xiao sold Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals today when it reached its peak. Bai Jia. Attached is the balance screenshot sent by Chen Xiao. Bai Jia. He claimed he made a bit of money. After sending the message, silence enveloped the group for a few seconds. Then, Gu Qingli's response bombarded the chat like fireworks. Gu Qingli, what the hell? Gu Qingli, 15 million. Sold at the highest point. Over 7 million in profit. Yeah. Are you sure this is real? Is your Xiao Xiao a reincarnation of a stock god? Gu Qingli. I was just worrying he would have to cut losses and run. What a joke. He had already cashed out at the top of the mountain. This maneuver. This judgment. Incredible. Gu Qingli, no way. Yeah. Next time, you absolutely must bring him out to dinner. I must meet this young stock god. I'm increasingly intrigued by your Xiao Xiao. Even the usually composed Xia Wanqing chimed in. Xiao Wanqing. Over 7 million in just a few days is indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Qingli is right. Jia, your Xiao Xiao is quite extraordinary. If given the opportunity, I genuinely wish to meet him. Observing the equally astonished reactions of her 2 close friends, Bai Jia felt a tumult of emotions within her. There was a surreal sense of disorientation, alongside an inexplicable feeling of pride. However, the thought of that bet made her cheeks flush once more. That little brat was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Chapter 18. Stealing the tower for the kill. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already past 8 in the evening. Lu Nanzhou plopped down in a chair, grumbling angrily. Damn, that was truly frustrating. Lao Shong, is that green TBTCH live right now? We must deal with her. Zhou Heng leaned in, urging, hurry, Lao Song, check on your phone. See if that wretched Xia Lingling is streaming on the Starlight platform. We must avenge ourselves today. With the 2 of them pressing him, the frustration within Song Shu reignited. He took out his phone and opened the familiar Starlight Live app. Sure enough, searching for Lingling the Fairy, the profile picture was glowing bright. Upon entering, the screen immediately revealed Xia Lingling's exquisitely made-up face. She donned a pink low-cut camisole dress, posing flirtatiously for the camera with a voice dripping with sweetness. Welcome, Anren Gij, to Lingling's live stream. You look so handsome today. Thank you for the little hearts sent for love. The live stream was bustling with activity. The barrage of comments scrolling rapidly, mostly filled with flattery and sycophantic remarks. In one corner of the screen, the PK bar displayed that Xia Lingling was currently engaged in a live PK with another female streamer. The opposing streamer appeared to have much less popularity, trailing far behind in the PK bar, desperately soliciting votes. Family, that big brother on the other side is too fierce. We can't hold on. Woe is me on Xia Lingling's side. An account bearing the ID Anren Ruomeng stood out prominently, belonging to Chen Xiao. He seemed to have just entered the live stream, not having gifted much yet, but Xia Lingling was already calling him Ng with excessive familiarity. Ng, it seems they're trying to steal the tower over there. I'm so scared. Xia Lingling feigned a pitiful expression toward the camera, her gaze, however, darting toward the gift leaderboard beside the PK bar. Lu Nanzhou scoffed. Damn, she can really put on an act. Just then, with only 30 seconds remaining in the PK time, Chen Xiao's profile lit up, and the screen erupted with a dazzling animation effect. One of the most expensive gifts on the Starlight platform, the Starry Carnival. One carnival costs 3,000. Anren Ruomeng sent Starry Carnival X1. The immense gift effect nearly engulfed the entire screen, causing Xia Lingling's PK bar to surge ahead dramatically, crushing the opposing female streamer. Wow, thank you, Ng. Ng is magnificent. Ng is so powerful. Xia Lingling, ecstatic, stood up from her chair, blowing kisses at the camera, her bosom tantalizingly visible. Ng, you are amazing. Love you. The live stream chat exploded in excitement. What the hell? Ng is incredible. The carnival, a true wealthy patron. Lingling's top spot is secure. The opposing streamer could log off now, haha. Hearing Xia Lingling's ear-piercing gratitude, Song Shu's expression turned cold. It was this vanity that revealed her most hideous side. Lao Song, do it. Lu Nanzhou growled. Do it. Zhou Heng clenched his fists tightly. Song Shu took a deep breath, his fingers flying across the phone screen. He located the live stream of the opposing female streamer, entered the recharge page without a moment's hesitation. Looking at the balance in his account for the first time, he thought, money is truly a marvelous thing. Only 5 seconds remained in the PK time. 4, 3. Xia Lingling's smile had reached an apex of smugness, even beginning to preemptively thank. Thank you for the support, family. Thank you, Ng. We are definitely winning this PK. 2. In that instant, the screen in the opposing female streamer's live room exploded. An even more dazzling and extravagant effect than Chen Xiao's carnival soared into the air. Shu sent Starry Carnival X1. Shu sent Starry Carnival X1. 2. A total of 2 Starry Carnivals, valued at 6,000. Like 2 heavy bombs, they were instantly dropped. The opposing PK bar surged ahead, far surpassing Xia Lingling. PK concluded. The outcome was determined. What the hell? Stealing the tower. A decisive kill. Incredible. Shu is magnificent. Where did this wealthy patron come from? 2 carnivals. My heavens. The opposing female streamer's live room erupted into a frenzy. The streamer, who had just moments ago been wearing a frown, was now overwhelmed with excitement. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Shu. Thank you, Big Brother. You are so powerful. Woe is me, I am so excited. Thank you, Big Brother. She bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Meanwhile, on Xia Lingling's side, the live stream descended into utter silence. Xia Lingling's smile froze entirely, her eyes widening in disbelief as if she could not fathom what she was witnessing. She fixated on the account with a single character ID that had just extravagantly bestowed 2 extravagant gifts. This ID was all too familiar to her. Song Shu. It was he, the very ex-boyfriend she had despised, whom she had discarded like refuse. How could he possibly afford 2 extravagant gifts? 6,000 yuan. Where did he acquire such funds? The overwhelming shock, disbelief, and the humiliation of being publicly slapped in the face instantly shattered Xia Lingling's composure. Her face transitioned from crimson to pale, and then to a sickly hue, her hand trembling slightly from the force with which she gripped her phone. Ha ha! The dormitory 302 erupted into raucous laughter. Wow, this is exhilarating. Absolutely delightful. Lu Nanzhou laughed until tears streamed down his face, vigorously patting Song Shu's shoulder. Old Song, incredible. Did you see that green tea's expression? She looked as if she had consumed something foul. Ha ha ha. A perfect execution. It's textbook-level tower stealing. Zhou Heng was also laughing uncontrollably. 6,000 yuan? What a splendid blow. Truly marvelous. It has left that pair of scoundrels questioning their existence. Song Shu gazed at the screen, observing Xia Lingling's furious expression, and felt a long-suppressed rage finally erupt at that moment. He laughed, a genuine laugh filled with satisfaction. It turned out that the sensation of using money to strike back felt so invigorating. Chen Xiao leaned back in her chair, watching everything unfold on the screen, glancing at her 3 roommates, who were flushed with excitement, and a smile crept onto her lips. The grievances of youth are sometimes so straightforward. However, if 6,000 yuan could rattle Xia Lingling to such an extent, it seemed that the lofty status of Chen Xiao in her eyes was not so formidable after all. The live broadcast continued, but Xia Lingling had lost all desire to continue. She picked up another phone beside her, opened WeChat, located Chen Xiao's profile, and sent a flurry of crying emojis. Lingling Fairy, woo and go, I lost. Lingling Fairy, that ID Shu is my ex-boyfriend Song Shu, the one I told you about. The penniless loser. He must be going crazy, gifting 2 extravagant items to my rival. He is doing this to annoy me. Lingling Fairy, I'm so furious. He must be pretending to be wealthy. Lingling Fairy, and go, I can't swallow this. I had prepared a new outfit for tonight's celebration. Woo. Beside her, Chen Xiao, who was embracing Ning Weiwei, caught sight of Xia Lingling's WeChat message and instinctively glanced at her, his smile vanishing instantly. Song Shu, that penniless loser? He gifted 2 extravagant items? His initial reaction was disbelief. Where could that guy possibly get the money? But then, a surge of anger washed over him. How dare a man spurned by his woman slap him in the face in a live stream and make his newly acquired girl feel aggrieved? This was intolerable. When had Chen Xiao ever endured such humiliation? And Ran Ruomeng, damn, that worthless fool. P.S. asking for trouble. And Ran Ruomeng, baby, don't cry. It's just 2 extravagant items. It's nothing. Just continue your broadcast. Let us have another PK. And Ran Ruomeng, tell me who you want to target. I'll snatch that top spot for you. And I'll crush that loser Song Shu beneath my heel, so he knows who his superior is. Looking at Chung San's reply, Xia Lingling's tears transformed into a smile, her earlier grievances evaporating, replaced by delight and anticipation. Lingling Fairy, MMHM, thank you Ngu. You're the best. Mu, Lingling Fairy, so, Ngu, shall I go match with the next opponent now? And Ran Ruomeng, yes. Match someone formidable. Today, I'll make an example out of them. Let everyone witness the consequences of opposing Chen Xiao. Putting down her phone, Chen Xiao's expression darkened. He was eager to see just how much money that penniless loser Song Shu had to play with. Tonight, if he didn't press that brat into the ground until he cried, he wouldn't deserve to have his name written right side up. Chapter 19, PK, First Snow. In dormitory 302, the excitement from the earlier triumphant moment had yet to subside. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were still animatedly recounting Xia Lingling's face as it changed from red to green to pale, laughing like 2 oversized children. Song Shu reclined in his chair, a relaxed smile adorning his face. The 6,000 yuan he had just spent, watching Xia Lingling and Chen Xiao suffer, seemed to wash away all the pin-up frustration he had felt for so long, leaving him utterly exhilarated. Old Song, don't log off. Let us see if that green tea continues to broadcast. Lu Nanzhou urged, leaning towards Song Shu's phone. Yes, yes. Let us see if she has the audacity to continue. She is probably too furious to stay online. Zhou Heng chimed in. Song Shu nodded, swiping his finger across the screen to re-enter Xia Lingling's live stream. As soon as the image loaded, he saw Xia Lingling adjusting her headset, her face still adorned with a somewhat forced sweet smile. All right, my dear viewers, that was just a minor mishap. Winning or losing in a PK is entirely normal. Xia Lingling's tone remained melodious, but upon closer inspection, one could detect a barely concealed bitterness. Thanks to Ngu for his support. Now, let us continue matching and strive to win back the next round. As she spoke, she expertly tapped the button for random matching. The matching will spun rapidly, and moments later, it came to a halt. A split screen appeared, displaying the avatar and name of the opposing streamer, First Snow. On the screen was a girl dressed in a simple white training outfit, her long black hair casually tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a delicately beautiful profile. She appeared to have just finished practicing, with fine beads of sweat at her temples, gently wiping her face with a towel, her expression calm, seemingly indifferent to the sudden PK invitation. Holy smokes, it's Yen Chuxue. In dormitory 302, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng simultaneously gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even the usually composed Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow upon seeing that strikingly beautiful face on the screen. They had matched with Yen Chuxue. Xia Lingling was momentarily taken aback, but then her face lit up with unabashed excitement and jealousy. Yen Chuxue, the woman who had been elevated to stardom in school solely based on her looks, always presenting herself as aloof and above the fray, yet here she was, live streaming for cash. Perfect. Today, she would trample her underfoot in front of the entire audience, demonstrating what true prowess entailed. Ah, it's Senior Chuxue. 11e Langling feignet de surprise. Covering her mouth, though her tone dripped with provocation. Senior, shall we have a PK? Yen Chuxue glanced up, casting a cool glance at the screen. Her voice devoid of emotion, sure. It seemed that for her, battling anyone was the same. Such indifference only served to provoke Xia Lingling further. She immediately addressed the camera, her voice syrupy sweet. Ngu, the opponent is our school's flower. Yen Chuxue. I really want to win against her just once. Chen Xiao. On the other end of the screen, brightened at the sight of Yin Chuxue. This girl was indeed exceptional. She was more compelling than both Xie Lingling and Ning Weiwei combined. However, it was now time to stand up for his woman. Without hesitation, he tapped on the screen and ran Ruomeng sent Starry Carnival X1. And ran Ruomeng sent Starry Carnival X2. And Ruomeng sends out 10 Starry Carnival. 10. A full 10 Starry Carnivals. 30,000. The dazzling effects erupted in Xie Lingling's livestream, causing the PK bar to surge dramatically, leaving Yin Chuxue's side with barely a sliver of health. Wow. Thank you. Ange, you are so handsome. Love you. Xie Lingling exclaimed in excitement, continuously blowing kisses to the camera, declaring that today was the day to help her win. Unlike certain impoverished souls who think they're wealthy just because they splash a couple of gifts. Ha! Her words were pointed, and many in a live stream picked up on it, flooding the screen with comments. Haha, Lingling is right. Ange is magnificent. This is the true big brother. I feel sorry for the school beauty opposite. Against Ange, she can only concede defeat. The atmosphere in Yin Chuxue's livestream was one of lamentation. What the heck? 10 carnivals? What can we do about this? The opponent's big brother is too fierce. It's over. It's over. Xue Biao is going to lose. Don't cry. Xue Biao, we did our best. Yin Chuxue, watching the rapidly scrolling bullet comments and the nearly crushed PK bar, remained expressionless, quietly taking a sip from her cup. To her, winning or losing seemed truly unimportant. However, in Dorm 302, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were fuming. Damn it, those arrogant bastards. Lu Nanzhou slammed the table, exclaiming that they were bullying Xue Biao because no one was standing up for her. Lao Sheng, go. We can't let this slide. Zhou Heng was also anxious. They couldn't allow the school beauty to be bullied by that scheming girl. Song Shu, observing Yin Chuxue's serene profile on the screen and Xie Lingling's smug expression, particularly her earlier veiled insult, felt a fire igniting within him once more. He said nothing but silently opened the recharge page, then located the gift button in Yin Chuxue's livestream. The next moment, in Yin Chuxue's livestream, the screen seemed to explode like a nuclear bomb. Shu sends out Starry Carnival X1. Shu sends out Starry Carnival X2. Shu sends out Starry Carnival X10. Shu sends out Starry Carnival X20. 20. A full 20 Starry Carnivals. 60,000. More than double what Chen Xiao had just sent. The dazzling effects nearly blinded everyone. Yin Chuxue's PK bar instantly surpassed and ruthlessly ground Xie Lingling's PK bar into the ground, before the audience could fully digest this wave of shock. 2 more notifications popped up on the screen. Jiang Nanzhou assists in sending out Starry Carnival X1. Heng Xingjie sends out Starry Carnival X1. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng, without hesitation, contributed a carnival each from the money they had just received. What the heck? 22 Starry Carnivals. My goodness. The book god. The book god has arrived. Xue Biao has won. Xue Biao is magnificent. Who is this book big brother? So powerful. Yin Chuxue's livestream was in complete uproar. The bullet comments flew by rapidly, and the gift effects never ceased. Everyone was stunned by this sudden display of wealth. Yin Chuxue gazed at the wildly bouncing PK bar and the ID shoe, a flicker of surprise and confusion passing through her cool eyes. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Xie Lingling's livestream plummeted to sub-zero. The smile faded from Xie Lingling's face, replaced by disbelief and extreme embarrassment. Her face flushed a mixture of red and white, as if she had been slapped several times. Song Shu. Again, it's Song Shu. How could he possibly have so much money? Over 20 carnivals. 70 to 80,000. Has he gone mad? Chen Xiao's expression also turned extremely grim. He had just boasted about crushing the opponent, only to be swiftly retaliated against with double the amount. This was an utter humiliation. Xie Lingling subtly tugged at Chen Xiao's sleeve from under the table, her eyes filled with grievance and pleading. Beside her, Ning Weiwei cast an expectant yet adoring glance. Chen Xiao, feeling the weight of Xie Lingling and Ning Weiwei's gazes, glanced at his bank balance, and an internal struggle began. Should he send more? His monthly allowance was only around 100,000, and having already spent 30,000, if he didn't send more, he would lose face today. How could he continue to navigate the live streaming platform? How could he look up to Xie Lingling and Ning Weiwei? Damn it, I'm all in. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, opened the recharge page, and then, with determination, pressed the gift button in Xie Lingling's live stream. Anren Ruomeng sends out Starry Carnival X10. Anren Ruomeng sends out Starry Carnival X20. Anren Ruomeng sends out Starry Carnival X50. 50. A full 50 Starry Carnivals. 150,000. This time, Chen Xiao had nearly wagered his entire monthly allowance. This was more than double what Song Shu had sent earlier. In Xie Lingling's livestream, The PK bar surged ahead once more, crushing Yin Chuxue and leaving her far behind. Ah! Upon seeing the effects of the 50 carnivals on the screen, Xia Lingling leaped up from her chair in sheer excitement. Thank you, Inch. I love you, Inch. You are amazing. She screamed incoherently, blowing kisses at the camera, her face alight with joy and adoration. Inch is the strongest. Long live Inch. Chapter 20. Losing both the wife and the soldiers. Inside Xia Lingling's livestream, the bullet comments were filled with exclamations and praises for Chen Xiao. Xia Lingling stood before the screen, her face betraying her uncontainable elation, constantly blowing kisses of gratitude to the camera. In Yin Chuxue's livestream, however, there was a profound silence. Fans lamented, flooding the comments with despair, expressing sorrow for Xue Biao. Yin Chuxue gazed at the screen, a slight ripple of emotion finally appearing on her cool visage, though it was merely a faint furrow of her brow. In Dorm 302, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng stared at the 50 carnival effects on screen, utterly dumbfounded. What the heck, 50? Lu Nanzhou gasped in disbelief, his voice trembling. That was 30,000, another 30,000, 150,000. This big spender. How could we possibly compete? Zhou Heng was equally bewildered. The few thousand he had spent barely made a splash. Song Shu looked at Yin Chuxue's almost empty health bar, then at Xia Lingling's triumphant demeanor, and the anger within him only intensified. He had 160,000 in his account and could afford it. But was it worth it to spend that money just to irritate Xia Lingling? He hesitated. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng also looked at him. Though they felt anxious for Yin Chuxue, they were also intimidated by Chen Xiao's bold move, and they couldn't bring themselves to suggest that Song Shu keep spending. Just as the three of them were in turmoil, Chen Xiao, who had been mostly quiet, spoke up. He gazed at Yin Chuxue's serene profile on the screen and said softly, "I'll do it." The three of them were taken aback and turned to Chen Xiao. Without further ado, Chen Xiao pulled out his phone and opened the recharge page on the Starlight platform. The next moment, in Yin Chuxue's livestream, the effects on the screen erupted like a volcanic explosion. Xiao sends out Starry Carnival X10. 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 A full 30 sets, 300 Starry Carnivals, valued at 900,000, like a river of stars cascading down. It instantly overwhelmed the entire screen. The once nearly depleted PK bar of Yin Chuxue suddenly surged to its zenith. On the other side, Xia Lingling's PK bar, overwhelmed by the onslaught of 300 carnivals, had no chance to resist and was utterly crushed. On the screen, the blood bar representing Yin Chuxue had reached the far right and continued to extend. The PK was concluded. A monumental victory flashed at the center of Yin Chuxue's livestream screen. After a brief silence, the entire livestream room erupted into unprecedented jubilation. Wow, wow, wow. 300 carnivals. 900,000. My heavens. Where did this divine brother come from? After the book God, it's the Xie God. Snow Baby is won magnificently. Thank you, Xie God. Xie God is incredible. Xie God is mighty. The barrage of comments surged like a tsunami, various gift effects appearing in abundance, as the fans were rendered speechless with excitement. Conversely, Xia Lingling's livestream room exploded not in celebration, but in shock and disbelief. What is happening? What the hell? How much did the opponent spend? Why did the PK bar vanish in an instant? The ecstasy on Xia Lingling's face froze, her gaze fixated on the glaring word defeat and the ID Xia. No, it is impossible. Her mind went blank. In Dormitory 302, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng were utterly dumbfounded. 300 carnivals? 900,000? This figure was astronomical to them. Xia brother. Song Shu's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for Chen Xiao. Wow, 900,000. Not even a blink. Lu Nanzhou felt as if his heart was about to leap from his chest. Zhou Heng's mouth hung agape, unable to close. Xia brother, are you a deity? Chen Xiao merely smiled at his three speechless roommates. He glanced at Yin Chuxue's livestream, where her cool expression also displayed evident astonishment. Yin Chuxue looked at the screen, where the ID Xia was frantically showering gifts, and at the suddenly reversed PK result, for the first time revealing a distinct expression during the livestream. She gently addressed the camera. Thank you, Brother Xia. I sincerely appreciate your support. Her cool voice carried a hint of surprise. Just as Yin Chuxue expressed her gratitude, a system prompt echoed in Chen Xia's mind. Ding. Target. Yin Chuxue, favorability 20. Current favorability, 20. Hearing the system notification, a satisfied smile graced Chen Xia's lips. 900,000? Merely a drop in the ocean. In comparison to this sum, The elevation of Yin Chushue's favorability and the potential future rewards from the system were what he truly valued. This lavish expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Meanwhile, Xia Lingling's complexion could no longer be described as merely unpleasant. She stared at the screen displaying the ID Xia on the verge of collapse. She recognized this ID. Of course, Chen Xiao, the very roommate of Song Shu. How could he possibly possess 900,000? A wave of humiliation and jealousy surged within her, shattering her facade of a little fairy. She glared at the camera, her face contorted. Chen Xiao, what the hell are you pretending for? Why did you spend so much money on that green tea bitch? Are you trying to disgust me on purpose? You will not have a good end. Her invectives were laced with expletives, utterly disregarding the audience in the live stream room. The barrage was immediately inundated with question marks and expressions of shock. The platform's moderators swiftly noted the anomaly. Warning, broadcaster Lingling the Little Fairy has violated livestream content regulations. Please cease immediately. Xia Lingling failed to notice the warning, continuing her frenzied tirade against Chen Xia and Yin Chuxue. Moments later, the livestream screen turned black. Your livestream has been suspended due to violations of platform regulations. Upon seeing the glaring suspension notice on the screen, Xia Lingling's face turned an even deeper shade of ashen. She refreshed the page vigorously. But no matter how many times she tried, the livestream remained inaccessible. It was over. The livestream had been banned. She abruptly turned to Chen Xiao beside her, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, and go. Look, my livestream has been banned, all because of that bastard Chen Xiao. He caused me this trouble. She reached out to grasp Chen Xiao's arm. And go, you should see how upset I am. You must compensate me. I specifically bought new things for tonight. Compensate your ass. However, Chen Xiao's expression was even more grim. He stared at the bank app on his phone, watching 15,000 vanish. Just like that, without yielding any results. Instead, he was slapped in the face with an even larger sum. When had Chen Xiao ever endured such humiliation? Hearing Xia Lingling's continued whining, the fury within him erupted. He violently shook off Xia Lingling's hand, roaring, all you do is cry. Do you even have the face to weep? I spent 15,000 today. 15,000. Do you think my money grows on trees? With your meager skills, you can't even win a PK. His rage intensified. And looking at Xia Lingling's tear-streaked face, he felt repulsed. Damn it. After spending so much money, he ended up losing both the woman and the money. Smack. A crisp slap resounded. Chen Xiao struck Xia Lingling's face with force, causing her to stumble, a vivid red handprint blossoming on her cheek. Xia Lingling was stunned, covering her face, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Why you hit me? Chen Xiao panted heavily, pointing at her. Stop talking nonsense. I spent 15,000 and still Haven T felt satisfied. Now, immediately, go to the hotel and wait for me. Today, I must recoup my 15,000 principal and interest. From you. Shut your mouth. With that, he grabbed the car keys from the table, not sparing a glance at either Xia Lingling or Ning Weiwei, and stormed out of the room in a fit of rage. Chapter 21, Exclusive Dance. In the private room, only Xia Lingling and Ning Weiwei remained. Xia Lingling pressed her stinging cheek, tears mingling with her smeared makeup, her appearance utterly disheveled. Ning Weiwei, who had been silent until now, gazed at Xia Lingling's face, marked by a distinct handprint, momentarily unsure of what to say. Chen Xiao's earlier demeanor had indeed been frightening. Moreover, his remark about 15,000 not being satisfying left her feeling a chill. Her previous fantasies and expectations about Chen Xiao had rapidly cooled. With only the two girls left in the room, the atmosphere grew awkward and oppressive. After a prolonged silence, Ning Weiwei cautiously broke the quiet, tentatively asking, Lingling, are you all right? Xia Lingling abruptly lifted her head, her voice sharp. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you urging me, I would never have. Ning Weiwei felt a bit embarrassed, but maintained her composure. How can this be blamed on me? It's his own incompetence for not being able to outspin the other side. Yet he shifts the blame onto you. Ning Weiwei paused, as if casually inquiring, by the way, who was that Xia who sent the 300 carnivals at the end? You seem to know him? At the mention of that name, Xia Lingling's eyes brimmed with resentment. Who else could it be? It's that Popper Song Shu's roommate, Chen Xiao, a show-off. Who knows where he got the money from? Probably stole it from his family or borrowed at high interest. He is deliberately trying to go against me. He will not have a good end. Chen Xiao, Song Shu's roommate? Ning Weiwei's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing that name. The guy who seemed a bit aloof at the restaurant? He can casually spend 900,000. She recalled that although Chen Xiao had spent 15,000, it was evident he was already at the end of his rope, even lashing out in frustration. Chen Xiao, having spent 900,000 without a flicker of his eyelash. did not utter a single word of frivolity in the aftermath. Such composure, such financial prowess. Ning Weiwei's thoughts were instantly invigorated. Compared to a mere small-time, rich second generation like Chen Xiao, this Chen Xiao appeared to be a truly worthy target for her efforts. She cast a disdainful glance at the still, sobbing Xiao Lingling. What a fool. Yet, this was fortuitous for her own convenience. In Dormitory 302, the impact of the earlier PK battle had yet to fully dissipate. 900,000, Song Shu murmured. The 160,000 profit had already felt like a dream. And witnessing Chen Xiao casually throwing down 900,000 further shattered his perceptions. Damn, 300 of them. I've never seen so much money in my life. Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Chen Xiao, slightly annoyed by their raucousness, chuckled helplessly. All right, quiet down. On the computer screen, Yin Chushue's live stream continued to glow. The previously overwhelming barrage of comments and gift effects had somewhat subsided, yet the liveliness of the stream surged, with countless onlookers filling the screen. Within the frame, Yin Chushue sat in serene silence, her cool gaze fixed on the dazzling top ID Xiao. After a brief moment of silence, she softly spoke, "Thank you, Brother Xiao. For earlier, I truly appreciate it." The comments in the live stream exploded once more. Wow, Xuebao spoke. Xuebao's voice is so lovely. God Xiao, Xuebao is thanking you. Yin Chushue paused, seemingly making a decision. She stood, taking a few steps back to reveal her full figure. Since there is nothing else to offer, I'll dance. Dance? The live stream went utterly wild. Oh my gosh, Xuebao is going to dance. A once-in-a-lifetime event. God Xiao is incredible. He made Xuebao dance. I've been a fan of Xuebao for so long, and this is the first time she is actively wanting to dance. This is definitely a special privilege for God Xiao. In Dormitory 302, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong were so excited they nearly leapt from their chairs. No way. Is it true? Yin Xiaohua is going to dance? Lu Nanzhou's eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible. Brother Xiao, she is dancing for you. Zhou Hong was filled with envy and jealousy. How many big shots had brushed gifts her way, yet she had been indifferent to them. And today, she was willingly offering to dance. Song Shu watched, entranced, his admiration for Chen Xiao reaching new heights. Chen Xiao gazed at the graceful figure on the screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. The music began to play, ethereal and melodious. Yin Chushua moved, clad in a simple white practice outfit, devoid of any extravagant embellishments. The moment she began to dance in tune with the music, the entire live stream seemed to hush. Her movements were expansive and fluid, imbued with a unique charm of classical dance. Her long sleeves fluttered. Every turn, every lift of her gaze was as beautiful as a fairy stepping out of a painting. Her expression remained cool, yet her eyes sparkled with a different light, focused and immersed. There was no pretense, no deliberate attempts to please, only pure beauty, as pristine as the moonlight, untouched by the dust of the world. The barrage of comments paused for a moment before erupting into a fervent frenzy. A fairy descended. Stunningly beautiful. This is the true goddess. God Xiao, this life is complete. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong were utterly spellbound. My goodness, she is so beautiful. Lu Nanzhou murmured. Now this is what dancing is. Zhou Hong was entranced, thinking that compared to her, Xiao Lingling's wriggling was hardly worth mentioning. Song Shu, too, found himself momentarily lost. The last remnants of displeasure stirred by Xia Lingling completely dissipating. After the dance concluded, beads of fine sweat adorned Yin Chushue's forehead. She offered a gentle bow to the camera before hastily signing off, leaving the live stream's audience yearning for more, their screens flooded with comments. Chen Xiao regarded the darkened screen. His spirits notably elevated. 900,000 invested, yielding Yin Chushue's 20 points of affection and an exclusive dance, while also avenging his roommate's grievances. This was indeed a worthwhile exchange. The following day, with no classes in the morning, Chen Xiao indulged in a leisurely slumber. Upon waking, he recalled that the outfit from the wager with Bai Jia should have arrived yesterday, so he strolled to the school's delivery point. As he approached, he spotted a familiar figure. Ning Weiwei, clad in a form-fitting dress and carrying a small bag, stood at the delivery point's entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's approach, her eyes brightened, and she immediately greeted him. Classmate Chen Xiao, what a coincidence. Are you here to pick up a package too? Her tone was laced with an intentional familiarity. Chen Xiao cast a fleeting glance her way, replying coolly, Ning Weiwei appeared undeterred by his indifference. Thank you for your help last night with Chushua. Xia Lingling truly deserved that. She is such a fool. She smoothly aligned herself with Yin Chushua and Chen Xiao while subtly disparaging Xia Lingling. Just a small effort, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, already at the collection window, reporting his mobile number's last digits. The staff swiftly retrieved his package, a modest black bag. Ning Weiwei's eyes flickered as she produced her phone, opening the WeChat QR code and stepping closer to Chen Xiao. Classmate Chen Xiao, I was so impressed by you yesterday. I admire you greatly. May I add you on WeChat? I'd love to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. She leaned in, the scent of her perfume wafting towards him. Chen Xiao took his package without even glancing at her QR code and turned to leave. No need. The three words floated lightly, yet carried a distinct sense of distance. Ning Weiwei's smile faltered, her expression morphing as she watched Chen Xiao depart without a backward glance, a flicker of annoyance and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. How could he be so impervious? However, the more he resisted, the more it ignited her competitive spirit. She refused to believe that with her prowess, she could not capture this seemingly unremarkable young man. Chapter 22. The Transformation of Aunt Bai. Chen Xiao returned home, holding a modest black delivery bag, swaying slightly. Just as he unlocked the door, he saw Bai Jia emerging from the kitchen, a cup of water in hand. Spotting the package in his grasp, she casually inquired, "What did you buy?" "Just a little something," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, striding directly toward Bai Jia's bedroom. Bai Jia paused, instinctively trailing behind. What is so mysterious? Chen Xiao remained silent, shutting the bedroom door behind him and tossing the black plastic bag onto Bai Jia's soft bed. "Why don't you open it and find out?" Chen Xiao leaned against the doorframe, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Bai Jia regarded him with suspicion, approaching the bed and picking up the bag. It felt light, lacking weight. As she tore open the bag, a piece of black fabric slid out, landing on the light-colored sheets. In that instant, as she realized what it was, Bai Jia's face flushed crimson. "Why you?" Embarrassed and angry, she grabbed the garment, intending to throw it at Chen Xiao, but her hand hesitated mid-air as if the fabric burned her. "You little rogue. You actually bought this. Who is going to wear it?" "Losers must comply with the wager, Aunt Bai," Chen Xiao replied languidly, stepping closer, his gaze falling on Bai Jia's flushed cheeks. "I won, and as per our agreement, you must wear it for me to see." "I want to wear it." Bai Jia tossed her clothes onto the bed, her ears flushed with embarrassment. "Quick, take it away. This is mortifying." "What is so embarrassing? It's quite beautiful," Chen Xiao teased, waving the nightgown in front of her. "Come on, try it on. With your figure, it will surely look stunning." "Get lost." Bai Jia stomped her foot in frustration, pushing him away. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside. Click! The door opened, followed by a bright, lively voice. "Mom, I'm back. I'm starving. What is for lunch today?" It was Shun Qingqing, Bai Froze, the color draining from her face in an instant. She shoved Chen Xiao aside and hurriedly tidied her clothes and hair, her eyes darting anxiously to the door. Fortunately, when Chen Xiao had entered, he had closed the bedroom door behind him. "Mom, are you home?" Shun Qingqing's voice grew nearer, seemingly heading towards the kitchen. Bai Jia quickly cleared her throat, striving to make her voice sound normal. "I'm here, just busy with something in the room." "Oh," Shun Qingqing replied, as she seemed to enter the kitchen. "Is the food ready? Is Xiao Gu coming back for lunch today?" Bai Jia's heart raced, terrified that Shun Qingqing might discover Chen Xiao in the house, and worse, in her room. Outside, Shun Qingqing, not receiving an answer, asked again, "Mom, is Xiao Gu coming back?" Bai Jia could hardly dare to speak loudly, fearing her daughter would catch on to something amiss. She forced herself to remain calm, controlling her tone as she replied, "The food is ready, just warming in the pot. Serve yourself. I have something to attend to. Xiao Xiao is having lunch at school today. He wants to be back." "Oh, okay." Shun Qingqing seemed oblivious to any oddity, and Bai Jia heard her rummaging for bowls and chopsticks. "Then I'll eat first. I have to go to school this afternoon." Listening to her daughter eat outside, Bai Jia felt each second stretch painfully long. After what felt like an eternity, she heard Shun Qingqing tidying up and closing the door. "Mom, I'm off to school." Bang! As the front door slammed shut, Bai Jia's taut nerves finally relaxed. "Chen Xiao, you rascal." Once she confirmed her daughter had gone far, Bai Jia exploded, shoving Chen Xiao away, her face aflame with shame and anger as she glared at him. She raised her hand as if to strike him, but Chen Xiao caught her wrist. Gazing into Bai Jia's misty eyes, he felt a stirring in his heart, though his face remained adorned with a smile. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Target, Bai Jia, affection level 3. Current affection level, 70. 70. Chen Xiao's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that his earlier provocation had yielded quite a favorable outcome. The seemingly contradictory Bai Jia was indeed intriguing. All right, Bai Jia, don't be angry. I was just mesmerized by your beauty." Chen Xiao softened his tone. Bai Jia feigned a struggle. "You scared me to death." "What if Qingqing saw?" It won't happen. Chen Xiao gently patted her back in comfort. I'll be more careful next time. Bai Jie observed Chen Xiao's smug demeanor, a mixture of annoyance and amusement washing over her. Ultimately, she merely shot him a resigned glare before turning to head to the bathroom. Chapter 23. Bai Jie's best friend stepping out of Bai Jie's bedroom. Chen Xiao wore a faint smile. The recent system notification about achieving an affection level of 70 lifted his spirits. He hummed a tuneless melody as he made his way to the living room, grabbing his jacket in preparation for a meal out. System, I've reached 70 affection. Is it time for a reward draw? Chen Xiao mused internally. Ding. Bai Jie's affection level has reached 70, granting one chance to draw a prize. Would you like to draw now? Draw. The familiar lottery will spun rapidly in his mind. The pointer finally settled on a golden slot. Master-level piano skills. A surge of vast and intricate knowledge flooded into Chen Xiao's mind. Countless insights about piano techniques, music theory, rhythmic nuances, and every note of timeless masterpieces embedded themselves deeply within his memory and instinct. His fingers seemed to instinctively know how to dance across the keys. His brain could instantly decipher the most complex scores, even sensing the emotional fluctuations of great composers during their creative processes. From Bach's rigor to Chopin's romance. From Beethoven's fervor to Mozart's lightness. In mere seconds, Chen Xiao felt as though he had immersed himself in piano for decades, reaching an astonishing level of understanding and mastery over the instrument. Interesting, Chen Xiao flexed his fingers, a slight smile gracing his lips. While unsure of its immediate utility, he believed in the adage that one could never have too many skills. Who knew when it might come in handy? Moreover, the exhilarating sensation of instantly mastering a top-notch skill was simply delightful. His fingers felt longer and more powerful, and he sensed an ineffable artistic aura enveloping him as he stepped outside, cheerfully seeking a decent restaurant to indulge himself. Not long after Chen Xiao left, Bai Jie emerged from the bathroom. She had changed into a cotton long dress for home, yet felt slightly uneasy, particularly with the memory of her daughter just outside. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. That little rascal is becoming increasingly bold. She walked into the bedroom and spotted the black lace nightgown carelessly tossed on the bed. Her face reddening further. Hastily, she grabbed it and shoved it deep into the wardrobe, wishing to keep it out of sight. Just as she completed this task, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Bai Jie picked it up to find a message from her friend group, Sisters Who Break Through the Waves. Guqingli, ladies, are you free tomorrow? Let's gather at our usual spot. I found a great deal, and I'm feeling generous. It's on me. Xiao Wanqing. No classes tomorrow. I'm in. Bai Jie, I've wrapped up inventory at the shop. I should be free. Guqingli, it's settled then. 12:30 p.m., Yunding Pavilion. Don't be late. Guqingli. By the way, Jie, could you bring that young stock out of yours along? Ever since you told me about his feats, I've been burning with curiosity to meet him. Upon reading Guqingli's message, Bai Jie's fingers paused over her phone. Bring Chen Xiao? She instinctively wanted to refuse. Given their current relationship, how could she possibly bring him to meet her friends? And knowing Qingli's nature, she might inadvertently ask something embarrassing. But then again, recalling how Chen Xiao had helped her with Qingqing's incident, and that Qingli and the others had a good impression of him, it would seem petty to hide him away now that they specifically wanted to meet him. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Jie bit her lip and replied, Bai Jie, I'll ask him. He might not be available. Guqingli, he must be available. Tell him his sisters are treating him to a meal. It's a must. Bossy emoji, Xiao Wanqing. I'm also quite curious. Someone whom Qingli highly praises must be extraordinary. Seeing both her friends insist, Bai Jie sighed, realizing that Chen Xiao could not escape this meal. In the afternoon, at Southeast University, in a lecture hall, Chen Xiao sat bored, listening to an elderly professor drone on about obscure physics formulas when his phone vibrated. He picked it up to see a WeChat message from Bai Jie. Bai Jie, Xiao, are you busy? Chen Xiao. No, just in class. What is up, Bai Jie? Bai Jie, my dear friend, the one I mentioned to you last time, Guqingli, along with Xiao Wanqing, have expressed their desire to invite you to dinner tomorrow as a gesture of gratitude for your assistance with Qingqing's matter. They also wish to become acquainted with you. Would that be convenient for you? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Guqingli, the stunning brokerage beauty? And Xiao Wanqing, a professor at the university? He found himself quite curious about Bai Jie's two friends, particularly Guqingli, who seemed to be quite an impressive figure. Chen Xiao. Sure, that sounds great. When and where? Bai Jie, tomorrow at 12:30 at Yunding. Chen Xiao, all right. Upon receiving Chen Xiao's affirmative response, Bai Jie let out a sigh of relief, though she felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Chen Xiao tucked away his phone while the old professor at the podium continued his lengthy discourse. However, his mind had already begun to wander, contemplating the dinner plans for the next day. After what felt like an eternity, the class bell rang. And just as Chen Xiao began to gather his belongings to leave, he was encircled by his 3 roommates. Xi Lunan approached with an ingratiating smile. Any new ways to make a fortune lately? Let us ride the wave again. Zhou Heng rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yeah, Xi. That last surge with Blue Ocean was exhilarating. When will we have another stroke of luck like that? Though Song Shu remained silent, the eagerness in his eyes was unmistakable. Having made a substantial profit alongside Chen Xiao previously, he had not only repaid his mortgage, but also savored a sweet revenge against Xie Lingling, leaving him in profound admiration for Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao glanced at his 3 expectant roommates and rolled his eyes in resignation. Do you think the stock market is an ATM? You can just withdraw whenever you please? He replied with a hint of irritation. The last time with Teng Fei and Blue Ocean was merely a stroke of luck. I had received some insider information. Now that the buzz has faded, I'm utterly in the dark. If you rush in blindly, you might lose your shirt without even realizing it. He was reluctant to lead his friends into reckless ventures, fearing that any losses could strain their camaraderie. Moreover, he needed to concentrate on his primary objectives and system tasks, with stock trading being merely a secondary pursuit. Oh, no news? Lunan's face fell, resembling a deflated balloon. Then, Xiao Gu, could you look into it further? Your insights are invaluable. Zhou Heng remained undeterred. Research? Please. Focus on your studies. Chen Xiao playfully tapped Zhou Heng on the head. Let us talk later when the opportunity arises. Seeing Chen Xiao's firm stance, the trio, though disappointed, understood that persistence was futile, and they reluctantly acquiesced with sighs. All right then, Lunan said weakly. But remember to keep us in the loop next time. Xiao Gu. Got it. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively as he exited the classroom. The following afternoon, around 11 o'clock, Chen Xiao estimated it was nearly time and hailed a taxi at the school gate. Driver, to Yundingshan, please. Certainly, the driver replied, starting the engine. The taxi merged into the flow of traffic, and the scenery outside swiftly receded. Leaning back in the rear seat, Chen Xiao observed the increasingly vibrant streets, lost in thought. Currently, his cash reserves totaled approximately 16 million. Continuing to rely on taxis felt rather inconvenient. Perhaps it was time to purchase a vehicle? Previously, he had lacked the funds to even consider such a luxury. Now that he was financially stable, acquiring a modest car was well within reach. What should he choose? An ostentatious model seemed unnecessary, yet he also desired something decent. A Mercedes? A BMW? An Audi? Or perhaps a more understated Lexus? Chen Xiao stroked his chin, pondering the dilemma seriously. It appeared that after dinner, a visit to the car market would be in order. The taxi soon arrived at the bustling heart of the city, coming to a halt in front of an impressively grand hotel. We've arrived at Yundingshan. Chen Xiao paid the fare and stepped out. He gazed up at the elegant establishment, where a uniformed doorman greeted him with deference. Well, it seems that Baijia's friends are not to be trifled with, he mused, adjusting his attire before striding inside. Chapter 24, Xiao Wanqing. Yundingshan, a renowned fusion cuisine restaurant in Ninghai City, boasted exquisite decor and a tranquil ambience. Upon Baijia's arrival, Xiao Wanqing and Gu Qingli were already present. You finally made it. We've been waiting for you, Gu Qingli remarked, glancing at her watch with her usual briskness. Xiao Wanqing, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, offered a gentle smile. Caught in traffic, I presume? Not too bad. Thankfully, Baijia replied as she settled beside Xiao Wanqing, placing her handbag aside. Gu Qingli leaned closer to Baijia. Where's your little stock market deity? Why hasn't he arrived yet? I can hardly wait to pay my respects. He should be here soon. He mentioned coming directly from school. Baijia responded, feeling an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. Wow, your stock market deity seems to have quite the ego, Gu Qingli teased, sipping her lemon water, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Honestly, after hearing about his 2 recent maneuvers, I went back to review them. Grabbing Teng Fei technology at 2 limits and precisely timing the exit from Blue Ocean's 7 consecutive limits. His foresight and decisiveness are simply extraordinary. When he arrives, I must seek his wisdom and see if I can unearth some insider information. Her enthusiasm was palpable. As a seasoned professional in the brokerage industry, she was acutely aware of the challenges involved in achieving Chen Xiao's level of success. It was no mere stroke of luck. Xiao Wanqing concurred with a smile, adding, it truly is no small feat achieving such returns in a short time requires an extraordinary mindset and judgment, especially at such a young age. Listening to her 2 friends extolling Chen Xiao's virtues filled Baijia with a peculiar mix of pride and complex emotions that she couldn't quite articulate. At that moment, Gu Qingli's phone, resting on the table, buzzed twice, illuminating the screen. She cast a cursory glance at it, her elegant brows knitting together in irritation. Damn it. This pestering specter refuses to vanish. Both Baijia and Xiao Wanqing exchanged curious glances. What is it? Baijia inquired. Who else could it be? Bai Hanzhou, that balding old dog. Gu Qingli set down her glass, her tone laced with evident anger. Yes, trying to sabotage me again. Hearing this, Baijia's brow furrowed in concern. What scheme is he concocting now? Is he still harassing you? Both Baijia and Xiao Wanqing were familiar with Gu Qingli's superior, aware he was a duplicitous character. Having failed in his attempts to exploit Gu Qingli, he harbored a grudge, making her work life a constant struggle. Gu Qingli grimaced, a mixture of disdain and exasperation on her face. He wishes he could entangle me. Just the sight of him disgusts me. This time, he deliberately handed me a hot potato. A hot potato? Xiao Wanqing asked, intrigued. Yes, an elderly lady named Hu Jing. She is 70 years old and worth billions, a true old money matriarch. Recently, she has been seeking an investment firm to manage a portion of her assets, and our company is eager to secure her business. Typically, a client of her caliber wouldn't even be in my purview, let alone for a firm like ours, which has little hope of landing such a client. She paused, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Bai Hanzhou, that old scoundrel, intentionally assigned this task to me, claiming it was an opportunity for me to hone my skills. He said if I could secure Hu Jing as a client, I would be able to navigate the company with ease. Does he think I'm oblivious to his ulterior motives? He is certain I'll fail, giving him the perfect excuse to continue undermining me, or even to push me out. This lady is notoriously difficult with a discerning eye. She has rejected proposals from several major firms in the past, Gu Qingli concluded. Xiao Wanqing shook her head gently. That is indeed a rather underhanded maneuver, but it's quite despicable. Baijia voiced her concern. So what are you planning to do? As the task loomed ahead, it promised to be a laborious endeavor with little reward. To decline would merely provide him with a reason to gloat. Why should I not accept? A flicker of determination flashed in Gu Qingli's eyes. He wished to see me falter, yet I would not grant him that satisfaction. Although the odds were slim, one must at least attempt it. What if, against all expectations, it truly succeeded? Nevertheless, her tone betrayed a lack of conviction. A client with a fortune of billions was not so easily swayed. At that moment, the door to the private room was gently pushed open. A young figure clad in casual attire, exuding an air of elegance, appeared at the threshold. It was none other than Chen Xiao. His gaze swept across the room, quickly honing in on Baijia and her companions, before he strode confidently toward their table. Gu Qingli was the first to notice him, nudging Baijia with her elbow and lowering her voice. Hey, Jia, is that the handsome guy? She had been so preoccupied with critiquing Bai Hanzhou that she nearly forgot the evening's main attraction. Upon seeing Chen Xiao in the flesh, she couldn't help but silently commend him. This young man not only possessed a sharp eye, but also radiated a spirited charm. His demeanor was composed and unassuming, entirely unlike someone who had recently come into sudden wealth. Baijia followed her gaze, and as she beheld Chen Xiao approaching, a subtle smile graced her lips. Yes, that is him. As Chen Xiao reached their table, his eyes naturally flitted over the three strikingly different women. Baijia was adorned in a cream-colored knitted dress that accentuated her graceful curves, her face aglow with a gentle smile that hinted at something deeper than usual in her gaze. Beside her, Xiao Wanqing wore a perfectly tailored khaki trench coat, paired with a simple white blouse. The delicate gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose lent her an air of intellectual elegance, embodying the archetype of a beloved professor on campus. Meanwhile, Gu Qingli presented herself in a sharp black business suit, her shirt collar slightly open to reveal her exquisite collarbone, her makeup vibrant, exuding the charisma and command of a formidable career woman, keenly observing him with interest. Each possessed a unique allure, making them a rare sight to behold. Bai, Professor Xia, Manager Gu, Chen Xiao greeted them politely. A chuckle escaped Gu Qingli at his earnest address. Manager, Gu sounds so formal. Just call me Qingli. Like Jia does. Come, take a seat. She warmly beckoned Chen Xiao to the empty spot beside her, her affable nature harmonizing with her assertive personality. Xiao Wanqing also smiled and nodded at Chen Xiao. Hello, Chen Xiao. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao settled beside Gu Qingli, a faint whiff of his cologne wafting through the air. Chapter 25. The Piano Virtuoso and the Women's Astonishment. The service at Yundingxian was remarkably efficient. Scarcely had Chen Xiao taken his seat when an array of exquisite dishes began to flow forth. Come, don't be shy. Try this, it's their signature dish. Gu Qingli enthusiastically urged, using her chopsticks to serve him a piece of alluring dompa pork. Xiao Wanqing raised her glass with a smile. Chen Xiao. Regarding Qingqing's matter from last time, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. I raise this toast to you, Professor Xia. It was nothing really, Chen Xiao replied, raising his juice to clink with hers. Observing Chen Xiao's amiable rapport with her friends, Bai Jia felt her earlier tension dissipate. A smile involuntarily gracing her lips. As drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Gu Qingli set down her chopsticks, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Xiao. You know, dear Chen Xiao, after years in this industry, I consider my judgment to be fairly astute, yet compared to your insights, I feel rather insignificant. Tell me, how did you manage to gauge the potential of Tongfei technology and Blue Ocean Pharmaceuticals so precisely? Especially with Blue Ocean exiting all 7 boards flawlessly. Simply remarkable. Do share your methods. Do you possess some exclusive insider information? Xiao Wanqing also laid down her teacup, her eyes glimmering with curiosity directed at Chen Xiao. Bai, equally intrigued by the specifics, looked on with an inquisitive expression, faced with the simultaneous scrutiny of 3 captivating women. Particularly Gu Qingli's gaze that seemed to peer into his very soul. Chen Xiao remained unfazed. He merely dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a napkin, responding nonchalantly, "You flatter me, Qingli. It was merely fortunate timing." Fortunate? Gu Qingli raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Once could be luck, but twice such precision? That eludes mere chance. Come now, tell me the truth. Have you been guided by some expert? Chen Xiao offered a wry smile, neither confirming nor denying, perhaps. I've occasionally heard a few insights from others, and I pondered them, unexpectedly hitting the mark. His words were deliberately ambiguous, leaving no room for further probing. Just then, a prompt echoed in his mind, signaling the system's notification. Ding. Detecting potential binding target. Gu Qingli, current favorability, 40. Would you like to bind? Ding. Detecting potential binding target. Xiao Wanqing, current favorability, 35. Would you like to bind? A thrill coursed through Chen Xiao's mind, and without hesitation, he silently commanded, bind them all. Ding. Binding successful. Target. Gu Qingli, current favorability, 40. Ding. Binding successful. Target. Xiao Wanqing, current favorability, 35. Glancing at the newly added names and their initial favorability scores on the system panel, a subtle smirk tugged at the corners of Chen Xiao's mouth. It appeared that these 2 stunning women had formed a rather favorable first impression of him, seeing that she could extract no substantial information from Chen Xiao. Gu Qingli relinquished her inquiries, lifting her glass instead. Very well. If my dear brother is unwilling to elaborate, I shall not press. However, I must confess, I truly envy your luck. Here's to your fortune. Another toast to you. Thank you, Qingli, Chen Xiao replied graciously, raising his glass in kind. The dinner unfolded with joy and camaraderie. The ambience at Yuntingxian was undeniably delightful. With a small performance area at the center of the restaurant where a young man in a tailcoat was playing the piano, the soothing melodies wafting through the air. This atmosphere is simply wonderful. Dining while listening to music transforms the experience, Xiao Wanqing remarked, her face alight with enjoyment. Yes, this pianist plays quite beautifully. Is that a Chopin nocturne? It has such a profound feel, Bai Jia agreed, her gaze fixated on the earnest pianist. Gu Qingli, too, set down her chopsticks. Relishing the music, is indeed lovely, adding much to our dinner. The 3 women were enraptured by the ethereal strains of the piano, relishing the moment. Yet, to Chen Xiao, who possessed the master-level piano ability, the performance was riddled with flaws. The rhythm lacked fluidity, the handling of critical notes felt crude, and the emotional expression was superficial, devoid of soul. While it might be melodious to the average listener, to him, it resembled the strained efforts of a novice. As the piece concluded, the pianist stood to bow slightly to the patrons, a smattering of applause erupting. At that moment, Chen Xiao abruptly set down his chopsticks and rose to his feet. Xiao Xiao, where are you going? Bai was it? Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing shared her curiosity, looking towards him. Without answering, Chen Xiao strode purposefully toward the piano at the center of the restaurant, his actions drawing the attention of several diners. Bai Jia, Gu Qingli, and Xiao Wanqing exchanged glances, bewildered by Chen Xiao's intentions. Did he wish to play the piano? Bai Jia's heart sank. After all these years of knowing him, she had never heard of his piano skills. To ascend the stage and play recklessly would be utterly embarrassing. Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing wore expressions of surprise and curiosity. Chen Xiao approached the pianist who had just concluded his performance, smiling as he whispered a few words. The pianist momentarily appeared taken aback, then nodded and gestured invitingly before stepping aside. Under the watchful and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chen Xiao adjusted his clothing and gracefully seated himself at the piano. His elongated fingers lightly rested upon the black and white keys, and in that instant, his entire demeanor seemed to transform, emanating an aura of tranquility and focus. Chapter 26. Gu Qingli's Request. The restaurant fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated on the youthful figure positioned before the piano. In the next moment, his fingers elegantly danced across the keys. The first note resonated, akin to a crystal-clear spring cascading onto a jade plate, crisp and melodious, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Following this, a fluid melody flowed from Chen Xiao's fingertips like water under the moonlight, a piece they had never heard before, yet far more exquisite than the previous pianist's rendition of Chopin's Nocturne. The music ebbed and flowed, sometimes soothing and melodious, at other times lively and spirited, with climactic moments imbued with an ineffable depth and power that struck a chord within each listener's heart. The entire restaurant was enveloped in silence, save for the captivating piano notes reverberating through the air. Diners laid down their cutlery, and the waitstaff halted in their tracks, all absorbed in this unexpected and enchanting performance. Bai Jie covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Having known Chen Xiao for 5 years, she had never realized he possessed such extraordinary talent. Moreover, his skill surpassed that of any performer she had seen on television. Xiao Wangqing's eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance behind her glasses. As a university professor, she had attended numerous concerts, yet never had a piano piece moved her heart so effortlessly as this moment did. Within the music lay stories and souls. Gu Qingli's radiant face was etched with astonishment. She had encountered many pretentious individuals, but this young man's performance was so pure and emotionally stirring. This was no mere display of talent. It was a masterful exhibition. She felt that his playing surpassed any concert she had ever attended. Chen Xiao's fingers seemed to possess a life of their own. Every note was perfectly placed, every rhythm precise, and even more remarkable was the emotional depth within the music, transporting listeners into a dreamlike realm. His masterful piano prowess transcended mere technical skill, achieving a harmonious union between musician and instrument, exuding effortless grace. Time seemed to dissolve until the final note fell, its lingering echoes gradually fading in the quiet restaurant. After a brief silence, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. Claps resounded like a tidal wave. Incredible! Who is this? That was superb. The applause thundered on, nearly lifting the restaurant's roof. The original pianist rushed over, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration as he gazed at Chen Xiao. Sir, your performance was extraordinary. This is the most flawless rendition I have ever heard. May I ask your name? Could I trouble you for an autograph? Perhaps a photograph? He was so excited that his face flushed. This piece was unfamiliar to him, yet its soul-stirring impact left him feeling inadequate, even igniting a sense of reverence. Chen Xiao stood, smiling, and graciously obliged the pianist with an autograph and a photo. As he made his way back to his seat, diners cast admiring glances his way, many applauding spontaneously, their faces adorned with appreciative smiles. Upon his return, he was met with 3 distinctly varied gazes. Bai Jie regarded him with a complex expression, as if seeing him for the first time. This child she had watched grow had unknowingly become so dazzling. Xiao Wangqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity and admiration, her intrigue towards Chen Xiao reaching its zenith. Gu Qingli, brimming with astonishment and excitement, looked at Chen Xiao as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. Chen Xiao, you've kept your talents well hidden. Your piano playing is nothing short of divine. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chen Xiao's mind. Ding. Target. Bai Jie, affection level 2. Current affection level, 72. Ding. Target. Gu Qingli, affection level 8. Current affection level, 48. Ding. Target. Xiao Wangqing, affection level 10. Current affection level, 45. Hearing the notifications of rising affection levels, Chen Xiao felt a surge of joy. Indeed, revealing one's prowess occasionally yields remarkable results. Xiao Xiao, where did you learn to play the piano? I had no idea. Bai Jie could not help but ask, her tone tinged with curiosity. Just practicing casually. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, not wanting to divulge the system's involvement. Casually practicing to achieve this level? Gu Qingli clearly did not believe him, scrutinizing Chen Xiao with increasingly bright eyes. I thought, with your stock trading skills, you must be extraordinary. Turns out you possess hidden talents. Xiao Wangqing smiled, adding indeed, is truly impressive. Music is a universal language, and your performance was incredibly moving. Gu Qingli suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, clapping her hands excitedly. Oh, Chen Xiao, could you do me a favor? Chen Xiao looked at her. Let me explain. Gu Qingli leaned closer, lowering her voice. I am currently negotiating with a significant client who has a discerning taste. She has a fondness for piano music, particularly a piece her late husband used to play for her. Her eyes gleamed as she gazed at Chen Xiao. The old lady is quite picky. She has invited several renowned pianists before, but she found their performances lacking. What I heard from you just now was extraordinary, better than any concert I have attended. You are the best pianist I have ever encountered. Gu Qingli grew increasingly animated. If you could perform for her, it might just sway her. If you can satisfy her, I promise to reward you handsomely. Bai Jie understood Gu Qingli's intentions, realizing the importance of this client to her. Given Chen Xiao's remarkable performance, she encouraged him. Xiao, if you have the time, please assist Gu Qingli. It is quite significant for her. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiao reasoned that helping Gu Qingli secure this deal would not only enhance her affection, but also yield tangible benefits. Moreover, he was intrigued by the piano piece that had left such a lasting impression on a wealthy old lady. All right, no problem, Chen Xiao nodded, readily agreeing. When would this be? Fantastic, Gu Qingli exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. I will arrange the details and notify you in advance. Chen Xiao, you are truly a blessing to your sister. Chapter 27. Is that Professor Xiao's car? The meal concluded with all parties thoroughly enjoying themselves. I am so full. Gu Qingli stretched lazily. We can't just eat without moving. How about a game of tennis to work off this meal? Xiao Wanqing nodded, smiling. Sounds good. I also feel the need for some activity. Bai Jie agreed. All right, I haven't exercised much lately. Chen Xiao was naturally indifferent. After the system enhancement, his physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, making exercise a means of relaxation for him. The four friends decided to visit the indoor tennis court frequently frequented by Gu Qingli. Upon arrival, they each changed into their attire. Bai Jie donned a pristine white tennis dress, tying her hair up, which revealed her smooth forehead and slender neck. The hem of her dress swayed gently as she moved, showcasing her well-defined calves. Xiao Wanqing opted for a deep navy sports outfit, exuding an air of sophistication and competence. Although it was form-fitting, the fluid cut still accentuated her graceful figure. Gu Qingli was the most eye-catching, dressed in a striking crimson sleeveless tennis outfit that boldly complemented her fair complexion. Beneath her short skirt were her toned, long thighs, radiating strength. With her hair in a high ponytail, she appeared spirited and filled with an assertive energy. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, kept it simple in a basic sports t-shirt and shorts, yet his well-honed physique was unmistakable with broad shoulders and a firm waist, brimming with youthful vitality. Gu Qingli spotted him immediately, her eyes lighting up. Oh, Chen Xiao, you've got quite the physique, she exclaimed as she approached, unabashedly assessing him from head to toe. You've been working out, haven't you? Chen Xiao chuckled. You're too kind, Qingli Jie. All right, enough teasing. Let's south head to the court and stretch our muscles. Gu Qingli laughed heartily. Considering the skill levels of Xiao Wanqing and Bai Jie, Gu Qingli suggested playing doubles, pairing herself and Chen Xiao against Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing. As the match commenced, Gu Qingli displayed her usual prowess, her movements precise and powerful, serving with remarkable speed and cunning. Although Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing had some foundational skills, they clearly struggled to keep up with Gu Qingli's rhythm, becoming flustered. When it was Chen Xiao's turn to serve, he tossed the ball, leaned back slightly, and swung his arm with a fluid and coordinated motion. Thwack! The tennis ball landed precisely in the corner of the opponent's court. Ace! Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing barely had time to react. Wow! Gu Qingli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she high-fived Chen Xiao. Impressive serve, brother. That's professional level. The ensuing match almost turned into a showcase for Chen Xiao and Gu Qingli. His strength, speed, and reflexes were extraordinary, whether at the net or from the baseline. He played with effortless ease. Gu Qingli grew increasingly exhilarated, and their synergy left Bai Jie and Xiao Wanqing with no chance to retaliate. Xiao Wanqing soon found herself exhausted and waved her hand in surrender. Bai Jie, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, joined her. No more, no more. You two are too much of a bully, Bai Jie said as she walked to the sidelines, grabbing a towel to wipe her brow, casting a playful glare at Chen Xiao. Gu Qingli, however, was not yet satisfied, her gaze toward Chen Xiao brimming with admiration. Chen Xiao, your stamina is incredible. You play so well. Chen Xiao smiled and took a sip of water. For him, this level of exertion was hardly taxing. After a brief rest and a refreshing shower, they changed back into their regular clothes and prepared to depart. In the club's parking lot, Gu Qingli patted Chen Xiao on the shoulder, her tone earnest. I'll arrange things with old lady who as soon as possible and contact you in advance. No problem. I'll await your news, Qingli Jie. I'll take my leave now. I have some matters at the company. Gu Qingli hopped into her red Porsche sports car, waved at them, and sped away like a bolt of lightning. Bai Jie walked toward her own vehicle. Xiao, are you coming back with me? No, Bai Ji, I need to return to school for a bit. At that moment, Xiao Wanqing approached. I also need to head back to school for some matters. It's on the way. So I can give Chen Xiao a ride. Chen Xiao glanced at Bai Jia, and seeing no objections, nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Professor Xia. Not at all. Xiao Wanqing replied with a gentle smile, opening the door of her white Volvo. Chen Xiao bid farewell to Bai Jia and got into Xiao Wanqing's car. The vehicle glided smoothly out of the club and merged into the flow of traffic. Inside, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. Xiao Wanqing drove attentively, her profile soft and intellectual. Chen Xiao gazed out at the passing streets, pondering that he had met Bai Jia South two close friends today, both of whom had also activated their systems. Gu Qingli's affection for him had significantly increased, while Xiao Wanqing had directly added 10 points. It seemed that the effect of that piano piece was indeed astonishing. What was the name of the piece you played today? Xiao Wanqing suddenly broke the silence. It's called Whispers of the Starry Sky, just something I composed casually. Chen Xiao replied offhandedly. You compose it yourself? Xiao Wanqing turned her head to glance at him, a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. You're quite talented. Professor Xia, you flatter me. He replied modestly. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Southeast University. Thank you for the ride, Professor Xia. Chen Xiao unbuckled his seatbelt and prepared to exit the vehicle. You're welcome, Xiao Wanqing said, hesitating for a moment before continuing. If you have time in the future, do visit the music hall at school. The piano there is quite nice. Chen Xiao paused briefly, then smiled. Sure, I'll definitely go if I get the chance. He opened the door and waved goodbye to Xiao Wanqing as her white Volvo slowly drove away. Just as Chen Xiao turned to head back to his dormitory, he heard two peculiar shouts from a short distance away. No way. Xia Yi. Did I just see correctly? Was that Professor Xiao's car? He turned to see Song Shu and Lu Nan, their eyes wide in shock, looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Xia Yi, you're amazing. You've even managed to win over Professor Xia. Lu Nan rushed over, his face a mix of envy and admiration. That's the goddess professor of Southeast University. Countless talented young men line up to pursue her. Song Shu echoed, his expression filled with awe. Xiao Ge, come clean. Do you have some secret technique? Teach us, please. Chen Xiao was exasperated by their incessant chatter and gave each a light slap on the back of the head. What are you babbling about? Professor Xia just gave me a ride. A ride? Hee, we understand. We all understand. Lu Nan winked, wearing a look that said he wasn't buying it. Chen Xiao, uninterested in further explanations, walked directly towards the dormitory. Hey Xiaoge, don't go. Share some details with us. Yeah, Xia Yi. What's it like sitting in Professor Xiao's car? Does it smell nice? The persistent inquiries from behind spurred Chen Xiao to quicken his pace. With afternoon classes approaching, Chen Xiao returned to his dormitory, tidied up briefly, and then headed to class. That evening, he didn't linger at school, but went straight to Bai Jia's home. Chapter 28. This injury was worth it. As Chen Xiao approached the entrance of Bai Jia's house, he heard a fierce argument inside, accompanied by the jarring sound of something shattering. Shen Haoren, are you insane? What more do you want? It was Bai Jia's voice. What do I want? I'm broke. Are you going to give me money or not? Shen Haoren's voice was filled with the mania of a gambler who had lost everything. I told you I don't have any money. Bai Jia shouted back. No money? Are you kidding me? That pretty boy gave you so much money. How would you be broke? I lost money out there, and you have to cover for me. Otherwise, no one will have a good time today. That is Xiao's money. It has nothing to do with you. Just get out. Get out. If I don't get my money today, I'll die right here. Do you believe me? Thud. Another heavy object hit the ground, followed by a sharp, short scream from Bai Jia. Chen Xiao's heart raced, and without hesitation, he burst through the door. The living room was in disarray, shattered vase fragments and broken cups scattered everywhere. Shen Haoren's eyes were bloodshot, and in his hand, he clenched a fruit knife, directed menacingly at Bai Jia, who cowered in the corner of the sofa, her complexion ashen. Shen Haoren, are you seeking death? Chen Xiao roared, unable to spare a moment for contemplation. He lunged forward in a flash, delivering a fierce kick to Shen Haoren's wrist, where he held the knife. The sudden force caused Shen Haoren to stumble, the fruit knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Yet, as an adult man, his fury only intensified. He pivoted and lunged at Chen Xiao. Just as Chen Xiao prepared to deliver another kick, an agonizing pain pierced through his ribs. Glancing down, he noticed a wound seeping blood. Chen Xiao, Bai Jia, witnessing his injury, was struck with terror and let out a piercing scream. Shen Haoren, instead of halting, became even more frenzied at the sight of blood, his eyes fixated on the fallen fruit knife, yearning to retrieve it. Don't you dare move. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth against the searing pain, his gaze turning icy as he mustered all his strength to land another powerful kick to Shen Haoren's chest. With a thud, Shen Haoren was sent sprawling backward, crashing against the wall, clutching his chest, and coughing in agony, unable to rise for a while. Gasping for breath, Chen Xiao felt the sharp sting at his side, but he prioritized ensuring Bai Jie was unharmed before stepping over to Shen Haoren, stepping firmly on his struggling hand. He retrieved his phone and unhesitatingly dialed the police. Soon, the sound of sirens grew louder, and officers burst into the room, immediately subduing the still struggling Shen Haoren upon seeing the chaotic scene and the injured Chen Xiao. After a brief inquiry and taking statements, the police escorted the inebriated Shen Haoren away. Before departing, one officer glanced at Chen Xiao's injuries and solemnly stated, "The injured party needs to be taken to the hospital for examination." "All right, we'll go immediately." Bai Jie nodded fervently, her voice quivering with emotion. Once the police left, she could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. Supporting Chen Xiao, she gazed at the spreading bloodstain on his t-shirt, her heart aching unbearably. Xiao, how are you? Does it hurt?" "It's all my fault." "It's nothing, Aunt Bai, just a superficial wound," Chen Xiao reassured her. Though the pain in his ribs was excruciating, his mind still sharp. Bai Jie, unconvinced and frantic, fetched a clean towel to press against his wound, helping him toward the nearest hospital. Throughout the journey, her tears flowed incessantly, repeatedly asking if he was in pain, how he felt, and expressing her guilt over and over. Witnessing Bai Jie's worried and anxious demeanor, a warmth surged within Chen Xiao, as if the pain in his ribs had lessened somewhat. Upon reaching the hospital, they registered for emergency care, underwent x-rays, and received examinations. The doctor emerged, his expression relatively relaxed. "It's not serious. You sustained a slight fracture to the 11th rib on the left side due to blunt force, accompanied by soft tissue, bruising, and a superficial laceration. The wound isn't deep, and there's minimal blood loss. However, you will need to be hospitalized for observation for a few days and rest well. You should recover in about 10 to 15 days. Hearing that the situation was not dire, Bai Jie felt a significant weight lift from her heart, though her eyes remained red-rimmed. Chen Xiao was settled into a hospital room, his wound cleaned and bandaged. Bai Jie sat by his bedside, peeling an apple and offering it to him, her gaze drifting to his bandaged ribs, her eyes welling with tears once more. Xiao, thank you for today. If it weren't for you," Bai Jie's voice choked, and she could scarcely finish her sentence. She couldn't bear to think what that madman might have done had Chen Xiao not appeared in time. Chen Xiao grasped Bai Jie's hand, feeling the dampness of her palm and the fear that lingered within her. "Aunt Bai, don't cry. You'll ruin your beauty." He smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. "Look, I'm fine, right? The doctor said it's just a minor injury, a few days of rest, and I'll be as good as new." Bai Jie sniffled, gazing at Chen Xiao's facade of ease, her heart swelling with a mix of gratitude and guilt. This young man, nearly 20 years her junior, had protected her time and again. "You want to repay me?" Chen Xiao, observing Bai Jie's touched expression, suddenly broke into a grin. "Sure, once I'm discharged, wear that outfit I bought for you, and that LL be my repayment." Bai Jie abruptly lifted her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. She recalled the embarrassing black lace nightgown hidden deep in her wardrobe, her heart racing uncontrollably. How could he bring this up at such a moment? Seeing Chen Xiao's expectant and mischievous smile, Bai Jie averted her gaze, ultimately giving a barely perceptible nod and murmuring a faint in response, as soft as a whisper. "What? You agreed?" Chen Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing. Did Bai Jie truly just consent? Although her voice was barely audible, he had heard it. He had definitely heard it. "Aunt Bai, could you say that again? I didn't catch it." Chen Xiao leaned in closer, feigning innocence. "You." Bai Jie, flustered and annoyed, lightly swatted at Chen Xiao, thinking to herself how ridiculous he was. "No way I said that." With that, she turned her head away, unable to face Chen Xiao, but the redness of her cheeks and the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Seeing Bai Jie's shy and adorable demeanor, Chen Xiao's heart swelled with joy. Just then, the familiar notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Target. Bai Jie. Favorability, 9. Current favorability, 81. Ding. Bai Jie's favorability has surpassed 80, granting one lottery opportunity. Would you like to draw now? 81. Chen Xiao's heart soared with elation. Indeed, rescuing the damsel in distress was always a surefire way to boost favorability. Coupled with that shy promise just now, his scores surged by 9 points, breaking through the critical threshold of 80. Another chance to draw, suppressing the pain in his ribs and his inner excitement. Chen Xiao beamed with a radiant smile. This injury was undeniably worth it. Chapter 29, Newly Acquired Ability. Chen Xiao reveled in his triumph. Aunt Bai's favorability had finally crossed the 80 threshold, along with an unexpected promise. System draw. he silently intoned in his mind. Ding. Bai Jie's favorability has surpassed 80. Granting one lottery opportunity. Would you like a draw now? Draw. The familiar lottery wheel reappeared in his mind, shimmering and spinning rapidly. Chen Xiao's heart raced, eager to discover what delightful treasure awaited him this time. The pointer gradually slowed, finally landing on a square emanating a mysterious glow. I have insight. I have insight. The host can expend mental energy to temporarily activate the ability to see through objects within a range of 20 centimeters. See through? Chen Xiao's eyes widened, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. This ability was astonishingly powerful. Instinctively, he turned to glance at Bai Jie, who was attentively disinfecting the skin around his wound with a cotton swab. Is everything all right? Did I hurt you? Bai Jie, noticing his peculiar reaction, inquired with concern. No, it's fine, and Bai, just a bit itchy. Chen Xiao cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock. Knock, knock. It must be Gu Qingli and the others. Bai Jie set down the fruit knife and rose to open the door. As the door swung open, Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing entered, one after the other. Gu Qingli maintained her usual attire of a professional woman, clad in a black suit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, her face etched with concern. Xiao Wanqing donned a delicate light blue trench coat, complemented by a pristine white blouse and a knee-length skirt, exuding an air of intellectual elegance. Behind her golden-rimmed glasses, her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of concern. Oh dear, Xiao, why are you bleeding from your nose? Bai Ye ately met, hastily pulling out a few tissues. Xiao Wanqing furrowed her brow as she observed the continuous flow of blood from Chen Xiao's nose. Her worry palpable. Is it possible that the injury has been aggravated? Should we summon a doctor? Perfectly fine. Really? Chen Xiao, on the verge of tears, quickly closed her eyes. Raising her hand to cover her nose, she spoke in a muffled tone. Perhaps I just got a bit overheated earlier. I assure you. I'll be all right shortly. Bai Jie, in a flurry, tended to the nosebleed while also fetching a clean towel to apply a cold compress to her forehead. After a considerable time, the bleeding finally ceased. Embarrassed, Chen Xiao felt as if her toes could dig a hole into the floor, vowing never to misuse that ability again. Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing observed her disheveled state, finding it somewhat peculiar, but attributing it to her frail constitution. That scoundrel Chen Xiao, he is utterly inhuman. Once Gu Qingli confirmed that Chen Xiao was not gravely harmed, she unleashed a torrent of invectives against Chen Xiao, declaring that such a scoundrel deserved to be castrated and imprisoned. If I ever see him again, I swear I'll break his legs. Her fury intensified as she rolled up her sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Xiao Wanqing sighed gently, gazing at Chen Xiao. You truly saved the day. Otherwise, Jie Wu Ti have continued speaking, though the trepidation in her eyes was unmistakable. Stay far away from such individuals. They are far too dangerous. Bai, listening to her two friends, felt her eyes welling up once more. As they conversed, the hospital room doors swung open, and a figure rushed in. Mom, Brother Xiao. Shun Qingqing, with a backpack slung over her shoulder, immediately noticed Chen Xiao lying on the bed, her little face falling. Brother Xiao, what happened to you? Bai Jie quickly embraced her daughter, soothingly assuring, Brother Xiao is fine. He simply had a little accident and will be better with some rest. Shun Qingqing nodded, leaning over the bed, cautiously reaching out to touch Chen Xiao's uninjured arm. Brother Xiao, you must recover quickly. I brought you chocolate. Observing Shun Qingqing's adorable demeanor filled both Bai Jie and Chen Xiao with warmth. Gu Qingli and Xiao Wanqing stayed a while longer, reminding Chen Xiao to rest well before taking their leave. The following morning, Chen Xiao lay bored, staring at the ceiling when the hospital door burst open, and in rushed the lively trio of Song Shu, Zhou Heng, and Lu Nanzhou. Brother Xia, are you all right? What the heck? I heard you heroically rescued a damsel and got injured honorably. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Let's see. The three crowded around him, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. Enough. It's just a minor injury, a hairline fracture. I won't die from it, Chen Xiao replied irritably. What? You call that minor? It's a fracture, Song Shu exclaimed dramatically. Brother Xia, you're incredible. You risked your life for Aunt Bai. Get lost. Chen Xiao laughed while scolding him. The friends continued to joke and tease, inquiring about the specifics of the incident and vehemently denouncing Chen Xiao. In the following days, Chen Xiao recuperated in the hospital under Bai Jie's attentive care. She never left his side, preparing an array of nourishing soups and dishes, ensuring he was thoroughly looked after. Although Chen Xiao refrained from misusing his X-ray vision ability again, he often found himself recalling that fleeting glimpse of Bai Jie's image from that day, as well as her promise. One afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, the hospital room doors swung open with a bang, and Zhou Heng rushed in, wearing a mysterious expression. You won't believe who I just saw downstairs. Zhou Heng whispered excitedly, his face flushed. Who? With that look on your face, is it some celebrity? Lu Nanzhou inquired, intrigued. More precious than a celebrity. Zhou Heng gulped, his eyes sparkling. It's Yin Chuxue. Our school S-Bell. Yin Chuxue? Song Shu exclaimed, dropping his cards, his eyes wide with disbelief. Are you sure? What's she doing at the hospital? Absolutely. It's her. Zhou Heng vowed. She was accompanied by a lady who appeared quite elegant. It must be her mother. They seem to be here for a medical appointment. Upon hearing Yin Chushue's name, Chen Xiao felt a slight stir in his heart. Since binding with her, his interest in the school bell had naturally increased. Furthermore, during the last live stream, his favorability rating had surged to 20, piquing his curiosity about this cool and aloof beauty. Brother Xia, aren't you going to take a look? Zhou Heng nudged Chen Xiao. After pondering for a moment, Chen Xiao decided that lying in bed was quite monotonous, so he slowly sat up, donned a jacket, and followed Song Shu outside. Chapter 30. Can they really strike up a conversation? Chen Xiao, clad in his jacket, ambled out of the hospital room. The pain in his ribs made his movements somewhat sluggish, yet did not deter him from trailing his overly curious roommates to catch a glimpse of the school bell. The hospital corridor was infused with a faint scent of disinfectant, bustling with people hurrying about. Where's she? Where's she? Song Shu craned his neck, scanning the area. Zhou Heng, with keen eyes, pointed to a spot near the information desk. Over there. Do you see her? The one in the white dress. Following his gaze, Chen Xiao indeed spotted Yin Chuxue. She wore a simple white cotton dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, devoid of makeup yet still radiating an ethereal beauty. However, a subtle hint of worry marred her otherwise lovely face. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman exuding a gentle grace, appropriately dressed, and bearing a resemblance to Yin Chuxue, most likely her mother. Yet, her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, suggesting discomfort as Yin Chuxue supported her arm. Wow, she truly is a school belle. She looks stunning even in casual attire, Song Shu murmured, his gaze glued to her. Zhou Heng, with a gleam in his eyes, added, and that lady next to her has an elegant demeanor. It's no wonder she's the belle's mother. The trio found a discreet corner from which they could observe without causing a disturbance. Meanwhile, Yin Chuxue spoke softly to Yishu mom. Didn't the doctor say that although the previous tests showed no significant issues, you've been feeling unwell lately? We should conduct a more thorough examination to be sure. Since we're already here, Yishu gently patted her daughter's hand. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued lately. The preliminary tests indicated everything was fine, so there is no need for unnecessary worry. That one do, we must ensure everything is all right. Yin Chuxue insisted, particularly concerned about her liver. You've had slightly abnormal markers before. This time we must investigate thoroughly. Upon hearing the word liver and observing Yishu's slightly pale and weary countenance, Chen Xiao felt a sudden impulse. He recalled the newly acquired ability of his X-ray vision. Should he give it a try? With that thought, Chen Xiao focused his mind, directing his gaze towards Yishu, silently invoking X-ray. Instantly, the scene before him transformed. The barriers of clothing seemed to vanish, revealing the contours of muscles, bones, and internal organs. Chen Xiao swiftly concentrated on the area surrounding Yishu's liver. His heartbeat quickened slightly. Within the relatively clear outline of the liver, he discerned an incongruous object, a shadow, roughly the size of a mung bean, attached to the liver's edge. Could it be a tumor? Although minuscule, under the scrutiny of his X-ray vision, that tiny anomaly appeared glaringly out of place. Chen Xiao was not a doctor, and thus lacked the expertise to ascertain the nature of the object before him. However, his intuition strongly indicated that it was decidedly nefarious. Such a minuscule lesion could easily be overlooked during routine examinations. He deactivated his X-ray vision, a thin sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead. That brief moment of clarity had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy, leaving his head somewhat heavy. Yet at that moment, he could not dwell on his fatigue. Observing Yin Chuxue supporting Yishu as they seemed poised to depart, Chen Xiao did not hesitate and stepped forward. Yin, wait, he called out to the turning Yin Chuxue. Both she and Yishu halted, perplexed, and turned to regard the suddenly appearing young man. Who are you? Yin Chuxue inquired, her gaze scrutinizing Chen Xiao. A flicker of familiarity crossing her mind, yet she could not quite place him. After all, during his last appearance in the livestream, he had used a pseudonym and had not revealed his face. Yishu also regarded Chen Xiao with polite curiosity, her eyes questioning. Hello, I am Chen Xiao from the physics department, he replied, a courteous smile gracing his features as his gaze shifted to Yishu. Good day, ma'am. Yishu nodded gently, her demeanor warm. Hello, young student. What can I do for you? Hello, ma'am. Chen Xiao acknowledged with a nod to Yishu before turning back to Yan Shuxue, striving to infuse his tone with calm sincerity. I apologize for the interruption, but I inadvertently overheard your conversation. I have studied some rudimentary, traditional Chinese medicine with my elders, and I would like to humbly suggest that it would be prudent for your mother to undergo a more comprehensive examination of her liver. Thoroughness is paramount. He refrained from disclosing the specifics of what he had perceived, opting instead for the vague pretext of traditional Chinese diagnostics. To assert his ability to see through objects would likely have him branded as unhinged. Yan Shuxue and Yishu exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. The sudden interjection from a stranger was indeed peculiar. Yishu smiled gently, embodying the forbearance of a senior. Thank you, young man. That is very considerate of you. Clearly, she did not take Chen Xiao's words too seriously. Yet, Yan Shuxue regarded Chen Xiao's earnest expression, recalling her mother's recent health issues. Although she found his suggestion somewhat abrupt, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Thank you, Chen. We'll be mindful of your advice. Realizing that he had conveyed his message, Chen Xiao nodded, recognizing that further elaboration would be futile. Very well, I shall not intrude further. Please take care of your health. Mom. With that, he turned to return to his hospital room. Watching Chen Xiao's retreating figure, Yishu shook her head, chuckling softly to her daughter. The youth today truly possessed remarkable insight. However, Yan Shuxue did not share her amusement. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she contemplated Chen Xiao's silhouette. Although his suggestion seemed somewhat out of place, it only intensified her underlying unease regarding her mother's health. Mom. Yan Shuxue grasped her mother's hand, her tone imbued with resolute insistence. No, we must heed this student's advice and consult a specialist in hepatobiliary medicine for the most thorough examination. It's imperative. Unable to refute her daughter, Yishu sighed, yielding with a blend of exasperation and affection. All right, we'll check. We'll follow our little Shue's lead. Does that satisfy you? As the mother and daughter conversed, they turned and headed toward the hepatobiliary department. Meanwhile, on the other side, Song Shu and Zhou Hong had eagerly approached, flanking Chen Xiao on either side. Whoa, Yi. Impressive, Song Shu exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. You actually found the opportunity to strike up a conversation? And with traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis? No less. Why not claim you can levitate objects from afar while you're at it? Zhou Hong was equally impressed, practically bowing in admiration. Xiao Gu, your strategy is profound. If I weren't familiar with you over the years, I might have been convinced. Come on, tell us. Have you set your sights on our campus flower, Yin? Their banter led them to conclude that Chen Xiao's earlier actions were merely an elaborate ploy to capture Yan Shuxue's attention. Chen Xiao, exasperated by the duo's incessant chatter, rolled his eyes. Get lost, you idiots. You don't understand a thing. He was disinclined to elucidate further. Some matters would simply not be believed. All he hoped was that his caution might bear fruit, for that tiny shadow weighed heavily on his mind. Help me back. My ribs are killing me, Chen Xiao urged. Hey, that's the spirit. A hero rescues a damsel and gets injured in the process. Xiao Gu, you're on the rise. Exactly. Don't forget to share your experiences with the brothers later. Chapter 31. The mysterious big brother is him. As evening descended, Chen Xiao's single hospital room buzzed with lively energy. A few friends were engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings. Leaning against his hospital bed, Chen Xiao's fingers danced swiftly across the screen, engaged in the fray. Beside him, Song Shu and Zhou Hong had pulled up chairs, their heads huddled together, fully absorbed. Up! Push the tower! Song Shu shouted, nearly spitting on Chen Xiao's screen in his fervor. Don't rush. Clear the lanes first. Yi. That hero of yours is low on health. Finish him. Zhou Hong directed. With precise movements, Chen Xiao's fingers orchestrated his hero's movements flawlessly on the screen, dodging a lethal strike and executing a seamless counterattack. Pentakill. The triumphant system notification rang out, and the screen flashed with the dazzling emblem of a 5-kill streak. Whoa, incredible. Xiao Gu is formidable. Both Song Shu and Zhou Hong erupted in cheers, so ecstatic they nearly toppled their chairs. Setting his phone down, Chen Xiao rubbed his sore wrist, a faint smile gracing his lips. He cast a glance out the window at the darkening sky, and a fleeting image of Yan Shuxue's delicate yet anxious face crossed his mind. He wondered if she had heeded his advice and taken her mother for a thorough examination. Nonetheless, he had done what he could. Whether they chose to heed his warning was beyond his control. In the transient nature of their acquaintance, he had offered all he could. Yi. Shall we go for another round? Song Shu inquired, still yearning for more. Not right now. I'm a bit fatigued, Chen Xiao replied, shaking his head. Although the pain in his ribs had lessened, prolonged sitting was still somewhat uncomfortable. Just as he was speaking, there was a gentle knock at the door. Who is there? Zhou Heng casually asked as he rose to open the door. Upon opening it, Zhou Heng froze in place, his expression one of shock. Curiosity piqued. Song Shu leaned over to glimpse the door, instantly petrified, oblivious to the phone that had slipped from his grasp. Standing at the threshold was none other than Yin Chuxue, dressed in a light blue dress. Her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, she held a beautifully arranged fruit basket in her hands. Is Chen Xiao here? Yin Chuxue's voice was soft and gentle as her gaze traversed the bewildered Zhou Heng and Song Shu, settling upon the room. Chen Xiao was equally taken aback, not anticipating her visit. Yin, please come in, he managed to respond, nodding to her. Only then did Yin Chuxue step into the room, her eyes scanning the chaotic gaming battlefield and the two gaping boys before placing the fruit basket on the bedside table. Chen Xiao, I've come specifically to thank you, she said, meeting his gaze. Thank me? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Thank him? Song Shu and Zhou Heng looked utterly baffled. When had Xiao Gu established a connection with a campus beauty worthy of such gratitude? Yin Chuxue, noticing their confusion, explained, Today, I encountered Chen Xiao at the hospital, and he advised me to take my mother for a detailed liver examination. I heeded his counsel, secured an appointment with a specialist, and underwent a more thorough investigation. A hint of relief and gratitude illuminated her face. It turned out they discovered a small tumor. Thankfully, it was detected early. The doctor said it's in the initial stages and poses minimal risk. Timely treatment should suffice. At this point, Yin Chuxue once again turned to Chen Xiao, deeply bowing her head. Chen Xiao, I am truly grateful to you. If it weren't for your reminder, we might have missed the optimal time for treatment, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Goodness. Song Shu and Zhou Heng were utterly dumbfounded. After all this commotion, Xiao Ji's afternoon consultation with traditional Chinese medicine turned out to be genuinely effective. He actually got it right. How astonishing is that? The looks exchanged between the two and Chen Xiao shifted from playful teasing to sheer disbelief. Chen Xiao, however, remained composed, waving his hand dismissively. It was merely a trivial effort. There's no need for such formality. I'm just relieved that your aunt is all right. How could this be a trivial effort? Yin Chuxue straightened up, insisting, the doctor mentioned that early-stage lesions are incredibly insidious and difficult to detect through routine examinations. Thankfully, we conducted targeted in-depth checks. This gratitude is too significant to overlook. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone. You mentioned you were from the physics department yesterday. I asked my classmates about your name, and here's a token of my appreciation. You simply must accept it. As she attempted to transfer funds, Chen Xiao quickly waved his hands. No need. No need. It was merely a small gesture on my part, and I didn't do much, just spoke casually. The main reason is that your aunt was fortunate to have it discovered early. That won't do, Yin Chuxue insisted. This is far too important for us. At that moment, Song Shu suddenly chuckled and leaned in. Hey, Yin, the campus beauty, it seems this monetary compensation is hard to quantify. Yin Chuxue looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Song Shu raised an eyebrow at Chen Xiao, then turned to Yin Chuxue. Have you forgotten? During the last live PK, our Xiao Gu didn't bat an eyelash while gifting you 1,000,000 in carnival tokens. 300 tokens, without the slightest hesitation. For him, this is just a trifle. Huh? Yin Chuxue was taken aback, suddenly recalling the previous live PK when a mysterious benefactor had showered her with 300 carnival tokens, leaving the opposing side utterly bewildered. She had been curious about which wealthy individual supported her so fervently, but after hastily expressing her gratitude and managing the aftermath, she and T delved deeper. Could that Xiao be Chen Xiao? She looked at Chen Xiao in disbelief, only to see a hint of helpless amusement on his face, which implied his tacit acknowledgement. Surprised and somewhat embarrassed, Yin Chuxue realized that the one who had come to her rescue and brought her such popularity was indeed him. Thank you so much, Chen Xiao. You were there for me last time and again this time. Her voice softened, tinged with shyness and deeper gratitude. I already mentioned it was a small matter, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. The atmosphere became subtly charged. Song Shu and Zhou Heng observed in astonishment, marveling at Xiao Gu's display. First, he splurged like a tycoon, and now he had performed a miraculous act of foresight to save someone. Surely, the campus beauty would be utterly enchanted. Seeing that Chen Xiao truly had no intention of accepting any money, Yin Chuxue relented, merely biting her lip and saying, then, Chen Xiao, shall we exchange contact information? I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude properly. Sure. Chen Xiao took out his phone, and they exchanged WeChat QR codes. After adding each other as friends, Yin Chuxue inquired about Chen Xiao's injuries before politely taking her leave. Chapter 32. Verbal gratitude lacks sincerity. Once Yin Chuxue departed, the ward fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into chaos. Holy moly! Xie, are you some kind of deity? Song Shu grasped Chen Xiao's arm, astonished. You really predicted that with traditional Chinese medicine. How is this even possible? Zhou Heng mirrored his disbelief. Circling around Chen Xiao. Come on, Xiao Gu, confess. Did you secretly apprentice at Longwu Mountain? Or is your family renowned for fortune-telling? In Chen Xiao's mind, the system's notification chimed in at just the right moment. Ding. Target person. Yin Chuxue, affection level 20. Current affection level, 40. 40. Chen Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed his efforts had borne fruit. The debt of life-saving kindness was indeed extraordinary. He couldn't be bothered with his two excitable roommates, and simply said, it was just luck. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Luck? This luck is beyond belief. Song Shu still couldn't wrap his head around it, then quickly donned a mischievous grin, winking at Chen Xiao. But Xiao Gu, you've really hit the jackpot. First, our beautiful professor, and now you've saved the campus beauty. TSK, TSK. Zhou Heng nodded vigorously, filled with envy. Exactly. Xiao Gu, your romantic fortunes have skyrocketed. It's unstoppable. One side is a mature, insightful professor, and the other is the ethereal campus beauty. I mean, come on, share some wisdom with us. Get lost. Chen Xiao kicked one of them away, exasperated. Can we keep our thoughts pure? She was merely here to express her gratitude. Hey, expressing gratitude? As feelings develop. Isn't that just a natural progression? Song Shu chuckled slyly. Just think about it. It's a life-saving favor. In ancient tales, they would say a young lady could only repay such kindness with her body. I think you two are itching for trouble. Chen Xiao flexed his wrist. Song Shu and Zhou Heng immediately recoiled, no longer daring to tease excessively. Yet the flames of gossip in their eyes were impossible to extinguish. Xiao Ji's actions were simply audacious. After spending a few more days in the hospital, the doctors confirmed that Chen Xiao was recovering well, with his rib fractures steadily healing. He was cleared for discharge to recuperate at home. That morning, Bai Jie came to assist Chen Xiao with the discharge procedures. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Bai Jie's gentle profile as she meticulously packed his belongings with tender care. All set, let us go. Bai Jie picked up a modest bag of belongings, her other hand naturally linking with Chen Xiao's arm. All right. Chen Xiao nodded, appreciating her attentiveness. The two exited the hospital and entered Bai Jie's familiar white Audi. The car smoothly glided onto the road, and as she drove, Bai Jie softly remarked, by the way, Xiao, regarding Shenhaoren, the police have confirmed the evidence. He wielded a knife and harmed someone, coupled with his prior gambling habits. He'll likely face prosecution soon, probably resulting in a few years behind bars. Chen Xiao responded with a nonchalant, that's good. Scum like him deserves to spend time in prison. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie fell silent for a moment, turning her head to gaze at Chen Xiao's youthful profile. Xiao, I truly appreciate your help this time. If it weren't for you, Bai Jie, here we go again. Chen Xiao interrupted her, sporting a familiar playful grin. I said before, verbal gratitude lacks sincerity. He leaned in closer. When are you going to fulfill the promise you made in the hospital? I've been keeping track. Bai Jie's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she abruptly turned her head to face forward, falling silent. Yet, the rosy hue in her ears was impossible to conceal. The atmosphere in the car grew somewhat intimate due to Chen Xiao's remark. Chen Xiao couldn't help but revel in Bai Jie's bashfulness. Just then, his phone chimed with a WeChat notification. He picked it up to see a message from Gu Qingli. Gu Qingli, little brother Xiao, congratulations on your discharge. I've arranged with old lady Hu Jing for the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. She'll be at her private music hall. Does that time work for you? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, replying, Chen Xiao, no problem, Sister Qingli, just send me the time and location. Gu Qingli, ok. I'll come pick you up then. Putting his phone away, Chen Xiao looked out the window, catching sight of the gate of Southeast University. Bai Jie, please stop at the intersection ahead. I can walk in from there. Bai Jie nodded, gradually pulling the car over to the side. As Chen Xiao prepared to unbuckle his seatbelt, he deliberately fumbled awkwardly, furrowing his brow. Huh? Why is this seatbelt stuck? Bai Jie observed his clumsy demeanor and shook her head helplessly. You child, how old are you? Yet you still cannot unbuckle your seatbelt? As she spoke, she released her own seatbelt, leaned closer, and extended her hand to assist Chen Xiao with a stubborn clasp. The proximity allowed the familiar delicate fragrance emanating from Bai Jie to waft distinctly into Chen Xiao's nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. Seizing the moment while Bai Jie was focused on the buckle, Chen Xiao leaned in swiftly and gently pecked her soft, warm lips. Bai Jie froze. Her gaze locked onto the near presence of Chen Xiao, and her face instantly flushed with a rosy hue. You, Bai Jie's heart raced as she hurriedly pushed Chen Xiao away. Quickly get down. Chen Xiao, amused by her flustered and adorable reaction, could no longer suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With a triumphant arch of his brow, he deftly unclasped his seatbelt with a click. Before exiting the car, he cheekily turned back to wink at the blushing Bai Jie. Aunt Bai, I'm heading back to school now. Goodbye. With that, he shut the car door and strode towards the school gate with a buoyant step. Inside the car, Bai Jie watched Chen Xiao's retreating figure, her hand gently brushing her still warm lips, her heart a tangled mess. That little rascal was becoming increasingly audacious. Chapter 33. Agreeing to any condition. The afternoon's specialized class proved to be rather tedious. Chen Xiao sat by the window, his fingers absently twirling a pen, his thoughts wandering elsewhere. At last, the bell signaled the end of class, and as the professor declared the session over, the room erupted with the sound of shifting desks and chairs. Chen Xiao was leisurely packing his books, preparing to return to his dorm for a brief rest, when a graceful figure approached his desk. It was Yin Chuxue. Today, she wore a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing her smooth, full forehead. She exuded a youthful vitality, a departure from her usual cool demeanor. In her hands, she held 2 cups of milk tea, one a common pearl milk tea, the other resembling lemonade. Chen Xiao. Yin Chuxue offered the cup of pearl milk tea to him. Please have this. Chen Xiao paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a soft glow upon her face, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Instead of taking the milk tea, his attention drifted to the cup of lemonade she held. A playful smile crept onto his lips. I prefer lemonade. Yin Chuxue instinctively tightened her grip on the lemonade cup, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. This cup, I've already had. After a moment, she hastily added, next time, I'll buy you lemonade. With that, as if fearing Chen Xiao might say more, she placed the pearl milk tea on his desk and swiftly exited the classroom. Watching Yin Chuxue nearly flee, Chen Xiao picked up the milk tea, inserted a straw, and took a sip, finding it perfectly sweet. Before he could savor the taste, several boys, led by Song Shu and Zhou Heng, suddenly surrounded him. What the hell? Xie Yi, what's going on? Song Shu pointed towards the door. The campus beauty personally brought you milk tea? And she asked, blushing. Come clean. What have you done to our campus beauty? Zhou Heng looked heartbroken, as if Chen Xiao had sullied something sacred. Be honest and confess, or face the consequences. Another boy chimed in, his face alight with gossip. Xiao Gu, hurry and share how you managed to win over this ice queen. Exactly. Yin, the campus beauty. She's usually so frigid, yet she took the initiative to bring you milk tea. There must be something going on. A chorus of voices erupted, clamoring to scrutinize Chen Xiao. Annoyed by their raucousness, Chen Xiao waved them off. Get lost. What are you all fussing about? She merely came to thank me for reminding her to take her aunt for a checkup last time and invited me for a cup of milk tea. It's not as sordid as you think. The crowd collectively scoffed in disbelief. Does gratitude require blushing? Song Shu raised his eyebrows. Does gratitude necessitate a follow-up purchase? Zhou Heng mimicked Yin Chuxue's earlier tone, squeezing his voice into a high pitch. Chen Xiao, disinterested in debating with these overly energetic fellows, gathered his milk tea and books, calmly exiting the classroom amidst their raucous banter. Behind him, Song Shu and Zhou Heng continued their loud appeals. Xie Yi, don't go. Share some secrets with us. Exactly. Let us treat you to a meal soon. Tell us all about it. Without looking back, Chen Xiao carried on. The following morning, with no classes scheduled, Chen Xiao indulged in a leisurely sleep, meandering to the school entrance just before noon. A striking red Porsche was parked by the roadside, none other than Gu Qingli's car. As the window rolled down, Gu Qingli's enchanting visage came into view. Today, she had traded her customary sharp suit for a snug black athletic tank top that showcased her flat, toned abdomen and hinted at her defined waistline. Her lower half was clad in matching athletic shorts, her long, shapely legs casually crossed, radiating a healthy and vibrant sensuality. Xiao Xiao, over here. Gu Qingli beckoned with a wave. Chen Xiao approached, opened the passenger door, and settled into the seat. The car was infused with a subtle scent of women's perfume. Have you been waiting long, Qingli Jie? Not long. I just arrived, Gu Qingli replied, starting the engine and expertly merging into traffic. So, how's the wound healing? You'll need to rely on me today. Chen Xiao rolled his shoulders. Don't worry, Qingli Jia, I'm fine. The car glided smoothly along the city's broad avenues. As Gu Qingli drove, she resumed sharing details about Old Lady Hu. You see, Old Lady Hu was once a formidable businesswoman in her youth, sharp-eyed and skilled. She gradually relinquished control as she aged. Yet the resources and connections she holds are still quite formidable. Her late husband was an artist, especially proficient at the piano, and it's said that a single piece played by him once captivated her completely. Sadly, he passed away too soon. Over the years, she has longed for someone who can evoke the feelings her husband once inspired. Many well-known pianists have been invited by various companies to perform for her, yet she has always shaken her head in disappointment. As for investments, her standards are exceedingly high. She dismisses most common projects. Several firms are vying for the funds she controls, making the competition quite fierce. That fool by Hanzhou deliberately tossed this tough nut my way, hoping to see me fail. Gu Qingli's tone held a hint of disdain and competitiveness. She glanced at Chen Xiao, a playful yet serious glimmer in her eyes. Xiao, this time it's up to you. If you can impress Old Lady Hu with your piano skills and secure her investment, I'll agree to any condition you propose. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's gaze inadvertently drifted from Gu Qingli's exquisite profile to the alluring curves outlined by her black tank top and the powerful, elastic length of her legs beneath the shorts. He raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, is that so? Any condition? Gu Qingli was no novice. She was a seasoned professional, instantly perceiving the provocative glint in Chen Xiao's eyes and the teasing undertone in his voice. A jolt of realization struck her. Why did his gaze seem a touch unsettling? Gu Qingli tightened her grip on the steering wheel, maintaining a serene smile. Yet her gaze held a hint of admonition. Hey, you little rascal, I'm speaking seriously here. Do not entertain any mischievous thoughts. I am not someone you can toy with at your whim. Chen Xiao, undeterred by her warning, deepened his smile instead, choosing silence as he turned his gaze towards the window. Chapter 34. The fate of this moment. Gu Qingli's eye-catching red Porsche noticeably slowed as it entered a villa district shrouded in lush greenery. The architectural style here starkly contrasted with the towering skyscrapers of the city, featuring predominantly low-rise, standalone residences, each designed with unique artistry, exuding an elegance and depth that had matured over time, rather than flaunting ostentation typical of nouveau riche. The vehicle eventually came to a gentle halt in front of a villa replete with rich French style. The intricately wrought iron gate, while ornate, did not appear gaudy, and beyond it lay a lawn meticulously trimmed to resemble a plush carpet, with a distant fountain's gentle splashes faintly audible. We have arrived, Gu Qingli announced as she turned off the ignition, glancing sideways at Chen Xiao. Madam who prefers tranquility and has a discerning taste. When we enter, speak sparingly. And heed my cues. Chen Xiao nodded, taking in the grandeur of the villa. Indeed, it exuded a stately charm, marked more by understated affluence than flamboyance, revealing the owner's refined taste. They exited the vehicle and rang the doorbell. Shortly, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored butler's uniform, his hair impeccably styled, opened the door. His expression remained neutral, offering a polite nod. Miss Gu, please come in. The matriarch awaits you in the dining room. The butler guided them through the entrance hall. The villa's interior was equally exquisite, devoid of ostentatious gold and glitter, instead adorned with seemingly casual paintings on the walls, antique porcelain in the corners, and heavy, textured wooden furniture, all radiating a subtle luxury. The dining room was located in a sun-drenched alcove, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a vibrant garden. At the dining table sat an elderly lady in a modest yet elegant qipao, Hu Jing, appearing to be in her 70s. Her hair was already graying, but meticulously arranged in an elegant bun. With a light touch of makeup, her skin was well-maintained, though marked by wrinkles. It did not betray her age, rather adding a layer of wisdom and grace. At that moment, she was leisurely enjoying her breakfast, her movements graceful, exuding an innate nobility. Good morning, Aunt Hu, Gu Qingli greeted with a perfectly measured smile as she approached. Hu Jing glanced at her, nodding in acknowledgement before returning her gaze to her plate. Her voice calm. Please take a seat. The butler pulled out chairs for them. After Gu Qingli settled in, she refrained from immediately producing the documents she had brought, opting instead to engage in light conversation about the weather and the garden's flora. Hu Jing responded with minimal engagement, continuing to eat with little interest in the pleasantries. Once she set down her chopsticks and delicately wiped her mouth with a silk napkin, Gu Qingli seized the moment to present a beautifully bound proposal. Aunt Hu, this is our revised plan based on the directions you mentioned last time. Kindly take a look. Hu Jing accepted the proposal, but did not open it right away. Instead, she lifted a teacup to her lips, savoring the drink before leisurely perusing the document. The dining room fell into a hushed ambience, punctuated only by the soft rustle of paper. Chen Xiao sat quietly to the side, observing the legendary matriarch. She certainly exuded a powerful presence, an air of composure and scrutiny that inherently instilled a sense of pressure. Hu Jing's pace of reading was unhurried, yet her attention was evidently thorough. After a few minutes, she gently closed the proposal, placing it back on the table, and looked at Gu Qingli. Your ideas remain rather conventional, lacking innovation. Miss Gu, if this is the caliber of work your company can provide, there is no need to bring further proposals, as it would only waste our time. Though her words were couched in politeness, the rejection was unmistakably clear, even tinged with a note of reprimand. Gu Qingli's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly regained its natural composure. She understood that, based solely on this proposal, it would be challenging to impress someone as discerning as Hu Jing. The crux of their success lay elsewhere. Feigning ease, she smiled and lightly patted Chen Xiao, who had been silent beside her. Aunt Hu, I know you are not fond of tedious business plans. Today, I have brought along my younger brother, who is an exceptional pianist. I happened to hear him play once, and it was simply heavenly. Knowing your appreciation for music, I thought perhaps he could perform a piece for you to lift the spirits. Hu Jing paused momentarily, her hand holding the tea cup hesitating slightly as she raised her gaze, her eyes finally resting on Chen Xiao, scrutinizing him. She was well aware of Gu Qingli's intentions. Over the years, too many had attempted to curry her favor through various means, including inviting musicians to perform, yet none had truly satisfied her. However, today her mood was relatively pleasant, and the young man before her appeared refined and clean, unlike the opportunistic businessmen she had encountered. Hu Jing remained silent, setting down her teacup, her gaze drifting from Chen Xiao's face back to the garden outside, enveloped in contemplation. To Gu Qingli, this silence signified tacit approval. Elated, she shot Chen Xiao an encouraging glance. The outcome depended on this pivotal moment. Understanding the cue, Chen Xiao rose and walked towards the corner of the dining room, where an aged, upright piano stood. The deep brown instrument, although well-maintained, bore signs of use, its corners showing wear, embodying a sense of time and history. On the piano lid lay an open score, the title of the piece blurred, yet the melody suggested a lively rhythm tinged with a hint of melancholy. Taking a deep breath, as his fingers touched the cool keys, a masterful proficiency surged forth. An indescribable sensation washed over him, as if he could touch the very essence of time that this piano had witnessed, feeling the emotions of those who had played here before. He steadied himself, allowing the notes to glide effortlessly in accordance with the score. Initially, as the first few notes resonated, Hu Jing remained seated at the table, stirring her coffee with a small silver spoon, seemingly oblivious to the performance. She had heard too many so-called prodigies. Her expectations had long since dulled. However, as the melody unfolded, the cheerful yet subtly sorrowful notes possessed an enchanting quality, instantly capturing Hu Jing's attention. Her movements stilled, she gradually lifted her head, focusing on the young figure at the piano. The music flowed gracefully, at times reminiscent of a frolicking fawn, at others, like the autumn leaves falling from a parasol tree. Chen Xiao became wholly immersed in the emotional depth of the piece, each rise and fall of his fingers striking the keys with precision, resonating with the long-buried strings of Hu Jing's heart. That familiar melody, that nearly identical emotional interpretation. Unbeknownst to her, Hu Jing's eyes glistened, and two silent tears cascaded down her meticulously cared-for cheeks. In her mind, memories of a younger husband playing at the same piano, his fingers dancing gracefully, his profile tender, with sunlight casting a warm glow upon him, surfaced uncontrollably. Those were her most cherished and intimate moments. As the music softened, the final note dissipated into the air like a sigh. The entire dining room fell into a silence so profound that a falling needle could be heard. Hu Jing maintained her posture, her tear-filled eyes gazing hazily in the direction of the piano. Instinctively, with a voice choked by emotion and endless longing, she softly called out, Jianzhong. As the sound left her lips, she abruptly regained her senses, realizing that the one playing was not her dearly missed husband, but rather a stranger, a young man. Quickly suppressing her overt emotions, she took up a silk scarf and gently wiped away the traces of her tears, restoring her composure and tranquility. Yet, deep within her eyes, a hint of unmasked bewilderment and turmoil lingered. After a brief silence, Hu Jing turned her gaze towards Chen Xiao, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. You play beautifully. Thank you, Aunt Hu. You flatter me, Chen Xiao replied, rising slightly and bowing with humility. Beside them, Gu Qingli's heart raced with excitement from the moment Hu Jing shed tears. This was it. The deal was certainly secured. Observing Aunt Hu's reaction, she was convinced they had landed this business opportunity. This brother Chen Xiao was indeed her fortunate star. Chapter 35. Securing the contract. Hu Jing dried her tears and redirected her gaze towards Gu Qingli, the previous distance and scrutiny fading considerably, replaced by a gentler demeanor. Miss Gu, the young man you brought is quite impressive. She paused, her gaze shifting to the proposal she had set aside. This contract will be awarded to your company. For specific details, please have your team coordinate directly with my butler. It was done. Gu Qingli's heart leaped, and she suppressed the urge to cheer. Thank you, Aunt Hu. We will not disappoint you. She understood the significance of this contract. It was not merely a substantial investment, but also a recognition of her capabilities. Enough to silence those who awaited her downfall, especially that scoundrel by Hanzhou. Chen Xiao observed from the side, sharing in Gu Qingli's joy. It seemed that such masterful piano skills, when applied appropriately, wielded immense power. Hu Jing said no more, merely signaling to her butler, who promptly began preliminary discussions with Gu Qingli regarding the follow-up arrangements. Seizing the moment, Hu Jing stood and gently beckoned Chen Xiao. Young student, come with me. Surprised, Chen Xiao followed Hu Jing out of the dining room, traversing a corridor adorned with several ink paintings, arriving at what appeared to be a study. Hu Jing did not speak immediately. Instead, she approached a redwood display cabinet and opened a locked drawer, retrieving an ancient wooden box. She opened the box to reveal a string of deep-hued, high-quality beads, their surfaces seemingly adorned with naturally formed patterns, exuding a sense of peace and tranquility. Hu Jing picked up the beads, her fingertips gently caressing them, her gaze becoming distant as if through these beads she glimpsed a far-off past. Her face reflected nostalgia, mingled with a touch of relief. After a considerable time, she returned to the present, extending the beads towards Chen Xiao. This is for you. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, hastily shaking his head. Aunt Hu, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Although he did not grasp the specific value of the item, he could tell from Hu Jing's reverence that it was no ordinary treasure. Take it, Hu Jing asserted, her tone leaving no room for refusal. She gently placed the beads into the palm of Chen Xiao's hand, clarifying, this is not a transaction. Merely a gift from an elder to a junior. You played that piece beautifully, almost identical to how I remember it. Her voice lowered, tinged with an almost imperceptible quaver. Feeling the warm touch of the beads, Chen Xiao recognized that further refusal would be inappropriate. So he nodded, thank you, Aunt Hu. Hu Jing regarded him, her face breaking into a sincere smile. If you have the time in the future, I wonder if you might come to play that piece for this old woman again? Of course, Aunt Hu. You can call on me anytime. Chen Xiao readily agreed. Hu Jing nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. Exiting Hu Jing's villa and settling into the striking red Porsche, Gu Qingli was still enveloped in a state of exhilaration. After completing the preliminary arrangements with the butler and signing the intent agreement, everything had gone remarkably smoothly. As the car pulled out of the villa area, Gu Qingli could no longer contain her excitement. She slammed on the brakes, turning her head to fix her bright eyes on Chen Xiao. Xiao Xiao, you are truly my lucky star. Her voice brimmed with enthusiasm, and before Chen Xiao could fully comprehend her reaction, Gu Qingli leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, raising a hand to touch the spot where she had kissed him. Gu Qingli, taken aback for a moment herself, was undeterred by the surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ha ha ha, I'm just so happy. Xiao Xiao, thank you so much for this. Ding. Target character, Gu Qingli, affection level 10. Current affection level, 58. The system's prompt echoed in Chen Xiao's mind, bringing him back to reality, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. An affection level of 58 was a significant increase. It seemed this lucky star was indeed living up to her title. Gu Qingli restarted the car, her excitement bubbling over as she planned aloud. Once this investment is fully realized, my position in the company will be secure. Just wait and see how Bai Hanzhou can still trip me up. Before she could finish her thought, a jarring ringtone abruptly shattered the moment. Gu Qingli glanced at the caller ID, her smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by a look of disdain and impatience. She answered the call, her tone icy. Hello? On the other end, a man's abrasive voice erupted, and even through the phone, Chen Xiao could perceive his fury, as if he were questioning and berating someone. Gu Qingli's expression grew colder, her fingers gripping the steering wheel, turning white with tension. Director Bai, I don't believe my work arrangements need to be reported to you in such detail. That is my concern, not yours. You. Gu Qingli seemed incensed by his words. Cut him off coldly. I have matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. Without waiting for a response, she abruptly ended the call and threw her phone forcefully into the nearby storage compartment. The atmosphere in the car shifted from joyful elation to one of icy repression. Gu Qingli's chest heaved, clearly agitated. She took several deep breaths, striving to calm herself, yet the fury in her eyes was unmistakable. "Bastard," she muttered under her breath, abruptly steering the wheel. "Xiao Xiao, we want to be dining out. Before I drop you off at school, I need to make a stop at the company first." Chen Xiao nodded in agreement, understanding that Gu Qingli was seeking retribution. The Porsche emitted a low growl as it accelerated, speeding towards the city center. Before long, the car halted in front of an imposing office building, its golden letters glinting in the sunlight. Hanhai Securities. "Xiao Xiao, please wait for me in the car. I need to handle something quickly and we'll be right back." Gu Qingli unfastened her seatbelt, her tone regaining its previous composure, though her eyes were sharp with determination. "All right, Qingli Jia, go ahead," Chen Xiao replied. Gu Qingli nodded, casually draping a coat over her shoulders, grabbing the document folder from the passenger seat, and stepping out of the car. The recently signed intent agreement was tucked under her arm nonchalantly, as if it were nothing more than a mundane document rather than a contract of immense value. She strode confidently in her high heels, disappearing behind the revolving door of the office building. Chen Xiao withdrew her gaze, leaning back against the chair, a playful smile gracing her lips. It seemed that by Hanzhou, that oblivious fool, was destined for misfortune. Chapter 36, Director Bai, Safe Travels. In the conference room of Hanhai Securities Investment Department, Bai Hanzhou occupied the main seat, vociferously reprimanding his subordinates. Some individuals, it appeared, possessed lofty aspirations yet meager abilities, unable to discern reality. They perpetually fancied themselves remarkable, as if endowed with divine talent. Yet, what was the outcome? They couldn't even handle an elderly lady, and still, they dreamt of ascending to great heights. "Allow me to remind you, one must remain grounded." His words were pointed, his gaze sweeping over the empty chair beside him, lips curling into a derisive smirk. "Do not emulate certain individuals who flaunt their appearance yet squander their focus on the wrong pursuits, believing they can thrive solely on their looks. In this day and age, without results, you are utterly insignificant." Most attendees in the conference room averted their eyes, feigning interest in their documents, none daring to interject. Everyone was acutely aware that Director Bai was alluding to someone specific. The discord between Gu Qingli and Bai Hanzhou was an open secret within the company. Bai Hanzhou was evidently pleased with the effect of his words. He cleared his throat, ready to elaborate further when the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open. Gu Qingli strode in, her 10-centimeter heels clicking on the floor, her expression as frosty as winter's breath. She was clad in a black sports tank and shorts, with a casually thrown-on blazer that starkly contrasted with the formal attire of the room, yet her formidable presence immediately overshadowed everyone present. Is that not our esteemed team leader Gu?" Bai Hanzhou's mockery intensified upon seeing Gu Qingli. "Oh, has team leader Gu deigned to return? I presumed you were too humiliated to come back after failing to impress the elderly Mrs. Hu. Where are you off to, seeking solace?" Gu Qingli did not spare him a glance, striding directly to the main seat at the conference table, and with a decisive motion, slammed her folder onto the table before Bai Hanzhou. The intention agreement she had just signed with housekeeper Hu slipped out, unfolding before Bai Hanzhou's astonished eyes. "Director Bai," Gu Qingli's voice dripped with unabashed mockery, "before you engage in idle gossip about me, perhaps you should first ascertain the current status of that elusive deal you deemed unattainable." Bai Hanzhou was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected display, but as he registered the title and signature on the document, his pupils dilated in shock. "The investment intention agreement with Hu Jing," he exclaimed, snatching the document, his fingers trembling in disbelief. "This is impossible. How could you possibly secure this?" He hastily perused the contents of the agreement, his complexion growing paler with each line, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Every clause, every signature, every seal attested to the authenticity of the document. A collective gasp filled the conference room, accompanied by murmurs of incredulity. What? Team leader Gu truly secured Mrs. Hu's deal? Good heavens! That's the formidable Mrs. Hu. So many had attempted and failed. How could this be? This was monumental. The investment amount was no trifling sum. Bai Hanzhou listened to the surrounding whispers, his complexion oscillating between hues of green and white, his grip on the document growing increasingly unsteady. He could not fathom how this woman, whom he had persistently undermined, could accomplish such an ostensibly impossible feat. Gu Qingli's gaze fell upon the ashen-faced Bai Hanzhou, her lips curling into a chilling arc. "Director Bai, what were your words just now? To help me recognize reality?" She took a step closer, the sound of her heels striking the floor resonating in the hushed conference room. Now, do you see the reality? Bai Hanzhou's lips quivered, unable to articulate a single word. Ignoring him, Gu Qingli turned on her heel and strode toward the exit, leaving behind a room full of stunned individuals. Her destination was the president's office on the top floor. Approximately half an hour later, the door to the investment department office was once again pushed open. Gu Qingli emerged alongside a composed gentleman, the CEO of Hanhai Securities, Li Hanhai. Li Hanhai surveyed the office area, his gaze eventually resting on the palette by Hanzhou, his voice steady and authoritative. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to announce a decision. In light of Comrade Gu Qingli's exceptional performance regarding Mrs. Hu Jing's investment project, the company has resolved to promote Gu Qingli to the position of Deputy Director of the Investment Department, granting her full responsibility for high-end client affairs. Applause and congratulations erupted in the office, many gazes directed toward Gu Qingli filled with admiration and envy. Li Hanhai raised his hand for silence. Continuing, as for Comrade by Hanzhou, due to repeated significant errors in judgment and a lack of basic respect for his subordinates, he is deemed unsuitable for the role of Director of the Investment Department. Effective immediately, he will be reassigned to the West City branch as a business consultant, with immediate handover required. The West City branch? A business consultant? ISNT that the company's notorious retirement division? Ostensibly a consultant, but in reality, a mere figurehead. Thoroughly marginalized. This outcome was far more humiliating than a simple dismissal. Bai Hanzhou felt as though struck by lightning, his mouth opening and closing in vain. Utterly a loss for words. After announcing the decision, Li Hanhai patted Gu Qingli on the shoulder, offering a few encouraging words before departing. Gu Qingli stood poised, absorbing the envious, reverent, and obsequious gazes of her colleagues, her expression consistently serene, confident, and composed. Inside a red Porsche, Chen Xiao was idly gazing out the window when suddenly, the system's prompt tone echoed in his mind. Ding. Target. Gu Qingli, affection level 5. Current affection level, 63. Another increase? It appears Gu Qingli's recent endeavors bore fruitful results. Indeed, moments later, the car door swung open, and a breeze carrying the scent of victory swept in. Gu Qingli settled back into the driver's seat, her face alight with uncontainable excitement and pride. The anger she had felt earlier had dissipated, replaced by a sense of triumphant vindication. Mission accomplished. She fastened her seatbelt, turning to Chen Xiao. That old bald fool by Hanzhou has been unceremoniously booted to the West City branch for retirement. Ha! What a delightful turn of events. Clearly in high spirits. She started the engine, her tone light. Xiao, you've been a tremendous help to your sister this time. My commission from this deal will be substantial. I shall share 100,000 as a token of appreciation. Chen Xiao chuckled. You're too kind, Sister Qingli. No need for such formalities. Gu Qingli waved her hand grandly, exuding an air of generosity. Furthermore, I honor my word. Whatever you desire, as long as I can manage it, I shall grant you any request. Hearing Gu Qingli's words, Chen Xiao leisurely assessed her, his gaze traversing her delicate collarbone down to her long legs. Then he spoke slowly. As for my request, it's not too difficult. Next time, I would like to see Sister Qingli in a high-slit qipao. Gu Qingli paused for 2 seconds, then quickly grasped the audacious request on Chen Xiao's face, nearly bursting into laughter in exasperation. This kid certainly had a bold streak. She extended her index finger, playfully poking his forehead, pushing his head aside. Her tone laced with mock irritation. You little rascal, have you grown too bold? Daring to tease your elder sister? Chen Xiao allowed her to push him away, his face still adorned with that infuriatingly carefree smile, his gaze unwavering as it met hers. Gu Qingli felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze, snorting dismissively before turning back to the road and pressing down on the accelerator. The crimson Porsche roared to life, racing towards Southeast University with fervor. Chapter 37. The Gambler's Spirit. The Porsche came to a smooth halt not far from the university gate. Chen Xiao pushed the door open and stepped out, the lingering scent of Gu Qingli's somewhat aggressive perfume still tantalizing his senses. By assisting Gu Qingli in securing Hu Jing's business, not only had his favorability increased significantly, but he also received a premium-grade bracelet from Hu Jing, its value likely substantial upon further investigation. Chen Xiao felt in high spirits. Just as he turned to enter the campus, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! You're eligible for a lottery draw. Would you like to proceed immediately? A wave of excitement surged through Chen Xiao. Favorability lottery. Yes. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired the ability. Gambler's technique. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired the ability. Mastery of Xingyi Quan. Two abilities. Chen Xiao was somewhat taken aback, followed by an overwhelming joy. Gomblies technique? Mastery of Xingyi Quan? These were incredibly practical abilities. In an instant, two streams of entirely different information flooded Chen Xiao's mind. First, concerning the gambler's technique. The rules, probabilities, psychology, strategies, and cheating methods of various gambling games were infused into his consciousness like a divine revelation. Moreover, his fingers became remarkably nimble, as if he instinctively knew how to shuffle, deal, and control the cards. Next came the knowledge of Xingyi Quan, the stances, footwork, body movements, hand techniques, as well as the 12 forms and 5 elemental fists were imprinted deep within him, as if he had trained for decades. He felt his breathing grow deeper and more profound, an almost imperceptible flow of energy coursing through his limbs. Even the simplest of movements exuded a refined yet unassuming vigor, hinting at latent explosive potential. Chen Xiao stood still, closing his eyes to savor these two newfound abilities. The gambler's technique might not hold much practical value in daily life. It would undoubtedly prove advantageous during casual games with friends or in certain special circumstances, potentially leading to unexpected victories. Conversely, Xingyi Quan represented a tangible self-defense capability. Following the incident with Shan Haoran's knife attack, Chen Xiao increasingly recognized the paramount importance of possessing sufficient self-defense strength. Although his physical prowess already surpassed that of the average person, mastering Xingyi Quan elevated his combat abilities significantly, allowing him to respond more composedly to unforeseen dangers. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The system consistently delivered quality. Assisting Gu Qingli had proven immensely rewarding. He stretched his limbs and strode towards the dormitory building, moving with a steady, robust rhythm influenced by his enhanced physique and mastery of Xingyi Quan, each step seemingly measured yet entirely natural. As he approached the door of dormitory 302, he heard the boisterous voice of Song Shu from within. Bomb. Blow him a bits. Ha ha. Chen Xiao entered to find a room shrouded in smoke, with Song Shu, Zhou Hong, and Lu Nanzhou gathered around a table playing dodiju, surrounded by snacks and empty beverage bottles. Whoa, Xiao Ge, you're back. Lu Nanzhou was the first to notice him. Xi Yi. Zhou Hong also greeted him with a nod. Haha, just in time, Xiao Ge. My stomach's a bit off. Help me out. Song Shu shouted, his eyes glued to the cards. If we win this hand, we can't finish. Chen Xiao approached, noticing Song Shu's pallor. All right, you go ahead. Song Shu quickly shoved his cards into Chen Xiao's hands and rushed to the bathroom. Clutching his stomach, Chen Xiao sat down and glanced at Song Shu's cards. With the enhancement of the gambler's technique, the hand before him became remarkably clear, revealing the value of each card, potential combinations, the opponent's hands, and even the slightest changes in Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou's expressions. I'll be the landlord, Chen Xiao announced calmly, picking up the 3 base cards from the table. The game commenced. Chen Xiao's movements were unhurried, even somewhat casual. Yet every card he played was perfectly timed, as if he could accurately predict the other strategies. Zhou Hong attempted to slip away with a small sequence, only to be countered by Chen Xiao's precisely chosen single card. Lu Nanzhou, hiding a bomb for a surprise attack, found his strategy thwarted as Chen Xiao preemptively dismantled his hand with a smaller 3+1. As the rounds progressed, the expressions on Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou's faces shifted from casual to perplexed, then to grave, and ultimately to disbelief. What the hell? Xi Yi, how are you playing so smoothly? Zhou Hong exclaimed, his eyes wide as Chen Xiao effortlessly played a pair. Lu Nanzhou frowned. Something's off. It feels like you can see through my cards. Did you hide a camera? Chen Xiao merely smiled, remaining silent as he continued to play. The ensuing rounds showcased an overwhelming dominance, regardless of how Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou coordinated or concealed their cards. Chen Xiao consistently neutralized their strategies with the most economical and effective moves, securing effortless victories. The pile of bets that originally belonged to Song Shu soon multiplied several times, encompassing the snacks and coins in front of Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou. This is downright eerie. This is seriously bizarre. Zhou Hong exclaimed, looking utterly astonished. I'm done. Xiao Ge, something's definitely off with you today. Exactly. How can we continue playing? It feels like you've stripped us bare. Lu Nanzhou echoed, shaking his head. His gaze toward Chen Xiao filled with suspicion. Xiao Ge, fess up. Have you secretly taken on a mentor? Or have you been possessed by the spirit of a gambler? Song Shu returned from the bathroom to find this peculiar scene. Chen Xiao surrounded by a bounty of winnings, while Zhou Hong and Lu Nanzhou wore expressions of utter disbelief and existential crisis. What is going on? Why do you all look like that? Song Shu queried curiously. One? Zhou Hong pointed at Chen Xiao with irritation. More than one. It's a massacre. Old Song, You need to send this deity away. We're not worthy to play with him. Lu Nanzhou concurred. Exactly. Playing cards with him is just asking for punishment. I feel like my IQ has been rubbed into the ground. Chen Xiao found their exaggerated reactions amusing and pushed the cards back to Song Shu. All right, no more playing. It's just good luck. He stood up and stretched lazily. Song Shu accepted the cards, still somewhat baffled, but seeing how much Chen Xiao had won. He cheerfully sat down. Xiaogu is still the best. Unlike you two amateurs. Zhou Heng and Lu Nanzhou simultaneously raised their middle fingers at him. After a while, the group dispersed from their card game. Song Shu slumped in his chair and inquired, by the way, with the May Day holiday approaching, what are your plans? I don't know. Not much fun around the school, Lu Nanzhou sighed. How about we go to the neighboring city for a few days? Last time we made some money. Let us treat ourselves. Song Shu suggested. Zhou Heng and Lu Nanzhou's eyes lit up at the idea. Xiaogu, are you going? Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, I'll be heading home for the May Day holiday. It's been a while since I last went. His family resided in a neighboring province, and a high-speed train ride took several hours. He had mostly stayed at Bai Jia's place, and hadn't returned home frequently. Going home? Song Shu sounded a bit disappointed. Well, what about the three of us? All right, it's a pity Xiaogu has to go home. Zhou Heng and Lu Nanzhou dismissed it. As Chen Xiao listened to their plans, he contemplated the hassle of grabbing a train ticket during the May Day rush. With so many people, if only he had his own car, driving home would be far more convenient. And having a vehicle would eliminate the need for taxis in the future. It appears that the matter of purchasing a car can now be placed on the agenda. Chapter 38. Return home to meet the parents. During the afternoon lecture on quantum entanglement, Chen Xiao found the content so monotonous that it nearly lulled him to sleep. His fingers unconsciously twirled a pen as his thoughts drifted back to Bai Jia's home. His rib injury had healed quite well. It was high time for Bai Jia to fulfill her promise, was it not? The mere thought of Bai Jia donning the exquisite black lace garment he had meticulously chosen for her ignited a fervor within him. He retrieved his phone and, seizing the moment when the professor turned to write on the board, swiftly sent Bai Jia a WeChat message. Chen Xiao, Aunt Bai, are you ready for what you promised me? Mischievous grin. Once the message was dispatched, it sank into the void, receiving no response for quite some time. Chen Xiao remained unperturbed, leisurely stowing away his phone. He understood Bai Jia well. The more bashful she became, the more it indicated that she was indeed thinking about it. At long last, the bell rang, signaling the end of class, and Chen Xiao was the first to burst out of the classroom, ignoring Song Shu's call for a gaming session that evening as he directly hailed a cab to Bai Jia's home. Standing before the familiar security door, he pressed the doorbell. Soon, he heard the faint sound of footsteps inside, followed by the unmistakable click of the lock. The door swung open, revealing none other than Bai Jia. Chen Xiao's breath caught momentarily, his gaze fixated. Bai Jia was truly wearing the very black lace nightgown he had purchased. The nightgown, made of silk, exuded a delicate sheen, with its V-neck design perfectly accentuating her voluptuous curves, revealing her fair, smooth skin and exquisite collarbone. The hem of the dress barely concealed her thighs, leaving her long, slender legs entirely exposed to the air. Chen Xiao felt a rush of warmth coursing through him. Bai Jia, equally uncomfortable, could hardly meet his gaze. You're back. Dinner is ready. Go wash your hands, she stammered, striving to maintain her usual gentle demeanor. Yet her flushed ears and subtly pressed lips betrayed her inner shyness and fluster. Chen Xiao's gaze bore into her as he stepped closer, encroaching upon her space. Bai Jia, feeling increasingly uneasy under his scrutiny, instinctively took a step back until her back met the cold wall, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. Aunt Bai, the aroma of the food pales in comparison to your presence. What are you saying? Bai Jia, flustered and indignant, raised her hand in an attempt to push him away, only to have Chen Xiao seize her wrist. Let us not rush to dinner, he murmured, leaning in closer. The next moment, she felt herself lifted effortlessly as he swept her off her feet. Chen Xiao, put me down. What are you doing? Bai Jia exclaimed, her cheeks aflame. Yet Chen Xiao disregarded her protests, carrying her straight to the bedroom. An hour later, in the dining room, the food had grown somewhat cold. Bai Jia had changed into a conservative cotton nightgown, seated at the table, poking at her rice with chopsticks while casting occasional glances at the ravenous Chen Xiao across from her. Chen Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction from her glares. The earlier sweet interlude before dinner lingered delightfully in his memory. Staring at me, one tea help? Aunt Bai, he chuckled, picking up a piece of vegetable. You promised me. A deal is a deal. Oomph. Bai Jia turned her head away, refusing to engage. After a few bites of rice, Chen Xiao recalled something and spoke up. By the way, Aunt Bai, the May Day holiday is approaching, and I plan to visit home. Bai Jia paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes. It's time to see your parents. Be careful on the road. Setting down his chopsticks, Chen Xiao gazed at her, his tone laced with a hint of probing yet earnestness. Aunt Bai, would you like to accompany me back for a few days? Bai Jia blinked, seemingly caught off guard. Chen Xiao continued, his demeanor relaxed and casual. My parents often express their gratitude for your care. This would be a perfect opportunity for them to thank you in person. It could also serve as a chance to meet the parents. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Jia, mid-sip of her soup, nearly choked upon hearing the last phrase, spluttering violently. Her cheeks instantly aflame. She shot up, flustered and agitated, looking at Chen Xiao with wide eyes. Me what parents? Chen Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting? This boy was becoming increasingly outrageous. What did he mean by meeting parents? What did he take himself for? Bai Jia's heart raced, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Chapter 39. Encountering the first snow again. As Bai Jia's thoughts spiraled chaotically, her phone suddenly chimed with a WeChat notification. It was a message from her trio of close friends. Bai Jia picked up her phone and opened it, instantly bombarded by Gu Qingli's messages. Gu Qingli, I am so furious. My useless brother is driving me insane. Gu Qingli, I just helped him pay off 1,000,000 yuan in gambling debts. 1,000,000. All my hard-earned money, just thrown away. Gu Qingli, if it weren't for Xiao Xiao helping me secure that deal with old Madam Hu, I wouldn't even have the funds to clean up his mess. Truly a family plagued by misfortune. Xiao Wanqing, Qingli, don't let it get to you. It's not worth ruining your health over. Your brother needs to be properly disciplined. Gu Qingli, disciplined? How? He.S. utterly unmanageable. If the debt collectors hadn't come knocking, I would still be in the dark. Bai Jia furrowed her brow at Gu Qingli's grievances. She had encountered Gu Qingli's brother, Gu Zhao, a few times. He was all talk and no action, always dreaming of quick riches. And now he had succumbed to gambling. What's wrong, Aunt Bai? Chen Xiao emerged from the kitchen after washing the dishes. Noticing Bai Jia's troubled expression and casually inquired. Bai Jia sighed, handing her phone to Chen Xiao. Qingli's brother lost 1,000,000 in gambling. She just helped him pay it off. Chen Xiao took the phone, glanced at it, and shook his head gently, returning it to Bai Jia. Such matters were complicated, and it was best not to pass judgment. One could only say that every family has its own struggles. By the way, Aunt Bai, Chen Xiao seemed to recall something. I plan to buy a car tomorrow. It would be convenient to drive back for the May Day holiday. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's good. You have the funds now, so it's certainly more convenient to have a car for travel. Just choose wisely. Bai Jia had no objections regarding Chen Xiao's car purchase. He had achieved success and earned his own money. It was only fitting for him to enhance his quality of life. The following day, Chen Xiao did not attend school. Instead, he took a taxi directly to the largest 4S dealership in the city. He had no particular expertise in cars, but the name Cadillac sounded robust, and its appearance was grand, aligning with his aesthetic. After selecting and test driving, he decisively purchased a sleek black CT6 outright. Having completed the paperwork, he set off in his brand new vehicle, feeling quite elated. The sensation of owning a car was indeed different. He did not head straight back to Bai Jia's home. Instead, he leisurely drove towards Southeast University. Just as he parked in a roadside spot near the school and was about to exit the vehicle, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from the school gate. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, she exuded an air of youthful grace. It was Yen Chuxue. She appeared to have just finished class, holding a few books while engrossed in her phone. Sunlight streamed down upon her smooth, long hair, giving it a golden sheen. Chen Xiao watched her, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. He stepped out of the car, leaning against the door, as he observed Yen Chuxue drawing nearer. Yen Chuxue seemed to sense a gaze upon her. Lifting her head, she beheld Chen Xiao leaning against a black Cadillac. Her steps faltered momentarily, and a flicker of surprise crossed her cool, clear eyes. Chen Xiao. Yen Chuxue approached, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Yes, it's me, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Just finished class? Yen Chuxue nodded, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the Cadillac behind him. She had some knowledge of cars and recognized the brand and model. Is this your car? She inquired, curiosity evident in her tone, recalling that Chen Xiao had taken a taxi last time. Yes, I just got it, Chen Xiao replied casually. It's more convenient for coming to school. Yen Chuxue softly acknowledged this with an "oh," refraining from further inquiries. After a brief silence, she took the initiative to speak. About what happened last time, I haven't properly thanked you yet. Since it's almost mealtime, let me treat you to dinner? Sure. Chen Xiao readily agreed. He opened the passenger door. Get in. What do you want to eat? I'll drive. After a moment's hesitation, Yen Chuxue bent down and settled into the passenger seat. The interior of the car was pristine, exuding a scent of leather, and the space was quite spacious. Let's go to the street behind the school. There's a restaurant with excellent home-style dishes. Yin Chushua fastened her seatbelt and said softly. Chen Xiao nodded and started the car, smoothly merging into the flow of traffic. A brief silence enveloped the car as Yin Chushua gazed out at the passing streets while Chen Xiao focused on driving. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found a window-side table. After ordering, Chen Xiao took the initiative to ask, "By the way, how has your mother been lately? Is she doing all right?" Mentioning her mother brought a subtle softness to Yin Chushua's otherwise cool demeanor. Yes, the doctor said it was caught early. They performed minimally invasive surgery, and she is recovering quite well. I truly owe it to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known. She looked at Chen Xiao, her gratitude evident as she reiterated, "Thank you." Chen Xiao. It was a trivial matter. Chen Xiao waved his hand dismissively. As long as your mother's well. The two engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere remaining amicable. Though Yin Chushua spoke little, she responded earnestly when Chen Xiao inquired. It was clear that due to her mother's situation, her impression of Chen Xiao was exceptionally positive. After finishing their meal, the sun outside was perfectly bright. "Shall we take a stroll, since we have some time?" Chen Xiao suggested. Yin Chushua pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right." Chen Xiao glanced around and pointed to a nearby street that exuded an antique charm. "That seems to be an antique street. Shall we explore?" "Sure." Yin Chushua agreed without objection. The two walked side by side towards the antique street, which, though not long, was bustling with life, lined with quaint shops selling calligraphy, porcelain, jade, and various knickknacks. Street vendors shouted their wares, and the sounds of bargaining created a lively atmosphere. Chapter 40. A lucky find of a bronze vessel. The antique street was not lengthy, yet it buzzed with a unique vibrancy. Yin Chushua appeared quite familiar with the area, occasionally pausing to admire some exquisite trinkets at roadside stalls, though she mostly just looked without purchasing. Chen Xiao, however, was quite different. His gaze swept over each stall like a radar. Possessing a discerning eye, he could see through the various antiques, distinguishing the genuine from the counterfeit. Most items at the stalls were either pristine modern crafts or poorly made replicas, with only a few genuine old items, which were of little value in the realm of folk curiosities. After browsing through a dozen stalls, Chen Xiao's footsteps halted before an inconspicuous little stand. The vendor, a middle-aged man dressed in a traditional jacket, appeared shrewd as he lazily fanned himself. The selection was scant, a few jade pendants, some coins, and a few rusted bronze artifacts. Chen Xiao's attention fell upon a small bronze vessel casually placed in the corner of the stall. Its design was antiquated, but the craftsmanship was somewhat crude, with a layer of unnaturally green patina covering its surface, indicating it was not a valuable piece. However, intriguingly, the hollow bronze vessel contained a small, square object at the bottom of its cavity, its contours clear, resembling a seal. "Boss, how much for this?" Chen Xiao pointed to the bronze vessel. The vendor raised his eyelids, assessing Chen Xiao and the elegant Yin Chushua beside him. The man appeared ordinary, yet the woman exuded an exceptional grace. He slowly set down his fan. "Ah, young man, you have a keen eye. This is a fine piece, passed down from my ancestors, dating back to the Warring States period. Look at the patina, the rust color. An expert can tell a glance. If you're truly interested, give me a fair price, 1 million, and it's yours." 1 million? Yin Chushua frowned slightly at the exorbitant price. Although she was not well versed in antiques, she understood that the street was rife with mixed quality. A demand of 1 million was likely a ploy. "Boss, this piece." Chen Xiao casually examined the bronze vessel, his expression unchanged. 1 million? That price seems a bit inflated. The vendor chuckled. "Young man, you can't say that. This is a genuine article. Opportunities like this are rare." Chen Xiao placed the bronze vessel back on the stall and extended a finger. 1,000. "Pardon?" The vendor thought he misheard and rubbed his ears. 1,000. Chen Xiao repeated flatly. The vendor's smile froze, then morphed into a look of incredulity. "Young man, are you joking? 1,000? That wouldn't even cover my stall fee. Just look at this piece. It's worthy of a museum." He was about to launch into a lengthy spiel of exaggeration when Chen Xiao interrupted. "Just 1,000. Are you selling or not? If not, I'm leaving." With that, Chen Xiao made a stand up. Seeing this, the vendor realized the young man was not easily swayed. The greed in his eyes dimmed slightly, yet he feigned reluctance. "Oh dear, young man, I would be at a loss for 1,000. How about this? Add a bit more. 5,000. 5,000. And it's yours, just as a friendly gesture. 1,000. Chen Xiao's tone remained unchanged as he stood up to leave. Wait. Don't go." The vendor quickly stopped him. All right. Consider it my misfortune. 1,000 it is. Today is my opening day. I'll take it as a good omen." He claimed to be a loss. Yet a subtle gleam of satisfaction crossed his face as he hastily found a tattered bag to wrap the bronze vessel before handing it to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao readily paid via mobile scan, took the bag, and turned to leave. Yin Chuxue followed beside him, glancing at the bag in Chen Xiao's hand. Still somewhat puzzled, but refraining from further comments. As they walked further away, the vendor immediately leaned toward a neighboring stall owner, speaking in hushed tones, boasting, "Hey, did you see that? Another naive kid. Spent $1,000 on a piece of scrap copper I picked up for 50 at the recycling station. Ha ha. These students are just rich and foolish." The stall owner next to him chuckled. "You're incredible. This thing would have just gathered dust here. Yet you sold it for 1,000. Yin Chuxue, with her keen hearing, caught snippets of their conversation and glanced at Chen Xiao, hesitating to speak. "Did you catch that?" Chen Xiao smiled, appearing unfazed. $1,000 just for fun. Yin Chuxue observed Chen Xiao's nonchalant demeanor, feeling a twinge of curiosity. He had clearly been taken advantage of, yet he seemed completely unbothered. Indeed, he appeared quite pleased. "Do you really think it's inconsequential?" Yin Chuxue couldn't help but ask. "Inconsequential," Chen Xiao chuckled, weighing the object in his hand. 1,000 is a small price for my amusement. He was well aware that the vessel held little monetary value, but it was the contents within that piqued his interest. Seeing him so unconcerned, Yin Chuxue chose not to press further, feeling that Chen Xiao's expenditure was somewhat unjust. "Let us find a place to take a look," Chen Xiao suggested, eager to ascertain the true value of the treasure. Yin Chuxue pondered for a moment before replying. "I know an elder, Uncle Ji, who has extensive knowledge of antiques and is quite amiable. His shop is not far from here, just down the street. We can ask him for assistance." "That sounds great," Chen Xiao agreed enthusiastically. Following Yin Chuxue's lead, the two traversed through the bustling market area, arriving at a comparatively tranquil stretch of street. The shops here appeared notably more organized and upscale than the previous stalls. Yin Chuxue halted before a store named Jigu Zhai. The shop front, crafted from aged redwood, bore a sign with vigorous calligraphy. Through the pristine glass windows, one could glimpse an elegantly arranged interior, featuring various porcelain and jade artifacts, with a few ink wash paintings adorning the walls, creating a stark contrast to the clamor outside. As they entered, a gentle waft of sandalwood greeted them. A middle-aged man, dressed in a traditional Chinese jacket and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, sat behind a redwood table, examining a jade pendant with a magnifying glass. Upon hearing the door chime, he lifted his gaze and, upon recognizing Yin Chuxue, a warm smile spread across his face, revealing a hint of surprise. "Chuxue, what brings you here today?" "Uncle Yi." Yin Chuxue greeted politely before introducing Chen Xiao. "This is my friend, Chen Xiao." "Hello, Uncle Ji." Chen Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Yuan set down the jade pendant and scrutinized Chen Xiao with a curious glance, noting that Yin Chuxue had seldom brought male friends to the shop. "Hello." Ji Yuan replied with a friendly nod, gesturing for them to sit. "Uncle Ji, we would like to seek your expertise," Yin Chuxue stated directly, indicating the newspaper-wrapped item in Chen Xiao's hands. "My friend just purchased something from a stall behind us and would like your opinion." "Oh, what did you buy?" "Let me take a look." Ji Yuan's interest peaked. Chen Xiao placed the newspaper bundle on the table and unwrapped it, revealing a bronze vessel that appeared dull and tarnished, marred by patches of verdigris. Ji Yuan picked up the vessel and, after a mere glance, his brow furrowed involuntarily. He turned it over, examining the base and gently tapping the body with his finger, listening intently to the sound it produced. The entire process lasted no more than a few seconds. He set the vessel down and looked at Chen Xiao and Yin Chuxue, his expression tinged with resignation. "Young man, this piece is a modern imitation." He gestured to the verdigris on the vessel. "Observe the rust. It is superficial, with an excessively uniform and vibrant color, indicative of chemical treatment. Furthermore, the shape imitates that of the Western Zhou period, yet the lines are rigid and the proportions are incorrect." Ji Yuan paused before delivering his final verdict. "It's 100% modern craftsmanship, devoid of any collectible value. If I were to appraise it, I would say it might be worth around 100 yuan for the material." Upon hearing Ji Yuan's emphatic conclusion, Yin Chuxue glanced at Chen Xiao, realizing that spending 1,000 yuan on a mere imitation was quite a significant loss. However, Chen Xiao displayed no signs of regret or disappointment. Instead, he appeared rather intrigued. He picked up the bronze vessel, deemed a modern artifact by Ji Yuan, weighed it in his hands, and smiled at Ji Yuan. "Uncle Yi, may I borrow a small hammer?" "A hammer?" Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Chen Xiao's intentions. Yin Chuxue mirrored his confusion, uncertain of what Chen Xiao was planning. "Yes, just a small hammer will suffice," Chen Xiao confirmed. Despite his bewilderment, Ji Yuan retrieved a small copper hammer used for repairing artifact from behind the counter and handed it to Chen Xiao. "What do you intend to do with this?" Without answering, Chen Xiao accepted the hammer and walked to a corner of the shop, carefully placing the bronze vessel on the thickly carpeted floor. Under the astonished gaze of Ji Yuan and Yen Shushue, he lifted the hammer and struck the vessel's seemingly rusted exterior with a measured force. Clang! A crisp metallic sound resonated through the air as a fissure appeared in the vessel's shell. Chen Xiao continued his endeavor, delivering a few more strikes. Clang! 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 The shell of the vessel fractured, sending several verdigris-laden fragments tumbling onto the carpet, revealing a hollow interior. To their astonishment, nestled within the hollow bottom was a square object approximately 2 fingers wide. It bore a dark yellow hue and appeared to be inscribed with some ancient patterns. What is this? Ji Yuan's pupils dilated, and his face instantly reflected disbelief as he rushed over, crouching down to carefully retrieve the square item that had fallen from the shattered vessel. Yen Shushue stood in shock, covering her mouth as she beheld this dramatic turn of events, utterly unprepared for the discovery hidden within the unassuming imitation. It was a seal, an ancient, intricately designed bronze seal. The top of the seal featured a vividly crafted turtle knob, with the turtle shell patterns distinctly visible and its head held high, exuding an air of solemn antiquity. The seal's face was square, inscribed with several elegantly curved characters that exhibited a unique style. Ji Yuan's hands trembled slightly as he hastily returned to the table, grabbing a magnifying glass and turning on a bright flashlight to examine the bronze seal with meticulous care. He alternated between scrutinizing the craftsmanship of the knob, the patina, and casting marks on the body, and carefully deciphering the inscriptions on the seal's face. The shop fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yen Shushue observed Uncle Ji's uncharacteristic demeanor and realized that the seal that had emerged from the counterfeit vessel was likely of extraordinary significance. She cast a curious glance at Chen Xiao, filled with wonder about how he had known there was something hidden within. Chen Xiao, however, retained an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely popped open a commonplace can. After what felt like an eternity, Ji Yuan finally exhaled a long breath, setting down the magnifying glass and gazing at Chen Xiao with an expression of utter astonishment, excitement, and a hint of indescribable envy. Young man, Ji Yuan's voice wavered slightly. Your luck is truly extraordinary. He cradled the bronze seal in his palm with utmost care. If I'm not mistaken, this should be an official seal from the Western Han Dynasty, featuring a turtle knob. Observe the form of the turtle knob. It is a quintessential Han style, dignified and stable. The patina on the body is rich and genuine, not a product of later forgery. Most critically, the inscriptions. Ji Yuan pointed at the characters on the seal's face, are in Han Dynasty Miao script, flowing and harmonious, with a balanced and square layout. Inscribed with the words Wuyuan Shengyin. Wuyuan County was a county under the jurisdiction of Donghai Prefecture during the Western Han Dynasty, located roughly in the coastal area east of our Ninghai city. This seal is highly likely to have been used by the county magistrate of Wuyuan County at that time. Official seals from the Western Han Dynasty are already scarce, and turtle knobs are even rarer. Given its remarkable condition and exquisite patina, this is undoubtedly a rare treasure. The more Ji Yuan spoke, the more animated he became. This object is a true find. The shabby vessel outside was likely a crude attempt by someone from a later dynasty to conceal or protect this official seal, ultimately resulting in it being obscured for generations. Yen Shushue was left utterly astounded, unable to fathom that something deemed a modern imitation by Uncle Ji could conceal an official seal from the Western Han Dynasty. This was more astonishing than any novel. Uncle Ji, may I inquire about the estimated value of this seal? Yen Shushue could not restrain her curiosity. Yi Yuan inhaled deeply, his gaze intense as he regarded Chen Xiao. Such a high-ranking official seal from the Western Han Dynasty, particularly in this remarkable condition, commands an exceptionally high market value. A conservative estimate would place it at no less than 2 million. Should it attract a particularly enthusiastic collector, the price may ascend even higher. 2 million. Yen Shushue was once again taken aback by this staggering figure. An item purchased for merely 1,000 had instantaneously transformed into 2 million. She glanced at Chen Xiao, only to find his expression remarkably unperturbed. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Yuan studied Chen Xiao, his eyes reflecting a mix of admiration and inquiry. Young man, do you have intentions to part with this seal? If you place your trust in me, Ji Yuan, I can procure it from you for the sum of 2 million. Of course, you are free to approach an auction house or seek other buyers, perhaps yielding an even higher price. I will not hinder you. Ji Yuan spoke with sincerity. He indeed harbored a fondness for the seal, yet he wished not to take advantage of a younger individual, laying his intentions bare. Before Chen Xiao could respond, Yen Shushue interjected, Chen Xiao, Uncle G is my father's closest friend and possesses the highest credibility within the antique trade. If he asserts it is worth 2 million, you can be assured he would not deceive you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao scrutinized Ji Yuan once more. The man's gaze was genuine, devoid of deceit. Lacking any particular interest in collecting, he deemed it best to liquidate the asset directly. Very well, then. I will sell it to Uncle G for 2 million. Chen Xiao nodded decisively in agreement. Excellent. What a straightforward transaction. Ji Yuan's face lit up with joy. Young man, I'm honored to have you as a friend. The transaction proceeded smoothly, with Ji Yuan promptly transferring 2 million to Chen Xiao. Observing the notification from his banking app, Chen Xiao felt a surge of delight. Who would have thought that a casual stroll through an antique street would yield such a windfall? With the transaction concluded, Ji Yuan delicately placed the Wu Yuan Cheng seal into a silk-lined box, his countenance brimming with elation. Chen Xiao and Yin Chuxue prepared to take their leave. Uncle Yi, we shall be going now, Yin Chuxue announced. Very well, Chuxue, do visit often, Ji Yuan replied with a smile, then turned to Chen Xiao. Young man, should you uncover any remarkable items in the future, feel free to consult me. Certainly, Chen Xiao smiled in return. The two exited the Jigu Zhai, the sun still shining brightly outside. Yin Chuxue walked beside Chen Xiao, and after a moment of silence, her curiosity got the better of her. Chen Xiao, how did you know that there was something inside that fake jar? It's quite inconceivable that even someone as seasoned as Uncle G overlooked it. How could a college student like you possibly discern it? Well, Chen Xiao pondered briefly, responding half-truthfully, I have always had particularly sharp hearing. When I picked up that jar, it felt as though it was not solid, and when shaken, I seemed to detect a faint, distinct sound emanating from within. At that moment, I thought, it was merely 1,000 yuan. What if there truly was something inside? Even if I lost, it was just 1,000 yuan, no big deal. This explanation seemed somewhat strained, yet it appeared to be the only plausible rationale. Yin Chuxue nodded, albeit with lingering skepticism. Perhaps it was indeed just a stroke of luck for him. After all, such serendipitous discoveries are rare and precious. However, reflecting on the moment Chen Xiao Pride opened the bronze jar and calmly negotiated a 2 million transaction, Yin Chuxue regarded his profile, her gaze imbued with a newfound intrigue. This young man seemed far more mysterious and fascinating than she had initially perceived. Shortly after Chen Xiao and Yin Chuxue departed, within the Jigu Zhai, Ji Yuan retrieved his phone, locating a contact labeled Old Yin. He composed a WeChat message and sent it forth. Old Yin, your daughter brought an exceptionally interesting young man to my establishment today. Chapter 42. The school belle's thoughts are not to be guessed. The sleek black Cadillac CT6 glided smoothly along the route back to Southeast University. Chen Xiao stole a glance at Yin Chuxue in the passenger seat. She sat quietly, gazing out the window, sunlight filtering through the glass, casting a gentle glow upon her fair visage, her long eyelashes fluttering like resting butterflies. Soon, they arrived near Southeast University, and Chen Xiao found a roadside parking spot, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt. We've arrived, he announced, unbuckling his seatbelt. Yin Chuxue replied, also releasing her seatbelt and pushing open the door. Chen Xiao followed suit, locking the car before walking alongside her towards the girls' dormitory. The afternoon campus basked in perfect sunlight, dappling the ground with mottled patterns as it filtered through the towering sycamore trees lining the road. Occasionally, students rode past on bicycles, ringing their bells merrily. The two exchanged little conversation, yet the atmosphere was devoid of awkwardness, instead enveloped in a tranquil and comfortable ambience. As they neared the dormitory, beneath a lush camphor tree, Yin Chuxue halted, turning to face Chen Xiao, her clear eyes reflecting fragmented sunlight. I've arrived. Thank you for escorting me back and treating me to a meal, she expressed, her voice as cool as ever. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed softened more than usual. It was but a trifling matter, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. A gentle breeze swept by, causing a few emerald leaves to whirl and descend, one landing delicately upon the hair by Yin Chuxue's ear. Chen Xiao instinctively reached out, naturally brushing the leaf away. His fingertips inadvertently grazed her cool earlobe and soft strands of hair. Yin Chuxue was momentarily taken aback, her long lashes fluttering slightly, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. So subtle one might mistake it for an illusion. She did not retreat, but instead met Chen Xiao's gaze. Her expression complex, tinged with both shyness and curiosity. I'll head up now. Until next time, she murmured, gently pushing aside the wind-tossed strands of hair, her voice scarcely above a whisper. Until next time, Chen Xiao replied, watching her. Yin Chuxue gave a slight nod and turned, briskly entering the dormitory. As he watched her graceful silhouette vanish into the corridor, Chen Xiao retracted his gaze, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. Ding. Yin Chushua's affection level. 2. Current affection level. 42. The system's notification echoed in his mind, further elevating Chen Xiao's spirits. His lips curving into a subtle smile. In dormitory 302, Chen Xiao hummed a tuneless melody as he pushed open the door. Bang! As soon as the door creaked open, a dull thud resounded from within, followed by 3 shadowy figures charging forth. Dog thief Chen Xiao, prepare to pay with your life. Song Shu led the charge, his expression one of exaggerated indignation as he lunged to seize Chen Xiao by the neck. Indeed, if we don't give you a taste of our wrath today, you shan't know why the flowers bloom so red. Zhou Heng followed closely, his expression one of righteous fury. Attack! For the welfare of all male compatriots at Southeast University. Lun and Zhou brandished his fists, his rallying cry echoing loudly. Whoa! Chen Xiao was taken aback by this frenzied onslaught, instinctively stepping back. What on earth are you doing? Are you all having a collective fit? He nimbly evaded Song Shu's grasp and sidestepped Zhou Heng's wild punch, bewildered as he regarded his theatrically dramatic roommates. Still pretending, Song Shu, undeterred by his initial failure, spun around in despair, yanking Chen Xiao toward the computer desk and pointing at the screen, his voice tinged with a wail. Just look. Look at the havoc you've wrought. You, the traitor to brotherhood, who has forsaken us for the allure of beauty. Confused, Chen Xiao leaned in to scrutinize the screen, which prominently displayed a post on the Southeast University campus forum, a bold, red title occupying the most conspicuous position. The headline was striking and rife with gossip. Breaking news. School belle Yin Chushua suspected of being taken. Mysterious young man drives luxury car to escort her, leaving campus dwellers envious. Beneath the post, several candid photographs were included. One captured the profile of Chen Xiao's black Cadillac CT6 parked by the roadside, although only a side view was visible. Any car enthusiast would recognize it at a glance. Another image depicted Chen Xiao and Yin Chushua walking side by side along a campus path, bathed in golden sunlight, creating a picturesque scene that exuded an unmistakable aura of a perfect match. The third photograph, taken from an unconventional angle, immortalized the moment when Chen Xiao reached out to brush a fallen leaf from Yin Chushua's hair just moments ago beneath the dormitory building. In the image, the two stood in close proximity, with Chen Xiao slightly bowing his head and Yin Chushua tilting her face upward, enveloped in a subtly ambiguous atmosphere. The comments section erupted in a frenzy, accumulating hundreds of responses in a short span. My heavens! My goddess Chushua! I can't believe this! It must be photoshopped. Wake up! The photo is crystal clear. That's definitely the campus beauty. Who's that guy next to her? That car is a Cadillac CT6, worth at least 500,000. Who is this man? I know him. It's Chen Xiao from the physics department. The truth is out. Song Shu, prepare for a beating. Song Shu, I can't accept this. My youth is over. Why must the good cabbage be pushed by pigs? What background does Chen Xiao have? Driving luxury cars and dating the campus beauty. Is there no space left for ordinary people? Not to mention, have you forgotten the last time he returned with Professor Xiao wanting? This guy is definitely up to something. Envy, jealousy, hatred. I beg the elder brother to share his secrets for winning over girls. Let go of my goddess. If you have the guts, come out and challenge me in the gym. The comments were filled with lamentations, mixed with various shades of envy and jealousy, alongside numerous mentions of Song Shu, urging him to provide an explanation. Chen Xiao glanced at these comments, a twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling utterly speechless. These fellows had far too vivid imaginations. How could a simple act of escorting someone back lead to rumors of an exclusive romance? Look at this, Song Shu exclaimed, pounding the table in anguish. Just look, the forum has exploded. There must be a crowd waiting downstairs in our dormitory for you. Exactly. Zhou Heng chimed in, Xiao Ge, that's not fair. You've hooked up with the campus beauty, and you haven't even told us? Keeping it all to yourself. Come clean, or face the consequences. Lun and Zhou mimicked a dramatic tone from a television series. Be honest. How far have you and the campus beauty gotten? Have you held hands? Kissed? Chen Xiao, bemused, regarded these three mischief makers, giving each a playful flick on the forehead. What are you all thinking? We're just ordinary friends. Chen Xiao retorted, exasperated. I happened to run into her today and gave her a ride back. As for that photo, it was merely a leaf. I casually removed it. It's not as complicated as you think. Ordinary friends? Song Shu was the first to express disbelief, scrutinizing Chen Xiao with a skeptical gaze. Do ordinary friends drive luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands? Do ordinary friends splurge millions in live streams? Zhou Heng added, Can ordinary friends get you to personally remove leaves from their hair? That action was so tender. Lu Ninzhou stroked his chin, wearing an expression of someone who believed he had seen through all. Chen Xiao was utterly at a loss for words. It was impossible to clarify matters with these uniquely imaginative friends. Believe what you want, he said dismissively, heading towards his bed. After all, their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. Let them think as they pleased. Cut out. A synchronized chorus of disdainful hisses filled the dormitory. Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, deciding to ignore these three jesters, and pulled out his phone to ponder his plans for returning home during the May Day holiday. The following morning, in a professional class, the elderly professor languidly read through the PowerPoint slides, the contents so monotonous it could induce slumber. Chen Xiao sat at a window seat in the back row, resting his chin on one hand, his gaze unfocused as he stared outside. He was contemplating the surprise of driving his newly purchased Cadillac home to his parents when his phone vibrated gently in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he saw a WeChat message from Gu Qingli. Gu Qingli, Xiao Xiao, are you free this afternoon? Want to play tennis? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and replied. Chen Xiao, if Sister Qingli invites, I must be free. Is Bai Yi and Sister Wanqing going too? Gu Qingli, just the two of us. Just the two of them? Chen Xiao found it peculiar. Hadn't Tishi mentioned before that everyone would join? However, he didn't dwell on it. Chen Xiao, all right. You choose the place. Gu Qingli, the usual spot, 3 o'clock, don't be late. Chen Xiao, Okowo. Putting away his phone, Chen Xiao felt a surge of curiosity. Why the private invitation to play tennis? What was Sister Qingli up to? At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Xiao arrived at the upscale tennis club where he had previously played with Gu Qingli and the others, driving his brand new black Cadillac CT6. After parking, he leaned against the car door, casually scrolling through the news on his phone while waiting for Gu Qingli. Moments later, a striking red Porsche approached with a low, throaty engine roar, smoothly parking beside Chen Xiao's vehicle. The door swung open, revealing a pair of long, elegant legs encased in delicate stockings, stepping out in exquisite silver stilettos. Soon after, Gu Qingli's figure came fully into view. At that instant, even Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his breath instinctively slowing. Today, Gu Qingli wore a cheongsam, a deep green velvet cheongsam, impeccably tailored to accentuate her mature and graceful curves. The neckline featured a classic waterdrop design, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small patch of fair skin. However, what captured attention the most was the daringly high slit that began at her thigh as she walked. Glimpses of her smooth, fair legs peeked through, strikingly illuminated against the dark velvet. The cheongsam was adorned with minimal embroidery, with only a few budding orchids outlined in gold thread at the neckline and cuffs, a design both simple and exquisite. Her face bore vibrant makeup, lips as red as fire, and her eyes sparkled with an innate allure and confidence. Despite the inherently classic charm of the cheongsam, it exuded none of the fragility often associated with it in her presence. Rather, she radiated an undeniable aura of a commanding queen. Closing the car door, Gu Qingli, with a small, elegant crocodile leather handbag in hand, approached Chen Xiao, her high heels clicking against the pavement. She seemed to sense his unabashedly astonished gaze upon her. A hint of pride gleaming in her eyes, mingled with an almost imperceptible bashfulness. Standing before Chen Xiao, she tilted her chin slightly, casting a glance filled with playful arrogance. Her expression seemingly asking, "What do you think? Did I keep my word?" He chuckled inwardly, realizing why she hadn't invited by Jia and Xiao Wanqing this time. Sister Qingli had come to fulfill a previous promise. "How do you like it, Xiao Xiao?" Her voice carried a hint of languid amusement. "Does this outfit catch your eye?" Chen Xiao shifted his gaze back to her, donning his usual calm smile, though his eyes sparkled with admiration and mischief. "Not only does it catch my eye," he leaned in slightly, speaking in a tone that was intimate enough for only the two of them to hear, "is simply breathtaking." Gu Qingli's heart fluttered at his candid compliment and proximity, yet her face maintained its haughty demeanor. "At least you have some taste, kid." She raised her hand to adjust the non-existent wisps of hair at her temples. "All right, enough staring." Gu Qingli shot him a glance before turning away. "Go change, today. You shall witness your sister's prowess on the court." Her graceful figure, accentuated by the high slit of her attire, held Chen Xiao's gaze for a few lingering seconds. This Gu Qingli truly was enchantress. The two then retreated to their respective changing rooms. Moments later, clad in athletic wear, they met on the tennis court. Gu Qingli donned a pristine white tennis skirt and sported a high ponytail. The vibrant allure that once graced her features was now tempered with an invigorating athletic energy. Yet the striking visual impact of her prior qipao still lingered in Chen Xiao's mind. "Have you had your fill of staring?" Gu Qingli inquired, picking up her racket and weighing it in her hands. A sly smile dancing on her lips as she regarded Chen Xiao. Clearing his throat, Chen Xiao retorted, "Sister Qingli, that seems a bit unfair." "Unfair?" Gu Qingli raised an eyebrow. "I, for one, am true to my word. Unlike some childish brats who only seek to take advantage with their words." Chen Xiao chuckled, refraining from further banter as he performed a few warm-up exercises. "Come on, Sister Qingli, spare me your full strength." That depends on your performance," she replied. The two began their match, with Gu Qingli showcasing commendable skills. Her movements were precise, and she demonstrated excellent control over both speed and power, clearly a result of frequent practice. Chen Xiao, relying on his physical prowess and quick reflexes, managed to keep pace with her. On the court, the small white ball danced swiftly between them, accompanied by the crisp sounds of their racket strikes and occasional shouts. After nearly half an hour of play, both were slightly perspiring. Beads of sweat clung to a few strands of Gu Qingli's hair, adhering to her smooth forehead, while a healthy blush adorned her cheeks. During the break, they stepped to the side to hydrate. "Xiao Xiao, you've improved quite a bit," Gu Qingli remarked as she twisted open a bottle cap and took a sip, her breath still slightly labored. "It's mainly because Sister Qingli is in such fine form today, pushing me to perform better," Chen Xiao replied with a smile, his gaze inadvertently lingering on her for a few seconds. Gu Qingli shot him a sidelong glance, about to respond when her phone, resting on the side, suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, her smile vanished in an instant. She stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello? What? How could this happen? Where is he? All right, I'm on my way." Her countenance darkened further, and by the time she hung up, her face was etched with anxiety and concern. "Sister Qingli, what's wrong?" Chen Xiao approached, sensing her distress. Gu Qingli took a deep breath, struggling to regain her composure, though urgency seeped through her voice. "Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, but something urgent has come up. I must leave immediately. We'll have to continue our game another time." Chapter 44, An 8 million Debt. Chen Xiao noted the urgency etched on Gu Qingli's face, recognizing it was no trivial matter, and pressed further. "Sister Qingli, what exactly happened?" Gu Qingli inhaled deeply, striving for calm. "It's my irresponsible brother. I just received a call. He's gambled again. Now the casino is holding him until I can pay his ransom." Again, it was her brother Gu Zhao. Chen Xiao recalled how Bai Jia had mentioned that Gu Qingli had previously settled $1 million in gambling debts for him. How long had it been since then? And he fell back into the same trap? "Where's the casino? I'll accompany you," Chen Xiao declared. He felt uneasy allowing Gu Qingli to face such a situation alone. Gu Qingli cast him a glance, hesitation flickering in her eyes. But the urgency of the situation quickly overshadowed her doubts, and she nodded. "All right, thank you for your help." They swiftly returned to the changing room, donning their previous attire without even pausing to dry off their sweat. The red Porsche roared to life, surging forward with a fierce growl. The atmosphere within the car was tense. Gu Qingli gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, her chest rising and falling sharply, clearly agitated. "That scoundrel, he is truly driving me mad," she muttered under her breath, striking the steering wheel. "What did I tell him last time? If he gambles again, I'll break his legs, and it's only been a few days. How could he?" After a few moments of venting, she seemed to recall Chen Xiao beside her, softening her tone. "Xiao Xiao, I truly apologize. I was supposed to give you $1 million from that project with Hu Jing today, but given the circumstances, I'll have to postpone it. Once I sort this out, I promise to pay you back." "Sister Qingli, the money can wait. Your brother's situation is far more pressing," Chen Xiao interrupted, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Gu Qingli cast him a grateful glance, but said nothing more. Her expression clouded with worry. As the car sped through the night, neon lights flickered by in a blur. "The casino holding my brother is run by a man named Nze." Gu Qingli finally spoke, her voice heavy. "He wields significant power in Ninghai, with connections that traverse both legal and illicit realms. He owns several nightclubs, bars, and a couple of underground establishments like the one we're heading to, specializing in loans and taking cuts. He employs a cadre of thugs, ruthless and unscrupulous. He is no benevolent figure." Sighing, she continued, "My foolish brother has no idea how he got entangled with him, and yet he dares to gamble in his establishment." Chen Xiao listened quietly. "Nze? He sounded like a local tyrant in Ninghai." He silently committed the name to memory. The Porsche soon entered a vibrant district filled with nightlife, finally halting before a rather opulent entertainment venue. Several burly men clad in black suits and earpieces stood watch at the entrance, their vigilant eyes scanning passing vehicles and pedestrians. Gu Qingli turned off the engine, unbuckled her seatbelt, and tidied her slightly disheveled attire and hair, taking a deep breath before stepping out. Despite her inner turmoil, she endeavored to maintain an air of composure. Chen Xiao followed suit. A head waiter, seemingly recognizing Gu Qingli's vehicle, approached immediately, his smile professional yet lacking warmth. "Miss Gu, Boston is waiting for you upstairs." Gu Qingli nodded without a word, her high heels clicking as she walked inside, with Chen Xiao trailing closely behind. The club's interior was lavishly decorated, yet the air was thick with a mingling sense of smoke, alcohol, and perfume. The head waiter led them through the raucous main hall into a private elevator that ascended directly to the top floor. When the elevator doors opened, they emerged into a quiet corridor adorned with thick carpeting. At the end, two imposing figures in black suits stood guard in front of a private room. The head waiter whispered a few words to them, and one of the men pushed the door open. The room was spacious, styled in a traditional Chinese manner, with a massive rosewood sofa occupying the center. A middle-aged man, dressed in a Tang suit and idly playing with two walnuts, lounged on the sofa, squinting as he assessed Gu Qingli and Chen Xiao's entrance. He appeared to be in his 40s, unremarkable in appearance, yet his gaze was sharp, imbued with a sense of authority born from long-held power. On the floor beside Nze, a young man in his 20s was being held down in a chair by two burly men. His face bore bruises, his hair disheveled, and his eyes darted nervously. It was none other than Gu Qingli's brother, Gu Xiao. Upon seeing Gu Qingli enter, Gu Xiao appeared as if he had spotted a savior, struggling to call out, "Sister! Sister, save me! They're hitting me! Be quiet!" One of the burly men beside Nze barked, silencing Gu Xiao instantly, who shrank back in fear. Nze set down the walnuts he had been toying with, and spoke slowly. "Miss Gu, your brother has been gambling under my roof, but luck has not favored him." He paused, his gaze lingering on Gu Qingli with a hint of amusement. "Including principal and interest, he owes a total of 8 million. How does Miss Gu intend to handle this?" 8 million? Gu Qingli's mind buzzed, and her vision momentarily dimmed. While she had anticipated a significant sum, she could never have fathomed the staggering total of 8 million. How dare that scoundrel gamble away such a fortune? In a fit of rage, she whirled around, stormed up to Gu Xiao, and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap across his face. The resounding crack echoed through the room. "I'll kill you, you beast." Gu Qingli trembled with fury, her eyes reddening at the thought of 8 million. "Why don't you just die?" Gu Xiao stood dazed, clutching his face. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at his sister. Nze observed the scene, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his lips, making no effort to intervene. Once Gu Qingli's anger had subsided, her chest heaved with intense breaths, but she forced herself to regain her composure. She understood that now was not the time to settle scores with Gu Xiao. Turning back to Nze, she endeavored to steady her voice. "Mr. N, we accept this debt. However, 8 million is no trifling amount. I require some time to gather the funds. Could you possibly grant us a few days' extension?" Chapter 45. I will play a few rounds for him. Nze reclined on the sofa, his fingertips lightly tapping the mahogany armrest, his expression inscrutable. "An extension? That is certainly feasible. It is only right to repay debts. Miss Gu is a sensible individual, and I am not unreasonable." He paused, raising a finger. 1 week. Pay 3 million first. The remaining 5 million within a month, with both principal and interest settled in full. Let's draft a promissory note. The crew-cut man beside him promptly produced paper and pen. 8 million. The interest alone would likely amount to a staggering figure. Gu Qingli's complexion paled further, nearly causing her to falter. She realized this was Nze's rule. No one dared to default on his loans. If she did not sign this note today, both she and her brother might never leave this place. Taking a deep breath, her fingers icy and trembling, she reached for the pen. At the moment her fingertips were about to touch the pen, a warm, dry hand gently rested on the back of hers. Gu Qingli was taken aback, raising her gaze to meet Chen Xiao's calm eyes. The atmosphere in the private room instantly froze. Nze halted his tapping, a glint of cold severity flashing in his narrowed eyes. The two burly men restraining Gu Xiao and the crew-cut man directed hostile glares at Chen Xiao. "What do you mean by this, kid?" The crew-cut man spoke with menace. Ignoring him, Chen Xiao merely looked at Gu Qingli, shaking his head gently before releasing her hand. He turned to Nze on the sofa, a playful smile gracing his face. "Mr. N, this is a gambling house, is it not?" Nze raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he scrutinized him. If this is indeed a gambling house, then surely it cannot be a place where one is only allowed to lose without the chance to win, correct? My sister's friend has had a streak of bad luck and owes money, but that is of no consequence. However, I wish to play a few rounds on his behalf to see if I can recover some of the losses. That is not too much to ask, is it? Upon hearing this, Nze's lips curled into a slight smile as he resumed rolling the two walnuts in his hand. "Play? Very well. Do you have the funds?" His gaze was laced with disdain. How much could a mere boy trailing behind Gu Qingli possibly have? Gu Qingli, growing anxious, seized Chen Xiao's arm. Her voice low and pleading, Xiao Xiao, don't act recklessly. This is not a place for games. 8 million. Trust me, Jia. Chen Xiao interrupted her. His tone still calm, yet his eyes exuded unwavering determination. Gu Qingli gazed into his clear and confident eyes, and for reasons unknown, her previously frantic heart found a strange sense of calm. She released her grip, her lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately, no words escaped her. Chen Xiao disregarded her, directly addressing the nearby manager. Exchange 1 million in chips for me. 1 million. The moment those words left his lips, not only did Gu Qingli and Gu Zhao express shock, but even the seasoned associates under Nzei's command revealed astonishment. Nzei's hand paused in its rolling of the walnuts, re-evaluating the young man before him. Clad in ordinary attire, he appeared to be merely a student. How could he casually produce 1 million to play? The manager glanced at Nzei, who nodded slightly, before respectfully responding, Understood, sir. Please hold on. Soon, 1 million in cash chips was delivered, piled on the coffee table before Chen Xiao, a dazzling array of colors. Gu Zhao stared at the mound of chips, his eyes wide with excitement and anticipation. What do you wish to play? Nzei inquired casually. Let us start with the simplest game. Chen Xiao casually picked up a few chips and approached the nearby sickbo table, eager to test his luck. The dealer expertly shook the dice cup, the crisp sounds of the dice clattering resonating clearly in the quiet room. Bet locked in. Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Xiao. Gu Qingli was so tense that her palms were sweating, while Gu Zhao craned his neck in anticipation. Chen Xiao seemed unfazed by the pressure, his gaze lingering on the dice cup for just a moment before tossing 10,000 in chips onto the big area. Roll. The dealer lifted the cup. 4, 5, 6, 15 points big. The dealer impassively pushed the equivalent chips towards Chen Xiao. He had won his first round. Gu Zhao could not help but gasp, joy illuminating his face. Gu Qingli also exhaled slightly, relieved. Chen Xiao wore a neutral expression, as if winning was a matter of course. He did not touch the chips he had won, instead picking up another 10,000 and, after the dealer shook the dice again, casually tossing it onto big once more. Roll. 2, 5, 6, 13 points big. Another win. This time, even Nzei straightened in his seat, the movement of his walnut rolling slowing. From that point onward, Chen Xiao appeared to be on an unstoppable streak. Playing sickbo, betting on big or small, he seemed to hit the mark every single time. His wagers varied, sometimes 10,000, sometimes 20,000, but every time the dice cup was revealed, the outcome aligned with his expectations. The pile of chips before him grew ever higher. Gu Qingli's emotions mirrored a roller coaster, beginning with anxiety and concern, shifting to disbelief, and now culminating in sheer astonishment as she gazed at Chen Xiao's perpetually composed profile, feeling as if she were in a dream. Gu Zhao was equally exhilarated, his face flushed. Had he not been restrained by the two imposing figures, he might have leapt up in celebration. Ye. Incredible. Let go again. Bet on the triplet. 3 sixes, he shouted, unable to contain his excitement. Chen Xiao paid him no mind, having played several rounds of sickbo. His stack of chips had doubled to over 2 million. He casually grabbed a large stack of chips and moved over to the adjacent baccarat table. Sir, please place your bet. The beautiful dealer smiled as she prompted. The pace of baccarat was quicker, the stakes higher. Chen Xiao maintained his nonchalant demeanor, observing the dealer as she dealt the cards, his gaze casually sweeping across the table before placing his chips on either the banker or player area. Banker wins. Player wins. Banker wins. The results continued to unfold overwhelmingly in his favor. Chen Xiao's predictions were eerily precise, as if he could foresee the outcomes of the hands. Whether betting on the banker, the player, or even the higher-paying tie, his wagers always proved successful. The dealer began to sweat, changing the cards twice, even as Nzei signaled for a new dealer midway, yet nothing altered the results. The chips before Chen Xiao swelled as if they were snowballs rolling downhill. 3 million. 5 million. 7 million. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly oppressive. Under the command of Nzei, his fierce subordinates have shifted their gazes towards Chen Xiao, evolving from initial disdain to astonishment and trepidation. Gu Qingli, covering her mouth, is filled with a kaleidoscope of emotions in her beautiful eyes, her heart racing wildly. Gu Zhao, on the other hand, trembles with excitement. Finally, after yet another victorious round against Zhuang, the total chips before Chen Xiao surpass a staggering 8 million. He halts, casually tossing the last of his winnings onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Clatter. Chen Xiao claps his hands, turns around, and smiles at the now somewhat sullen Nzei, saying, Bossin, fortune favors you today. Exactly 8 million, neither more nor less. The entire private room falls into a profound silence. And Zay fixes his gaze on Chen Xiao, the two walnuts in his hand ceasing their rotation. Having navigated the underworld for many years, he has encountered all manners of skilled individuals, yet he has never before witnessed a young man so eerily adept at winning. This cannot merely be luck. A glint of coldness flashes in Zay's eyes as he falls silent for a few seconds before instructing the crew-cut man beside him in a low voice. Go. Summon Mr. Liu. Chapter 46. The Arrival of Liu, a Showdown in Blackjack. The crew-cut man obeys and strides out of the private room. The atmosphere within the room thickens, the tension palpable, and Zay lifts his teacup once more, sipping leisurely, yet his eyes remain fixed on Chen Xiao, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Gu Qingli stands behind Chen Xiao, her palms clammy with sweat. She glances at Chen Xiao's calm profile and then at the composed Zay on the sofa, her heart racing. Gu Zhao, however, radiates excitement and anticipation, as if envisioning a scenario where Chen Xiao clears all his debts and even makes a fortune. Before long, the door of the private room swings open again. The crew-cut man enters, leading a man in his 50s, clad in a meticulously tailored gray Zhongshan suit. His hair impeccably styled, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, presenting an air of scholarly elegance. Yet his gaze is exceptionally sharp. Upon entering, he briefly fixes his eyes on Chen Xiao before turning to Zay with a slight nod. Boss and Mr. Liu has arrived. Zay sets down his teacup, a smile gracing his face. This young brother has quite the fortune. I would like to invite Mr. Liu to indulge him in a few rounds. Liu Ting adjusts his glasses, looking once more at Chen Xiao, his expression calm and unperturbed. What does the young brother wish to play? Let us play blackjack. Simple and straightforward. However, I have limited time, so let us play 3 hands. Chen Xiao replies, sensing that Liu Ting is an extraordinary player. Only 3 hands? So nonchalantly? Whispers arise in the private room, and Zay's eyes glimmer with interest, while Liu Ting's expression remains inscrutable. Very well. Liu Ting nods and takes a seat at the gaming table, as the dealer steps forward to shuffle the cards with fluid grace, exuding professionalism. And Zay, intrigued, rises to observe. Gentlemen, please place your bets. Liu Ting gestures invitingly. Chen Xiao, without hesitation, pushes forward his chips valued at 8 million. Gu Qingli's heart leaps in her throat. The game commences. The dealer deals the cards. Chen Xiao receives 2 hidden cards, one face-up showing a king. Liu Ting's face-up card is a 10. It is now Chen Xiao's turn to draw. He examines his hidden cards, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gently taps the table. No more. His total stands at 20. Around him, the onlookers hold their breath. It is Liu Ting's turn. He glances at his hidden card, then at Chen Xiao's face-up king, contemplating for a moment before instructing the dealer draw. The dealer presents a 6. With a face-up 10 and this 6, Liu Ting's total is 16. A precarious situation. Drawing could lead to a bust, but standing risks a loss. Liu Ting scrutinizes his hidden card, and then Chen Xiao before finally shaking his head. I will stand. Time to reveal the cards. Chen Xiao unveils his hidden cards, an ace and a 9, combined with the king, yielding a perfect 20. Liu Ting reveals his hidden card, a 7. 10 plus 7 égale 17. Chen Xiao wins. A splendid start. Gu Zhao can barely contain himself, wanting to shout, but is silenced by a fierce glare from Gu Qingli, hastily covering his mouth. Liu Ting's expression remains unchanged, merely adjusting his glasses, signaling the dealer to proceed. The second round begins. Chen Xiao maintains his composure. This time, his face-up card is a 9, while Liu Ting's is an ace. Chen Xiao inspects his hidden cards, revealing a 10 and a queen, resulting in a bust. Yet, there is no sign of disappointment on his face. Instead, he instructs the dealer, draw. The dealer presents a 2. With 9 plus 2, that makes 11. Chen Xiao taps the table once more, again. The dealer draws a jack. 11 plus 10 égale 21. Blackjack. The room fills with gasps of astonishment. Liu Ting studies Chen Xiao's cards, and for the first time, a flicker of emotion crosses his eyes. He reveals his hidden card, a king. An ace combined with a king also totals 21. Atia. Yet, it is evident to all that Chen Xiao, on the verge of busting, has miraculously achieved a flawless 21. Such audacity and luck are truly astounding. Brave indeed, young brother. Liu Ting finally compliments, though his tone remains flat. Just fortunate. Chen Xiao smiles. Let us make this the last hand. With that, he pushes all his chips forward, including those just won and the previous winnings, all in. Gu Qingli nearly faints. Gu Zhao, in a state of uncontainable excitement, trembles with anticipation, muttering, win. You must win. And Zay's eyes narrow, fixated on the gaming table. Liu Ting studies the mountain of chips before Chen Xiao, remaining silent for several seconds before nodding to the dealer. The final hand begins. The tension reaches a fever pitch. Chen Xiao's face-up card is an ace. Lu Ting's is a queen. Chen Xiao checks his hidden card, revealing a king. 21. An extraordinary hand. He flips his cards over. Lu Ting observes Chen Xiao's cards, then glances at his own hidden card, ultimately shaking his head slowly, covering his cards to concede. The dealer pushes all the chips on the table to Chen Xiao. A quick mental calculation reveals that Chen Xiao's total chips, combined with his initial capital of 1 million, exceed 50 million. Thud! Gu Zhao can no longer contain himself, sliding off his chair in sheer exhilaration, his face flushed, stuttering. We won! We won! We're rich! Brother Xiao, you're my hero! Smack! Gu Qingli, unable to restrain herself any longer, delivers another sharp slap to Gu Zhao's face, both embarrassed and furious. Silence. You're making a fool of yourself. Gu Zhao, momentarily dazed by the slap, still grins foolishly at the mountain of chips. And Zay, reclining on the sofa, has ceased to rotate the walnuts in his hand. He narrows his eyes, gazing at the pile of chips before Chen Xiao, his expression inscrutable, leaving one guessing at his thoughts. Lu Ting, however, wears a grave expression, his gaze tinged with disbelief and scrutiny. The gambling prowess he once prided himself on has been entirely overshadowed by this young man in just 3 hands. Chen Xiao, undeterred by the chips, merely smiles and addresses Zay. Bossin, we concluded 3 hands. My luck seems to be holding. Shall we call it a day? And Zay does not respond immediately. After a few moments, he picks up a walnut, slowly rolling it in his palm, producing a faint clicking sound. He does not look at Chen Xiao, but instead gazes at the figure standing behind him. Qi Zhaoran. Young man, your gambling skills are commendable. And Zay's voice betrayed no emotion, yet mere gambling skills are insufficient to sustain oneself in this realm. Chapter 47, A New Friend. Is Bossin seeking to explore other avenues? Chen Xiao chuckled lightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. As for me, aside from having a touch of good fortune, I've dabbled in a bit of practice as well. Dabbled? And Zay scrutinized Chen Xiao from head to toe, his gaze filled with intrigue. This youthful individual, who looked like a student, first produced $1 million in cash to gamble, won $50 million in 3 rounds, and now claimed to have practiced a bit. What exactly is he concealing? Having practiced? A smirk tugged at the corners of Nzay's mouth. Qi Zhaoran, this young brother wishes to spar with you. Qi Zhaoran's previously expressionless face finally showed a flicker of interest as he turned to Chen Xiao, his eyes glimmering with a mix of scrutiny and eagerness. At Nzay's side, aside from safeguarding him, his greatest pleasure lay in engaging in combat with others. Please. Qi Zhaoran cracked his neck, producing a series of audible pops. The empty space in the center of the private room was cleared. Gu Qingli and Gu Zhao stepped aside, watching nervously. Despite having been slapped, Gu Zhao momentarily forgot the pain, his face alight with excitement as he observed Chen Xiao. Qi Zhaoran assumed a Muay Thai stance, his arms crossed protectively over his chest, his lower body firm, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. Chen Xiao, however, adopted no flamboyant posture. He merely stood casually with his hands hanging by his sides, appearing like an inexperienced novice. Kid, stop pretending. Someone with a buzz cut shouted from the side. Qi Zhaoran did not underestimate Chen Xiao. He sensed that although there was no explosive power emanating from him, there existed an inexplicable subtlety and sharpness. Neither combatant moved. The private room was so quiet that only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Qi Zhaoran struck. He executed a low, sweeping kick, slicing through the air toward Chen Xiao's lower body. This was one of the most ferocious attacks in Muay Thai, capable of shattering bones. Yet, Chen Xiao seemed to anticipate this, slightly tilting his body, his toes barely grazing the ground, allowing him to float away like a wisp of willow. Narrowly evading Qi Zhaoran's sweep, with his first attempt thwarted, Qi Zhaoran quickly altered his approach, spinning his body to deliver a whip kick aimed at Chen Xiao's head. Chen Xiao maintained his composed demeanor, advancing rather than retreating. With a downward motion of his right arm, he utilized the crushing punch from Zingyi Iquan to intercept Qi Zhaoran's kick. A dull thud resonated. Qi Zhaoran felt as though he had kicked a steel plate, his entire leg tingling. Chen Xiao merely swayed slightly, dissipating most of the force. Qi Zhaoran's expression grew grave. He recognized he was up against a formidable opponent. No longer holding back, he unleashed the ferocity of Muay Thai to its fullest extent. Punches, elbows, knees, and legs surged toward Chen Xiao like a torrential storm. However, under Qi Zhaoran's relentless assault, Chen Xiao adeptly employed various techniques from Zingyi Iquan, either neutralizing, dodging, or using Qi Zhaoran's own momentum against him. His movements appeared unhurried, Yet each time he expertly avoided critical strikes, and every counterattack was precise and effective. This was not a display of flashy techniques, but rather pure combat. Each clash of fists and feet produced a deep, resonant sound that sent shivers down the spine. In mere seconds, the two had exchanged over a dozen blows. Chen Xiao grew increasingly alarmed. He realized that all his attacks were effortlessly deflected by Chen Xiao, while Chen Xiao's seemingly casual counters inflicted an unrelenting pressure that left him feeling discomfort. Finally, seizing upon a fleeting opening, Chen Xiao lunged forward, delivering a right hook, the killing move of Zingyiquan, the piercing punch. This strike was swift and brutal, aimed directly at Chen Xiaoran's chest. Chen Xiaoran had no time to evade completely, only managing to awkwardly block with his arms. A resounding crash echoed. Chen Xiaoran was sent hurtling backward, uncontrollably colliding with the wall before crumpling to the ground. He clutched his chest, his face ashen, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. The entire room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the fallen Chen Xiaoran, then at Chen Xiao, who stood confidently in the center. In a mere 10 seconds, the renowned Muay Thai expert from Ninghai had been effortlessly defeated by a young man who appeared to be a university student. Chen Xiao withdrew his fist, standing with steady breath, not a bead of sweat to be seen. He glanced at the prostrate Chen Xiaoran and calmly remarked, "Thank you for the lesson." Gu Zhao watched this scene, trembling with excitement, vigorously pumping his fist, his eyes filled with fervent admiration for Chen Xiao. This was his Xiao Gu. He had won 8 million. He had toppled that intimidating bodyguard. Incredible. Truly remarkable. As Chen Xiaoran lay crumpled, the languor and amusement that had adorned Zai's face vanished without a trace. He regarded Chen Xiao with a penetrating gaze, then swept his eyes over Chen Xiaoran, who lay struggling on the floor. After a few moments of silence, the tension in Zai's expression relaxed, and a smile broke through. He picked up the 2 walnuts again, rolling them slowly in his hands, the soft clicking sound shattering the heavy atmosphere. "Excellent. Remarkable skill," Zai proclaimed. "This young brother is indeed full of surprises. It seems I have been short-sighted today." He stood up, taking a couple of steps toward Chen Xiao. A smile gracing his face. "The 8 million owed by Mr. Gu is hereby waived. Consider this my way of befriending you, young brother." As he spoke, he gestured toward the towering pile of chips on the table. "These 2 are yours, won through your own merit. Accept them as a token of friendship for me." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingli and Gu Zhao were momentarily taken aback. Gu Zhao's eyes sparkled. Over 50 million. They had truly struck gold. Yet Gu Qingli felt a sense of unreality. When hadn't Zai become so accommodating? She instinctively glanced at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's expression remained unperturbed. He surveyed the chips on the table, then turned to Zai, his tone steady. "Bossin, you are being overly gracious. The gambling debts are settled at the table. The 8 million should be deducted from here. As for the remainder," he paused, "I only wish to reclaim my original stake of 1 million. The rest can be returned to Bossin." He was not one to be greedy. He had come to resolve Gu Qingli's troubles and to teach this casino a lesson. His objectives had been achieved. Moreover, such a large sum of money was unwieldy. Zai's smile faltered slightly, his expression turning serious. "Young brother, what do you mean by this? Do you look down upon me? And winning is winning. There is no reason to return it. If word gets out, where would that leave my reputation?" Zai's voice took on an unyielding tone, leaving no room for argument. "You must accept this money. Otherwise, it would be a slight against my honor." Gu Qingli's heart raced again, fearing that Chen Xiao's stubbornness might provoke Zai's ire. She gently tugged at Chen Xiao's sleeve. Chen Xiao glanced at Gu Qingli, then at the resolute Zai, understanding that Zai was using money to buy face or perhaps a sense of reassurance. If he refused, it would only serve to make him appear ungrateful, leaving Zai in a difficult position. "Very well." Chen Xiao nodded helplessly. "Since Bossin insists, I shall graciously accept." Zai finally nodded with satisfaction, a genuine smile gracing his face. "Now, that's more like it. More friends mean more paths to tread." He signaled to his subordinates, "Go, exchange the chips for Mr. Chen." Then he turned to Chen Xiao, his demeanor significantly warmer. "What is your surname, young brother? Please leave your contact information. I would be delighted to host you sometime." "Chen." Chen Xiao provided his name and exchanged phone numbers with Zai. "Chen, my brother, should you require anything in Ninghai in the future, just let me know. As long as it is within my power, I will never refuse." Zai clapped Chen Xiao on the shoulder, embodying a sense of camaraderie that felt as if they had been friends for ages. Soon, a subordinate approached, carrying a heavy box filled with cash and a bank card. "Mr. Chen, here is 5 million in cash. The remaining 45 million has already been transferred to this card. The password consists of 6/8. Chen Xiao accepted the box and the card, nodding slightly. Cease. Xia Yi. Let us go. Gu Zhao could barely contain his excitement, urging them on with an eager expression. Gu Qingli shot him a glare, before turning to Nzei, forcing a smile. Bossin, we shall take our leave now. Safe travels. No need for formalities. Nzei replied with a cheerful wave of his hand. Chen Xiao hoisted the box, while Gu Qingli supported the still unsteady Gu Zhao, and the three exited the private room. It was only when the elevator doors slowly closed, isolating them from the outside world, that Gu Qingli let out a long sigh. Feeling her back soaked with cold sweat, Gu Zhao, meanwhile, gazed at the box and card in Chen Zhao's hands, trembling with exhilaration, repeatedly muttering, "We struck it rich. We struck it rich." In the top-floor suite, as soon as Chen Xiao and the others departed, Nzei's smile vanished, replaced by a brooding expression. He walked to the window, watching the red Porsche drive away, his gaze inscrutable. Qi Zhaoran, who had been injured by Chen Xiao, was now supported by his subordinates, clutching his chest with a grim countenance. The crew-cut man approached Nzei and whispered, "Boss, are we just letting them go? That kid won a fortune from us, and even injured Brother Qi." "Silence." Nzei coldly interrupted. "You know nothing." The crew-cut man fell silent, intimidated. Nzei turned to his men, his voice icy. "What happened today must not leave this room. That Chen Xiao, when you encounter him in the future, treat him with courtesy. Anyone who dares to provoke him will not find me merciful." The room fell into a tense silence, and everyone nodded in unison. The crew-cut man, still dissatisfied, muttered under his breath, "Boss, while that kid can fight and has uncanny gambling skills, we have so many people." "Fool." Nzei shot him a frosty glare. "Do you think I'm afraid of his fighting skills? Plenty of people can fight. Did you not see the bracelet on his wrist?" "Bracelet?" The crew-cut man and a few others were taken aback, trying to recall. Chen Xiao had moved swiftly, and most of their attention had been on the gambling and fighting. Who would notice what a young man wore on his wrist? Nzei snorted. Others might not have noticed, but he did. During the moments when Chen Xiao collected his chips and engaged Qi Zhaoran, that seemingly ordinary, even somewhat worn wooden bracelet had revealed itself. Nzei recognized it. It belonged to old lady Hu Jing, the formidable matriarch in Ninghai City whose mere stomp could shake the business world. Even though Nzei operated within the underworld, he was knowledgeable about the relationships among the upper echelons of Ninghai City. The Hu family's influence was not something he could afford to provoke. This young man, Chen Xiao, not only possessed formidable skills and gambling prowess, but also wore old lady Hu's personal bracelet. What did this imply? It indicated a remarkably close connection to the Hu family. Thank goodness he had reacted quickly and avoided confrontation earlier. Otherwise, he would not only lose these tens of millions, but might also find it impossible to remain in Ninghai City. As this realization dawned on him, beads of cold sweat trickled down Nzei's forehead. He waved his hand dismissively. "You all may leave. Clean this place up." The subordinates dared not ask further questions and quickly exited. The red Porsche sped through the night. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere felt rather peculiar. Gu Zhao, seated in the back, stared at the box brimming with cash, his face flushed with excitement and admiration for Chen Xiao. "Xia Yi, you are incredible. It's as if the gods of gambling and martial prowess have possessed you. The way you dispatched that brute was astonishing, and your gambling skills, simply divine. Xia Yi, you are like a brother to me." Gu Zhao exclaimed animatedly, gesturing enthusiastically. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Xiao closed his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Gu Qingli, driving, listened to her brother's mindless chatter and observed his gleeful demeanor, unable to suppress her growing anger. Abruptly, she slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a halt by the roadside, then turned around and delivered a sharp slap across Gu Zhao's face. "Shut up." Gu Qingli trembled with fury, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Zhao. "Do you have any shame? 8 million. Do you understand what 8 million signifies? If it weren't for Chen Xiao, we might not have made it out of that place today. You useless brat. What good are you, besides causing trouble?" Gu Zhao clutched his stinging cheek, staring at his enraged sister, the thrill of excitement dissipating instantly, leaving him at a loss for words. Gu Qingli, after scolding him, felt tears welling up in her eyes. She took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down, then turned to Chen Xiao, her voice laced with profound gratitude and remorse. "Xiao Xiao, I truly cannot thank you enough for today. If it weren't for you..." She choked on her words, unable to continue. Chen Xiao opened his eyes and met her reddened gaze, shaking his head. "Sister Qingli, it was merely a trivial effort." He refrained from elaborating. In truth, he had sensed Nzei's scrutinizing glance at his wrist, although Nzei concealed it well. The scrutiny and wariness hinted to Chen Xiao that their successful departure with the money today was likely not solely due to his winnings or martial triumph. The bracelet gifted by old lady who seemed to have played a pivotal role, albeit in an unseen manner. It appeared that the benefits of assisting old lady who with her piano had exceeded his expectations. Gu Qingli observed Chen Xiao's calm demeanor, her gratitude swelling even more. This younger brother, a decade her junior, was not only exceptionally capable, but also possessed a remarkably steady temperament. She restarted the car, and silence enveloped the interior, broken only by Gu Zhao's furtive glances at Chen Xiao and the box of money. Gu Zhao thought to himself, Xiao Xiao is simply extraordinary. Chapter 48. Aunt Bai's Subtle Intentions. The car smoothly returned to the parking lot of the tennis club. Chen Xiao took the heavy box and bank card from Gu Qingli and placed them into the trunk of his Cadillac. Gu Qingli regarded Chen Xiao with a complex expression. Xiao Xiao, I cannot thank you enough for today. If you ever need anything from your sister, do not hesitate to ask. She paused before adding, as for the money, I will expedite the process. Money is not urgent, Chen Xiao interjected, waving his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Gu Zhao. You better behave. Gu Zhao nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Xiao Ge, I will never dare again. Take care. Chen Xiao acknowledged him with a nod, opening the car door and settling into the driver's seat. The Cadillac's engine rumbled to life, merging with the flow of night traffic. The vehicle glided smoothly, soon arriving at their familiar neighborhood. After parking, Chen Xiao ascended the stairs with a box containing 5 million in cash. Although there was still over 40 million in the bank, the visual impact of the 5 million in cash was undeniably striking. Upon entering, the living room lights were on. Bai Jia, dressed in comfortable loungewear, sat on the sofa with a book in hand, though her mind seemed elsewhere as she frequently glanced toward the door. Upon seeing Chen Xiao return, she immediately stood up, her face etched with concern. Why are you back so late? Where did you go? Bai Jia uprothed, her gaze falling on the box in Chen Xiao's hands, a hint of confusion evident. It's nothing, just played tennis with Sister Qingli. Chen Xiao casually responded, placing the suitcase on the entrance cabinet before bending down to change his shoes. Upon hearing his words, Bai Jia's expression shifted slightly. She stepped forward, her voice tinged with urgency. Xiao Xiao, I must tell you, you should avoid getting too close to Qingli. She is a married woman. Don't be foolish. Her eyes were filled with seriousness and warning. Chen Xiao was taken aback, quickly realizing that Bai Jia might have misunderstood the situation or was perhaps deliberately seeking an excuse. He leaned in closer, narrowing the distance between them to the point where he could almost feel her breath. Oh, is Sister Qingli off limits? He elongated his tone, observing Bai Jia. Then what about you, Bai? A warm breath brushed against her ear, carrying a hint of a faint, fragrant scent of body wash. Bai Jia's face flushed crimson in an instant. She hastily retreated 2 steps, creating distance between them. What nonsense are you spouting? How indecent. Her eyes darted anxiously, avoiding Chen Xiao's gaze as she lightly pushed him away. Seeing Bai Jia's bashful yet reproachful demeanor, Chen Xiao felt a surge of delight and ceased teasing her. All right, I won't jest any further. It's not what you think. He walked into the living room, placing the suitcase on the coffee table with a dull thud. Bai Jia glanced at the suitcase and then at Chen Xiao, her curiosity deepening. What is going on? What were you doing with Qingli? Chen Xiao settled onto the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and, after taking a sip, he slowly began. You remember Qingli's younger brother, Gu Zhao, right? Gu Zhao. Bai Jia frowned. That good-for-nothing scoundrel? What has happened to him? The mention of Gu Zhao brought a hint of displeasure to Bai Jia's tone. He gambled again. Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. He owes 8 million and got himself detained by the casino. Sister Qingli asked me to accompany her to bail him out. What? 8 million? Bai Jia admitted, rising from the sofa in shock, her voice ascending an octave. That rascal. How dare he? How could Qingli have that much money? What are we going to do? She anxiously paced, her face a mixture of worry and anger. This Gu Zhao, he is utterly irresponsible. He'll drag his sister down with him. Witnessing Bai Jia's genuine concern for a friend warmed Chen Xiao's heart. He gestured for her to sit down. Don't panic. The matter has been resolved. Resolved? Bai Jia looked at him in disbelief. How was it resolved? 8 million. Yes. Chen Xiao nodded, pointing towards the suitcase on the coffee table. I covered it for him. Bai Jia followed his gesture, her eyes widening as realization dawned upon her. You mean you want the money back? She stammered, astonished. Chen Xiao smiled, affirming her assumption. Bai Jia gasped, covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. She glanced between Chen Xiao and the suitcase, her mind blank. Going to the casino and winning back 8 million? This is simply unbelievable. Suddenly, she recalled Chen Xiao's remarkable stock trading skills, pondering if it was more than just luck. You, You weren't hurt, were you? They say those places can be quite dangerous. By Jia's voice trembled. Instinctively reaching out to check Chen Xiao's well-being. Feeling the unmasked concern in her eyes, Chen Xiao was touched, grasping her outstretched wrist. Don't worry, I'm fine, he assured her, gently squeezing her wrist before adding, I merely needed to stretch my muscles. Stretch your muscles? Bai Jia's mind momentarily conjured up violent images from movies, causing her complexion to pale further. She began to ask something but faltered, unsure of how to phrase it. Chen Xiao, noticing her complex expression, smirked playfully, leaning closer to her ear and teasingly whispering, Are you worried about me? Pausing for effect, he added with a hint of jest, You know how capable I am? Bai Yi. His warm breath caressed her earlobe, and the suggestive tone sent a shiver down Bai Jia's spine. She instantly grasped the double entendre in his words, her cheeks flushing anew, the color creeping down her neck. This guy, always taking advantage of the situation. Ugh, you rogue. Bai Jia felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration as she forcefully pulled her wrist away from Chen Xiao. Just then, a crisp WeChat notification chimed from her phone resting on the coffee table. Seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, she quickly picked up her phone, unlocked the screen, and opened WeChat. It was a flurry of messages from their friend group. Gu Qingli had sent several messages. Bai Jia, Xiao Wan Qing, sisters. I just got back, and today has been quite an ordeal. Thanks to Xiao Xiao. That scoundrel Gu Zhao caused me trouble again. He owes 8 million in gambling debts. Almost gave me a heart attack. It was Xiao Xiao who accompanied me. Not only did he win money back, but anyway, Xiao Xiao is simply amazing. I don't even know how to thank him. Immediately following were messages from Xiao Wanqing. Qingli, is this for real? 8 million? Chen Xiao won it back? You're not joking, are you? Gu Qingli responded, Absolutely true. Wanqing, you have no idea how thrilling it was. I still feel scared when I think about it. Xiao Xiao is practically a god. I don't know how to repay this kindness. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xiao had leaned in closer, resting his chin lightly on Bai Jia's shoulder, his gaze sweeping over the chat content on her phone. His warm breath on her neck made her body tense slightly. Upon reading Gu Qing's message about not knowing how to repay him, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Xiao's eyes. In a playful manner, he snatched Bai Jia's phone, pressed the voice input button, and teasingly declared into the microphone, Sister Qingli, that's easy. You can repay me with your body. The voice message was sent successfully. Chen Xiao, you. Bai Jia was both angry and anxious, reaching out to hit his arm. What nonsense are you spouting? Quickly retract that. Chen Xiao laughed, evading her grasp and holding the phone high. Just then, a response in the group chat popped up with astonishing speed. Gu Qingli, Chen Xiao, go to hell, followed by an array of furious emojis. One could easily imagine the chaos and fury on the other end. Amused by Gu Qingli's reply, Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Jia sighed helplessly at the sight of the threatening messages on her screen. This little rascal was becoming increasingly reckless. Chapter 49. Thanking in person the next day, as the afternoon class concluded and the bell rang. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of noise. Chen Xiao did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Yin Chuxua. Chen Xiao, are you done with class? Shall we go for a walk? Not long after, he received a reply. Yin Chuxua, yes, just finished. Where are you? Chen Xiao, waiting for you at the entrance of the teaching building. Putting away his phone, Chen Xiao leaned against a pillar at the entrance, watching the sunset paint the sky in warm hues of orange and red. Moments later, Yin Chuxua appeared within his line of sight. Today, she wore a simple pale yellow dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, books cradled in her arms. Her delicate features, illuminated by the golden light, appeared softer than her usual cool demeanor. Upon seeing Chen Xiao, her steps quickened as she approached him. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just came out, Chen Xiao replied with a smile, naturally taking the books from her hands. Shall we take a stroll over there? He gestured towards the path nearby, flanked by fragrant camphor trees. All right, Yin Chuxua replied with a gentle nod. The campus in the evening was particularly tranquil, with a soft breeze carrying the faint scent of flowers and fresh grass. Did you see the lively discussions on the school forum yesterday? Chen Xiao initiated the conversation, his tone laced with playful teasing. He referred to the post that had captured a candid moment of him and Yin Chuxua beneath the dormitory. Its sensational title accompanied by a barrage of lamentations and denunciations in the comment section. Yin Chuxua's footsteps appeared to falter momentarily as she glanced at him. The dim light of dusk obscured her facial expression, yet it was palpable that she felt a hint of embarrassment. She did not respond verbally, but simply uttered a soft Observing her rare display of shyness, Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle lightly, though their conversation was sparse. The atmosphere was not awkward. Rather, it exuded a peculiar serenity and comfort. After walking a short distance, Chen Xiao shifted the topic. What are your plans for May Day? Heading home? Yes, going home, Yin Chuxue replied quietly. What a coincidence, I am too, Chen Xiao smiled. Where is your home? Yin Chuxue turned to look at him, curiosity evident in her gaze. Yinzhou City, he replied, mentioning that Ninghai City was not too far away. Yin Chuxue acknowledged with a soft "oh," not probing further. Her attention drifting to the illuminated path ahead, lost in her own thoughts. The evening breeze tousled a few strands of her hair, caressing her fair cheek. Chen Xiao stole a glance, finding the scene quite picturesque. They engaged in a light exchange, primarily Chen Xiao asking questions and Yin Chuxue responding, with occasional inquiries from her about classes or amusing happenings at school. Before they realized it, they had arrived at the base of the girls' dormitory. The entrance was bustling, with numerous students coming and going, many casting curious glances at the two standing under the tree, especially at Chen Xiao beside Yin Chuxue, who drew extra attention. I'll head up now. Yin Chuxue paused, looking up at Chen Xiao. The streetlight cast a soft glow on her face, illuminating her bright eyes. All right. See you next time. Chen Xiao nodded. Yin Chuxue pressed her lips together as if contemplating saying something, but ultimately just nodded. She turned and walked towards the dormitory entrance. Just as she was about to ascend the steps, she suddenly halted, looking back at Chen Xiao, still standing in place. In a hazy night, her cool demeanor unexpectedly blossomed into a faint smile. See you next time, she said, and with a sense of relief, she hurried into the dormitory. Chen Xiao remained where he was, watching her silhouette vanish through the doorway. She looks quite lovely when she smiles, he mused, stroking his chin, feeling a pleasant buoyancy as he turned to leave. Instead of returning to the school dormitory, Chen Xiao headed directly to a nearby delivery point. Having earned a tidy sum at the casino yesterday, he was in good spirits and had whimsically placed an order online. Upon collecting the package, he examined the box, weighing it in his hands, a mischievous smile curling his lips. He wondered what expression Aunt Bai would wear upon receiving this new surprise. The thought of Bai Jie's flustered yet helpless demeanor amused him. Just as he was about to return to Bai Jie's home, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID was Gu Qingli, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow and answered the call. Hello, Sister Qingli. Xiao Xiao, are you free? Care to join me for a drink? Gu Qingli's voice came through the receiver, sounding considerably calmer than the previous day. Drinking? Now? Chen Xiao replied, somewhat surprised. Yes, she confirmed, pausing momentarily as if hesitating, but continued, I wanted to thank you in person for yesterday. Also, there are some matters I'd like to discuss with you. Let's find a place to sit. Thanking him in person? Discussing matters? Chen Xiao lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. He wondered if she still held on to that joke made in the group chat using Bai Jie's phone about offering herself. Nevertheless, he did not decline. Moreover, he was curious about what this decisive woman wanted to discuss over drinks. All right, where shall we meet? Gu Qingli provided the name and address of a bar, which Chen Xiao recognized as a well-known establishment in Ninghai City, noted for its pleasant ambience and higher prices. Okay, I'll head over now. After hanging up, Chen Xiao drove towards the bar she had mentioned. Chapter 50. Sister Qingli's Drinking Gathering. Night Color Bar, a renowned venue in Ninghai City, differed vastly from the underground establishments like An's S from the previous night. Here, the lighting was enchanting and the music pulsating, creating an atmosphere where urban dwellers sought relaxation and release. As Chen Xiao pushed open the heavy glass door, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sound and mesmerizing lights. In the center of the dance floor, men and women swayed in rhythm to the powerful beat, liberating the pent-up stress and hormones accumulated throughout the day. Scanning the booth area, he quickly spotted his target. In a corner booth by the window sat Gu Qingli, alone. She had traded her sharp business attire for a wine-red spaghetti-strap dress, her long hair casually cascading over her shoulders, and her face adorned with exquisite makeup. Under the enchanting lights, she exuded less of her usual authoritative demeanor and more of a mature, alluring charm. Sensing Chen Xiao's gaze, she looked up, her face breaking into a gentle smile as she waved him over. Chen Xiao approached and sat down opposite her. I thought you might be too intimidated to show up, Gu Qingli remarked as she poured him a glass of Chivas from the bottle on the table, expertly filling her own as well, the ice clinking crisply in the glass. When Sister Qingli invites, one must brave mountains and flames. Chen Xiao raised his glass to clink with hers, adding, who knows if you truly meant to offer yourself. I would be remiss to miss such an opportunity. He referenced the playful quip made in the group chat at Bai Jie's house. Gu Qingli shot him an exasperated glance, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks under the enchanting lights. You're incorrigible, but yesterday truly frightened me. If it weren't for you, She lifted her glass, her expression turning serious, Xiao Xiao, to encapsulate 1,000 words into a single sentiment. Thank you. This drink is to you. She tilted her head back and downed the contents of her glass in one smooth motion. Chen Xiao smiled, matching her action and finishing his drink as well. One glass is hardly sufficient. Chen Xiao took the bottle and poured another round for both of them. Given our relationship, we should start with at least 3 glasses, right? Absolutely. Gu Qingli's eyes sparkled with mirth. I'll join you for the duration. They proceeded to down another 2 glasses. As the third drink settled in, the atmosphere noticeably warmed. Gu Qingli seemed to have completely relaxed, shedding her previously authoritative persona and the flustered demeanor from yesterday, transforming into a more laid-back and alluring mature woman. Honestly, Xiao Xiao, Gu Qingli leaned slightly forward, locking her gaze with his. If it weren't for you yesterday, I truly wouldn't have known what to do. I was completely bewildered by that 800,000. And that Anne's, he is not a good person. You managed to get me out unscathed and... She hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words to describe Chen Xiao's remarkable gambling skills and swift actions. Just luck, Chen Xiao nonchalantly brushed it off. By the way, your brother, Gu Zhao, hasn't he been bothering you, has he? Upon a mention of Gu Zhao, Gu Qingli's smile waned slightly. He was soundly reprimanded by me yesterday and is now confined at home, with his phone confiscated. I hope this time he can learn a lesson. She sighed, lamenting that her parents had spoiled him since childhood, leaving him with lofty aspirations yet little ability, always seeking to ascend to greatness in one fell swoop, only to fail. Chen Xiao refrained from commenting, recognizing that this was a private family matter for Gu Qingli, and thus he chose to remain silent. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation. The atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Gu Qingli appeared to possess quite a tolerance for alcohol, or perhaps she was simply more at ease in Chen Xiao's presence. As she continued to drink, her cheeks taking on a rosy hue and her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. At that moment, a young man in a flamboyant floral shirt, seemingly in his early 20s, approached with a drink in hand. He strode directly to their booth, his eyes fixated on Gu Qingli with unabashed admiration and a clear intent to flirt. Beautiful lady, isn't it rather dull to drink alone? I'm A Fei. May I offer you a drink? The young man flashed a smile he believed to be charming, extending his drink toward Gu Qingli. Her smile faded as she leaned back, evidently uninterested in such advances. Before Gu Qingli could articulate her rejection, Chen Xiao leaned slightly forward, positioning himself protectively between her and the young man. A playful smile on his face. She is not alone, he indicated, pointing to himself. And merely words will not suffice if you wish to treat my sister to a drink. Who are you? A face scrutinized Chen Xiao with a hint of annoyance, his demeanor suggesting he was not inclined to tolerate interference. I am her younger brother, Chen Xiao casually fabricated, gesturing toward the dice cup on the table. If you wish to drink, let's play a few rounds of dice. If you win, you may drink anything from this table, and my sister will join you. If you lose, Chen Xiao smiled, you'll have to drink one and then be on your way. A Fei paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, as if he had heard something amusing. You want to play dice? Are you certain? Having frequented bars and nightclubs, he fancied himself quite skilled, and he dismissed Chen Xiao, who appeared to be a mere student. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Afraid? Not at all. A Fei's competitive spirit ignited, and he slammed his drink onto the table. What are we playing? Let us keep it simple. Guess high or low, Chen Xiao proposed, shaking the dice cup casually before slapping it onto the table. You go first. This round is high, a Fei declared with confidence. Chen Xiao chuckled softly as he slowly lifted the cup. 1, 2, 1, 4. Low. My apologies, but you've lost, Chen Xiao remarked, handing a Fei an unopened bottle of beer. Drink up. A Fei's expression soured, but he begrudgingly accepted, not wanting to appear dishonorable in front of the beautiful woman. He downed the beer. Let us go again, he demanded, wiping his mouth, clearly unwilling to concede defeat. Very well. Chen Xiao maintained his calm demeanor, taking the cup into his hands, this time allowing a Fei to shake the dice. A Fei, fueled by determination, shook the cup vigorously before slamming it down. This time, I guess low, he proclaimed fiercely. Chen Xiao glanced at the cup, a slight smile gracing his lips. I guess high. A Fei abruptly unveiled the cup. 6, 6, 5. 17 high. You've lost again. Chen Xiao passed another beer to him. A Fei's face reddened further, and he gulped it down. The tide of the game soon turned decidedly against a Fei, regardless of who rolled the dice or whether they guessed high or low. Chen Xiao always managed to be correct. A Fei, as if cursed, could not win a single round. Second round, lost. Third round, lost. Fourth round, lost, Chen Xiao noted. His own drink barely touched, while a Fei's table was littered with empty beer bottles. His face grew increasingly flushed, his gaze shifting from disdain to disbelief. Eventually, a fey, in a fit of anger, muttered a harsh remark before staggering away, pushing through the crowd in frustration. Watching a fey's disheveled retreat, Gu Qingli burst into laughter, her gaze turning to Chen Xiao with a hint of admiration. "You always so mischievous," she remarked, lifting her glass to clink with his. "Well done." Chapter 51. My woman can only drink with me. A fey staggered back to his own table, where a group of friends quickly surrounded him, laughing and teasing. "A fey, why are you back so soon? Did you fail to charm the beauty? Look at you. You weren't bested by anyone, were you? How disappointing, a fey, that you couldn't even win over a girl." Hearing his friends' jests, a fey's face fluctuated between red and pale, the alcohol only fueling his ire. "Shut up, all of you." He slammed the table. "That kid is uncanny. He has never lost a game of dice. Are you bragging? That guy, that pretty boy?" A young man with dyed blonde hair scoffed. "Come on, let us go confront him." "Exactly. A fey, if you can't handle it. Let us reclaim your honor." With spirits high and emboldened by their drinks, the group marched toward Chen Xiao and Gu Qingli's booth. "You there, I hear you're quite the dice player?" The blonde one initiated, swaggering up to the booth and looking down at Chen Xiao. The other friends gathered around, their words a cacophony of provocation. "Is it true you made a fey lose 10 rounds in a row? Do you dare play with us?" Gu Qingli's brows furrowed slightly as she prepared to speak, but Chen Xiao gently gestured for her to remain calm. Leaning back on the sofa, he surveyed the ragtag group before him with a tranquil demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You wish to play? Of course. Do you dare?" The blonde one slammed his hand on the table. "Very well," Chen Xiao nodded. "What shall we play? Still dice?" "Dice is boring. Let us play something else," a man in a tank top suggested, pulling out a deck of playing cards. "How about we play a game of Big Two? Lose a round, take a drink." "Sounds fine." Chen Xiao shrugged indifferently. The game commenced. The young men were evidently seasoned players, their shuffling and dealing deftly executed as they exchanged furtive glances, clearly plotting to outsmart Chen Xiao. Yet, as the rounds progressed, the outcomes left everyone aghast. "A pair of kings? My apologies, but I have 3 aces, Chen Xiao calmly revealed his cards. The blonde stared at his pair of kings, then at Chen Xiao's 3 aces, his face paling as he resignedly gulped down his beer. "A straight? What a pity, I have a flush," Chen Xiao declared, revealing his hand. The tank top-wearing man, holding a straight, gaped at Chen Xiao as spade 5, 6, 7, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he angrily drank from his cup. "Damn, your luck is unreal," they exclaimed, urging for another round. They refused to accept defeat, switching games from Big Two to Do Di Zhu, even resorting to the simplest of high-low comparisons. Yet, regardless of the game or their attempts to collude, the result remained the same: defeat. Chen Xiao seemed to be on an uncanny winning streak, always drawing the best cards or accurately guessing their hands. From dice to cards to rock, paper, scissors, every game they proposed, Chen Xiao accepted, and without exception, he emerged victorious. The group of young men, initially brimming with audacious bravado, soon transitioned into a state of incredulity, ultimately culminating in sheer bewilderment as they downed one drink after another. Their eyes grew increasingly vacant, and their tongues began to stumble over their words. A growing crowd gathered around, pointing and laughing at these inebriated youths who were continuously challenged to drink more. Eventually, the first to succumb was the young man with yellow hair, who slumped over the table, mumbling incoherently. The others followed suit, swaying unsteadily, their gazes directed at Chen Xiao, filled with confusion. "Damn it, it feels like we've encountered a ghost," the man in the vest exclaimed, belching loudly before staggering to his feet. The group, supporting one another, clumsily vacated their booth, leaving behind a table strewn with empty bottles and utter disarray. Silence enveloped the booth, interrupted only by the hazy glow of the lights and the distant strains of music. Gu Qingli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she raised her glass towards Chen Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, you truly are impressive." Her smile was enchanting, laced with a hint of intoxication that only heightened her allure. Chen Xiao filled their glasses anew. "You flatter me, Sister Qingli." They clinked their glasses together once more and drank deeply. Setting her glass down, Gu Qingli gazed at Chen Xiao with a dreamy expression. The soft light cast gentle shadows across her face, while her wine-red dress accentuated her mature and graceful figure, radiating an astonishing charm. Chen Xiao's gaze lingered on Gu Qingli, his throat tightening slightly. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Sister Qingli, do you know? My woman can only drink with me." Before his words could fully dissipate, he lowered his head and captured her alluring lips in a kiss. Gu Qingli's eyes widened in surprise, her pupils reflecting Chen Xiao's enlarged face. Instinctively, she attempted to push him away, but his kiss bore an irresistible force. His arm encircled her waist, drawing her closer and deepening the kiss. Gu Qingli's struggles gradually weakened, her body growing pliant under the dual influence of alcohol and the unexpected assault. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Xiao finally released her. Gu Qingli gasped for breath, her gaze still hazy as she stared at him. Only moments later did feelings of embarrassment and anger surge within her. She raised her hand, intent on slapping him, but he easily captured her wrist. "You scoundrel!" Gu Qingli exclaimed, a mix of shame and anger coloring her cheeks. "Now you recognize me as a scoundrel?" Chen Xiao teased, holding her wrist firmly. "You." Gu Qingli fumed, struggling to free her hand. Observing her flustered expression, Chen Xiao chuckled softly, a glint of mischief and provocation in his eyes. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "Of course," Gu Qingli retorted, straining to pull her hand away. "You dare take advantage of me. Didn't you just say you wanted to thank me properly?" Chen Xiao leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "I think this is a rather sincere way to express gratitude." "You." Gu Qingli seethed, rendered speechless by his audacity. The gall of this man, making light of the situation after taking advantage of her. Chen Xiao's smug grin only fueled her indignation further. "All right, you little rascal, think you can take advantage of me, do you? Watch me drink you under the table tonight." A fiery determination surged within her as Gu Qingli inhaled deeply, raising her glass. "Chen Xiao, are you brave enough to drink with me? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow defiantly. "All right." Gu Qingli poured herself a generous glass of Chivas and filled one for Chen Xiao as well. "Whoever falls first is a dog." With that proclamation, she tilted her head back and downed the strong liquor in one go. Chen Xiao, intrigued by her fervor, followed suit, emptying his glass as well. "Let us go again." Gu Qingli set her empty glass down and promptly refilled it. "Come on." Chen Xiao, unwilling to back down, mirrored her actions. They engaged in a fierce drinking contest, one drink after another, neither willing to concede. The pile of empty bottles on the table diminished at a visible pace. Gu Qingli's capacity for alcohol was indeed remarkable. She consumed several shots with her cheeks growing redder, yet her mind remained somewhat clear. In contrast, Chen Xiao, though he had also drunk quite a bit prior, found himself at a disadvantage against Gu Qingli's relentless pace. After a few shots, he began to feel a dizzying sensation, the world around him blurring. "Qingli, you should slow down a bit," he slurred, shaking his heavy head. "What's wrong? Can't handle it?" Gu Qingli, noticing his evident struggle, smirked triumphantly, her eyes sparkling with challenge. "Weren't you quite the drinker earlier?" Her provocation ignited Chen Xiao's remaining competitive spirit. "Who said I can't handle it?" He filled his glass once more, declaring, "Drink. Keep drinking." Another shot down the hatch. Gu Qingli observed him, half amused and half exasperated. "Let us go, it's getting late." "I'll see you home." "Home where?" Chen Xiao asked, his gaze dazed. "Back to Bai Jia's place," Gu Qingli replied, rising unsteadily, steadying herself against the table. Both of them had consumed a fair amount and were now unsteady on their feet. Gu Qingli supported Chen Xiao as they wobbled towards the bar's exit. Outside the bar, the night breeze carried a slight chill, dispersing some of the lingering scent of alcohol. They stood swaying at the roadside, waiting for their designated driver. Just as the glow of headlights approached, Gu Qingli suddenly called out, "Xiao Xiao." Chen Xiao turned, slightly bewildered. Before he could process her words, Gu Qingli rose up on her toes. Chen Xiao was utterly taken aback. A few seconds later, she released him, and seeing his stunned expression, she wore a triumphant smile. She lightly tapped his chest with her finger. "Remember, little brat," she said, her voice slightly slurred yet infused with pride. "Only I can take the initiative." With that, she elegantly waved her hand, opened the car door, and settled inside. Just before the vehicle pulled away, she rolled down the window and threw him a flirtatious glance, silently bidding him farewell before the car melted into the night. Chen Xiao touched his lips, musing, "This woman is truly something." He shook his head in helpless amusement. Soon, his designated driver arrived. After providing Bai Jia's address, he tossed the package he had received into the passenger seat and reclined in the back, closing his eyes. The car glided smoothly through the dimly lit streets of Ninghai City. As they neared Bai Jia's neighborhood, Chen Xiao's phone vibrated. He pulled it out to find a WeChat message from Gu Qingli, safely home, accompanied by a moon emoji expressing goodnight. Raising an eyebrow, he responded with an okay gesture. The driver parked downstairs, and after settling the fare, Chen Xiao took the package and ascended the stairs with slightly unsteady steps. Meanwhile, Gu Qingli returned home to a quiet living room, illuminated only by a sliver of light seeping from the study, accompanied by the faint sound of keyboard tapping. She changed her shoes and, feeling somewhat fatigued, walked into the living room, where she indeed found her husband, Xiao Linchuan, sitting in front of the computer, intently focused on the data reports displayed on the screen. Upon hearing her approach, Xiao looked up, noticing the flush on Gu Qingli's cheeks. He stood and walked over, his tone warm as he inquired, "You're back? How'd it go? I see you've had quite a drink." It was fine," Gu Qingli replied vaguely, not eager to elaborate. "That's good. Make sure to rest early. Don't tire yourself out too much." Xiao reached out, intending to smooth the wayward strands of hair from her forehead, yet seemingly reconsidering the appropriateness of such an act. His hand lingered momentarily in the air before retreating. In his characteristic languid tone, he remarked, "I still have a bit of work to finish on my end." "I understand," Gu Qingli nodded, casting a glance at her husband before turning back to the study, immersing herself in her tasks once more. However, an inexplicable wave of annoyance and emptiness surged within her. Instead of returning to the bedroom, she made her way directly to the bathroom. Turning on the shower, the warm cascade of water washed away some of the residual alcohol and fatigue. The bathroom quickly filled with a steamy haze, rendering the mirror a blurred reflection. Gu Qingli absent-mindedly wiped the condensation from the glass, gazing at her own reflection, yet her mind involuntarily conjured the visage of Chen Xiao, alongside the abrupt kiss shared at the bar. Her heart began to race inexplicably, the rhythm quickening without reason. How long had it been? How long since she had felt such a fluttering of the heart? Meanwhile, Chen Xiao found himself at the foot of Bai Jie's apartment, the designated driver having delivered him there. After settling the fare, he grasped the package and made his way through the entrance. Standing before Bai Jie's door, he adjusted his attire slightly before producing the key to unlock it. With a click, the door swung open. Indeed, the living room lights were aglow, revealing Bai Jie clad in a soft pink loungewear, curled up on the sofa. Upon hearing the door open, she immediately lifted her head. The moment she laid eyes on Chen Xiao, particularly noting the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafting from him, her delicate brows knitted together in concern. "Why'd you drink so much?" she inquired, rising to approach the entryway. "I went out with Qingli for a bit this evening and had a few drinks," Chen Xiao replied casually while changing his shoes. At the mention of Qingli, Bai Jie's expression shifted slightly. Xiao, I must tell you, you absolutely must not behave inappropriately with Qingli. Do you understand?" As Chen Xiao straightened up, he couldn't help but find amusement in Bai Jie's worried demeanor. Rather than responding to her admonition, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Bai Jie, startled by his sudden proximity, instinctively attempted to retreat, only to be caught by Chen Xiao's arm around her waist. "Bai Yi, you seem quite tense," he observed, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "Let go of me," Bai Jie protested, pushing against his chest. Her mind momentarily blank, her resistance faltered. It wasn't until Chen Xiao loosened his hold slightly that she regained her senses, forcefully pushing him away. Observing her flustered state, a triumphant smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips. At that moment, Bai Jie's gaze fell upon the package Chen Xiao had casually placed on the entryway table. "What's this?" she asked, instinctively diverting the conversation to alleviate the palpable awkwardness. "Oh, this?" He glanced at her, his tone nonchalant. "It's your delivery." "Mean it?" Bai Jie blinked in confusion. "I haven't ordered anything recently. It's a gift from me," Chen Xiao said, shoving the box into her arms before turning towards the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. I smell like alcohol. You should go try it on and see if it fits." "Try it on?" Bai Jie looked down at the box in her hands, then back at Chen Xiao's retreating figure, a surge of curiosity quickly replacing her earlier trepidation. "That little rascal. What kind of mischief is he up to now?" Cradling the box, she hesitated before returning to her room. Placing the box on her bed, Bai Jie scrutinized the unmarked cardboard. After a moment's hesitation, her curiosity proved too strong, compelling her to open the package. The contents elicited a swift flush across her cheeks, an ensemble of black attire, complete with cat ear headband and a tail, designed to resemble a feline. The bold design challenged every boundary she had. "Chen Xiao, you scoundrel!" Bai Jie exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger surging within her as she seized the outfit, intending to toss it onto the floor. This was utterly outrageous. How dare he purchase such a thing and suggest she try it on? Fuming, she tossed the costume onto the bed. Yet, once it was discarded, her gaze uncontrollably drifted back to it. Her heart raced, her mind a battleground. One part of her vehemently chastised Chen Xiao for his audaciousness, urging her to dispose of the outfit immediately. The other, however, intrigued by the prospect, coaxed her to at least give it a try. Once that thought took root, it flourished like an uncontrollable vine. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, Bai Jie bent down and retrieved the outfit once more. After a moment of indecision, she seemed to summon a newfound resolve. Minutes later, Bai Jie stood before her bedroom mirror, frozen in disbelief. The reflection staring back at her appeared utterly foreign. The black lace accentuated her figure exquisitely, her waist appearing especially slender. The furry black tail cascaded behind her, swaying slightly with her every movement. The cat ear headband lent her previously composed features a whimsical, feline charm. As she gazed at her reflection, her cheeks burned fiercely. Just then, the sound of running water ceased from the bathroom. At that moment, the bathroom door creaked open. Chen Xiao had finished a shower. Panic surged through Bai Jie as she hastily changed back in her pink loungewear, clutching the crumpled cat outfit in a fit of indignation as she flung open her door. Chen Xiao emerged, towel drying his hair, clad only in a bath towel. Bai Jie's eyes inadvertently swept over him, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Quickly averting her gaze, she hurled the crumpled black fabric at him with force. Chen Xiao, get rid of this filthy thing. Her voice trembled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Instinctively, he caught it, unfolding it to reveal its contents. Raising an eyebrow, he regarded Bai Jie's flustered visage, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Filthy thing? He teased, I think it's rather nice. Tossing it would be such a waste. You. Bai Jie was a loss for words, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You better return to your room. At your command, Bai Yi. Chen Xiao replied with a playful grin, returning the outfit to her before turning to retreat to his own room. Bai Jie stood there, glancing at the outfit in her hands, then towards the direction of Chen Xiao's door, ultimately unable to summon the resolve to discard it entirely. With a frustrated stomp, she retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. After a moment's hesitation, she stowed the outfit, along with the previous one, deep within her wardrobe. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao returned to his room, collapsing onto his bed. After a refreshing shower, he found amusement in the memory of Bai Jie's flustered expression. The effects of the alcohol had mostly faded, leaving his mind considerably clearer. As he picked up his phone to check the time, he noticed an unread WeChat message. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Hu Jing. Hu Jing, dear Chen Xiao, do you have time tomorrow evening? If you're free, could you join us for dinner at my place? Hu Jing's invitation took him by surprise, but he recognized the value in fostering a good relationship with the elderly lady. With a few taps, he replied, Chen Xiao, I'm free. Aunt Hu, what time works for you? Not long after sending the message, he received a prompt reply from Hu Jing. Hu Jing, let us say 7 p.m. tomorrow. Shall I send the driver to pick you up? Chen Xiao, there's no need to trouble the driver. Aunt Hu, I can make my way there myself. Hu Jing, that's fine. See you tomorrow. Chen Xiao, see you tomorrow. Chapter 54, Aunt Hu's Promise. The following afternoon, the melodious ring of the final class bell echoed, heralding the conclusion of a day filled with learning and signaling the imminent arrival of the May Day holiday. The classroom erupted into a lively commotion as students busily gathered their books, engaging in animated discussions about their holiday plans. The air thick with a sense of relaxation and anticipation. Chen Xiao, unhurried, meticulously organized his belongings, exchanged greetings with Song Shu and Zhou Hong, and then exited the teaching building alone. Seeking a relatively quiet corner, he retrieved his phone and dialed home. After a few rings, his mother, Shun Zi, answered, her familiar voice infused with a hint of surprise. Xiao Xiao, what brings you to call me today? Mom, I just finished class, Chen Xiao replied, a smile gracing his face. With the holiday approaching, I wanted to let you and Dad know that I'll be coming home. Really? That's wonderful. Shun Zi's voice immediately soared with joy. Your father was just saying yesterday, wondering if you've been off gallivanting again. Chen Xiao chuckled helplessly. How could that be? I've just been busy with my studies. All right. I know you're busy, Shun Zi responded cheerfully. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare something special for you. Your dad mentioned he wants to catch some big crucian carp to make a soup for you. Listening to his mother's excited tone warmed Chen Xiao's heart. There's no need to go to such lengths. Home-cooked meals will suffice. Not a chance. My son seldom comes home. Shun Zi began enthusiastically planning the menu, inquiring about life at school and expressing concern for his health. Chen Xiao patiently answered each question and exchanged a few words with his father, Chen Dong, who soon took the phone, reminding him to take care of himself before Chen Xiao hung up. Glancing at the time, he realized he still had some time before his appointment with Hu Jing. He returned to his dormitory for a quick shower and changed into a clean outfit. Once ready, Chen Xiao drove his Cadillac towards Hu Jing's villa. After more than half an hour, the Cadillac gently entered the villa district where Hu Jing resided, following the familiar security procedures. The vehicle smoothly made its way and came to a halt in front of the well-known villa. The butler had been waiting at the door, and upon seeing Chen Xiao alight, he greeted him with a warm smile. Mr. Chen, welcome. The old lady is already waiting for you. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Xiao nodded, following the butler into the villa. The living room was brightly lit yet tranquil. Hu Jing sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Chen Xiao's arrival, she set the book aside, her face lighting up with a gentle smile. Xiao, you've arrived. Please have a seat. And Hu? Chen Xiao greeted politely. No need for formality. Just make yourself at home. Hu Jing gestured towards the dining area. Dinner is ready. Let us eat while we chat. Chen Xiao followed her into the dining room. The long table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the eyes and palate. Clearly prepared with great care. Though only 2 people were present, the lavish spread rivaled that of a small banquet. Aunt Hu, this is too extravagant. We want to be able to finish it, Chen Xiao said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not all. If you enjoy it, then indulge, Hu Jing encouraged. Serving him a bowl of soup. Try this matsutake chicken soup. I had the kitchen simmer it all afternoon. The soup was clear and aromatic. Chen Xiao took a sip, the rich flavor enveloping him in warmth. Thank you, Aunt Hu, it's delicious. The dinner unfolded in a warm and serene atmosphere. Hu Jing spoke little, occasionally inquiring about Chen Xiao's school life or broaching lighthearted topics. She seemed genuinely interested in his university experiences, yet her questions remained delicately measured, never imposing. Chen Xiao felt at ease, responding simply while sharing amusing stories from campus life. The meal concluded with both host and guest thoroughly enjoying each other's company. After dinner, the servants cleared the table and presented tea and fruit. Hu Jing lifted her teacup, taking a gentle sip, her gaze drifting to the well-maintained old piano nestled in the corner of the living room, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Xiao, the last time I heard you play, it was truly wonderful, she remarked, setting down her cup. Would you grace me with a few pieces today? Of course, Chen Xiao replied, placing his cup aside and rising to approach the piano. Instead of selecting the previous melancholic piece laden with memories, he chose to play several soothing, tranquil melodies infused with a subtle warmth. The lilting notes flowed through the spacious living room, at times resembling a gentle stream and at others a soft breeze, enveloping the space in an ineffable tenderness. Hu Jing sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes closed, seemingly lost in the music. Her face bore little expression, but the slight quiver of her lashes betrayed the emotions swirling within her. The music appeared to unlock the floodgates of her memories, long-buried recollections resurfacing like scenes from a film. As the final note lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, Hu Jing slowly opened her eyes, a soft sigh escaping her lips. Her gaze, filled with complex emotions, gratitude, nostalgia, and a touch of relief, rested on Chen Xiao. Thank you. Xiao, she said, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. You played beautifully. It reminded me of many things from the past. You're too kind. Aunt Hu, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Chen Xiao replied with a gentle smile. By the way, Aunt Hu, he suddenly recalled, seemingly casually mentioning. Yesterday, I accompanied a friend to sort out some troubles and met someone named Nze. Do you happen to know him? At the mention of Nze, Hu Jing's hand paused momentarily around her teacup before she regained her composure. Nze? She nodded. I know him. I helped him out over a decade ago. So there's a bit of connection. Chen Xiao understood instantly, confirming his suspicions. Nze's abrupt change in demeanor yesterday was likely not merely due to Chen Xiao's gambling skills and prowess, but also because he had recognized the string of Buddhist beads gifted by Hu Jing that Chen Xiao wore. Ah, I see, Chen Xiao acknowledged with a nod. Hu Jing set her teacup down, her gaze warm as she looked at Chen Xiao. Xiao, you are a good child, talented and kind-hearted. If you encounter any troubles in Ninghai that you cannot resolve on your own, feel free to seek me out. Her tone was calm, yet the weight of her words was substantial, extending a significant promise and support to Chen Xiao. A warm sensation filled his heart, recognizing Hu Jing's goodwill and acknowledgement of him. Thank you, Aunt Hu. I will remember that, he affirmed earnestly with a nod. They continued their conversation for a while longer, mostly about music and other light topics. Hu Jing seemed to relish the tranquil exchange, her smile growing more frequent. Noticing that it was getting late, Chen Xiao stood to take his leave. Aunt Hu, it's getting late. I should head back now. All right, Hu Jing rose, personally escorting him to the door. Drive slowly on your way back. Understood. Aunt Hu, you should rest early. Chen Xiao replied as the butler escorted him out of the villa. As he settled into his car and glanced back at the brightly lit villa, a sense of reassurance washed over him. With Hu Jing's words, navigating life in Ninghai would undoubtedly become much more manageable. After leaving Hu Jing's residence, Chen Xiao did not head directly to Bai Jie's place, but instead drove to a large shopping mall in the city center. With the holiday approaching, he needed to pick up some gifts for his parents. He meandered through the shopping mall, selecting for his father 2 ties that appeared to be of excellent quality and a casual jacket, while for his mother, he chose a set of mid-range skincare products along with some nourishing delicacies such as bird's nest and donkey hide gelatin. Unburdened by financial constraints, he was naturally generous when it came to purchasing gifts for his parents, always opting for the best within his means. Carrying an assortment of shopping bags, Chen Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The thought of his parents' joyful expressions upon receiving their gifts brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Chapter 55. This matter I shall handle. The long-awaited May Day holiday had finally arrived. The usually bustling campus of Southeast University seemed to be momentarily paused as the bell for the last class rang, only to erupt again with vibrant energy. Eager students, filled with anticipation for the holiday, dragged their suitcases out of the dormitories and academic buildings. At the dormitory entrance, Chen Xiao bid farewell to Song, Shu, and Zhou. "Xiao, aren't you coming to have some fun with us for a few days?" Zhou nudged Chen Xiao playfully. "We'll take you to experience the nightlife in Ninghai. I guarantee it'll be more enjoyable than staying at school." Song Shu chimed in, "Exactly. Xiao, why not lend us your Cadillac for a spin? It'd be quite the spectacle to take a girl out for a drive." Chen Xiao, slightly annoyed, playfully punched them both. "Get lost. I'm heading home to spend time with my parents." "How boring." The two lamented, walking away with a hint of disappointment. Watching his friends depart, Chen Xiao chuckled to himself before heading towards the parking lot, pondering the expression on his parents' faces when they saw him return in such a car. Meanwhile, in Yunqing City, within an ordinary residential complex, Chen Dong and Shun Zi were enjoying lunch. The 3 dishes and soup, though simple home-cooked fare, exuded warmth. Halfway through the meal, Chen Dong's phone on the table began to ring. Upon seeing the caller ID, the relaxed expression on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a hint of tension. He hastily set down his chopsticks and answered the call, his voice tinged with caution. "Hello, Manager Wang, good day." As the voice on the other end spoke, Chen Dong instinctively bent slightly at the waist, forcing a smile as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, I understand. The deposit target for this month is indeed challenging. But I assure you, Manager Wang, I'm doing my utmost." His voice trailed off, growing quieter as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Shun Zi, observing her husband's humble demeanor, furrowed her brow in concern but refrained from interrupting. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Dong finally hung up, collapsing back into his chair with a long, weary sigh. "Another reprimand?" Shun Zi gently inquired, offering him a piece of rib. "What else could it be? It's just about not meeting the deposit target," Chen Dong retorted, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. "It's all that Zhang Lily's fault. She exploits her connection with Manager Wang to undermine me, spreading rumors behind my back. Several major clients have been swayed by her this month. Damn it." His agitation grew as he slammed his hand on the table. Shun Zi jumped in surprise, quickly soothing him. All right, don't get angry with yourself. People like that, we can just keep our distance. It's part of work. Who doesn't face challenges? Keep our distance? How can I?" Chen Dong chuckled bitterly. "If I don't meet the standards this quarter, I might lose my position as a client manager." And then, he left the thought unfinished, his expression darkening further. While the banking profession may seem prestigious, the internal competition was fierce and the pressure immense. Failing to meet targets could provoke severe displeasure from superiors. Shun Zi's heart sank as she noticed the new streaks of gray in her husband's hair. Business at her small beauty salon was mediocre, and their household expenses heavily relied on Chen Dong's salary. If he faced issues at work, sighing, she thought, "Let us finish our meal. There's always a way through adversity." The couple continued to eat in silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Just then, with a click, the door swung open as someone inserted a key from the outside. They instinctively looked up. There stood Chen Xiao, burdened with several shopping bags of varying sizes, a light-hearted smile adorning his face. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Both Chen Dong and Shun Zi were momentarily taken aback. Their son's return brought joy, but the multitude of bags he carried raised questions. Gucci, Armani, and other luxurious skincare products and supplements filled the bags. How much money had this cost? Xiao. Chen Dong was the first to react, furrowing his brow with a mix of confusion and scrutiny. "Where did you get this money to buy all these things?" Shun Zi was equally perplexed, her gaze flitting between the obviously expensive bags and her son's carefree demeanor, her heart racing with a mix of surprise and concern. "Son, did you?" After changing his shoes, Chen Xiao placed the bags on the living room floor and walked over with a smile. "Mom, Dad, please don't panic. Let's sit down and talk." He gently urged his still-dazed parents back into their seats before settling on a stool beside them. Observing their anxious yet curious expressions, Chen Xiao cleared his throat and began recounting the events of the past few weeks. He omitted any mention of the system's existence, focusing instead on the parts he could share. from making his first profits in stock trading to receiving insider information that led to 2 lucrative operations worth millions. And even finding a bronze vessel at an antique street and flipping it for $2 million. He recounted it all with a mix of truth and embellishment. He even half-heartedly mentioned his recent luck at the casino with Gu Qingli, emphasizing it was all due to keen observation and a sprinkle of fortune. He spoke so casually, as if recounting an inconsequential tale. Yet, to Chen Dong and Shen Xiao, it was akin to thunder striking from a clear sky. The couple stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Millions from stock trading? 2 million from a lucky find? Winning tens of millions at the casino? Were they hearing a fairy tale? Their son, who had once relied on them for living expenses, had amassed a fortune in less than 2 months that they could scarcely dream of in a lifetime. Xiao Xiao, is everything you said true? Shen Zi's voice trembled as she reached out to touch Chen Xiao's forehead. You're not ill, are you? Don't scare your mother. Chen Dong's expression mirrored disbelief as he scrutinized his son, searching for any signs of deceit. Yet all he found was tranquility and sincerity. Of course it's true, Mom. Chen Xiao chuckled helplessly. The money is all in my account. Don't believe me? I can transfer it to you right now. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, poised to demonstrate. Wait. Chen Dong quickly interjected, struggling to digest this overwhelming revelation. Xiao, tell your father honestly. Is all this money legitimate? You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? That was his greatest concern. His son's sudden wealth sparked not joy but fear. Dad, you needn't worry. Chen Xiao, observing the worry in his father's eyes, assured him earnestly, stock trading is legal, the antique dealings are legitimate, and the money from the casino was just a stroke of luck, but it's all clean. I assure you, I won't engage in anything illegal. Seeing the resolute determination in his son's gaze, the tension in Chen Dong and Shen Zi's hearts eased slightly. But soon, they were overwhelmed by immense surprise and excitement. Heavens, my son has truly succeeded. Shen Zi clasped her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Though Chen Dong said nothing, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his inner exhilaration. Oh my! Shen Zi suddenly slapped her thigh, as if struck by a brilliant idea, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Chen Dong. Old Chen, Xiao has come into money. So what about your savings task? Chen Dong was momentarily taken aback. But then his eyes lit up as well. Yes, the savings task. He had been troubled for quite some time, primarily due to the inability to secure deposits. Now, with millions in his son's hands, a portion could easily be deposited into his own bank account. Not only would this month's task be effortlessly completed, but it would likely suffice for the entire year ahead. Shen Zi, brimming with excitement, grasped Chen Xiao's hand and recounted in detail the ordeal Chen Dong faced at work, where he was ostracized. Xiao, your father's manager Wang, and that little Zhang have been ganging up on him. They bully your honest dad daily. But now, with your newfound wealth, deposit some money into your father's bank account, and let's see if they dare to say anything. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Bullying his father? He glanced at his father, a confident smile gracing his face. Dad, Mom, you needn't worry. He stood up, walked over to his father, patted his shoulder, and cheerfully added, leave this to me. Chapter 56, The Invitation to Travel. The atmosphere at the dinner table transformed into one of unprecedented ease and warmth due to the shocking news brought back by Chen Xiao. The clouds of worry that shadowed Chen Dong's face dissipated, replaced by unmistakable excitement and pride. Good lad. You're making your dad proud. Shen Zi beamed with joy, continually serving Chen Xiao delicious dishes, showering him with care. Xiao, how many days off do you have for the May Day holiday? Just stay home and rest well. I'll prepare some delicious food for you. She felt for her son, who had been preoccupied with stock trading and antiques lately, surely wearing himself thin. Mom, I'm fine. I'm not tired, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. The holiday is quite long, and staying at home all the time can be rather dull. How about we go out and have some fun? Go out for fun? Chen Dong paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. You just got back. It's best to rest at home. Besides, going out means crowds and expenses, though aware that his son was no longer short on funds. The ingrained frugality of the older generation remained steadfast. Oh, old Chen, what are you saying? Shen Zi playfully glared at her husband. It's rare for our son to come home. He should be allowed to relax and unwind. Moreover, Xiao is now our family's big boss. Chen Dong felt his face redden from his wife's words and chose not to argue further. Where shall we go for fun? Shen Zi became animated, pondering aloud. Ninghai has the sea, but Yunzhou isn't too far either. How about we visit Fenghuang Ancient Town? I've heard from clients at the beauty salon that the scenery there is lovely and quaint, perfect for unwinding. Fenghuang Ancient Town? Chen Xiao considered for a moment and found the suggestion appealing. Sure, I've heard of that place. It's quite famous. That has settled then. Shenzi clapped her hands in delight. By the way, it would be much fun, just the three of us going. I'll invite Bai Jie and Qingqing too. The more, the merrier. She immediately thought of her dear friend Bai Jie, who, raising Qingqing alone, certainly had her share challenges. Moreover, Chen Xiao had benefited greatly from Bai Jie's care over the years, making it a perfect opportunity for a shared escape. Upon hearing Bai Jie and Qingqing's names, Chen Xiao paused momentarily, then nonchalantly nodded. Sure, Mom, you handle the arrangements. Yet inside, he couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion. Chen Dong had no objections to his wife's suggestion. All right, call Bai Jie and see if she is available. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Shen Zi replied enthusiastically. After dinner, Chen Dong volunteered to wash the dishes while Shan Zi engaged Chen Xiao in the living room, asking countless questions about his school life and social interactions, eager to dig into every detail of his experiences over the past few months. Chen Xiao patiently responded, relishing the warmth of family that he had missed. Later that evening, Chen Xiao returned to his room. It was just as he had left it, clean, tidy, and infused with a familiar scent. He lay down on his bed, took out his phone, and opened the WeChat chat with Bai Jie. His fingers tapped a few times on the screen, sending a message. Chen Xiao. Aunt Bai, where you up to? Not long after. Bai Jie replied. Bai Jie, just about to rest. Is there something up? Chen Xiao. I've been missing you a bit. Upon reading this message, Bai Jie's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Bai Jie, stop talking nonsense. Chen Xiao. Imagining Bai Jie stamping her foot in embarrassment at the other end, couldn't help but smirk. He playfully sent another message. Chen Xiao. I'm not joking. I really did think of you. What about the clothes from last time? Can you send me a picture? This time, her response was a flurry of angry emojis, accompanied by a message. Bai Jie, get lost. Bai Jie, don't bring it up again. A series of furious yet flustered replies appeared, even featuring an indignant emoji. Chen Xiao could almost envision Bai Jie, exasperated yet at a loss, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. After teasing her enough, he shifted the conversation back to serious matters. Chen Xiao. All right. I won't tease you anymore. On a serious note, my mom invited you to join us for a trip to Fengwang Ancient Town during the May Day holiday. Did you know? After a considerable pause, Bai Jie finally responded, her tone seeming somewhat less tense, yet still tinged with awkwardness. Bai Jie, I know. Your mom mentioned it to me this afternoon. Chen Xiao. So, have you agreed? Bai Jie, yes. I've made arrangements with her to meet at your house with Qingqing first, and then we'll head out together. Her tone sounded much calmer, as if she had come to terms with the plan. Chen Xiao smiled in satisfaction. Chen Xiao. Great, then see you soon. Boy, yep. After concluding the chat with Chen Xiao, Bai Jie set her phone down. Yet she found herself unable to settle her thoughts. In the living room, the sound of Shun Qingqing finishing her homework and tidying up her things echoed. Mom, I've finished my homework. I'm going to wash up now. All right, go ahead, Bai Jie responded absently, her gaze lost in thought. Moments later, Shun Qingqing emerged from the bathroom in her pajamas, drying her hair. Noticing Bai Jie still sitting on the couch in a daze, she curiously approached her. Mom, what's wrong? Aren't you going to sleep? Bai Jie snapped back to reality, gazing at her daughter's youthful and somewhat innocent face, and forced a smile. Nothing. Just thinking about a few things. By the way, Qingqing, I have something to tell you. What is it? For the May Day holiday, Aunt Shun invited us, along with her family and your brother Xiao, to spend a few days at Fengwang Ancient Town. Bai Jie endeavored to make her tone sound casual. Really? Going with brother Xiao? Shun Qingqing's eyes instantly brightened, her face revealing unfiltered delight and excitement. Yes, Aunt Shun called this afternoon to arrange it, Bai Jie said. Sitting on the couch, holding a magazine she and T flipped through in ages, her mind clearly elsewhere. That's awesome. Shun Qingqing cheered, rushing over to sit beside Bai Jie and cuddling her arm affectionately. Mom, can I ask brother Xiao to take me boating? Observing her daughter's exuberance, Bai Jie managed a strained smile and gently ruffled her hair. All right, we'll see when the time comes. Shun Qingqing remained oblivious to her mother's unease, lost in the joyous anticipation of the upcoming trip. As Bai Jie gazed upon her daughter's innocent and unblemished smile, her heart was a tumultuous sea of turmoil. The prospect of traveling to Phoenix Ancient Town implied several days of incessant interaction with Shun Zi, her dearest confidant, alongside Chen Xiao. What if Zi discerned an inkling of the truth? The very thought sent shivers down Bai Jie's spine, rendering her incapable of envisioning the dire consequences. Furthermore, if Qingqing were to discover that her mother was entangled with the brother of her affections, Xiao Ge, Bai Jie felt a tight, knot of anxiety and an indescribable sense of guilt constricting her heart. "Mom, what's wrong? You don't look well." Chen Xiao finally noticed her mother's peculiar demeanor and inquired with concern. "It's nothing." Bai Jia took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, and managed a smile. "Perhaps I'm just a bit tired. It's getting late. We should hurry off to bed, as you have school tomorrow." "Oh, all right." Although Chen Xiao remained somewhat puzzled, she did not dwell on it further, obediently nodding her head. "Then you should also rest early." As she watched her daughter retreat into her room and close the door, the smile on Bai Jia's face evaporated in an instant, leaving behind a throbbing headache. Chapter 57. A son's rise to wealth early the following morning, after breakfast. Chen Xiao accompanied Chen Dong to the bank. Chen Dong worked at a modest branch of the Yunqing City Construction Bank. As it was the end of the month and the last working day before a holiday, the bank was bustling with activity, more so than usual. As soon as the father and son stepped into the lobby, a somewhat sharp female voice pierced the air. "Oh, it's old Chen. Looking rather sprightly today, are we? Is it because you've come to terms with the fact that you're about to be shown the door?" The speaker was a fashionably dressed woman in her early 30s, donning the bank's uniform with the top 2 buttons of her blouse unfastened, her face adorned with meticulous makeup. She regarded Chen Dong with unabashed disdain and schadenfreude. This was Zhang Lili, the very person Shen Zi had mentioned as a constant thorn in Chen Dong's side. Chen Dong's expression darkened instantly. But considering his son was by his side, he stifled his anger and ignored her, intending to take Chen Xiao to the VIP counter. Seeing that Chen Dong was unresponsive only fueled Zhang Lili's enthusiasm. "What is the matter? Lost your voice? I suppose you haven't met your deposit targets this month, have you? Manager Wang was furious yesterday. I think it's time for you to find new position." Chen Dong halted in his tracks, his forehead twitching slightly in agitation. At that moment, Chen Xiao, who had remained silent, stepped forward to shield his father, calmly locking eyes with Zhang Lili. "My dad brought me here to conduct some business. Please move aside." Only then did Zhang Lili notice Chen Xiao standing behind Chen Dong. She scrutinized him from head to toe and, seeing him dressed simply, dismissed him with a scoff. "Business? Old Chen, you're not seriously expecting your son to deposit his pocket money to boost your performance, are you? What can that paltrysome do?" Chen Xiao remained silent, merely observing her with a gaze so indifferent that it sent an inexplicable chill down Zhang Lili's spine. Chen Dong tugged at his son's arm, whispering, Xiao, don't let her provoke you. Let us head over there." "Dad, it's fine." Chen Xiao comforted his father with a pat on the arm and then directly approached the VIP client window, addressing the staff inside. "Hello. I would like to take a number for a large deposit." "A large deposit?" The staff momentarily faltered, glancing at Chen Xiao and then at the visibly distressed Chen Dong. Although puzzled, they handed him a number tag. Zhang Lili, overhearing the conversation, intensified her derision. "A large deposit? How substantial could it possibly be? A few tens of thousands? Or perhaps over 100,000? Old Chen, are you really so desperate to keep your position that you're having your child withdraw his savings?" She had concluded that Chen Dong was out of options, grasping at straws in a futile attempt to salvage his career. Chen Dong trembled with rage, yet found himself at a loss for words. Before long, it was Chen Xiao's turn. He approached the counter, seated himself, and presented his bank card. "Hello. How much would you like to deposit?" The staff inquired politely. Chen Xiao glanced at Zhang Lili, who was eavesdropping with a look of amusement, and calmly stated a figure, 70 million. 70 million? The staff nearly dropped the water cup in disbelief, staring at Chen Xiao with wide eyes. An immediate hush fell over the entire VIP area. All the previously murmuring clients and staff turned their attention to Chen Xiao, their expressions a mix of astonishment and skepticism. 70 million? This seemingly ordinary young man intended to deposit 70 million. Zhang Lili's smirk froze in place, as though she had heard the most outrageous tale. "Excuse me, sir, are you certain it's 70 million? The staff stammered, seeking confirmation. "Yes, I'm certain." Chen Xiao nodded, his demeanor as composed as if he were simply stating 7,000. Upon receiving affirmation, the staff took a deep breath and immediately commenced the transaction, her fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. This was her first experience handling such a substantial deposit. Zhang Lili stood dumbfounded. She stared at Chen Xiao, then glanced at the unfazed Chen Dong, her mind a blank canvas. How could 70 million possibly be the case? Did she not know the circumstances of Chen Dong's family? An ordinary bank employee with a wife running a struggling beauty salon could never amass 70 million. Was it a lottery win? Or, she dared not pursue the thought further, feeling her earlier arrogance and derision rebound against her like a boomerang. Soon, the deposit procedures were completed. Chen Dong held the printed receipt, feeling as though that thin piece of paper weighed 1,000 pounds. He glanced at Zhang Lili, who looked as if she wished to vanish into the ground, and said nothing. Instead, he squared his shoulders and alongside Chen Xiao, strode out of the bank lobby with heads held high, under the watchful gaze of many. Once outside, inhaling the fresh air, Chen Dong exhaled a long breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. How do you feel, Dad? Chen Xiao asked with a smile. Chen Dong looked at his son, unable to conceal his excitement and pride. You did well, son. You've truly made your father proud. Chen Xiao returned home with his father, before driving back to his own residence. Barely had he stepped inside when his WeChat buzzed to life. Upon checking, he found a message from Yin Chuxue. There were no words, only a short video lasting several seconds, accompanied by a few photographs. In the video, Yin Chuxue, clad in a black training outfit, practiced in what appeared to be a dance studio. The soothing background music complemented her graceful movements, each pirouette and rise on tiptoe exuding artistic elegance. The photos captured various dance poses, showcasing her flexibility with a leg raised over her shoulder and her serene gaze slightly tilted upwards, each frame resembling a work of art. Chen Xiao, not bad. Your form is improving. Just a suggestion, perhaps you could strengthen your core a bit more in these moves? He casually commented, laced with a hint of jest. Yin Chuxue, as if you know, rolls eyes. Chen Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Yin Chuxue's rare playfulness. Chen Xiao, be careful on the carpet in the living room. It's a bit slippery. Don't get injured. Yin Chuxue quickly responded with a cute emoji. As they chatted, the dormitory group chat erupted with notifications. It was a message from Song Shu, filled with a flurry of exclamation marks. Song Shu brothers. I've encountered love again. So spicy. Zhou Heng, get lost. When Haven Tu found love. Lunan, indeed. What about that girl from the foreign language department? Didn't you say you would marry no one but her? Song Shu. Alas, let's not dwell on the past. This time it's true love. Absolutely. Let me show you a picture. Image. Chen Xiao opened the picture. The girl in the photograph was undeniably beautiful, with flowing long hair, large expressive eyes, and when she smiled, her cheeks formed two delicate dimples, exuding a pure and sweet charm. Zhou Heng, wow, this girl is impressive. Where did you meet her? Lunan, what a lucky dog, Song Shu. How did you manage to hook up with such a stunning girl? Song Shu, hee fate. Met her at the library. I tell you, the way she looks at me is utterly different. Proudly. Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao quietly sent a few ellipses. Zhou Heng, Xiaoge, what do you mean? Do you look down on our book brothers' love? Chen Xiao, no. I just feel this girl looks a bit familiar. Song Shu, familiar? Impossible. I just met her. Xiaoge, don't even think about competing with me. Chen Xiao chuckled and shook his head, too lazy to engage further with these lively characters. In the afternoon, as quitting time approached, Chen Dong hummed a little tune, striding back home with a light step, his face radiating with joy, glowing with exuberance. Hey, old Chen, did you find money or something? Why so happy? Teased Shun Zi, who was watching television in the living room. Chen Dong, brimming with pride, walked over to the sofa, cleared his throat, and said mysteriously, finding money is nothing. I have some excellent news. What good news? Shun Zi and Chen Xiao, sitting nearby, looked at him curiously. Ahem, Chen Dong puffed out his chest. Unable to contain the smile on his face, this afternoon, the bank president called me in for a chat and said my performance this quarter was outstanding. And I've been promoted to deputy director of the business department. Deputy director? Shun Zi's eyes widened in surprise. Is that true? Old Shun, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Why would I lie to you? Chen Dong waved his hand dismissively. Just this afternoon, he said I had completed my deposit task exceptionally well, and those above are very pleased. It's a done deal. Shun Zi's eyes glistened with excitement. That's wonderful. Old Shun, congratulations. This is all thanks to our son. Chen Dong beamed broadly. 70 million. I've exceeded this quarter's. No, several quarters tasks all at once. Manager Wang is treating me with utmost courtesy now. And Zhang Lily looks at me as if she has seen a ghost, not daring to utter a word. He vividly described the morning's events at the bank, as though he was purging all the grievances he had endured over the years. Shun Zi listened, feeling a mix of sympathy and relief, finally unable to suppress her laughter. Chen Xiao emerged from his room, catching wind of his father's grand achievements. Leaning against the door, he teased with a smile. Wow, who would have thought that my dad, getting on in years, would actually become wealthy thanks to his son, strutting around at work. Hearing this, Chen Dong turned around and shot him a glare, laughingly scolding. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? This is called father and son working in harmony, achieving great success together. And who is getting old? I'm my prime. Shen Zi watched the two banter, her face glowing with happiness. Once Xiao Xiao returned, the family's financial burdens seemed to vanish, and Chen Dong's career was on the rise. She felt that their current life was nothing short of a dream. Chapter 58. Departure for Fengwang, Ancient City. On the second day of the May Day holiday, the sun shone brightly and the breeze was gentle. Around 9 in the morning, the doorbell rang at Chen Xiao's home in Yinzhou City. Shunzi was in the living room polishing a vase, and upon hearing the doorbell, her face instantly lit up with a warm smile as she hurried to open the door. Standing outside were Bai Jia and her daughter Shen Qingqing. Bai Jia wore a cream-colored knitted cardigan paired with light blue jeans, her hair casually tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and an elegant neckline. She wore light makeup that concealed some of her travel fatigue. Beside her, Shen Qingqing was clad in vibrant athletic wear, a pink hoodie, and white sweatpants. Her hair styled in a high ponytail, her fair face slightly flushed with excitement, and her large eyes sparkling. "Z," Bai Jia greeted with a smile, handing over a fruit basket. "Oh, Bai Jia, King, Gomain," Shun Zi exclaimed, warmly pulling Bai Jia inside. "You didn't have to bring anything. You're too kind." She placed the fruit basket on the entryway cabinet and affectionately scrutinized Shun Qingqing. "Wow, our Qingqing is getting more beautiful by the day. You've grown taller, haven't you?" Shun Qingqing, flattered, shyly replied. "Hello, Aunt Shun. What a good child." Shun Zi beamed with delight. At that moment, Chen Xiao emerged from his room. "Xie." Shun Qingqing's eyes brightened upon seeing Chen Xiao, and she eagerly ran over. "Qingqing's here." Chen Xiao smiled, tousling her hair casually. His gaze then shifted to Bai Jia, a subtle smile in his eyes. "Aunt Bai." Bai Jia met his gaze, her heart inexplicably fluttering. As she feigned composure, she nodded. "Yes, Xiao." Shen Dong also came out of the study, cheerfully greeting Bai Jia and her daughter. "Bai Jia is here. Please, have a seat." The living room was soon filled with laughter as Shun Zi busied herself with pouring water and serving fruit, creating a lively atmosphere. Bai Jia settled on the sofa, soaking in the warmth of her friend as hospitality and the familiar family ambience, feeling her earlier nervousness about traveling with Chen Xiao dissipate. Watching Shen Zi flit about and Chen Dong happily conversing with Shun Qingqing, she couldn't help but smile subtly. Perhaps she had been overthinking it? As long as she remained cautious, everything should be fine. After chatting for a while, noticing the time approaching noon, Shun Zi stood up. "Bai Jia, I'll go start lunch. Today, you'll get to taste my cooking." "Great, I'll help you," Bai Jia responded with a smile. Rising to follow Shun Zi into the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, the two old friends, long acquainted, chopped and washed vegetables while engaging in casual conversation. Their rapport seamless and the atmosphere relaxed. "By the way, Z, is it true that old Chun has really been promoted to deputy director? That's amazing." Bai Jia recalled the news she'd heard during their phone call yesterday, genuinely pleased for a friend. "Indeed, I can't hide my pride," Shen Zi replied. "It's all thanks to our Xiao Xiao. This kid, I don't know what luck he has had, but he has really made something of himself." Bai Jia smiled, but didn't respond. Just then, Shun Zi suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to grab the soy sauce. I just bought some and left it on the balcony." Wiping her hands, she turned to leave the kitchen. Left alone, Bai Jia focused intently on slicing potatoes. Her knife skills deft. At that moment, a figure silently appeared at the kitchen door. Bai Jia, not turning around, assumed it was Shun Zi returning and casually asked, "Did you get it?" When no response came, she looked up in confusion, only to see Chen Xiao leaning casually against the doorframe. Bai Jia's heart raced, and instinctively, she glanced around, lowering her voice. "What are you doing here?" Chen Xiao remained silent, stepping further inside. Bai Jia's heart raced, her anxiety mounting as she stared at him. "You need to leave." Chen Xiao appeared oblivious to her words, his gaze lingering on the curve of her jeans. Bai Jia felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, glaring at Chen Xiao. Her voice urgent yet hushed. "Chen Xiao, have you lost your mind? How dare he? How dare he at such a moment?" Chen Xiao gazed at her startled and frightened expression, the amusement in his eyes deepening. He exhibited no signs of being caught in a compromising situation. Rather, he found Bai Jia's innocence exceptionally enchanting. Bai Jia felt her blood rush to her head. Just then, the sound of Shen Zi's footsteps and her voice drifted in from outside. How strange, where could it be? Chen Xiao swiftly straightened up, giving Bai Jia a playful wink, adopting an air of nonchalance as he turned and headed outside, coincidentally crossing paths with Shen Zi, who was entering with a bottle of soy sauce. "Need any help?" Chen Xiao inquired with an unaffected tone. No, you go play with Qingqing," Shen Zi casually replied, oblivious to any unusual tension. Chen Xiao nodded, leaving the kitchen with a cheerful smile, while Bai Jia remained rooted in place, her heart racing furiously. Taking several deep breaths, she barely managed to quell the turmoil within her. The sumptuous lunch was soon prepared. With 4 dishes and a soup, all simple home-cooked meals, they exuded a delightful aroma, brimming with the essence of home. At the dining table, the atmosphere was amiable. Chen Dong and Shen Zi warmly welcomed Bai Jie and her daughter, while Shen Qingqing chirped away, sharing amusing tales from school, her laughter ringing like clear bells. Chen Xiao sat diagonally across from Bai Jie, seemingly attentive to Shen Qingqing's stories. Yet he was restless, fearing to draw attention. Bai Jie could only pretend that nothing had transpired. A quick glance at Chen Xiao revealed him smiling at Shen Qingqing, as though those little antics bore no relation to him. This scoundrel, Bai Jie silently cursed, feeling both exasperated and helpless. She tried to distance herself, but Chen Xiao seemed intent on shadowing her, following her every move. At 1:30 in the afternoon, everything was finally ready. Chen Xiao's black Cadillac was parked downstairs. Chen Dong and Chen Xiao busily loaded several suitcases into the trunk. Shen Qingqing had already excitedly flung open the passenger door, plopping herself inside and curiously exploring her surroundings. Chen Xiao took the wheel. "Are we all set?" he asked. "Yes, yes," Shen Qingqing replied excitedly from the passenger seat. "When are we leaving?" "Right away." Chen Xiao smiled as he started the car. Chapter 59. The Missing Ice Cream. As evening descended, Chen Xiao's Cadillac gradually entered the territory of Fenghuang ancient town. Outside the window, ancient stilted buildings nestled against the mountains and rivers, their eaves and gables outlining an expressive silhouette in the twilight. The Taojiang River flowed through the town, and the lights along the banks gradually illuminated, the glow of red lanterns shimmering on the water's surface, dancing gently with the ripples, creating a dreamlike scene. "Wow, how beautiful!" Shen Qingqing in the passenger seat exclaimed first, her small face nearly pressed against the window, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. In the back seat, Shen Zi and Chen Dong were equally captivated by the scenery. "Indeed, it's even more charming than in pictures," Shen Zi remarked with a smile. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. "This place is well chosen, perfect for a relaxing getaway." They found an ancient-style inn by the riverside, where opening the window offered a view of the Taojiang River and the lights across the way. After settling their luggage, the night had completely darkened. "Let's go out and explore." Shen Qingqing could no longer contain her eagerness, tugging at Shen Zi's hand, ready to dash outside. Slow down, slow down. We just arrived, and you're already in such a rush," Shen Zi chided, though her face was alight with laughter. The 5 of them exited the inn, merging into the bustling crowd. Shen Qingqing flitted from one sight to another, filled with curiosity about everything. Chen Dong and Shen Zi strolled leisurely behind, enjoying the night scenery. Chen Xiao and Bai Jie walked slightly behind, neither too far nor too close. "Brother Xiao, I want to eat that." Shen Qingqing's keen eyes spotted a stall selling ice cream ahead, the colorful treats looking incredibly tempting. "All right, let us get you some," Shen Zi responded with a smile. They all gathered around the stall. Shen Qingqing chose a strawberry flavor, while Shen Zi and Chen Dong each opted for one as well. "And Bai, which one would you like?" Chen Xiao asked, looking at Bai Jie. Bai Jie hesitated for a moment, then pointed to a vanilla one. "I'll take that one." Chen Xiao paid for the ice cream and handed the vanilla cone to Bai Jie. Just as she was about to take a bite, Shen Zi called out to her. "Bai Jie, come over here and help me take a picture." Bai Jie hurriedly replied, handing her not yet touched ice cream to Chen Xiao. Xiao, could you hold this for me?" Chen Xiao readily accepted it, watching as she walked towards Shen Zi. Bai Jie snapped several pictures for Shen Zi, then posed for a few photos together. After finishing the pictures, Bai Jie turned to reclaim her ice cream from Chen Xiao. However, upon turning, she was met with the sight of Chen Xiao taking a casual bite out of her vanilla ice cream, a noticeable bite mark evident. "Bai froze instantly. You." She instinctively gasped. Chen Xiao raised his gaze, meeting hers, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, though he quickly masked it with a semblance of innocence. "What is wrong, Bai?" Bai Jie felt a surge of indignation at his demeanor. Stealing a glance at Shen Zi and Chen Dong, who were still engrossed in their photos, and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she swiftly snatched the ice cream back from Chen Xiao's hands. Turning her back to him, she dared not face him again. This scoundrel, he was becoming increasingly outrageous. Chen Xiao observed her rigid figure, a glimmer of triumph flashing in his eyes. Once Shen Zi and the others finished with their photos, the group continued along the path beside the Taojiang River. The night deepened in the ancient town, and more lights illuminated the stilted buildings by the riverside, shimmering in the water's reflection. "Mom, let's take a boat," Shen Qingqing excitedly suggested, pointing at the black awning boats gliding across the river. "Oh, that sounds wonderful. Let us take a boat and enjoy the night view." Shen Zi agreed, finding the idea appealing. Chen Dong had no objections either. Bai Jie nodded lightly, though a sense of anxiety stirred within her. The boat would offer less space and bring her closer to Chen Xiao. Before long, they found a dock and rented a small boat. The boatmen paddled as they slowly drifted away from the shore, gliding into the Taojiang River. Viewing the ancient town from the river provided an entirely different perspective. The brilliantly lit stilted buildings appeared to float on the water's surface, ethereal and dreamlike. The boatman narrated the architecture and history of both banks as he rowed. Chen Xiao sat at the bow, leaning over to peer down. "Wow, there's so many fish," she exclaimed with delight. In the clear waters, schools of fish swam about, scattering as the boat's oars disturbed the surface. "Sir, do you have any fish food?" Shen Zi inquired. The boatman chuckled as he produced a small bag of fish food. Chen Xiao eagerly took it, carefully sprinkling a bit into the water. The fish quickly gathered, competing for the food, creating rippling circles on the surface. "So many. They eat so fast," Chen Xiao exclaimed, excitedly tossing more food. As she continued to feed the fish, her body leaned further out over the edge. Grasping a large handful of fish food, she prepared to sprinkle it into the water when suddenly, a fish much larger than the others leapt from the water, snapping up the food from her hands. Chen Xiao gasped in surprise, instinctively recoiling. However, her sudden movement disrupted her balance, and startled, she lost her footing. "Be careful," Bai Jie shouted, almost instinctively reaching out to grab her daughter. Chen Xiao's reaction was swifter. Almost as soon as Chen Xiao's body began to tilt, his hand had already extended outward. However, everything transpired too rapidly. Plop! The sound of someone falling into the water shattered the tranquility of the river. Chen Xiao's figure plunged into the icy waters of the Tuo River amidst the startled gasps of the crowd. Chapter 60. Chen Xiao falls into the water. The frigid river instantly engulfed Chen Xiao's form. "Qingqing!" Bai Jie cried out, her voice piercing the air as she rushed towards the edge of the boat without a moment's hesitation. "Jiaoye!" Shen Zi paled in fear, her complexion ashen. Qindong, in a panic, stood up. "Master, stop the boat." The small vessel rocked violently, and it appeared Bai Jie would leap in after her. "Aunt Bai!" Chen Xiao swiftly grasped her, and almost simultaneously, he leapt into the river. The waters of early May still bore a biting chill. Upon entering, Chen Xiao shivered. Yet he had no time to dwell on it. He immediately opened his eyes and searched for Chen Xiao's figure beneath the murky surface. The boat's lights became blurred and distorted underwater, the visibility exceedingly poor. Relying on the approximate location where Chen Xiao had fallen, he swam with all his might. Time ticked away agonizingly, each second feeling like an eternity. On the boat, Bai Jie had collapsed into Shen Zi's embrace, sobbing, "Qingqing, my Qingqing." Shen Zi held her, tears streaming down her face as she offered words of comfort. "It's all right, Bai Jie. Xiao Xiao has gone down. He will surely find Qingqing." Underwater, Chen Xiao felt his lungs beginning to swell, yet he dared not surface for air, fearing he would miss the crucial moment for rescue. He endured the discomfort and continued to grope through the depths. Finally, his hand brushed against the soft fabric. It was Chen Qingqing. A surge of joy coursed through Chen Xiao as he quickly grasped her, pulling the unconscious Chen Qingqing into his arms before propelling himself upwards towards the surface. Splash! Chen Xiao burst forth from the water, gasping for breath. "Found her! Found her!" Chen Dong was the first to spot them, exclaiming in excitement. The boatman hastily maneuvered the vessel closer. Chen Xiao lifted the unconscious Chen Qingqing, and Chen Dong, along with the boatman, rushed to help, their hands working frantically to bring her aboard. "Qingqing! Qingqing!" Bai Jie broke free from Shen Zi's hold and dashed to her daughter's side, only to see Chen Qingqing's eyes tightly shut and devoid of response, sending her world spinning. Chen Dong, slightly more composed, reached out to check for Chen Qingqing's breath. In the next moment, his face turned pale. She has no breath." Bai Jie felt as if struck by lightning, nearly fainting, while Shen Zi quickly supported her. Chen Xiao, disregarding the water dripping from him, knelt beside Chen Qingqing and loosened her soaked sweatshirt collar. "Clear the way. She needs artificial respiration." Chen Zhao's voice was calm, yet urgent. He interlocked his hands and pressed down forcefully on Chen Qingqing's chest, executing rapid compressions. 1, 2, 3. Everyone on the boat held their breath. Bai Jie covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming silently down her face. After 30 compressions, Chen Xiao paused, taking a deep breath, pinching Chen Qingqing's nose before leaning down to press his lips against hers, forcefully delivering air into her lungs. Once, twice. Time seemed to stand still. All eyes were fixed on Chen Xiao and Chen Qingqing. As Chen Xiao repeated the motions of chest compressions and artificial respiration, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, mingling with the chilling river water. Just as despair began to envelop the crowd, a faint cough broke through the tension. Chen Xiao suddenly sputtered, choking out a few mouthfuls of river water before slowly opening her eyes. She is awake. She is awake. Shen Zi exclaimed in delight. Bai Jie could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. Qing, my daughter, you scared your mother to death. Shen Xiao felt somewhat disoriented, her consciousness not fully returned. She blinked, her gaze gradually focusing on a face mere inches away. Chen Xiao. His hair was damp, clinging to his forehead, his eyes reflecting both urgency and a hint of an unfamiliar anxiety. And his lips seemed to have just departed from her own. Just now it was Brother Xiao. Shen Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, and instinctively she attempted to turn her head away, only to find herself utterly weakened, left staring blankly at Chen Xiao. Almost simultaneously with Shen Xiao's awakening, a cold notification rang in Chen Xiao's mind. Ding. Target detected. Shen Xiao, binding conditions met. Would you like to bind? Chen Xiao paused momentarily. Bind with Shen Xiao? He glanced at the girl, her expression a mix of youthful shyness and confusion, and without hesitation, he confirmed. Yes. Ding. Binding successful. Name, Shen Xiao. Age, 17. Favorability, 69. A favorability of 69. Chen Xiao was somewhat taken aback. This girl held such a high regard for him. Yet soon, he was drawn to the next notification from the system. Ding. Target Shen Xiao's favorability has exceeded 60 for the first time, awarding one chance to draw a prize. Another opportunity to draw a prize. Chen Xiao's heart leapt in excitement, though clearly, this was not the moment to dwell on such things. Qing, how are you feeling? Chen Xiao asked with concern, draping his recently removed jacket over Shen Xiao, who was shivering. I'm fine. Shen Xiao's voice was barely above a whisper, avoiding Chen Xiao's gaze, her cheeks still aflame. Quick, we must return to the inn. Chen Dong urged. We need to change into dry clothes, or she'll catch a chill. The boatman, now regaining focus, swiftly turned the boat towards the shore, paddling with all his might. Upon returning to the inn, a flurry of activity ensued. Shen Zi and Bai Jie hurriedly led Shen Xiao to her room for a hot bath and fresh clothes. Chen Xiao returned to his own room to take a hot shower. Sitting in the chair of his room, he finally exhaled in relief, recalling the prize draw opportunity awarded by the system. System, draw prize, he silently intoned. Before him, the familiar lottery wheel appeared, shimmering as the pointer gradually came to rest on a symbol. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level culinary skills. God-level culinary skills. With this skill, the host will instantly master the cooking techniques of all cuisines, from home-style dishes to grand banquet fare, excelling in every aspect. The dishes prepared will not only be exquisite in taste, but will also contain a unique energy that nourishes the body and delights the spirit. God-level culinary skills? Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned, then a smile of joy spread across his face. Although it wasn't a combat or money-making skill, this ability seemed remarkably advantageous. Just think, he could whip up gourmet meals anytime, anywhere, whether for his own enjoyment or for other purposes. It appeared to be quite practical. A wealth of intricate culinary knowledge and experience surged into his mind, as if he'd honed his skills for decades, mastering the handling of various ingredients, the nuances of heat, and the precise ratios of seasoning. As he absorbed the new memories flooding his consciousness, Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. In the adjacent room, Bai Jie and Shan Zi gently dried Shen Xiao's hair and tucked her into bed. All right, Qing, get some good rest. Tomorrow, everything will be all right, Shan Zi said softly, adjusting the blanket. Thank you, Aunt Shen. Shen Xiao replied obediently. Chen Dong peeked into the door. How is she? She'll be fine. Let her rest well. Shen Zi reassured. Shen Zi turned to her husband and then addressed Bai Jie. Bai Jie, you must be quite frightened. Please make sure to rest early. All right, I understand. Bai Jie nodded. Shen Zi and Chen Dong exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. Only the mother and daughter remained within. Shen Xiao lay on the bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought, her lips occasionally curling into a faint smile. Bai Jie, seated at the edge of the bed, observed her daughter's obviously abnormal demeanor, and the string of worry in her heart tightened once more. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to soften her tone. Qing. Mom, what's wrong? Shen Xiao snapped back to attention, looking towards her mother. Today, your brother Xiao saved you. Bai Jie began cautiously, however. There are some matters that I must clarify with you. Shen Xiao, noting her mother's serious expression, felt an inexplicable tension rise within her, the blush on her face fading slightly. Mom, please go ahead. Your most important task now is to focus on your studies and gain admission to a good university. Bai Jie gazed intently into her daughter's eyes. Chen Xiao's heart raced as if struck by a hidden concern, unable to maintain eye contact with her mother. I understand, Mom, she mumbled, lowering her head. Observing her daughter's demeanor, Bai Jie sighed inwardly, feeling both pained and helpless. She was aware that her words might seem harsh, but she felt it was necessary to take precautions. Chapter 61. The Kidnapping. The turmoil surrounding Chen Xiao's near drowning seemed to have temporarily subsided with her awakening. The following day, she appeared much improved, though her cheeks would occasionally flush unnaturally, especially when meeting Chen Xiao's gaze, which she would quickly evade. Bai Jie noted her daughter's peculiar behavior, feeling a mix of emotions within her, yet she could only sigh in silence. She made a concerted effort to keep her distance from Chen Xiao, fearful of revealing any hint of concern. After spending another day in the ancient city, experiencing the charm of the Miao village and sampling local delicacies, the shadow of Chen Xiao's near drowning had nearly dissipated. Since we're here, why not explore the city a bit? I've heard that the pedestrian street there is quite lively, suggested Shenzi. Phoenix belongs to Xiangxi Prefecture but is closer to Huaihua City, making transportation convenient. Shendong readily agreed. Sounds good. We still have 2 days off, so it would be nice to buy a few things in the city. Shen Xing's eyes lit up as she turned to Bai Jie. Mom, can we? Bai Jie, seeing her daughter's eager expression and Shunzi's approving nod, acquiesced. All right then, let us take a stroll in the city. Chen Xiao took the wheel, and the group set off towards Huaihua City. In the afternoon, they arrived at the city center. Unlike the tranquil ancient town, the urban area was bustling with traffic and towering skyscrapers, a vibrant display of modern city life. Shunzi, full of enthusiasm, urged Bai Jie to explore the department store at the center, with Chun Dong naturally accompanying them. Chen Xingxing was also keen to check out the trendy brands favored by young people. After a fruitful shopping excursion in the city center, Shunzi selected a silk scarf for Bai Jie, who in turn chose a handbag for Shunzi, while Chen Dong cheerfully carried the bags. Chen Xingxing purchased several new outfits and some accessories. Chen Xiao, though less interested in shopping, primarily accompanied the group. There's a charming alley up ahead. Shall we take a look? Shunzi suggested, pointing to a nearby diverging path. The alley, steeped in history, featured cobblestone pathways lined with slightly weathered traditional buildings. Some walls adorned with lush green vines, offering a stark contrast to the surrounding clamor and exuding a unique tranquility. Sure, we can rest there if we get tired. Shindong agreed. The group turned into the alley, which, though not deep, was indeed much quieter, with sunlight streaming through the overhead gaps, casting dappled shadows. As they settled on a stone step, engaged in light conversation, an urgent and piercing sound of police sirens suddenly echoed from the distance, growing ever closer. What is going on? So many police cars? Chen Dong furrowed his brow, rising to peer towards the alley's entrance. The group followed his gaze to see several police vehicles flashing red and blue lights racing towards them, seemingly intent on sealing off the small alley. Suddenly, the screeching sound of brakes pierced the air. 3 or 4 police cars formed a fan shape, blocking a dilapidated gray van. The vehicle's doors swung open, and police officers swiftly emerged, agilely seeking cover, the atmosphere growing exceedingly tense. Faintly, they could hear the crackling voices of the police radios. The tone unusually stern. The target vehicle has been intercepted. Repeat, it has been intercepted. Ensure the scene is secured. The suspects are extremely dangerous. They must not be allowed to enter the bustling city. It seemed they were in pursuit of someone. Chen Dong and Shunzi's expressions shifted, instinctively pulling Chen Xiao behind them. Chen Xiao, with his superior hearing, caught clearer snippets of conversation. 5 armed robbers. Armed robbers? Holding weapons? A chill coursed through Chen Xiao's veins. At that moment, the doors of the encircled van swung wide open. 2 men leapt out, clad in black hoods that concealed their identities, their fierce eyes the only visible feature. One of them brandished a gleaming knife. Clearly, they had spotted Chen Xiao and the others in the alley, their eyes flashing with malice. Damn it, the cops are too close. We can't escape. Grab a hostage. Hurry. One of the criminals barked, his gaze fixating menacingly on the nearest targets, Bai Jie and Shen Qingqing. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 assailants lunged forward with alarming speed. Bai Jie and Shen Qingqing screamed in terror simultaneously. Don't come any closer. Chun Dong, alarmed and furious, attempted to intervene, but the assailants acted too swiftly for him to respond. Shun Zi was paralyzed with fear. The 2 criminals seized Bai Jie and Shen Qingqing by the arms, dragging them towards a van. Bai Jie struggled fiercely, while Shen Qingqing, utterly terrified, cried out, Mom, Brother Xiao, help, let them go. Chen Xiao's eyes widened in fury. His mind barely registered the situation before his body reacted instinctively. Just as Bai Jie and Chen Xiao were being forced into the van and the engine roared to life, ready to breach the police blockade, everyone was momentarily stunned. The officers at the alley S entrance realized the perilous situation and shouted, "Don't move. Release the hostages." But the distance was too great for them to intervene in time. In that critical moment, Chen Xiao darted forward. He didn't have time to contemplate the consequences. His only thought was that he could not allow them to be taken. As the assailants shoved Bai Jie and Chen Xiao into the van and jumped in themselves, preparing to flee, Chen Xiao sprinted towards the van that was about to escape. The van roared loudly, surging forward in an attempt to break through the police blockade. Xiao. So, Chapter 62, The Desperate Fugitive. Captain, the suspects have taken hostages and are coming out. What? Hostages? Who the hell let them in? The voice of the commander crackled furiously through the radio. What on earth are you all doing? The officers on the scene were momentarily bewildered, watching as the van recklessly charged towards the blockade, momentarily at a loss for action. All units, pay attention. The suspects are armed and have taken hostages. Repeat. The suspects are armed and have taken hostages. Ensure the safety of the hostages. Proceed to encircle them. Do not let them enter the bustling city. Commands were swiftly relayed through the intercom, prompting several police vehicles to immediately reposition themselves in an attempt to re-establish a perimeter. However, the van accelerated with remarkable speed, driven by a desperate fugitive who disregarded everything in a reckless bid to tear through the encirclement. Inside the van, the atmosphere was stifling, saturated with a pungent stench of sweat and cheap tobacco. Chen Xiao, bracing himself against the sliding door, felt his heart race violently as he quickly surveyed the interior. Bai Jie and Chen Xiao were roughly jostled together in the rear seats, huddled closely. Bai Jie clutched her daughter tightly, while Chen Xiao, petrified with fear, cowered in her mother's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. At the wheel, a gaunt assailant, masked and frantic, gripped the steering wheel with fervor, cursing under his breath. The passenger seat held another thug, his hand firmly clutching a black pistol, poised to strike at any moment. On the opposite side of the rear compartment, another villain glared menacingly through the rearview mirror, monitoring the pursuing police vehicles. The two kidnappers who had seized Bai Jie and Chen Xiao now squeezed into the vacant space beside Chen Xiao. One of them was the earlier knife wielder, while the other possessed a more robust physique. Damn it, where did this kid come from? The thug closest to the door reacted swiftly, delivering a forceful kick to Chen Xiao's chest. The blow landed squarely, causing Chen Xiao to feel a sharp pain in his chest, and he was propelled backward, half of his body teetering dangerously out of the open door. Xiao. Bai Jie's heart nearly stopped at the sight, and she screamed in panic. Just as Chen Xiao was about to be fully ejected from the van, his reflexes kicked in. He lunged forward, seizing the ankle of the thug who had kicked him. Down you go. Channeling his core strength, Chen Xiao used the momentum of his fall to wrench the assailant out of the vehicle. The thug emitted a startled cry, completely unprepared for Chen Xiao's strength and quick reflexes, and was hurled out of the van. The remaining 4 criminals inside were momentarily stunned. Take him down. Another thug, regaining his composure, revealed a glinting dagger from his waist and lunged toward Chen Xiao's neck with alarming speed and precision. Bai Jie and Chen Xiao, terrified, shut their eyes. However, the anticipated horror did not unfold. Chen Xiao, without even glancing at the dagger, pivoted and sidestepped at the moment of attack, landing a solid punch to the thug's temple. Ugh! The assailant could only manage a brief grunt before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, 2 of the 5 criminals had been incapacitated. The remaining 3 thugs turned pale with realization. They finally understood that this seemingly ordinary young man was far from an easy target. Fire! Kill him! The driver barked. The other 2, snapping out of their daze, drew their weapons, aiming at Chen Xiao. Bang! 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 The confined space of the van erupted with a cacophony of deafening gunfire. Outside the alley, the dull and rapid gunshots shattered the tense standoff, sending chills down the spines of all the police officers present. They're firing. The criminals are shooting from inside the van. The commander's face drained of color, his fingers gripping the radio, trembling with urgency. Just as everyone was gripped with concern for those inside the vehicle, the careening van suddenly veered wildly, crashing headfirst into a nearby wall with a thunderous impact. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed. The front of the van was embedded deep into the battered wall, its wheels spinning futilely before finally stalling. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Quick! Secure the one outside. The commander was the first to react, issuing a sharp command. Several officers rushed forward, subduing the thug Chen Xiao had pulled from the vehicle. pinning him to the ground and swiftly cuffing him. The remaining officers took cover behind their vehicles, forming a fan-shaped perimeter around the now silent van, their weapons trained on the doors and windows. No one dared to approach hastily. After all, gunfire had erupted within, and the situation inside remained uncertain. Everyone held their breath, inching closer to the van with caution. The air in the alley felt suffocating. As they drew nearer to the van, the stench of blood grew increasingly overwhelming. Finally, one officer reached the side door. "Go," signaled the lead officer. Taking a deep breath, the officer yanked the door open. With a loud clang, the horrific scene inside made the eyes of all nearby officers widen in shock. The cramped interior resembled a hellish nightmare. Four masked men lay sprawled in various contorted positions. Lifeless. The driver was splayed back, half his skull seemingly caved in, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The passenger's neck was twisted grotesquely, his eyes wide in death. The remaining two had caved chests, their demise grotesquely tragic. Thick, congealed blood stained the seats, the walls, and even the ceiling, marred by splattered gore. Several seasoned officers could not suppress their horrified gasps, their stomachs churning violently. Amidst the gruesome carnage, two figures huddled together in the rear corner. Trembling with fear, it was Bai Jie and Chen Xiao. Bai Jie's face was ashen, desperately clutching her daughter. Chen Xiao buried her head in her mother's embrace. Too terrified to even cry out, Chen Xiao sat beside them, his back against the van's wall, nearly drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his or that of the assailants. "Is anyone alive in there?" an officer asked, his voice taut with anxiety. "Xiao Xiao." Bai Jie seemed to regain her senses, her trembling hands reaching out to touch him, hesitant to disturb any wounds. "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Chen Xiao also lifted her tear-filled eyes to look at the bloodied Chen Xiao, her lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. The brief yet harrowing scene within the van had shattered her psychological defenses completely. "I'm fine, Aunt Bai," Chen Xiao reassured her, gently patting her trembling shoulder. "Don't be afraid, it's all over." His movement caused a slight twinge in his arm, and he subtly frowned. "Quick, check for injuries." Outside, officers sprang into action, cautiously climbing into the van. The overpowering smell of blood was nearly suffocating. "Report. All four suspects are deceased. The hostages appear unharmed." The officer examining Chen Xiao spoke with a hint of astonishment. "What's wrong?" The captain outside pressed urgently. "He's covered in blood. But it seems his injuries aren't too severe." The officer carefully rolled up Chen Xiao's sleeve, revealing a shallow laceration from a bullet graze and a minor head wound. But no other apparent injuries. No serious injuries? Upon hearing the report, the gazes of all the officers shifted to Chen Xiao, their expressions transformed. This young man had single-handedly subdued four armed assailants in such a short time and emerged mostly unscathed. Was he even human? At that moment, a commotion and cries erupted at the alley's entrance. "Xiao Xiao, my son, let's through. Officer, my son is inside." It was Chen Dong and Shun Zi. They had somehow broken free from the obstruction and rushed over frantically. Upon seeing their son, Chen Xiaozhong, covered in blood, Shun Zi nearly collapsed again, but fortunately, Chen Dong caught her in time. "So, how are you? Were you hurt?" Shun Zi cried out. "Xiao Xiao." Chen Dong's face drained of color, his lips trembling. "Dad, Mom. I'm fine, just a little scratch." Chen Xiaozhong quickly reassured them upon seeing his parents. "Oh." Shun Zi, gazing at the blood on her son, was unconvinced and wept even more fervently. "The ambulance. The ambulance has arrived." Someone shouted from outside. Rapid footsteps echoed as several medical personnel clad in white coats rushed in with a stretcher and a first aid kit. "Where are the injured?" "Inside the vehicle. Quickly." The police cleared a path. The doctors and nurses rushed into the car, glanced at the scene, and their expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly checked the pulses and pupils of the four assailants. "They're beyond saving. They're all dead," one doctor shook his head, solemnly announcing. They then turned their attention to Chen Xiaozhong. "This injured person needs to be examined." A nurse, holding gauze, attempted to tend to the abrasions on Chen Xiaozhong's arm, but he waved her off. "I'm fine. Please check on them first." He indicated the still shaken Bai Jie and Shun Qingqing, who had just been assisted to the side. The doctor disregarded Chen Xiaozhong's request and promptly conducted a preliminary examination, confirming that, aside from the arm abrasions and a bump on his head, he had no life-threatening injuries. He is not severely injured. However, that lady and the girl have been traumatized and need to be observed at the hospital, the doctor stated. After confirming the deaths of the four assailants and learning that the one who had acted was this seemingly unscathed young man, the doctors and nurses looked at Chen Xiaozhong with the same astonishment and incredulity as the police. Meanwhile, The assailant, who had been the first to tumble out of the vehicle, now wore an expression of immense relief as he listened to the news from inside. "Thank goodness I was the first one kicked out. Otherwise, I might be lying in there as well," he shuddered, casting a fearful glance at Chen Xiao. Chapter 64. This girl has grown quite bold. At the First People's Hospital of Huaihua City, the scent of disinfectant permeated the air, and the stark white walls and sheets appeared almost blinding. After a thorough examination, the doctor reassured Chen Xiao. "Rest assured, it looks worse than it is. The abrasions on your arm are from a bullet graze and have been treated. The wound on your head is not deep. It's been stitched up. You're in good health, and with a couple of days of observation, you'll be able to leave." The chief physician, donned a white coat and holding the examination report, explained to Chen Dong and Shen Zi, his tone laced with admiration. Upon hearing this, the tension in Chen Dong and Shen Zi's hearts finally dissipated completely. "It's a relief. Thank goodness." Shen Zi covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face again as she recalled the horrifying sight of her son drenched in blood. Chen Dong exhaled deeply, patting his wife's shoulder, then turned to look at their son, whose complexion was still somewhat pale, his gaze filled with a mix of relief and an indescribable pride. Bai Jie and Shen Qingqing were also receiving examinations in the adjacent room. Primarily shaken, they were found to have no major physical injuries, and the doctor recommended they stay for observation overnight. Lying on a hospital bed, Chen Xiao felt a sense of calm wash over him as he noticed his parents' visibly relaxed expressions. He moved his bandaged arm, aside from a slight sting. It certainly didn't impede his movement. However, the atmosphere in the hospital felt peculiar. Ever since he was admitted, numerous individuals in white coats or nurse uniforms had been peering curiously into his room, their eyes filled with unmasked curiosity, shock, and even a hint of admiration. Just moments ago, a young nurse had entered to change his dressing, her hands trembling so much that she nearly dropped the tray. Chen Xiao helplessly rubbed his nose. It seemed that the tale of him single-handedly taking down 4 armed assailants had spread throughout the hospital. The treatment he received as a hero was indeed a bit overwhelming. While pondering this, there was a gentle knock at the door. 2 police officers in uniform entered, one of whom bore insignia of a high rank, the very captain who had commanded the scene earlier. Chen Dong and Shen Zi quickly rose to their feet. "Officer," the captain approached the bedside, offering Chen Xiao a standard military salute, his expression grave and earnest. "Classmate Chen Xiao, on behalf of the City Bureau, I formally commend you for your courageous actions. Had it not been for your decisive intervention and disregard for your own safety, the consequences would have been unimaginable." He paused, his tone tinged with apprehension. "We later discovered that this gang of criminals was responsible for multiple murders and were exceedingly ruthless. Not only did you save 2 hostages, but you also assisted our police in eliminating these heinous criminals, averting further casualties and eliminating a significant threat to society." Chen Xiao sat up a bit straighter. "Officer, you flatter me. The situation was critical. I didn't think that much at the time." To remain undaunted in the face of armed assailants requires a courage that is not common, the captain remarked, observing Chen Xiao. "We have reported your actions to our superiors and will apply for commendation and a reward for your bravery. You deserve it." Chen Xiao did not decline, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you." The officer then inquired in detail about the events inside the vehicle, taking notes as Chen Xiao cooperated, striving to relate the sequence of events simply and directly, omitting his extraordinary reactions and strength. After bidding farewell to the officers, the hospital room finally quieted down. Chen Dong and Shen Zi reiterated their instructions to Chen Xiao to rest well before reluctantly departing to check on Bai Jie and Shen Qingqing. Left alone at last, Chen Xiao exhaled, slowly closing his eyes. He focused his thoughts and summoned the system interface. He had just received a notification that both Bai Jie and Shen Qingqing's favorability had increased. Target name, Bai Jie. Age, 40. Current favorability, 91. Target name, Shen Qingqing. Age, 17. Current favorability, 76. Shen Qingqing's favorability had surged from 69 to 76, an impressive increase of 7 points. Bai Jie's had skyrocketed from 81, gaining a remarkable 10 points to reach an astonishing 91. What pleased Chen Xiao even more was the subsequent system notifications. Ding! Target character Bai Jie's favorability has surpassed 90, granting 1 lottery opportunity. Ding! Target character Shen Qingqing's favorability has surpassed 70, granting 1 lottery opportunity. 2 lottery opportunities. Chen Xiao felt invigorated, the earlier fatigue dissipating significantly. He was just about to conduct the lottery, eager to see what treasures he might obtain. Click! The hospital room door was gently pushed open a crack. Chen Xiao kept his eyes closed, maintaining his previous meditative state. A faint sound of footsteps approached, laden with the hesitation and curiosity typical of a young girl, inching closer to the bedside. It was Chen Xiao. Suddenly, hurried footsteps rushed toward the door, followed by the sound of the door being softly shut. The entire sequence unfolded so quickly, it felt almost like a mirage. Chapter 65, Enemies. Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes, instinctively touching his lips, where a lingering softness and warmth of youth seemed to remain. He felt somewhat dazed. When did this girl become so audacious? He chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head. However, that sudden tender touch had dispelled much of the gloom left by the earlier conflicts. He still had 2 lottery chances remaining. The tranquility of the moment was perfect for a little gamble. Chen Xiao closed his eyes, focusing his thoughts. System draw. The familiar lottery wheel materialized in his mind, spinning rapidly before gradually coming to a stop on a peculiar icon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Animal Communion. Animal Communion. The host can possess any animal, fully controlling it and sharing its senses, effectively having another animal avatar. Possession consumes the host's mental energy and currently lasts for 1 hour. Animal Communion? Chen Xiao paused for a moment. This ability sounded intriguing. Possession? Sharing senses? His interest was piqued. Scanning the hospital room, he noticed a mosquito buzzing past, searching for a target to feast upon. It's you. Chen Xiao concentrated, attempting to direct his thoughts towards the mosquito. At first, he felt nothing, but as he focused his mental energy on the tiny creature, a wondrous sensation emerged. It was as if his consciousness had been split in 2. One half remained lying on the hospital bed, sensing the sheets beneath him and the antiseptic scent in the air. The other half, however, shrank suddenly, diving into an exceedingly small body, hovering in the air with the rapid beat of its wings. The world transformed instantaneously. His vision became blurred and distorted, as if observing through countless tiny prisms. Colors dulled significantly, yet his perception of heat became extraordinarily acute. The air was no longer filled with mere scents, but rather rich signals of thermal sources representing food, the most enticing being the humanoid figure on the hospital bed, radiating uniform warmth. Additionally, various subtle changes in airflow, imperceptible to humans, became strikingly clear to the mosquito, akin to hidden currents in water. More astonishingly, Chen Xiao could vividly see his own form on the bed, appearing as a bizarre mosaic through the mosquito's compound eyes. This simultaneous possession of 2 bodies and perspectives felt both awkward and novel. He attempted to control the mosquito. Fly higher. With his mental command, the mosquito indeed wobbled upward slightly. To the left. The mosquito obediently shifted left. Although there was a slight delay and clumsiness in the control, it undoubtedly confirmed the effectiveness of Animal Communion. Chen Xiao felt a surge of excitement and severed his mental link with the mosquito. The sensation of division vanished in an instant, and all consciousness returned to his original body. Quite interesting. A smile crept across Chen Xiao's lips. This ability, seemingly unremarkable, could yield remarkable results if utilized well, such as reconnaissance and tracking, equivalent to an alternative avatar. Exhilarating. There remained 1 more lottery chance. System, let us try again. The wheel spun once more, and this time, the pointer landed on an icon resembling a K-line chart and an oil barrel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained international crude oil market dynamics information for the next 2 months. In the next moment, a torrent of complex yet exceptionally clear information surged into Chen Xiao's mind. It was not a vague prediction, but rather precise, key points of daily fluctuations. Significant news events impacting market volatility and policy changes for major oil-producing countries over the next 2 months, all vividly imprinted in his memory, as if they had already transpired. Chen Xiao closed his eyes, rapidly assimilating the information. Soon, he pinpointed a crucial juncture 1.5 months ahead. Due to an unexpected geopolitical event in the Middle East combined with OPEC's surprising decision to increase production, international crude oil prices would plummet dramatically within just 3 days from the current levels. The decline would exceed 70%, although there would be a slight rebound afterward. The overall downtrend would persist for at least half a month. This meant that if funds were invested now, precision short selling could be executed 1.5 months later. Chen Xiao's heart raced, given the high leverage characteristic of the futures market, coupled with his foresight of the exact peak and the timing of the crash. Seizing this opportunity could triple his invested capital, if not more. He could strike it rich. This time, it was truly a chance for significant wealth. Chen Xiao quickly calculated in his mind that with the funds at his disposal and the leverage in the futures market, seizing this opportunity could result in a minimum 3-fold increase, even potentially more, 70 million as capital. Tripling it would yield over 200 million. Chen Xiao exhaled slowly, suppressing his excitement. These two newly acquired abilities, one intriguingly practical and the other directly related to wealth, rendered his injury a blessing in disguise. Just then, a soft click sounded as the hospital door creaked open again. Chen Xiao instinctively thought it was Chen Xiao returning, but upon turning to look, he found the newcomer was Bai Jia. She carried a thermos, her eyes betraying a hint of fatigue, yet upon noticing Chen Xiao's gaze, she made an effort to muster a gentle smile. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Bai Jia approached the bedside, placing the thermos on the nightstand. "Much better, Aunt Bai," Chen Xiao replied with a smile. "I made some chicken soup. You just lost blood, so drink some to replenish." Bai Jia unscrewed the lid of the thermos, and a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air. She ladled a small bowl, gently blowing on it before offering it to Chen Xiao, saying, "Be careful. It's hot." The warm soup slid down his throat, imbued with a homely warmth. Bai Jia quietly fed him, each spoonful tenderly administered. In the room, only the sounds of swallowing and the gentle clinking of the spoon against the bowl echoed. Chen Xiao gazed at the close-up of Bai Jia. Under the light, her previously fair complexion appeared somewhat pale from shock and worry, yet her mature and gentle demeanor remained intact, perhaps even more pronounced due to her current tenderness and concern. However, as she continued to feed him, her gaze fell on Chen Xiao's bandaged arm and forehead, her expression growing complex. After a long pause, she sighed softly, her voice barely audible. "What a nemesis." Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, looking up at her. "Aunt Bai, what did you say?" Bai Jia seemed startled, shaking her head in an attempt to conceal her thoughts. "Nothing, I meant those bad people. What a narrow road for enemies." She lowered her head, continuing to scoop another spoonful of chicken soup, yet the complexity in her eyes had not entirely dissipated. Chen Xiao observed the faint blush on her ears and her slightly evasive gaze, sensing that her earlier remark probably wasn't solely about the wrongdoers. The bowl of soup quickly neared its end. "Do you want more?" Bai Jia asked softly. Chen Xiao shook his head. "That's enough, thank you, Aunt Bai." "Then you rest well, and don't move around. I'll go check on Qing," Bai Jia replied, her tone returning to its usual warmth as she tidied up the thermos. She secured the lid, preparing to leave. However, as she reached the doorway, her footsteps faltered. Chen Xiao watched her back, puzzled. Bai Jia stood with her back to him, seemingly hesitating about something. The room was quiet enough to hear each other's breathing. Just as Chen Xiao anticipated that she would say something, Bai Jia suddenly turned around. She hastily returned to the bedside and, to Chen Xiao's astonished gaze, leaned down and kissed him. Chen Xiao was utterly bewildered. The sensation was starkly different from a fleeting touch that Chen Xiao had just bestowed upon him. It was as if emotions that had been pent up for an eternity found their release at this very moment. His mind went blank, and he even forgot to respond in any manner. Bai Jia, unable to bear the weight of Chen Xiao's gaze any longer, quickly fled the hospital room, leaving behind only the soft sound of the door closing. Chen Xiao sat there in a daze, instinctively raising his hand to touch his lips. One extraordinary day this was. Chapter 66, Animal Telepathy. Leaning against the headboard, Chen Xiao stared at the ceiling, reflecting on Bai Jia's last remark about being a true adversary, which now seemed profoundly significant. Suddenly, a buzzing interrupted his reverie. It was his phone vibrating. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was the WeChat group for Dormitory 302. "Songshu, no way. Old Chen, you made the news. Bravely battling armed thieves. College student risks life to save hostage. Is it really you? Lunanzhou, I just saw it too. Huaihua City. The time and place match up. Old Chen, did you really risk your life? Zhou Heng, that bloodstained image is definitely you, right? It looks terrifying. You didn't lose an arm or a leg, did you?" The group chat was instantly flooded with messages, as the three friends were evidently shocked by the news. Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile at their enthusiastic banter. "Chen Xiao, ahem, let's keep it low-key, just basic operations." "Chen Xiao, it was just a few petty thieves, nothing to worry about." "Songshu, keep blowing. Come on, Xiao Gu. Confess honestly. Were you cowering in some corner until the police saved you?" "Lunanzhou, exactly. Basic operations? Why don't you just say you punched the earth into pieces?" "Zhou Heng, I agree. With Xiao Ji's small frame, he wouldn't stand a chance against a gun, but he must have just been lucky not to get hit." Amused by his friend's skepticism, Chen Xiao chuckled and typed a reply. "Chen Xiao, a bunch of mortals. How could they comprehend my realm?" At that moment, it was like this: here 1,000 words of heroic descriptions omitted. Ultimately, those thieves pleaded for mercy. But am I that kind of person? Songshu, get lost. Lunanzhou, disdain JPG. Chen Xiao, believe it or not, I'm now officially recognized as a good citizen who acted heroically, and there's a reward involved. Songshu, is that true? There's a reward? Zhou Heng, no way. Xiao Gu, You must treat us when you return. Lunanzhou, yes. A grand feast. Otherwise, we'll storm the hospital and seize your reward. Chen Xiao. No problem. Once I'm healed, I'll take you all out for a good time. After exchanging playful banter with his roommates, Chen Xiao felt considerably lighter in spirit. Hardly had he set his phone down when it rang again. This time, it was Yin Chushu. Her voice remained cool and distant, but her pace was noticeably quicker, revealing concern. Chen Xiao, are you all right? I saw the news. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I'll be discharged in a couple of days. Chen Xiao replied casually. That's good to hear. There was a moment of silence on the line, as if she were unsure of what to say next. Please be careful. Yes, I will. After hanging up with Yin Chushu, it wasn't long before Gu Qingli called. Chen Xiao, how are you? I just saw the news and was terrified. Why were you so reckless? Guya, Yimfine Chinyo Loget. Glad to hear. When you return, I'll treat you to a relaxing time. Sound good. Shortly after, Xiao Wanqing's call came through, meticulously inquiring about his injuries and reminding him to rest well. What surprised Chen Xiao the most was that Gu Zhao also called. Ever since the gambling incident, this young man had been in awe of Chen Xiao. Shi you're incredible. I can't believe it. I saw the news. You took on 5 armed men all by yourself. You're my idol. Gu Zhao's voice trembled with excitement. Let us keep it down, Chen Xiao replied, slightly exasperated. Can't be low-key, Xiao, Ge. This is just too damn cool. When you return, I must treat you. No, I'll prepare a feast. I'll invite my sister too. Gu Zhao was overflowing with admiration. After handling the flurry of concern calls, Chen Xiao finally found some peace. In the following days, he rested comfortably in the hospital room. His parents and Bai Jie visited daily to care for him, and Shen Qingqing also came by a couple of times, though each time she avoided his gaze. Unable to hold eye contact for long, Chen Xiao relished this tranquility. Apart from eating and sleeping, he secretly experimented with his newfound animal telepathy ability. This ability proved to be even more fascinating than he had anticipated. He attempted to inhabit the body of a chirping sparrow outside the window, relishing the exhilarating sensation of soaring above the city, although it was somewhat clumsy to control. Yet, the feeling of breaking free from constraints was undeniably captivating. He also inhabited an ant crawling in the corner, observing the grand world from such a minuscule perspective. The table leg appeared like a skyscraper, and the dust on the floor resembled boulders. Each attempt at possession consumed mental energy, leaving him fatigued over time. As the system had indicated, he could only maintain this for about an hour at most before a headache set in. On a particularly sunny afternoon, feeling somewhat stifled, Chen Xiao decided to employ his ability once more. He extended his mental energy and quickly locked onto a target, a small white dog lazily basking in the sun by the flower bed outside the hospital. As his consciousness split, he felt the familiar sensation of detachment. With his eyes closed on the hospital bed, one half of his consciousness had already entered the body of the small white dog. In the next moment, his perspective plunged, and the world transformed before him. A myriad of complex scents flooded his nostrils, the fragrance of fresh grass, the enticing aroma of fried snacks wafting from a nearby vendor, the various perfumes and sweat of passers-by, and the distinctive antiseptic smell of the hospital. All these scents were vividly clear, as if they formed an entirely new dimension of reality. Chen Xiao attempted to exert control. Lift the left front leg. The small white dog awkwardly raised its left front leg. Wag the tail. The tail wagged joyfully. Take a few steps. The small dog wobbled to its feet and ambled around the flower bed. Controlling it was far smoother than with a mosquito or sparrow, likely due to the dog's more complex nervous system, which aligned more closely with human thought processes. As Chen Xiao guided the small white dog around the garden, familiarizing himself with its new sensory experiences, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure emerging from the convenience store beside the hospital. It was Shen Qingqing. Today, she wore a light blue floral dress, the hem swaying gently with her movements, and she held a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap in preparation to drink. Chen Xiao's eyes brightened, and he directed the small white dog to scamper over to her feet, lifting its fluffy little head and gazing up at her with wet, expressive eyes, even tilting its head adorably. From the small dog's low vantage point, he could see the slender legs of the girl and the occasional flutter of her dress in the gentle breeze. Wow! Chen Xiao was momentarily entranced. Shen Qingqing was evidently oblivious to the peculiarities of the little white dog. She noticed an adorable little white pup gazing up at her, its tiny pink tongue playfully licking its nose, instantly overwhelming her with affection. Oh, what a delightful little dog! Shen Qingqing exclaimed, crouching down and cautiously extending her hand to stroke the pup's head. Have you lost your way? The little white dog responded with a couple of soft whimpers, nuzzling her palm with its head. Are you thirsty? She glanced at the bottle of mineral water in her hand, then gently poured a bit in her fair palm, bringing it to the pup's mouth. Here, drink up. The warmth of her hand, imbued with a youthful fragrance, was enticingly close. Chen Xiao hesitated for a mere moment, then extended his delicate tongue to gently lap at the water in her palm. Sweet. As Chen Xiao observed the little dog drinking obediently, her smile softened further, while her other hand affectionately stroked its silky fur. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from the nearby street. Stop, thief! Someone has snatched a bag. A tall, slender man clad in a black t-shirt was seen frantically sprinting towards them, clutching a woman's handbag. Behind him, a young woman in professional attire chased after him, shouting, Stop! Give me back my bag! The man was running at an alarming speed, and as he approached Chen Xiao, she instinctively took a step back. The surrounding pedestrians reacted quickly, some attempting to intercept him, but his speed was too great to allow any timely intervention. In the blink of an eye, the little white dog crouched beside Chen Xiao suddenly sprang into action. It shot forth like a bolt of white lightning, accurately sinking its teeth into the calf of the fleeing man. Woo! Though the pup's teeth were not large, its bite force was formidable, striking precisely at the man's shin bone. The man shrieked in agony, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground, the handbag flying from his grasp. The little white dog held on tenaciously, emitting a low, threatening growl from its throat. In an instant, the surrounding bystanders sprang into action, swiftly converging to subdue the fallen man. The pursuing woman soon arrived, breathless, picking up the discarded bag while expressing her gratitude profusely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. No need to thank us. We should be thanking this little dog. Remarkable. Indeed. This dog is extraordinary. Its reflexes are astonishing. Whose dog is this? Such excellent training. The air was filled with admiration. All eyes fixated on the little white dog that had accomplished such a feat. Chen Xiao rushed over, astonished and elated to see the very pup she had fed earlier apprehending the thief. She quickly crouched down again, lifting the little dog into her arms and affectionately ruffling its head. You're amazing, little pup. You truly are a little hero. Cradled in the warm embrace of the young girl, the little white dog wagged its tail contentedly. Indeed, this extraordinary ability of animals was quite intriguing. Chen Xiao, feeling satisfied, severed the mental link, his consciousness instantaneously returning to the hospital bed. Outside the window, the heroic little white dog, after being set down by Chen Xiao, shook its head in confusion, unable to comprehend why it was there or why the onlookers were staring at it. Chapter 67, The Man's Medal. At the First People's Hospital of Huaihua City, after several days of hospitalization, Chen Xiao's wounds on his arm and forehead had scabbed over and were not severe. Following a doctor's examination, he was granted permission to be discharged. Bai Jie and Chen Xiao, having only experienced shock and with responsibilities back at the shop and school, had returned to Ninghai a couple of days earlier. Before leaving, Bai Jie looked at Chen Xiao with a complex expression, reminding him to take care of his recovery and to discuss things upon his return. Chen Xiao, still shy, softly bid farewell with a goodbye, Brother Xiao, before hurriedly following Bai Jie out. After completing the discharge formalities, Chen Xiao politely declined the police's arranged farewell and media interviews, preferring to maintain a low profile. Chen Dong and Shen Zi had initially wanted him to rest a few more days, but seeing that he had recuperated well, that classes had resumed at school, they did not insist further. Drive carefully on the way back, avoid getting the wounds wet, and remember to eat on time, Shen Zi chattered, her eyes slightly red. Got it, Mom, Chen Xiao replied with a smile, embracing her warmly. Chen Dong patted his son's shoulder, saying little, yet his concern was unmistakable. After bidding farewell to his parents, Chen Xiao climbed into his Cadillac, returning to Ninghai. The journey was smooth, and, as dusk fell, the familiar gates of Southeast University came into view. It was just the time for classes to end, and the campus was bustling with youthful energy. He parked the car and, carrying a modest amount of luggage, made his way towards dormitory 302. Upon pushing the door open, the dormitory was as lively as ever. Song Shu was wearing headphones, fingers flying across the keyboard while he chanted, Charge, push the tower. Damn it, you support, don't sell me out. Zhou Nan and Lu Nan were huddled around a computer, intently watching something and occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. Hearing the door open, the three turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing Chen Xiao standing in the doorway, their expressions shifted from surprise to unbridled joy. Song Shu was the first to erupt, leaping from his chair and rushing over. Holy moly, Brother Xiao, you finally decided to come back. Lu Nan and Zhou Nan dropped their mice and keyboards, crowding around. Brother Xiao, looking good, alive and kicking. We thought you'd be stuck in the hospital for days like Lin Daiyu. Song Shu scrutinized Chen Xiao, his gaze landing on the bandage on his forehead and the faint traces of a bandage on his arm. Wow, look at that injury. The news said it was a bullet graze. Impressive, old Chen. Song Shu excitedly reached out to poke at Chen Xiao's arm. Get lost, Chen Xiao retorted, swatting his hand away. Want to try? I dare not. Song Shu retracted his hand with a mischievous grin. This is a badge of honor, a testament to manhood. Next time you're out to charm the ladies, just show them this scar. And which girl wouldn't be smitten? Lunan leaned in for a closer look. Is it for real? A gunshot wound? Does it hurt? Zhou then adjusted his glasses. What happened? Is it true that you took down 5 guys all by yourself? Surrounded by their incessant questions, Chen Xiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. All right. We're all adults here. You act like you've never seen the world before. He pushed past them, dropping his luggage by his bed. It's just a minor injury. I'm not dead. Cut the act, Song Shu scoffed. But seriously, Brother Xiao, you've become quite famous. The school forum is practically exploding with discussions about you. Yeah, you're a big deal around here now, Lunan chimed in. Chen Xiao remained non-committal. He had returned solely to focus on his studies and catch up on missed classes. As for the fleeting fame, he was indifferent. With no classes in the afternoon, Chen Xiao spent some time chatting with his roommates before formally notifying his counselor of his return, marking his re-entry into campus life. The next day, Chen Xiao attended class as usual. As expected, just as Song Shu had said, the moment he stepped into the classroom, he attracted the attention of everyone present. Familiar and unfamiliar faces alike cast curious glances his way. Chen Xiao remained unfazed, walking straight to an empty seat in the back row, ready to concentrate on his studies. As the final bell rang, and Chen Xiao stepped out of the classroom building, he spotted a familiar figure standing beneath the shade of a nearby tree. Yin Chuxue wore a simple white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans. Her long hair casually cascading over her shoulders, exuding a refreshing charm that still rendered her the most captivating presence in the crowd. She held 2 cups of milk tea in her hands and, upon noticing Chen Xiao's emergence, approached him with a warm smile. This is for you, she said, offering him one of the cups, the lemon flavor he had missed out on last time. Chen Xiao accepted it, but did not drink immediately. His gaze lingered on the other cup in her hand, which was evidently already sipped from, and a playful smile curled at his lips. I can't help but think that the one in your hand looks more enticing. Yin Chuxue paused, glancing down at her cup that had only a few sips taken, her fair cheeks flushing a deep red. Why does he always have to say such things? She thought. Biting her lip, she hesitated momentarily, but under the warmth of Chen Xiao's amused gaze, she found herself inexplicably compelled to hand it over. Here. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao took it, eagerly sipping through the straw. It has a subtle fragrance of jasmine tea with a hint of sweetness that is distinctly youthful. Indeed, this one is delightful, he remarked, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Yin Chushue's blush deepened, even the tips of her ears tinged with a lovely pink. She shot Chen Xiao a mock glare that lacked any real menace, instead evoking the shyness of a young girl. Shall we walk? Chen Xiao suggested, shaking the 2 cups of milk tea in his hands as he took the lead. Yin Chuxue silently followed, and the duo strolled side by side along the tree-lined path of the campus. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Your injury. Yin Chuxue turned her head, her gaze settling on the bandage on his forehead, her voice unconsciously softening. It's nothing. Just a minor scrape. Chen Xiao waved dismissively. However, Yin Chuxue came to a halt, extending her slender fingers to gently touch the edge of the bandage, her fingertips cool against his skin. Please, try not to be so reckless next time, she admonished softly, her tone carrying an undercurrent of concern. The moment her finger brushed against him, a faint electric current seemed to pulse between them. Chen Xiao met her gaze, captivated by the beauty of her delicate features, realizing that her usually distant eyes now reflected genuine worry. I understand. I'll be more careful next time, he replied with a smile. Yin Chuxue withdrew her hand, somewhat awkwardly smoothing a stray lock of hair behind her ear. They continued their walk, discussing the lessons Chen Xiao had missed over the past few days, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. By the way, Yin Chuxue suddenly recalled, in half a month, the school will host a dance performance competition, and I intend to participate. Oh, what kind of competition? Chen Xiao inquired, intrigued. It's a selection event for various departments, culminating in a performance in the school auditorium. It's quite a significant occasion, she explained. Can I come watch your rehearsals? Chen Xiao asked, his enthusiasm palpable. Yin Chuxue paused, seemingly taken aback. Dance rehearsals are typically quite private, especially in the crucial lead-up to a competition, and she wasn't accustomed to having an audience. Yet, when she saw the hopeful glimmer in Chen Xiao's eyes, the words of refusal lingered on her lips but were ultimately swallowed. She nodded softly, yes. Where should we go? Now? Chen Xiao asked eagerly. Actually, I'm headed to the dance studio now, she replied. They changed direction, making their way towards the arts building. The dance studio at Southeast University was spacious and bright, with large floor-to-ceiling mirrors reflecting the sunlight streaming through the windows and a row of ballet bars extending along the walls. The air was imbued with a faint scent of pine and the perspiration of hard work. Yin Shushue changed into an elegant white practice outfit. Her long hair pulled back with a simple headband, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. She did not begin immediately, but first engaged in some stretching and warm-up exercises. Her movements graceful and fluid, each detail showcasing the rigor of a professional dancer. Chen Xiao settled into a corner, quietly watching. Once she completed her warm-up, Yin Shushue moved to the center of the studio, adjusting her breathing in front of the mirror. She was preparing to perform a classical dance. As the melodious strains of the guzheng filled the air, she began to move. The flowing sleeves danced like drifting clouds. Her steps were as gentle as willows swaying in the breeze. Her figure was soft yet powerful, embodying the grace, melancholy, and resilience of a classical woman to perfection. Under the sunlight, her silhouette twirled, reminiscent of a fairy stepping out from an ancient painting, her ethereal quality melding seamlessly with the delicate beauty of her dance, creating a unique and enchanting charm. Chen Xiao found himself entranced. This was not his first time witnessing Yin Shushue dance, but nothing had ever struck him with such profound impact as this moment. Observing her from such proximity allowed him to truly appreciate her passion and commitment to dance. As the music came to a halt, Yin Shushue gradually concluded her performance, fine beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her fair cheeks flushed with a healthy glow from exertion, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. That was truly remarkable, Chen Xiao exclaimed, genuine admiration in his voice. Yin Shushue bit her lip, yet she could not conceal the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She practiced a few more times, fine-tuning some details. Chen Xiao remained by her side, and an hour quickly passed. "I'll walk you back," he offered as she gathered her belongings. "All right." As they stepped out of the arts building, evening had descended, the sunset painting the sky in warm shades of orange and red. Chen Xiao escorted Yin Shushue to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. "I'll head up now," she said, coming to a stop. "Okay, rest early," he replied with a nod. Yin Shushue looked at him and suddenly asked, "Will you come again tomorrow?" Chen Xiao smiled. "If you don't mind my presence." A subtle smile graced Yin Shushue's lips, fleeting yet captivating enough to stir one's heart. "I don't mind," she replied before turning and quickly entering the dormitory. Chen Xiao stood in place, watching her figure disappear into the hallway before he turned to leave. His mood as bright and warm as the evening sky. Chapter 68. The Hatred of Stolen Wife. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Xiao pushed open the door to room 302, but before he could utter a word, three shadowy figures lunged at him, pinning him firmly against the door. "You scoundrel! Return my goddess!" Song Shu shouted, gripping Chen Xiao's neck. "The hatred of a stolen wife is unendurable," Lu Nan wailed, clinging to Chen Xiao's left leg, his expression one of utter despair, as if Chen Xiao had desecrated his ancestral grave. "Brothers, let us administer family justice. Castrate him and feed him to the dogs." Zhou Hong exclaimed dramatically, brandishing a stinky sock as if it were a weapon, attempting to stuff it into Chen Xiao's mouth. "Cough, cough. Let go. What on earth is wrong with you guys?" Chen Xiao was both amused and exasperated by their antics, struggling to push the three clowns away. Song Shu, looking utterly indignant, pointed at the computer screen. "Look for yourself, you heartless villain." Chen Shimmy, the modern-day Shimin Qing. Chen Xiao leaned in to see, and the screen displayed the Southeast University campus forum. The pinned posts were glaringly conspicuous. Exclusive capture. Campus beauty strolls with mysterious male, sweetly sharing milk tea. In-depth investigation. Mysterious male is physics major Chun, previously in the news for heroic deeds. Latest, Goddess Yin brings Chun into dance studio alone. Relationship obvious. Accompanying the posts were several photos, taken from clever angles but clearly showing him and Yin Shushue together. The first image captured their backs as they walked along the tree-lined path, Chen Xiao lowering his head to sip the milk tea Yin Shushue had handed him, while she slightly turned her head to look at him, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. The third shot was even more scandalous. Taken through the window of the arts building's dance studio, Yin Shushue danced gracefully in her practice attire, her figure enchanting, while he sat in the corner, his gaze fixed upon her, embodying a profound devotion that seemed to declare, "You are the only one in my eyes." The comments beneath the post erupted with fervor. "What the heck? My heart is shattered. The campus belle has been approached by a pig. Who's this guy? I've never seen him before. Which department is he from? It's Chen Xiao from the physics department, the one who made headlines recently for his bravery." That brute from the physics department has such quick hands. How could the goddess Yin ever be interested in him? I refuse to believe it. Come on. He.s. a hero who fought against a villain. What's wrong with having a bit of charm? So being a hero is enough to steal our beloved? Even more absurdly, someone initiated a bounty. Breaking news. The Campus Flower Guarding Alliance has issued a bounty. Target. Chen Xiao from the physics department. Crime. Daring to pursue the campus belle, a heinous act. A reward of 100 renminbi is offered for any brave soul willing to execute the dung bucket technique on him. Interested parties, please DM. Count me in. I'll put in 50. I'll provide the tools. I'll keep watch. 10,086. This scoundrel must be punished. Let's form a team. Chen Xiao glanced at the bounty for the dung bucket technique, his forehead twitching in disbelief. What on earth is happening here? You see, Song Shu lamented, you've become the public enemy of all the boys in school. You're at the top of the assassination list. Be careful when you go out. You never know when a warm surprise might come flying at you. Lu Nanzhou chimed in, Xiao Gu, for the sake of our safety. Perhaps you should consider moving out. We fear being collateral damage. Zhou Heng adjusted his glasses and added gravely, based on my calculations. Your safest course of action is to publicly declare your disinterest in Yin, then sever a limb as a gesture of goodwill. Chen Xiao, tired of these dramatic antics, waved his hand dismissively. Enough already, we're just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends don't share the same cup of milk tea. Ordinary friends don't watch rehearsals in the dance studio. Ordinary friends don't incite a foreign bounty for dung throwing. The trio chorused in disbelief. Chen Xiao felt it futile to explain to this peculiar bunch and chose silence instead. Buzz. His phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Gu Zhao. Xie, are you out of the hospital? I'm organizing a gathering. You must grace us with your presence. You decide the location. The message was accompanied by a plethora of flattering emojis. Chen Xiao frowned slightly. Ever since the casino incident, Gu Zhao had been like a persistent leech, messaging him every few days, calling him Xiao Gu, and trying various ways to invite him out. His intentions to ingratiate themselves were all too obvious. Chen Xiao had little affection for him and casually dismissed the message, uninterested in replying. Xiao Gu, who is that? Is it Yin, the campus belle, inviting you? Song Shu inquired slyly. Get lost. Chen Xiao retorted, pushing away his face. I'm stepping out. Where to? To meet Yin, the campus belle? To Bai Yi's house. Chen Xiao grabbed his outerwear, weary of further conversation, and exited the dormitory. Upon arriving at Bai Jia's home, he ascended the familiar stairs with ease. Entering, he found Bai Jia seated on the sofa, her brow slightly furrowed as she scrutinized an open workbook on the coffee table. Shen Qingqing was sprawled on the table, biting the end of her pen, her face a picture of distress as she wrestled with a math problem. Hearing the door open, Shen Qingqing abruptly lifted her head, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Chen Xiao. Xiao Gu, you're back. She made to leap up, but Bai Jia's stern glance halted her in her tracks. Si properly, have you finished your homework? Bai Jia's voice carried a hint of coolness. Shen Qingqing stuck out her tongue, reluctantly resuming her seat. Yet her eyes could not resist darting towards Chen Xiao, shimmering with excitement. Chen Xiao stepped closer, his gaze sweeping over the math problem, which presented a considerable challenge in solid geometry. What's wrong? Stuck on a tough one? Chen Xiao asked with a smile. This problem is too difficult. Even my mom can't solve it. Shen Qingqing complained, pouting. Bai Jia's face momentarily flickered with unease as she cleared her throat. Haven't remembered the approach yet. After all, she had been away from school for many years, and these high school problems were indeed a bit taxing for her. Chen Xiao picked up a pen, glanced at the problem, then sketched auxiliary lines on a piece of scrap paper, beginning his explanation. Look here, first draw a perpendicular line. Then connect this point using the Pythagorean theorem. His reasoning was clear, and his explanations were effortlessly comprehensible, transforming what was once a complex figure and formula into something simple and lucid. Shen Qingqing listened intently, her previous distress fading away, replaced by a dawning realization and unabashed admiration. Wow, Xiao Gu, you're amazing. You can solve such a difficult problem at a glance. Bai Jia observed her daughter's adoring demeanor, her heart a tumult of emotions, and she sighed softly, diverting her gaze. Upon completing the explanation of one problem, Shen Qingqing quickly applied her newfound understanding, scribbling notes fervently. Chen Xiao checked the time and announced, I'm going to take a shower. MHM, Shen Qingqing replied, absorbed in her work, her head still down. The sound of running water soon echoed from the bathroom. After about 20 minutes, Chen Xiao emerged in his pajamas, towel drying his damp hair. Fresh from the shower, his skin glistened with a hint of moisture, the muscles of his bare arms and calves displaying the vigor of youthful masculinity. Chen Xiao had just finished the last problem and turned to see Chen Xiao stepping out of the shower, her eyes sparkling once more. Wow, Xie, you have such a great physique, she exclaimed as she skipped over, poking her finger into the bicep of his arm, feeling its firmness. Chen Xiao chuckled in exasperation. Little girl, what are you doing? Just a little poke. Chen Xiao, emboldened, not only touched him, but also seized Bai Jie's hand, pressing it insistently against Chen Xiao's solid chest. Mom, you touch it too. Isn't it impressive? Bai Jie's fingers made contact with Chen Xiao's warm and firm pectorals, and she recoiled as if electrocuted. Embarrassment and anger washed over her as she glared sternly at her daughter, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Xiao, startled by her mother's stern tone, realized she had crossed a line, quickly stuck out her tongue and ducked behind Chen Xiao, murmuring, touching it won't cost you any flesh. Boy, observing her daughter's mischievous expression and Chen Xiao's resigned smile, felt her face grow hotter, her heart skipping a beat, and hastily declared, I'm gonna make dinner, before retreating to the kitchen in a flurry. Chen Xiao touched his nose, lingering in the warmth of the moment, feeling inexplicably uplifted. Chapter 69, Aunt Bai. The night was calm and quiet. Chen Xiao lay on the bed in the guest room of Bai Jie's home, his mind replaying the bounty notices from earlier that day, unable to suppress a chuckle. These exuberant individuals truly had too much time on their hands. However, after laughing, his thoughts quickly turned serious, focusing on a matter of greater significance: the dynamics of the international crude oil market over the next 2 months. The K-line charts and key information points etched clearly in his mind resembled a treasure map leading to immense wealth. With more than 20 days remaining, he calculated that this time he could not act alone. He must involve his parents, ensuring they too could reap a profit for their retirement. Aunt Bai has been exceptionally caring towards him over the years, and she deserves some credit for that. Additionally, lending a hand to Guqingli could also be considered. As for Xiao Wanqing, she is worth contemplating as well. The crude oil market is vast. The funds contributed by these individuals would be but a drop in the ocean, scarcely affecting the market or drawing anyone's attention. It is settled then. I shall find a moment in the coming days to arrange everything. As he pondered, a faint sound seemed to emanate from the living room, soon followed by a gentle turning of the doorknob to his room. Click! The door opened slightly. Chen Xiao instinctively turned to look, and there at the threshold was Bai Jie. She was clad in a voluminous cotton nightgown that nearly reached her ankles, completely concealing her exquisite figure, her face adorned with a hint of an unnatural blush. Aunt Bai, still awake? Chen Xiao inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he sat up. Bai Jie did not respond immediately. Instead, she softly closed the door and slowly approached the bedside. Xiao. Bai Jie's voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. I truly appreciate you this time. Chen Xiao smiled lightly. It was but a trifling matter. It's all in the past now. Bai Jie bit her lip, seemingly engaging in some mental preparation. She raised her hand, hesitantly grasping the tie of her nightgown. Observing her actions, an absurd thought suddenly sprang into Chen Xiao's mind. The next moment, his breath caught in his throat, leaving him utterly bewildered. After a while, tranquility returned to the room. Chen Xiao lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling as though he had just woken from a fantastical dream. The space beside him was now empty, the bedding still warm with her lingering essence and fragrance. Following their encounter, Bai Jie had almost immediately extricated herself from his embrace, hastily uttering, I must be going, before fleeing the room. Buzz. His phone vibrated on the bedside table. Chen Xiao picked it up to find a WeChat message from Bai Jie. Bai Jie, what just happened was a reward for your selfless rescue. It shall remain a singular occurrence, never to be repeated. As he read the message, Chen Xiao could almost envision Bai Jie in his room, feigning composure as she typed those words. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he swiftly replied. Chen Xiao, crying. Chen Xiao, Aunt Bai, you cannot treat me this way. It's pitiful. After sending the messages, he felt as though they had vanished into the abyss. As Bai Jie did not respond again, setting aside his phone, his spirits soared. In the adjacent room, Bai Jie leaned against the door, her heart racing, her face still flushed. She glanced down at her phone, viewing the series of crying emojis and playful words from Chen Xiao, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. She couldn't help but gently pat her burning cheeks. What had come over her? How had she truly gone to seek him out? She acknowledged that when Chen Xiao was injured, her heart had twisted painfully. Seeing him covered in blood had nearly caused her to faint. The mixture of fear, concern, and an indescribable sense of pride had left her in turmoil. Thus, when Chen Xiao returned, she had inexplicably felt compelled to act. Reflecting upon it now, she felt utterly foolish. Bai Jie covered her face, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. At that moment, her phone chimed, interrupting her spiral of thoughts. It was a message from their close friends' WeChat group, sisters riding the waves. Gu Qingli, ladies, are you free tomorrow evening? Let us go out for a meal. My treat. Xiao Wanqing, tomorrow? I can make it. I have no classes in the evening. Gu Qingli, then it's settled. Bai Jia, what about you? Don't say you have to tend to the shop again. Bai Jia took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and replied, I'll see. I should be available. Xiao Wanqing, perfect. Let's invite Chen Xiao too, now that he is back. It's a great opportunity to welcome him and hear about his heroic deeds. Gu Qingli, absolutely. Bai Jia, you must bring Xiao Xiao along. I owe him a few drinks. Upon seeing Chen Xiao's name on the screen, Bai Jia's heart tightened, her fingers hovering over the screen. Momentarily unsure how to respond. Invite Chen Xiao? Considering what had just transpired, the thought of facing him alongside her friends left her feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 70. The Undercurrents Beneath the Banquet. The following day, after class, Chen Xiao drove directly to the restaurant Gu Qingli had reserved in advance. Situated within a 5-star hotel in the city center, the establishment boasted an elegant ambience and excellent privacy. Upon his arrival, Bai Jia, Gu Qingli, and Xiao Wanqing had already gathered, engaged in hushed conversation around a round table. Xiao Xiao, over here. Gu Qingli, with her sharp eyes, spotted Chen Xiao immediately and beckoned him over with a smile. Chen Xiao approached and seated himself between Gu Qingli and Bai Jia. You finally made it. We've all been waiting for you, Gu Qingli remarked, appraising him from head to toe. How are you feeling? Are your injuries healed? Xiao Wanqing also inquired with concern. The news made it seem quite alarming. You haven't suffered any lasting effects, have you? It's nothing serious, just a few minor injuries. I've fully recovered. Chen Xiao replied with a smile, reassuring them. That's a relief. Gu Qingli poured him a glass of water. You truly had us worried this time. Xiao Wanqing chuckled lightly. Indeed, when the news broke, we were all quite distressed. The conversation soon shifted away from Chen Xiao's injuries, and, as the dishes began to arrive, the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Chen Xiao chatted with Xiao Wanqing about amusing incidents at school while clinking glasses with Gu Qingli. Yet his gaze frequently drifted towards Bai Jia beside him. Chen Xiao's long legs, clad in casual trousers, shifted slightly. Bai Jia, caught mid-action as she served herself, froze momentarily, feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation as she shot him a glare, only to find him engaged in conversation with Gu Qingli, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Discreetly, she positioned her foot to step on his, applying pressure. Ouch! Chen Xiao's smile remained intact, yet internally, he gasped in surprise. Aunt Bai was not holding back. However, before he could recover from the sting, he found himself under siege from the other side. Just as Gu Qingli was speaking with Xiao Wanqing, she sensed something amiss and cast a warning glance at Chen Xiao. Almost immediately, a delicate high-heeled foot landed unceremoniously on his right foot. Goodness! Chen Xiao internally lamented while maintaining a facade of calmness, juggling the ongoing conversations. He realized that neither of these two ladies was one to be trifled with. After a while, a commotion arose at the entrance of the restaurant. A familiar figure stepped inside, wearing an ingratiating smile. It was Gu Zhao. Sister. Yeah. Auntie. Xie. Gu Zhao quickly identified the table and hurried over. Gu Qingli's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing him. What brings you here? She asked with a tone that lacked warmth. Hee. I heard you all were dining here, so I came to check in, Gu Zhao said, rubbing his hands together, his eyes darting towards Chen Xiao. Xie. I tried calling you a couple of days ago. I thought you were still in the hospital. It's all good now. Just discharged, Chen Xiao replied coolly. That's great to hear. I'm glad you're out. Gu Zhao nodded vigorously, then waved his hand at a nearby waiter, declaring, I'll cover the bill for this table. It's on me. The waiter hesitated for a moment, casting a glance toward Gu Qingli. Gu Qingli remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Observing this, Gu Zhao took a seat, though he dared not sit beside Chen Xiao. Instead, he positioned himself on Gu Qingli's other side. Xie. What you accomplished this time is truly remarkable. Taking down 5 armed men single-handedly. This is stuff for the movies. Gu Zhao exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. I told my buddies that I know you, but they didn't believe me. They said I was boasting. Gu Qingli, witnessing her brother's sycophantic demeanor, felt an acute sense of embarrassment and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Why do you always seek out Chen Xiao? She asked, her tone laced with irritation. I just want to learn from Xiao Ge. Gu Zhao replied, a cheeky grin plastered on his face. He my idol. Having witnessed Chen Xiao's remarkable skills and tactics in the casino last time, he was utterly awestruck. Since that moment, he had come to regard Chen Xiao as an extraordinary figure, yearning to accompany him daily in hopes of gleaning some wisdom or basking in his brilliance. Chen Xiao, Observing Gu Zhao's fervor felt a twinge of helplessness. This guy was truly relentless. After a while of flattery, Chen Xiao set down his chopsticks, glanced at them, and suddenly spoke. Gu Zhao, don't you want to make some money? Gu Zhao's eyes lit up. Absolutely. I dream of it. Xiao, do you have any leads? Recently, I intend to make some investments, Chen Xiao replied, in the international crude oil market, specifically futures. At this revelation, the three women at the table also perked up. They were aware of Chen Xiao's acumen for making money. He had earned quite a sum in the stock market last time. Crude oil futures? Gu Qingli, being a broker, had some understanding of this, yet she recognized the high risks associated with futures trading, which most people would shy away from. Which direction do you favor? Chen Xiao regarded them with a calm demeanor, yet his tone carried an inexplicable certainty. I'm bearish. Bearish on oil? Gu Qingli immediately became intrigued. That entails significant risk, doesn't it? Xiao Wanqing also set down her chopsticks, listening intently. Though Bai Jie didn't comprehend these matters thoroughly, she too turned her gaze toward Chen Xiao. Yes, there are risks, but after my analysis, I believe there's about a 70 to 80% chance of success, Chen Xiao stated confidently. He refrained from disclosing the systematic details. Yet his conviction suggested that in approximately a month and a half, crude oil prices would likely experience a substantial decline. If we seize this opportunity, the returns could be quite considerable. Is that true, Xiaogu? Gu Zhao exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. I believe in you. I'll bet all my savings on it. Gu Zhao. Gu Qingli, unable to contain herself any longer, pinched his arm sharply. What can your meager funds accomplish? You're always dreaming of quick riches. Be sensible. Gu Zhao winced in pain, but remained undeterred. Sister, this is what Xiao Gu said. I trust his judgment. Chen Xiao chuckled softly, addressing the three women. If you're interested, you could also invest a little to try your luck. Gu Qingli pondered for a moment before looking at Chen Xiao. Xiao, I trust your judgment. I'll prepare 5 million for you to manage. Having witnessed Chen Xiao's miraculous performances in the stock market and casino, she had developed an almost blind faith in him. Xiao Wanqing adjusted her glasses and inquired. Have you considered the specific entry and stop-loss points? How much leverage do you plan to use? Her approach was evidently more rational, taking into account every detail. Chen Xiao explained briefly. Although he did not delve into specifics, Xiao Wanqing nodded in agreement. It sounded highly feasible. After a moment of contemplation, she decided, then I'll invest 3 million as well. As a university professor, her savings were substantial. Finally, all eyes turned to Bai Jie, meeting Chen Xiao's gaze. Her face flushed slightly. Xiao, Aunt Bai believes in you too. I have some liquid funds in my store. I'll also contribute 2 million. Though she did not grasp the intricacies of futures trading, her faith in Chen Xiao was unwavering. Excellent. Gu Zhao exclaimed, even more exhilarated. Yi, look, my sister and the others trust you. I want to invest too. I'll sell my old car and raise a few $100,000. I'll put all in. As the dinner concluded, Gu Zhao eagerly rushed to settle the bill, displaying his hospitality while seeing the others off. Observing his antics, Chen Xiao mused that perhaps, despite being annoying, Gu Zhao could sometimes prove useful. Chapter 71. To dance or not to dance. After the meal, Chen Xiao bid farewell to the three women and drove back to the university. He contemplated that with no classes in the afternoon, it would be a perfect opportunity to catch up on his studies at the library. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, he lifted his gaze and spotted a graceful figure not far away. Chen Xiao. Upon seeing him, Yin Chushue's cool demeanor softened slightly, revealing a faint smile as she approached him. Chushue, Chen Xiao replied as he walked over. What brings you here? Heading to the library? Shall we go together? Yin Chushue tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze. Yes, I was just about to go. Chen Xiao nodded, and the two walked side by side toward the library. Along the way, they engaged in casual conversation, with Yin Chushue inquiring about his recovery. Chen Xiao assured her that he was completely well. Soon, they arrived at the library. It was a serene environment, filled only with the rustling of pages and the occasional clatter of keyboards. They found a spot by the window, sat down, and immersed themselves in their studies. After more than an hour, Yin Chushue closed her textbook, methodically began to gather her belongings, and softly announced, I'm heading to the dance studio. Shall I accompany you? Chen Xiao offered. Yin Chushue looked at him, hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded. They exited the library together, the sun nearing the horizon, painting the sky with vibrant hues of dusk. As they walked toward the art building, Chen Xiao suddenly recalled the discussion from dinner and casually remarked, by the way, I'm planning to invest in international crude oil futures. Would you like to give it a try? Yin Chushue, her gaze focused on the ground, paused momentarily at his words, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. As though she did not understand why he suddenly brought this up. Crude oil? She gently shook her head. I don't understand these things. Her tone was neutral. devoid of any particular emotion, indicating her lack of interest in such matters or in the potential for profit. Chen Xiao smiled, not surprised. This was entirely in line with Yan Chushua's character. Cool and independent, she regarded material wealth with indifference, prioritizing her passion for dance above all else. Pushing open the door to the dance studio, Yan Chushua confidently approached the bar, diligently commencing her warm-up routine, executing leg stretches and rotations with precision, showcasing her solid foundation and remarkable flexibility. Chen Xiao settled onto a soft mat in a corner, quietly observing. Before long, the melodious strains of classical music resonated throughout the expansive studio. Yan Chushua moved to the center, inhaled deeply, and began to dance in harmony with the rhythm. Her form was both ethereal and powerful. Every turn, dip, and glance synchronized flawlessly with the music. As she moved, her long hair flowed, and her skirt twirled, resembling a delicate sprite lost in the mundane world, blooming alone beneath the moonlight. Chen Xiao found himself captivated. As the dance concluded, Yan Chushua gradually brought her movements to a close, her chest rising and falling softly as she caught her breath. She approached the corner, picked up her water bottle, and took small sips. Setting the bottle down, her gaze fell upon Chen Xiao, who had been quietly watching her. In her bright, sparkling eyes, there was a distinct glimmer typical of a dancer, along with a subtle hint of mischief. "Would you like to give it a try?" she suddenly asked. Chen Xiao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "Try what?" "Dancing," Yan Chushua replied, her lips curving ever so slightly. "You've been sitting there for so long. Aren't you bored?" Chen Xiao was taken aback by her unexpected invitation. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Me? I can't dance. I might just end up causing chaos." "You can learn," Yan Chushua replied, extending her hand towards him with a natural grace. "Come, I'll teach you." Momentarily hesitant, Chen Xiao eventually placed his hand in hers. Yan Chushua gently grasped his wrist and led him to the center of the floor. "Let's start with the simplest steps." She took a step back and began to demonstrate earnestly. "Focus on your center of gravity, keep your body relaxed, and follow my lead." With patience, Yan Chushua explained the fundamental movements, leg stretches, arm positioning, foot placement. Chen Xiao attempted to mimic her, his limbs lacking coordination, often moving the same hand and foot together, nearly stumbling in the process. Unable to contain herself, Yan Chushua chuckled at his clumsiness, her cool brows curving playfully. "Relax, don't be so stiff," she encouraged, stepping closer to adjust his posture. Her fingers occasionally brushed against his arm or shoulder, sending a chill through him. Despite his awkwardness, Chen Xiao possessed remarkable physical aptitude, with flexibility and balance that far exceeded the ordinary. Once he grasped the essence of the movements, his learning pace was astonishing. Yan Chushua taught him several simple combinations, and he soon began to follow along with a semblance of grace. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She had not anticipated his rapid progress. "Not bad. It seems your coordination is quite good," she praised. Chen Xiao smiled, attributing his ability to the enhancements from the system. "Let us try a duet," Yan Chushua suggested suddenly. Chen Xiao was momentarily stunned. "A duet? Isn't that a bit too soon? I have no idea how to do that." "Don't worry, I'll guide you," she assured, moving to the sound system to switch to a softer melody. Returning to his side, she extended her hand once more. Feeling a bit anxious, Chen Xiao took her hand while his other hand awkwardly hovered. "Place your hand on my waist," Yan Chushua instructed softly. Following her guidance, he rested his hand on her waist, feeling the slenderness and suppleness of her form through the thin fabric of her practice attire. As the music began, Yan Chushua gently led him, initiating a slow movement. Her steps were light, twirling Chen Xiao, the dance novice, around the floor. He endeavored to match her rhythm, attuning to the guidance of her body. Gradually, he seemed to find his groove, his movements becoming more coordinated. The two began to dance in harmony, their actions flowing more smoothly. Yan Chushua was astonished by his adaptability, her eyes glimmering with surprise. They became increasingly engrossed in their dance, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them and the melodious music. When a final note rang out, Chen Xiao held Yan Chushua at the waist, both maintaining their concluding position. Leaning into him, she slightly tilted her head back, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling in the air. Yan Chushua was momentarily frozen, her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She hadn't anticipated their concluding pose would be so intimate, and Chen Xiao's embrace around her waist exuded a pulse of power that sent her heart racing. She felt she had misstepped, questioning her decision to invite him to dance. Sensing her tension, Chen Xiao realized the position was perhaps too close for comfort. He gradually loosened his grip around her waist, stepping back. "You danced really well," he remarked with a smile. Yin Chuxue adjusted her slightly disheveled practice attire, murmuring, "Thank you." The moment lingered in both their minds, an imprint etched in their memories. She went to change back into her regular clothes while Chen Xiao waited outside. When she emerged, the blush on her face had yet to fully fade, her eyes darting away, unable to meet his gaze. "I'll walk you back," Chen Xiao offered. "Okay," Yin Chuxue replied softly. As they exited the arts building, they made their way towards the girls' dormitory in a somewhat quiet atmosphere. The intimacy of their earlier encounter casting ripples in their hearts. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Yin Chuxue halted. "I'll head up now." "All right, rest early," Chen Xiao nodded. She gazed at him, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained, giving a slight nod before turning swiftly to enter the dormitory. Chen Xiao stood in place, watching her figure vanish into the corridor before he turned to leave himself. He rubbed his nose, recalling the earlier moments of their dance, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Back in dorm 302, as soon as he opened the door, he was met with the cacophonous sounds of video game sound effects and the raucous shouts of Song Shu and the others. "Wow, get him, push him out, help me, I'm gonna die." Chen Xiao stepped inside, where the three of them were glued to the computer screen, fingers flying across the keyboard. "Back already?" Lu Nanzhou asked without looking up. "Yeah," Chen Xiao replied, taking a seat on his bed. Once they finished a round of their game, the three collapsed in their chairs. Panting, "I'm exhausted," Song Shu exclaimed, flinging off his headphones. "Where did you go, Brother Xiao? Coming back so late." "Just took a stroll," Chen Xiao replied casually. "A stroll? With whom? The campus flower Yin?" Zhou Heng leaned in with a lewd grin. "Yeah," Chen Xiao nodded. Song Shu chuckled, but seriously. "You really dared to get that close to Yin? Aren't you afraid of those flower protectors? Let them throw whatever they want," Chen Xiao said nonchalantly. "By the way, weren't you guys looking to make some money?" He suddenly turned his attention to them. The trio's eyes lit up. "Absolutely. We dream about it." "I've discovered an opportunity," Chen Xiao stated. "In the international crude oil market, I'm bearish on futures." "Crude oil? Futures?" Song Shu was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't that high risk?" "There is risk, but the returns can be substantial," Chen Xiao explained. "I've analyzed it, and I predict a significant drop in crude oil prices in about a month and a half. Seizing the opportunity to multiply your investment should be feasible." "Multiply?" Lu Nanzhou gasped, his eyes wide with surprise. "Is that for real, Brother Xiao?" Zhou Heng adjusted his glasses, his expression skeptical. Chen Xiao merely smiled, offering no further elaboration. "Believe it or not, I'm planning to invest." "Believe. We must believe." Song Shu was the first to leap up, excitement radiating from him. "Brother Xiao's judgment has never been wrong. I regretted not joining you last time at the stocks." "Exactly. Brother Xiao, take us to the skies." Lu Nanzhou joined in the enthusiasm. "Brother Xiao, I'll give you all my meal money," Zhou Heng declared, as the trio eagerly exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with visions of golden bills. Chen Xiao chuckled at their excitement. Chapter 72, Terminal Cancer. The following evening, Chen Xiao kept his appointment from the previous day and arrived at a high-end private restaurant in the city center. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, he found 4 people already seated. Gu Qingli, clad in a sharp white suit, was savoring tea. Beside her, Gu Zhao beamed with a wide smile. Immediately standing upon Chen Zhao's arrival, Bai Jie sat quietly in a simple yet elegant dress, her gaze briefly sweeping over Chen Xiao as he entered. And then there was Xiao Wanqing, who made Chen Xiao pause momentarily. Today, Xiao Wanqing appeared different from her usual self. While she still bore her characteristic grace and warmth, there were faint dark circles under her eyes, and she seemed to have applied little makeup. The once bright sparkle in her eyes now hinted at fatigue and sorrow, leaving her looking somewhat haggard. "Brother Xiao, you're here. Please have a seat." Gu Zhao enthusiastically pulled out a chair beside Gu Qingli. Ignoring him, Chen Xiao walked directly to the vacant seat between Bai Jie and Gu Qingli. Gu Zhao, undeterred, chuckled lightly twice before returning to his seat. "What's the matter, Wanqing? Did you not sleep well last night?" Bai Jie, clearly noticing Xiao Wanqing's demeanor, inquired with concern. Gu Qingli also put down her teacup and looked over. "Indeed, Sister Wanqing, you appear rather unwell." Xiao Wanqing forced a smile, lifted her teacup to take a sip, seemingly attempting to conceal something. "It's nothing. Perhaps I've just been a bit weary from preparing lessons lately." Her words felt somewhat insincere, and even Gu Zhao sensed that something was amiss. The atmosphere grew momentarily heavy with silence. The waiter began to serve dishes, exquisite culinary creations filling the table, yet everyone seemed to lack an appetite. "Chen Xiao." Xiao Wanqing suddenly set down her chopsticks, turning her gaze towards him, her eyes imbued with an unusual seriousness and urgency. "About that crude oil investment you mentioned yesterday. How promising is it really?" Chen Xiao appeared taken aback. Although Xiao Wanqing had decided to invest 3 million yesterday, her demeanor had been relatively calm and rational, unlike the evident anxiety and desperation she exhibited now. Bai Jie and Gu Qingli also turned their attention to Chen Xiao, having similarly sensed the peculiarity in Xiao Wanqing's tone. Meeting Xiao Wanqing's gaze, Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment before responding with a question of his own. Teacher Xia, is something wrong? Xiao Wanqing's eyes glistened slightly with unshed tears as she took a deep breath, seemingly striving to regain her composure. The results of my mother's examination came out yesterday. Her voice faltered, thick with emotion. It's cancer in the advanced stage. What? Bai Jie exclaimed, her voice rising in shock as she grasped Xiao Wanqing's hand tightly. Gu Qingli's expression shifted dramatically. Sister Wanqing, how could this happen? Wasn't she fine before? Gu Zhao opened his mouth, at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became gravely serious. The doctor said they discovered it too late. Xiao Wanqing's voice dwindled, tears finally spilling down her cheeks. The subsequent treatments, targeted medications, imported drugs will require an immense sum, a considerable amount. She lifted her tear-streaked face and looked once more at Chen Xiao, her eyes radiating an almost pleading hope. That's why I wanted to inquire about your investment. Though her sentence trailed off, everyone present understood. That was her sole, perhaps swiftest, hope to raise the exorbitant medical expenses. Chen Xiao silently regarded Xiao Wanqing. He comprehended the helplessness and despair one feels when faced with a loved one's serious illness. And he understood all too well the overwhelming pressure such astronomical medical costs impose on an ordinary family. He offered no empty platitudes, merely gazing at Xiao Wanqing with calm, yet focused eyes. After a moment, he retrieved a tissue from the table and handed it to her. Teacher Xia, you need not worry. This investment will not falter. He refrained from asserting that it would yield substantial profits. However, in this context, the phrase will not falter served as the most potent promise. Xiao Wanqing grasped this lifeline, vigorously wiping her tears away. From her bag, she produced a bank card and a document, sliding them across the table towards Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, this is all my savings, and I've also mortgaged my apartment. In total, it amounts to 6 million. Her voice still trembled, yet her gaze was resolute. I trust you. I entrust all this money to you from management. 6 million. Bai Jie and Gu Qingli gasped in astonishment. They were aware that Xiao Wanqing came from a comfortable background, but they were unprepared for her to be so resolute, wagering her entire fortune, even resorting to mortgaging her property. Wanqing, Bai Jie attempted to dissuade her. This risk is far too great. Bai Jie, please refrain from advising me. Xiao Wanqing interrupted, her eyes fixed firmly on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, I implore you. Chen Xiao observed the bank card and the mortgage contract before him, feeling the weight of trust and responsibility they represented. This extended beyond mere investment. It embodied a daughter's fervent hope for her mother's life. Without hesitation, he reached out to accept them. Very well, Teacher Xia, I will do my utmost. Gu Qingli watched the scene unfold, her eyes flickering. She had always possessed confidence in Chen Xiao, but witnessing Xiao Wanqing's profound trust, coupled with her friend's predicament, she gritted her teeth and began to operate her phone. Xiao, I mentioned investing 5 million yesterday. Let us increase it to 8 million. Gu Qingli spoke with determination. I will send you the password via WeChat. As a senior executive at a brokerage firm, her wealth was substantial, yet 8 million was certainly no trivial amount. Bai Jie glanced at Xiao Wanqing, then at Chen Xiao. Her heart a tumult of emotions. She recognized Chen Xiao's capabilities, but the risks involved in futures trading were daunting. She had not intended to impose such a burden on him. However, now, she sighed, pulling out her phone. Xiao. Amp, I mentioned investing 2 million as well. Let us add a little more. I have some funds in my shop. I can gather 3 million for you. This was nearly all the profit and working capital she had accumulated from her clothing store over the past few years. Finally, it was Gu Zhao's turn. He looked from one person to another before resolutely pounding his chest. Brother Xiao, I will sell my old car when I get back. Bruce, I have some savings I've been keeping quiet about. I can manage to scrape together 50,000. Though it's not much, it's all I have. You must include me. Chen Xiao regarded the individuals before him, observing their expressions of worry, determination, and anticipation, and even he, typically composed, felt an immense pressure in that moment. Yet, his gaze remained tranquil, for he understood that the knowledge within his mind was his greatest asset. Chapter 73. All in. As the dinner concluded, Chen Xiao declined Gu Qingli's offer to drive him back to campus, opting instead to return to Southeast University alone. The tree-lined paths of the campus, under the cloak of night, were devoid of the day's clamor, enveloped in a serene quietude. On the playground, Song Shu excitedly grasped the girl's hand, animatedly recounting something. The girl, smiling radiantly, listened, occasionally amused by his exaggerated expressions. She was his new girlfriend from the foreign languages department, Ji Tangyue, whom he had recently won over. Tangyue, let me tell you, Brother Xiao is simply divine, a living stock god. No, he's even more impressive than that, Song Shu exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He is going to lead us into a major project, investing in international crude oil futures. It's insider information. It's a guaranteed profit. The target is to multiply our investment several times over. Ji Tangyue blinked her beautiful eyes. Curiosity piqued. Is that true? Your roommate Chen Xiao? The hero from the news who fought off a criminal? He invests too? Absolutely. Song Shu puffed out his chest, proud. Brother Xiao is a hidden gem. He took me along last time, and we made quite a fortune. This time he says the opportunity is even greater, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Just think, multiplying our investment. He whisked you away to travel the world, and it won't be a dream. Ji Tangyue chuckled at the grand vision he painted, but couldn't help but feel a twinge of interest at his excitement. So, how much are you investing? Me? Song Shu thumped his chest. I put in all my savings from the past few years, down to the last penny. All in. You think you would guspit? You're so bold. What if? There's no what if. Song Shu interjected, his eyes shining brightly. I believe in Brother Xiao. There's absolutely no problem. When has Brother Xiao ever failed? Observing Song Shu's almost blind faith in Chen Xiao, Ji Tangyue hesitated. Although she felt that Song Shu was somewhat impulsive, the allure of potentially multiplying their investment was undeniably enticing. Moreover, she found herself genuinely curious about the elusive Chen Xiao, whom she had only heard of in name. Thus, Ji Tangyue bit her lip as if summoning great resolve. I'll invest a little too. I have 30,000 saved up to buy a new computer. Song Shu's eyes lit up, and he enveloped Ji Tangyue in a warm embrace. Great. Don't worry, my dear. Following Brother Xiao, let us not even mention new computers. From now on, you can buy whatever your heart desires. Let us indulge in a taste of affluence. Yi Tengi, gasping for breath under his grip, laughed as she pushed him away, saying, all right, loosen your hold. I'll give you the money, but you must keep a close watch on it. Rest assured. Song Shu felt a surge of exhilaration upon receiving the funds transferred by Ji Tangyue, sensing that he was a step closer to the pinnacle of life. By the time Chen Xiao returned to the campus, the clock had already struck midnight. The dormitory building had long since extinguished its lights, leaving only the dim glow of the emergency exit signs illuminating the corridor. Chen Xiao treaded lightly, unlocking the door to room 302. Contrary to his expectations of a chorus of snores, several screens emitted a soft glow within. Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong sat in a triangular formation around a single computer, engrossed in whatever they were watching, barely registering Chen Xiao's entrance. Ahem. Chen Xiao cleared his throat softly. Holy moly, Brother Xiao. Song Shu was the first to react, springing up from his chair with such force that he nearly yanked the headphone wires out. You finally returned. We've been waiting for you for ages. Almost immediately, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the air as three heads popped up from their respective screens, their eager gazes fixed on the doorway. Waiting for me? Chen Xiao chuckled at the sight of his overly enthusiastic roommates as he stepped into the dormitory and shut the door behind him. Absolutely. Lu Nanzhou grinned. We've been eagerly awaiting your command. Brother Xiao, my funds are all here. Zhou Hong exclaimed, brandishing his phone to reveal his bank app. Displaying a little over 50,000, though modest, it represented his entire fortune, along with his meal expenses for the upcoming semester. Lu Nanzhou quickly showcased his balance, slightly exceeding Zhou Hong's, but still a considerable sacrifice. Brother Xiao, I've pooled everything here, even borrowing 5,000 from my sister. Song Shu took a deep breath and handed his phone to Chen Xiao, revealing a recent transfer of 30,000 from Ji Tangyue. Brother Xiao, this is my girlfriend's money. She trusts you too. He patted his chest. My 800,000 plus my girlfriend's 30,000. All rests on you. Chen Xiao accepted Song Shu's phone, noted Ji Tangyue's transfer information, and nodded at the three of them. All right, transfer the funds to me. The trio promptly complied, and soon, several transactions of varying amounts flowed into Chen Xiao's account. Despite the continuous notifications of incoming funds lighting up his phone, Chen Xiao felt remarkably composed. With this capital, alongside contributions from Bai Jia, Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing, and his own 70 million, the total investment in the crude oil futures market was nearing 100 million. In the ensuing days, Chen Xiao's life grew increasingly hectic. By day, he adhered to his class schedule like any ordinary student. By night and on weekends, he immersed himself in preparations for trading crude oil futures. He first contacted Gu Qingli, and through her connections, He registered accounts on a reputable international futures trading platform with several different identities. This strategy was designed to mitigate risk, avoiding undue attention that might arise from a single account holding excessive funds. Subsequently, he meticulously transferred his 70 million, along with the funds gathered from Bai Jie, Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing, and his roommates, into these futures accounts in batches through diverse channels. This process was intricate and required utmost confidentiality, a task Chen Xiao executed flawlessly. Once all was in place, he began to diligently scrutinize the rules and leverage ratios of each platform. Although he already had clear entry points and timings in mind, he feigned thoroughness by poring over a plethora of international news, financial reports, and technical analysis charts, ensuring he was well prepared. He refrained from hastily investing all his funds at once, opting instead for a phased approach to building his positions. At a relative high point he deemed suitable, he deployed approximately 1/3 of his capital to establish short positions in crude oil. Ultimately, at an opportune moment, he decisively committed all his funds according to his planned positions and leverage ratios into short contracts for international crude oil futures. The moment the positions were established, even he felt his heart race slightly. Throughout these days, aside from his fervent engagement in futures trading, Chen Xiao did not neglect campus life. His relationship with Yin Chuxue had seemingly drawn closer after their unexpected encounter in the dance studio. While neither mentioned that somewhat intimate dance, the unspoken understanding between them had unmistakably deepened. One evening, after completing his dealings with the futures accounts, Chen Xiao stepped out of the dormitory and spotted Yin Chuxue waiting for him beneath a nearby street lamp. The setting sun cast its warm glow upon her, enveloping her cool silhouette in a soft golden halo. "Have you been waiting long?" Chen Xiao inquired as he approached. "Not at all, I just arrived." Yin Chuxue replied with a slight shake of her head, offering him a cup of warm corn juice. "Here you go." "Thank you." Chen Xiao accepted it, the sweet aroma of corn wafting towards him. They strolled slowly along the campus path, engaging in light-hearted conversation. "Tomorrow is your dance performance competition. Isn't it?" Chen Xiao asked. "Yes." Yin Chuxue nodded gently, a flicker of anticipation and subtle nervousness evident in her eyes. "How is your routine coming along?" Chen Xiao smiled, encouragingly. "It's all right, just a bit crowded. I might feel a little nervous," she admitted, her usually cool gaze betraying a hint of excitement and apprehension. "Don't be anxious." Chen Xiao looked at her with a warm tone. "You dance so beautifully. You'll be just fine." Yin Chuxue met his encouraging and admiring gaze, her lips curving ever so slightly into a barely perceptible smile, tinged with a hint of sweetness. Her delicate smile, though faint, sent ripples through Chen Xiao's heart, like pebbles tossed into a serene lake. "Chen Xiao, yes? You'll come to watch tomorrow, won't you?" she asked again, her uncertainty palpable. "Of course," Chen Xiao affirmed with a nod. "I will definitely be there." Upon receiving his firm assurance, a more pronounced smile graced Yin Chuxue's face, revealing a pure delight tinged with shyness. "Then I shall await your arrival." Chapter 74. The Harmonious Dance of Strings and Movement. The next day, the auditorium at Southeast University buzzed with excitement, every seat filled to capacity. The annual dance performance competition was not only a platform for students to showcase their talents, but also a highly anticipated visual spectacle for the entire student body. This year, with the renowned campus beauty Yin Chuxue headlining the event, a significant portion of the male student population was drawn in. Chen Xiao and his three jovial companions, Song Shu, Lunan Zhou, and Zhou Heng, had finally managed to secure a few connected seats in the back row of the auditorium. "Wow, look at this crowd. It's even more exaggerated than last year," Song Shu exclaimed, craning his neck to survey the audience. "It seems like everyone is here for the campus beauty. Brother Xiao, you have rivals aplenty in this sea of admirers." Lunan Zhou chuckled. Zhou Heng adjusted his glasses, seriously analyzing, based on the palpable concentration of male hormones in the air. It's evident that Yin Chuxue's allure exceeds expectations. "Brother Xiao, you have quite the task ahead of you." Chen Xiao paid little heed to their banter, his gaze sweeping across the brilliantly lit stage, his heart subtly anticipating Yin Chuxue's performance. The competition commenced officially. The initial acts displayed commendable skill, featuring fiery contemporary dance and vibrant street performances that elicited continuous applause and cheers from the audience. "Wow, the overall quality this year is impressive," Zhou Heng remarked. Lunan Zhou nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but it still pales in comparison to what Yin Chuxue will bring." Song Shu was palpably excited, rubbing his hands together and glancing at his phone. "It's almost time for the goddess Yin to arrive. I wonder what dance she has prepared today. It will surely astonish the audience." Finally, after an energetic street dance performance concluded, the host stepped onto the stage, his voice laced with anticipation. let us extend our gratitude to the students of the Street Dance Club for their marvelous performance. Now, the next contestant, whom many of you have been eagerly awaiting, is none other than our esteemed classmate Chen Xiao from the dance department of Southeast University. She will present to us a classical dance titled Moonlight Shadows. Let's give her a warm round of applause. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience erupted into a fervent wave of applause and whistles, more enthusiastic than ever before. The stage lights dimmed abruptly, leaving only a solitary spotlight illuminating the center of the stage. Chen Xiao emerged, clad in a gown as pure as snow, her long hair simply tied up, revealing her elegant, fair neck. Her ethereal visage, bathed in light, seemed to emit a faint halo, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. The moment she appeared, the auditorium fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixated upon her. Chen Xiao stepped to the center of the stage, inclined her head slightly towards the audience, and prepared to commence her performance. The melodic prelude of the guzheng gently resonated through the speakers, imbued with an ethereal ambience. However, mere seconds into the music, it was abruptly silenced, as if its breath had been cut off. A jarring static noise emanated from the speakers, only to be followed by complete silence. Chen Xiao, poised to begin her dance, momentarily halted, her brow furrowing slightly as she instinctively glanced towards the sound control booth offstage. The audience, too, was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances and murmurs of confusion. What was happening? Was the sound system malfunctioning? Surely not, especially during Yan's performance. As time ticked away, it appeared that no progress was being made at the sound booth. Staff members scurried about, visibly flustered. The murmurs escalated into a cacophony of noise. Chen Xiao stood resolutely in the center of the stage, striving to maintain her composure, though her clenched fingers and the fleeting look of uncertainty in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. As the chaos grew increasingly palpable, some audience members began to show signs of impatience. Suddenly, from the back row, Chen Xiao stood up. "Where are you going?" Song Shu asked instinctively. Chen Xiao did not respond, pushing through the crowd, his determined stride heading towards the stage. Instead of retreating backstage, he moved directly to the side of the stage where an infrequently used grand piano sat. All eyes shifted to this unexpected young man taking the stage. Who was he? What was he about to do? Wasn't he from the physics department? As the audience watched in puzzled anticipation, Chen Xiao approached the piano, adjusted the bench height, and sat down. His long fingers lightly rested on the black and white keys, moving slightly. He then raised his gaze, his eyes cutting through the clamor, landing on the graceful figure of Chen Xiao at center stage. Chen Xiao, too, was observing him, her clear eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Chen Xiao offered her a nearly imperceptible nod. The next moment, he pressed down on the keys. Ding! The crisp, melodious piano note pierced through the din, as if the entire auditorium had been muted, rendering all chatter, whistles, and complaints non-existent in that singular moment. Everyone was transfixed by the sight of the young man seated at the piano. Soon, a smooth and enchanting melody flowed from Chen Xiao's fingertips, soft as moonlight yet imbued with a sense of ethereality, gradually filling the hall. This melody, astonishingly, resonated harmoniously with the abruptly halted classical accompaniment. It was far more pure and captivating. As Chen Xiao heard the piano's sound, she instinctively closed her eyes for a brief moment. Upon reopening them, the flicker of worry and uncertainty had vanished, replaced by a rekindled brilliance. Taking a deep breath, she began to dance in tandem with Chen Xiao's piano. Stripped of complex accompaniments, there was only a piano and a dancer, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled purity and beauty. Chen Xiao's fingers danced gracefully over the keys, the melody seamlessly aligning with each of Chen Xiao's movements and expressions. Her flowing sleeves fluttered, embodying the solitude and yearning for light beneath the moon's gaze, seamlessly interwoven into her performance. Though it was their first collaboration, they exhibited an uncanny synchrony, complementing one another effortlessly. The auditorium fell into a profound silence, the audience completely captivated, enraptured by the exquisite interplay of music and dance, even forgetting to breathe. At last, as the final note gently faded, lingering in the air, Chen Xiao's fingers rested upon the keys. In the center of the stage, Chen Xiao gradually concluded her performance, striking a poised pose with her hands raised, gazing up as if towards the moon. The entire hall was silent. Time seemed to stretch for a long moment before someone broke the stillness with applause, which was soon followed by a thunderous ovation that swept through the auditorium, resounding endlessly. Wow, that was breathtaking. Who played the piano? That was incredible. This is divine synergy. It's 100 times better than the original accompaniment. This is true artistry. Yin Chu Xue. Yin Chu Xue. Cheers, praises, and whistles filled the air, reaching a crescendo that marked the zenith of the evening's festivities. Yin Chu Xue gently lowered her arms, standing in the center of the stage, her gaze directed towards Chen Xiao, who remained quietly seated at the piano, her eyes brimming with warmth. With a deep and sincere bow, she expressed her gratitude, without waiting for the applause to subside. Chen Xiao quietly rose and discreetly exited the stage, returning to his seat. The moment he sat down, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng rushed over to him. Chen Xiao, Song Shu exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, grasping Chen Xiao's arm. When on earth did you learn to play the piano? And so skillfully at that. You kept this from us for so long. Wow. Chen Xiao, the moment you dashed up, there was simply heroic. You became a legend in an instant. Lu Nanzhou exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Chen Xiao on the shoulder, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Zhou Heng's face was a canvas of unabashed admiration. Chen Xiao, honestly, how many more surprises do you have in store for us? You must be the long-lost heir of a prominent family, endowed with unparalleled martial arts and a plethora of talents. Observing the exaggerated expressions of his friends, Chen Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. His extraordinary piano skills had indeed been perfectly timed for the occasion. Chapter 75, The Warmth of Fingertips. The performance concluded swiftly, and without a doubt, Yin Chushua's Moonlight Shadows was the highlight of the evening. Despite the sound system malfunction, Chen Xiao's piano accompaniment had become the finishing touch, elevating the entire presentation. Yin Chuxue was, unsurprisingly, awarded first place. After the event, Chen Xiao and his roommates made their way outside. Upon reaching the auditorium entrance, they spotted Yin Chuxue waiting for them. She had changed back into casual attire, donning a simple white sweatshirt and jeans, exuding an air of graceful elegance. Xie, we're heading back now. Song Shu and the others discreetly slipped away, casting playful glances at Chen Xiao. As Chen Xiao approached Yin Chuxue, she tilted her head slightly upward to meet his gaze, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you, Chen Xiao, she murmured softly, her tone imbued with deep appreciation. It's nothing. Just a small favor, Chen Xiao replied with a smile. Your dance was exquisite. We can't allow unforeseen events to tarnish your performance. Yin Chuxue lowered her eyelashes, a delicate smile gracing her lips. I was indeed a bit flustered at that moment. It was your music that calmed my heart, she confessed. The two meandered along the campus path, the evening breeze ushering in the coolness of early summer. By the way, what happened with that sound system? Chen Xiao casually inquired. Yin Chushue's expression dimmed, her voice steady. It might have been Wang Kersen. Wang Kersen? Chen Xiao recalled the name. She seemed to be another girl from the dance department. Yes, she is from my class and has never quite liked me, Yin Chuxue explained. A few days ago, we had a minor disagreement over rehearsal matters. She chose not to elaborate further, and Chen Xiao refrained from pressing for details, having an inkling of the competitive and envious dynamics often present among girls in school. They continued in comfortable silence, their shadows elongated and then shortened beneath the flickering lamplight. After a while, Yin Chushue's arm inadvertently brushed against Chen Xiao's hand. He paused momentarily, surprised. Soon after, he felt a gentle, soft touch against the back of his hand. Instinctively, he turned his head to see Yin Chuxue, her gaze lowered, her fair cheeks seemingly tinged with a faint blush under the streetlight. Her hand, resting at her side, subtly curled around his pinky, a tentative gesture. His heart stirred, and without hesitation, he reciprocated by gently clasping her small hand. Yin Chushue's hand was soft and cool. She did not pull away, but instead tightened her grip slightly, their fingers intertwining. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her clear eyes revealing a hint of shyness, and her smile broadened, sweet and radiant. Ding! Yin Chushue's affection for the host has reached 8, current affection level, 50. The system's notification chimed in his mind at the opportune moment. Thus, hand in hand, they strolled through the campus, enveloped in a warm and intimate atmosphere, devoid of words. It was only when they reached the girls' dormitory that Yin Chuxue halted, gently withdrawing her hand. I should head up now, she said softly, her blush deepening. All right, rest well, Chen Xiao nodded. Yin Chuxue regarded him for a moment, as if she wished to say something, but ultimately held back. She cast him one last glance before turning and briskly entering the dormitory. Chen Xiao remained rooted in place, his palms still tinged with the warmth and softness of her hand. He glanced down at his own hand, unable to suppress a smile. In the following days, campus life resumed its tranquil rhythm. Chen Xiao adhered to his class schedule, occasionally accompanying Yin Chuxue to the library or for leisurely walks, while devoting most of his energy to monitoring the dynamics of the international crude oil market. He spent countless hours poring over various financial news and analysis reports, fixated on the candlestick charts of international oil futures. Although he already possessed a clear understanding in his mind, he remained meticulous in his efforts. Not only he, but also his dorm mates, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong, would eagerly gather around Chen Xiao's computer after class or pull out their phones to anxiously check the fluctuations in oil prices. Baiye Guxingbi and Xiao Wanqing would occasionally send WeChat messages, subtly probing for updates, their words laced with tension and concern regarding the substantial investment. Xiao Wanqing, in particular, would inquire almost daily, and Chen Xiao, understanding her urgency, would patiently reassure her to wait. The atmosphere within the entire investment team grew increasingly tense with the narrow fluctuations in oil prices. Yet, Chen Xiao remained unfazed, calm as a fisherman waiting for a catch. Finally, one afternoon, approximately 10 days after he had established his position, Chen Xiao returned to the dormitory after class, ready to check the market. Suddenly, his phone erupted with notifications, various financial app alerts bombarding him. Breaking. OPEC unexpectedly announces a significant increase in production, causing international oil prices to plummet. Geopolitical tensions ease. Risk aversion diminishes. Crude oil futures prices crash. Technical sell-offs emerge. WTI crude futures breach key support levels. As Chen Xiao read these nearly simultaneous headlines, a smile crept onto his lips. Here it comes. He promptly launched the futures trading software. On the screen, the candlestick chart representing international oil prices appeared to have encountered an avalanche. A striking, nearly vertical green line plunged downward, shattering all support levels and plummeting rapidly. Within mere minutes, the decline had exceeded 10, and judging by the momentum, it seemed that this descent was only just beginning. Wow! Almost simultaneously, the dormitory door swung open violently, and Song Shu burst in like a whirlwind, brandishing his phone, his face flushed and his voice pitched with excitement. Shi Yi, it's dropped. It's really crashing. Following closely behind, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong tumbled in, their faces mirroring the same shock and exhilaration. I saw it. The news alert. OPEC's increase in production. Middle East reconciliation. No way. You actually predicted this? Lu Nanzhou stammered. It's all in the red. Everything is plummeting like a cliff. Zhou Hong adjusted his glasses, his eyes wide with astonishment. The three of them quickly encircled Chen Xiao, their excitement palpable. Hurry. Shi Yi, check our accounts. What is happening now? Song Shu urged impatiently, his breath quickening, under the gaze of 3 pairs of eager eyes. Chen Xiao calmly opened one of the futures accounts. As the page refreshed, the total assets figure began to fluctuate wildly. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the numbers. The initial investment, within mere minutes of the crashing market and the leverage applied, skyrocketed like a rocket. Soon, the number stabilized at roughly double the initial investment amount. Moreover, as crude oil prices continued to decline, this figure steadily climbed higher. Whoa! After a brief moment of stunned silence, Song Shu was the first to erupt with joy, leaping from his chair with a deafening scream. It's doubled. It's really doubled. Lu Nanzhou joined in, excitedly hugging Zhou Hong, jumping and shouting. Zhou Hong, nearly breathless from the embrace, nevertheless joined in the exuberant cries. Amazing. Xiaoge is incredible. Observing their exhilaration, Chen Xiao allowed a relaxed smile to break across his face. This is merely the beginning. Based on the information in his mind, this wave of decline was far from over. He picked up his phone and sent a simple message to the group chat with Bai Jia, Gu Qingli, Xiao Wanqing, and Gu Zhao. Chen Xiao, it has begun. Chapter 76, The Surge of Wealth. Chen Xiao's message, it has begun, detonated in the small group chat like a depth charge in a tranquil lake, instantly igniting a flurry of excitement among the members. Gu Qingli, Chen Xiao, oh my goodness. You were absolutely right. It has plunged. Gu Zhao, oh my goodness. Shi Yi, it really has dropped. I just glanced at the market, and it's like a free fall. It's all green. Gu Su, Shi Yi, you are a genius. My dear brother, please accept my respect. Kneeling down, hugging the thigh, the notification sounds were incessant, ringing one after another. Gu Qingli, WTI has directly breached the critical support level. This trend is insane. Xiao, you are truly a prophet. Xiao Wanqing, will it reach our anticipated target? Chen Xiao, Gu Su, Shi Yi, respond please. My heart can barely take this. Bai Jia, Wanqing, don't fret. Xiao undoubtedly has it all under control. Chen Xiao gazed at the ceaselessly refreshing messages on his phone, tapping his fingers on the screen. Chen Xiao, yes, it's just the beginning. Don't rush. This is merely the onset. In the ensuing days, the international crude oil market transformed into a veritable carnival for bears. As Chen Xiao had predicted, under the dual blows of OPEC's increased production and the easing of geopolitical tensions, oil prices cascaded downwards like a torrent, utterly defenseless. Daily headlines were dominated by news of the oil price plunge. Crude oil prices have fallen below $XX. Analysts exclaimed, the oil market has entered a bear market. Bottom fishing funds have been buried. The bulls are wailing in despair. The 302 dormitory had completely turned into a live broadcast room for the oil market. Song Shu, Lunan Zhou, and Zhou Heng, apart from attending classes, spent nearly all their time glued to Chen Xiao's computer or clutching their phones, intently watching the continuously descending green candlestick. It dropped again. It dropped again. Goodness. It has fallen below 40. Ye. What is our account standing now? Every day, such exclamations and inquiries echoed countless times within the dormitory. Their account balances soared at a heart-stopping pace, mirroring the plummeting oil prices. From an initial doubling to a rise of 1.5 times, and then to a twofold increase. The trio watched their account numbers skyrocket daily, their hearts nearly unable to bear the excitement. In contrast, Chen Xiao remained as composed as an outsider. He continued to attend classes, eat, and sleep on schedule, occasionally strolling with Yan Chuxue, but he would regularly set aside time to check the market and news. His tranquility, in turn, instilled immense confidence in the others. In the WeChat group, while Gu Qingli and Bai Jie were not as boisterous as Gu Zhao, they inquired about progress almost daily. Xiao Wanqing, in particular, sent messages every day, her tone shifting from initial caution to a burgeoning sense of hope. Thus a week passed. That afternoon, Chen Xiao observed the massive bearish candle reappearing on the candlestick chart and compared it with the information points in his mind, realizing that this wave of decline had nearly reached its most vigorous stage. Although it might continue to dip slightly, there was no need to gamble on that last bit of profit. Taking profits while one can is the golden rule. Close the positions, Chen Xiao stated calmly. Song Shu, who had been dozing off on the desk, jolted awake, and the trio turned to Chen Xiao in unison. Close now? Song Shu hesitated. I think it could drop further, Xiao Ge. Greed is the snake that swallows the elephant. Chen Xiao offered no further explanation, swiftly operating on the keyboard. With a keystroke of the enter key, the holdings in several accounts were instantly liquidated, and the profit figures settled. Chen Xiao opened the details page of the main account. Initial investment, 70,000,000 yuan. Current total account value, 103,513,685 yuan. After deducting his original 70 million principal. This operation yielded him a personal net profit exceeding 140 million, a staggering tripling of profit. The dormitory fell into a deathly silence. Song Shu, Lunan Zhou, and Zhou Heng gaped, their mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers, transfixed by the dizzying numbers on the screen, as if petrified. After a full half-minute, a gulp. Someone struggled to swallow. And then, the deafening roar nearly lifted the roof off the dormitory. 200 million. Yi. You've made 200 million. Song Shu's voice cracked as he lunged at the computer, practically pressing his face against the screen. We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich. Lunan Zhou jumped up, hugging Zhou Heng, tears almost spilling from laughter. Zhou Heng, too, lost all composure, adjusting his slipping glasses. Grinning like a fool, Chen Xiao observed their naive exuberance with amusement as he began to process the transfers. He first consolidated the funds from the other accounts into the main account. Then, following the previous investment ratio, began to distribute the profits one by one. Ding, ding, ding. In the dormitory, the notification sound from Song Shu and the others' phones rang out in succession. Song Shu fumbled to open his mobile banking app, and when he saw the string of numbers behind his account balance, he was utterly dumbfounded. Amount received, 2,490,000 yuan. 2,490,000. Yi. You transferred 2,490,000 to me. Song Shu's voice trembled. Principal plus profit, all tripled. Do the math. Chen Xiao continued his operations without looking up. Tripled? My goodness. Song Shu stared at his phone, feeling as though he were in a dream. He and his girlfriend had invested 830,000, and now it had turned into 2,490,000. Nearby, Lunan Zhou and Zhou Heng also received their transfers. Lunan Zhou, who had invested 55,000, received 165,000. Zhou Heng, who had invested 50,000, received 150,000. Lunan Zhou jumped up, grabbing Zhou Heng and spinning around. I have 165,000. I'm rich. I'm rich. Zhou Hong, red-faced from the embrace, but not caring, adjusted his nearly knocked-off glasses. Staring at the 150,000 on his phone, trembling with excitement. 150,000. Xie. Amazing. We've truly tripled. Tripled. The two, after their initial excitement faded, simultaneously displayed expressions of profound regret. Damn it. Lu Nanzhou slapped his thigh. Had I known it was this stable, I should have stolen my grandfather's coffin money to invest. Who would agree? Zhou Hong lamented. Why did I only invest 50,000? I should have taken out a high-interest loan. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Song Shu, however, was not as regretful, as he had invested the most, and thus earned the most. He threw himself at Chen Xiao, hugging his leg. Xiao Gu, you are my savior. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Please continue to guide me. Chen Xiao chuckled, pushing him away. Meanwhile, the WeChat group with Bai Jie, Gu Qingli, and the others was in complete uproar. Gu Zhao, received it. Received it. Xie, 1,500,000. A full 1,500,000. I've never made this much money in my life. Kneeling down, Gu Zhao, Xiao Gu. From today on, you are my brother. My father. Whatever you say goes. I'll walk through fire and water to say the word. Gu Qingli, Chen Xiao, 24 million has been credited. Xiao Xiao, I am in awe of your foresight. I've truly wasted my time in the brokerage industry. Facepalm, Xia Wanqing. Chen Xiao, I find myself at a loss for words to express my gratitude. I shall contact the doctor immediately. Thank you. Truly thank you. Wanqing flooded the chat with several expressions of gratitude, her words imbued with an ineffable sense of appreciation. This sum of money was, to her, a lifeline. Bai Jie, 9 million, received. Xiao Xiao. Hugs, thank you. Truly. Thank you for helping Wanqing. Gu Zhao, Xiaoga. From this moment forth, you shall be my life mentor, my idol, my beacon. I have made up my mind. I will resign immediately and follow you. Gu Qingli, Gu Zhao, you'd best behave yourself. Keep babbling, and you shall see how I deal with you. The group chat was abuzz with excitement. Chen Xiao glanced at his phone screen, chuckling softly before setting it aside. He once more directed his gaze at his bank account. After distributing the funds to everyone, the final balance in his account stood at 103,513, 685 yuan. Even for someone as composed as Chen Xiao, the sight of this figure made his heart race with exhilaration. How delightful. Chapter 77. Aunt Bai, how shall you reward me? Xiaoga, I'm gonna step out for a moment. I'll be right back. Song Shu clutched his searing hot phone, scarcely finishing his sentence before dashing out of dormitory 302 like a cannonball, leaving Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong exchanging bewildered glances, which soon erupted into louder cries of dismay. On the playground, Ji Tangyue was strolling with her roommates when she spotted Song Shu barreling toward her like a madman. Tangyue, Tangyue. Song Shu reached her, breathless, his face flushed. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. What's wrong with you? Did you set your pants on fire? Ji Tangyue laughed at his frenzied demeanor. We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. Song Shu seized Ji Tangyue's hand, his words tumbling out in a rush. Your 30,000 has turned into 90,000. Adding mine. I now have 249,000. 90,000. Ji Tangyue's eyes widened instantly, her hand clasping her mouth in disbelief. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Song Shu nodded vigorously, thrusting his phone's banking app in front of her. See for yourself. Xiaoga. Xiaoga is incredible. He said it would double, and it actually tripled. My goodness. Ji Tangyue stared at the long string of numbers, then at Song Shu's grin that nearly reached his ears. It took her several moments to register the news before she leaped up, wrapping her arms around Song Shu's neck. Ah, really? We've actually made money. You're amazing, Song Shu. No, it's Xiaoga who's amazing. Song Shu twirled Ji Tangyue around several times in triumph. Nearby, several of Ji Tangyue's roommates gathered around, clamoring for details. Upon hearing Song Shu's explanation, they all wore expressions of envy and jealousy. No way. We must celebrate. I'll treat tonight, Song Shu declared with a wave of his hand. Got that okay. Call your roommates too. We won't stop until we're drunk. Hooray. Ji Tangyue and her roommates cheered in unison. In the dormitory, Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong excitedly discussed how to celebrate. Xiaoga, let us hit the KTV tonight. Song Shu said he's treating, and he's bringing his girlfriend and her friends for some merriment. Lu Nanzhou proposed. Chen Xiao smiled and shook his head. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to this evening. Well then, Xiaoga, you truly are a man of mystery. Zhou Hong adjusted his glasses. We'll enjoy ourselves on your behalf. Thus, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong, each brimming with excitement, headed to the KTV. ready to indulge in the joy brought by their unexpected fortune. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao departed alone from the school, returning to Bai Jia's residence. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the warm glow of a yellow lamp in the living room, accompanied by the sizzling sounds of cooking wafting from the kitchen, infused with the mouth-watering aroma of delectable dishes. Chen Xiao changed his shoes and tiptoed toward the kitchen. Bai Jia, clad in a floral apron, stood with her back to the door, busily tending to the stove. Her long hair was loosely gathered with a simple hairpin, revealing her smooth, fair neck. The fitted loungewear accentuated her voluptuous curves, exuding a unique charm that radiated from her mature femininity under the warm light. Chen Xiao stealthily approached from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her soft waist. Bai Jia stiffened suddenly, nearly dropping the spatula in her hand. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing back? Bai Jia's voice faltered, her elbow instinctively attempting to push him away. I missed you, Aunt Bai, so I came back, Chen Xiao replied, his voice laced with a relaxed rasp. Stop fooling around. The food will burn. Bai Jia's cheeks flushed. Yet Chen Xiao did not release her. Aunt Bai, having aided you so significantly this time, should you reward me properly? Bai Jia's heart raced as she contemplated her response. Just then, a click echoed from the direction of the living room as the security door swung open. Moments later, a crisp young voice rang out, Mom, I'm back. I'm starving. What as for dinner? It was Shun Qingqing returning. Chapter 78, The KTV Incident. As night deepened, the neon lights of Ninghai City flickered to life, illuminating this sleepless metropolis. At the Golden Splendor KTV, the atmosphere was at its liveliest. In the largest luxury private room, Song Shu clutched a microphone in one hand while wrapping the other around Ji Tangyue, passionately belting out a tuneless love ballad, his face radiating the exuberance of newfound wealth. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were not idle either, each devouring a plate of fruits while occasionally challenging Ji Tangyue's roommates to drinking games. Their laughter and raucous cheers nearly threatening to lift the roof off the room. Song Shu, you're quite the wealthy man now. You must look out for us sisters in the future. One of Ji Tangyue's roommates grinned, raising her glass. Absolutely. Song Shu thumped his chest and belched. From this day forth, at Ninghai University, should anyone dare to bully you, just invoke my name, Song Shu. Not effective? Call upon Xiaoga's name. I guarantee it will work. Ji Tangyue was in stitches, playfully punching him. You're just boasting. I'm not boasting. Song Shu beamed with pride. Who is Xiaoga? He is a legend. Following Xiaoga means enjoying the best of everything. Feel free to order whatever you want tonight. EM loaded. He waved his phone, as if the 200,000 still shimmered on the screen. Ji Tangyue's roommates nearly sparkled with excitement. Tangyue, you're truly fortunate to have found such a promising partner. Indeed, Song Shu is now a bona fide diamond bachelor. Song Shu, does your roommate, Chen Xiao, need a girlfriend? What do you think of me? A bold roommate piped up. Song Shu burst into laughter. My Xiaoga? He is like a celestial dragon. Mere mortals cannot aspire to him. As the revelry continued, in a nearby VIP room, Xia Lingling nestled against a burly man adorned with a thick gold chain, coaxing him to drink. This man was Li Ao. Ao Gu, you truly command respect today. Those bosses before you wouldn't dare utter a word. Xia Lingling purred sweetly. Li Ao relished the flattery, pinching her cheek. Indeed, in Ninghai, no one dares to disrespect me. Li Ao. Xia Lingling's eyes glimmered with mischief as she announced, Ao Gu, I'm off to the restroom. As she stepped out of the room and turned a corner, she was met with the deafening sounds of singing and revelry from the adjacent private room. One voice in particular cutting through the noise. Following Xiaoga means enjoying the best of everything. Feel free to order whatever you want tonight. EM loaded. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Xia Lingling furrowed her brow and stealthily approached the door of the private room, peering inside through the small glass window. She observed Song Shu, his face flushed, embracing a girl while boasting animatedly, his demeanor exuding a sense of triumph that ignited a spark of anger within her. Song Shu, that impoverished wretch. When did he ever dare to frequent such establishments? Does he think he has money? It's utterly laughable. Xia Lingling sneered disdainfully. She recalled the moment she had cast aside Song Shu for Li Ao, indulging in a life of luxury. And now, witnessing Song Shu's nouveau riche demeanor filled her with both contempt and an inexplicable discomfort. Turning on her heel, she returned to Li Ao's private room. What is wrong, darling? Who has upset you? Li Ao inquired, noticing her displeased expression. It's nothing. Xia Lingling feigned indifference with a dismissive wave, then seemingly recalling something. Allowed a light scoff, I just ran into an acquaintance. A former suitor of mine, a penniless boy, who seems to have stumbled upon some luck and is now flaunting his meager earnings in a most irritating manner. Oh, is there such an oblivious fool? Li Ao's interest peaked, tightening his grip around Xiao Lingling's waist. Daring to show off on my turf? Come, sweetheart. Let us pay him a visit and teach him a lesson in humility. Xiao Lingling desired precisely this reaction, yet feigned reluctance. Ao go, let be. It's beneath you to squabble with such a minor character. Nonsense, Li Ao exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he stood up, reveling in the prospect of putting someone in their place. I shall make him understand the true meaning of respect. Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me. Instantly, several burly henchmen behind him responded, seizing empty bottles from the table with sinister grins. Bang! The door to Song Shu's private room was kicked open, the resounding crash startling everyone inside, silencing the music abruptly. Song Shu, caught mid-verse, nearly bit his tongue in shock. As he turned to unleash his fury, he was met with a throng of people rushing in, led by the burly Li Ao, with Xiao Lingling's self-satisfied smirk beside him. Song Shu, 11e Nangling feignet de surprise. Cover her mouth. Oh, it truly is you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. Upon seeing her, Song Shu's expression immediately darkened, and as he took in Li Ao and the intimidating henchman, a chill ran down his spine, the effects of the alcohol swiftly dissipating. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng were equally bewildered, the atmosphere in the room plummeting from revelry to icy tension. Ji Tangyue and her roommates, terrified, cowered behind Song Shu. Li Ao swaggered in, casting a scornful glance around before finally fixing his gaze on Song Shu. So you're Song Shu? Song Shu swallowed hard, feigning composure. Who are you? What do you want? Smack! Without hesitation, Li Ao delivered a resounding slap to Song Shu's face, the sharp sound reverberating painfully in the silent room. Dazed, Song Shu felt stars dance before his eyes, his cheek burning with pain, rendering him momentarily stunned. Ao Go is asking you a question. Are you deaf? One of the henchmen shouted. Smack! Smack! Li Ao unleashed 2 more slaps, declaring, this one is for my sweetheart. Teaching you a lesson for once thinking you could reach the stars. Another slap followed, and this one is to instruct you on how to speak properly. Blood trickled from the corner of Song Shu's mouth, yet he dared not utter a word. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng attempted to intervene, but were met with a threatening glint of bottles pointed at them, their legs trembling in fear. Xiao Lingling watched Song Shu's humiliation with a smug smile, relishing every moment. Damn it, my hand is sore now, Li Ao grumbled, glancing at Song Shu with irritation. You've hurt my hand, so how do you propose we settle this? Covering his face, Song Shu was a mix of shock and fury. It could only swallow his pride. What do you want? Nothing much, Li Ao grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, his eyes cold as a snake's. 1 million, medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. If it's even a penny short, you'll leave here horizontally today. 1 million, Song Shu gasped, while Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Heng inhaled sharply. Their recently acquired funds barely totaled 300,000. This demand was outrageous. What? Is it too little? Li Ao narrowed his eyes, his tone menacing. No, no. Song Shu hastily shook his head, his voice trembling. We don't have that much money. Don't have money? Li Ao chuckled darkly, seizing an unopened bottle from a nearby table and smashing it at Song Shu's feet, shards flying. Ji Tangyue and her roommates screamed in horror. Li Ao picked up several bottles, grinning maliciously as he approached Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng, pouring the icy contents over their heads. Splash! The 3 were instantly drenched, looking utterly disheveled, beer foam trickling into their eyes, causing discomfort. No money, huh? Li Ao tossed the empty bottle to the ground. I'm giving you half an hour. Within that time, if the money isn't delivered, or if you dare to call the police, he didn't finish his sentence. But the chilling gaze and threatening undertone left everyone present feeling as if they were encased in ice. Xiao Lingling reveled in the sight of Song Shu and his companions being humiliated like dogs, yet maintained a facade of concern, saying, Oh, go, let it go. They're rather pitiful, you don't need to plead for them, sweetheart. Li Ao waved dismissively, asserting, today there's no way around it. 1 million or nothing. Drenched and trembling like leaves in a storm, Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Heng were overwhelmed with terror and despair. 1 million. Half an hour. They felt as though they were being driven to the brink. What do we do? What do we do? Lu Nanzhou's voice quivered with panic. Zhou Heng adjusted his soaked glasses, his face pale. We don't have that much money, Song Shu gritted his teeth, humiliation and rage churning within him. Yet he understood that resisting would lead to a dead end. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration struck him, as if he had grasped the last lifeline. Chen Xiao. Yes. Xia Yi. He abruptly raised his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, trembling as he fished his phone from his pocket. Chapter 79. Boss and lend me a hand. At Bai Jia's home, dinner was ready. Sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea bass, garlic broccoli, and a pot of mushroom duck soup, all dishes favored by Chen Xiao and Chen Qingqing. Wow, it smells delightful. Mom, you've outdone yourself today, Chen Qingqing exclaimed, unabashedly picking up a rib and savoring it with a beaming smile. Bai Jia watched her daughter tenderly, serving her more food. Eat slowly, don't choke. At the dining table, Chen Qingqing chattered animatedly about amusing incidents at school, while Bai Jia chimed in occasionally. Chen Xiao sat across from Bai Jia, beside Chen Qingqing, eating quietly while subtly brushing against Bai Jia. Bai Jia felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, shooting a warning glare at Chen Xiao, yet with her daughter present, she dared not overtly react. Chen Xiao, observing her discomfort, couldn't suppress a smug smile, growing bolder by the moment. Bai Jia silently said, wishing she could sever Chen Xiao's leg right then and there, but could only express her wrath through her piercing gaze. Chen Qingqing remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents at the table, continuing to share. Our class sports representative fell flat on his face during a run today. It was hilarious at that moment. Chen Xiao's phone, which lay upon the table, began to vibrate unexpectedly. Upon picking it up, he saw that it was a call from Song Shu. Hello, Chen Xiao answered. On the other end, Song Shu's voice trembled with tears and palpable fear. Xiao Xiao go. Help us. We're at the Jinbi Hui Wang KTV and we've been cornered. They're demanding 1 million. If we don't pay. They LL. The smile on Chen Xiao's face vanished in an instant, his brow furrowing as he said, stay calm, speak slowly. What's going on? Song Shu hurriedly recounted the events in a disjointed manner. Got it. Which private room are you in? Keep them occupied. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Chen Xiao set down his chopsticks and stood up. Xiao Xiao, what happened? Bai Jia and Chen Qingqing noticed the shift in his demeanor and looked at him anxiously. A minor conflict has arisen between Song Shu and some individuals at the KTV. I'm going to check it out, Chen Xiao replied nonchalantly. You all continue eating. Don't wait for me. Is it serious? Should we call the police? Bai Jia asked with concern. It's nothing. It can be resolved, Chen Xiao reassured her, grabbing his coat from the back of the chair. I'll be off now. Without waiting for Bai Jia to ask further questions, he swiftly exited the house. In the night, the Cadillac surged through the traffic like a bolt of black lightning. Chen Xiao gripped the steering wheel, his expression as somber as the night itself. His mind raced with strategies. After a moment of contemplation, he took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before being answered by a slightly hoarse male voice. Hello? Boston, it's me, Chen Xiao. On the other end. And Zay seemed momentarily taken aback before his tone warmed. Ah, it's you, Brother Chen? What brings you to call at this late hour? Boston, I require your assistance, Chen Xiao stated directly. A few of my friends are in trouble at Jinbi Hui Huang KTV, being held by someone named Liao. Liao. And Zay's tone faltered as if recalling something. The one from Jinbi Hui Wang? I know him. So, your friends have clashed with him? Yes. He is demanding 1 million. 1 million? And Zay chuckled softly, a hint of disdain in his voice. Liao certainly has lofty aspirations. Where are you right now? On my way to Jinbi Hui Wang. I should arrive in about 10 minutes. Understood. And Zay pondered for a moment. My men are not far from there. I'll have them assess the situation and keep Liao in check. Don't rush. I'll be there shortly. Thank you, Bossin. Chen Xiao sighed with relief. With Zay's involvement, the situation would be much more manageable. No need for formalities. Your matters are my own, and Zay replied with a hearty laugh. Drive safely. After ending the call, Chen Xiao took a deep breath and pressed down harder on the accelerator. Meanwhile, within an upscale club's private room in Ninghai City, Zay set down his phone and lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the foam. Beside him, a subordinate clad in a black suit, with a sharp crew cut, quietly inquired, Boss, is that the Chen Xiao? You're going to confront Liao personally over a few students? Why not just call Liao and have him release them? And Zay sipped his tea, placing the cup down as he gazed out at the nightscape, slowly replying, You and T understand. The subordinate wisely fell silent. Ever since the incident at the casino, Zay had taken a keen interest in the young man named Chen Xiao. He had dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate Chen Xiao's background. The findings were astonishing. On the surface, Chen Xiao appeared to be an ordinary university student. Yet beneath that facade lay immense potential. He had dabbled in the stock market, making a few profitable ventures. Recently, however, he had made headlines in the international crude oil futures market, amassing billions within just over a week. That amount was staggering, and Zay had toiled for years, and the liquidity of all his enterprises combined barely matched that sum. Moreover, Reports indicated a significant connection between Chen Xiao and the Hu family, with the matriarch showing him considerable favor. Such a young man, endowed with a formidable background, remarkable fortune, and cleverness in wealth accumulation, was indeed a rare find. Having navigated the underworld for half his life, Nze understood one crucial principle. Some individuals are best befriended rather than antagonized. Although he possessed numerous enterprises, they mostly dwelled within the gray areas of legality, lacking legitimacy. Nze aspired to cleanse his reputation, to expand and stabilize his business further. But the path was fraught with challenges. Chen Xiao might just be the opportunity he had been seeking, an individual who was skilled, a gambler, well-connected, and astute in making money. Such talent is seldom encountered. Compared to the likes of Liao, he was not even worthy to carry Chen Xiao's shoes. Today's incident presented a perfect opportunity for Nze to extend a favor to Chen Xiao and foster a closer relationship. Prepare the car, Nze commanded as he stood, adjusting his collar, and set off for Jinbi Huiwang, eager to discover what further surprises Chen Xiao had in store. Chapter 80, Stepping Out. Jinbi Huiwang. Chen Xiao pushed open the door to the private room marked with the Emperor's insignia, and a mixture of alcohol, smoke, and cheap perfume assaulted his senses. Xie Yi. Upon seeing him, Song Shu exclaimed like a drowning man grasping at driftwood, nearly in tears. Lun Anzhou and Zhou Heng looked up sharply. Upon spotting Chen Xiao, hope flooded their faces. Ji Tangyue and her roommates, having witnessed the chaos, felt their bodies tremble less violently as they hid behind Song Shu. Chen Xiao stepped inside, his gaze immediately sweeping over the disarray of the room, landing on Song Shu and his companions, who appeared as bedraggled as drowned rats. Their faces marred by humiliation and fear. Song Shu bore distinct handprints on his face and blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes scanned the frightened young women before finally settling on the burly Liao and the smugly observing Xie Lingling. Liao scrutinized Chen Xiao from head to toe, and upon noting his ordinary attire, his disdain intensified. Oh, another one? What is this? Reinforcements have arrived? Xie Lingling, recognizing him, smirked mockingly. Who did I think it was? So it's you, Chen Xiao. What is this? Did Song Shu send you to cover his debts? 1 million. Can you afford it? Don't be like Song Shu, a poor fool trying to appear wealthy. Song Shu trembled with rage, ready to retort, but he was silenced by a fierce glare from one of Liao's thugs. Chen Xiao chose to ignore Xie Lingling, redirecting his focus back to Song Shu and his friends. Observing their pitiful state, his expression hardened. He turned to Liao, his tone steady yet layered with an undeniable chill. 1 million? Assault? Pouring drinks on people? You gone too far. Gone too far? Liao erupted with laughter, stepping forward and jabbing his finger at Chen Xiao's nose. I've gone too far? Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I want to deal with you two? His henchmen closed in, brandishing bottles menacingly, the atmosphere in the room growing tense once more. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Song Shu and the others was swiftly extinguished by Liao's brazen demeanor, their hearts sinking once again. Ji Tangyue clutched Song Shu's arm tightly, fearfully shutting her eyes. Xie Lingling, reveling in the drama, eagerly awaited to see Chen Xiao humiliated like Song Shu. Damn it! How dare you be so brazen? Liao, noticing Chen Xiao's silence as he fixed his cold gaze upon him, felt an inexplicable chill creep into his heart. In a fit of anger and humiliation, he raised his hand, poised to slap Chen Xiao across the face. Just then, bang! The private room door swung open for the third time. This time, several men clad in black suits, exuding an air of composure, entered, escorting a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese garb, leisurely playing with a walnut in his hand. It was none other than Nze. Liao's hand froze midair, his earlier arrogance and fury instantly morphing into disbelief and terror. And then the boss. His voice trembled, the flesh on his face quivering as if he had seen a ghost. The subordinates behind him immediately wilted, nearly dropping the bottles in their hands, their heads bowed, afraid to make a sound. Xie Lingling's smug smile also faltered, although she did not recognize Nze. Witnessing Liao's abject fear made her realize that this newcomer's identity was undoubtedly formidable, and a sense of foreboding surged within her. Nze paid no heed to the nearly incapacitated Liao. He scanned the room, and, upon seeing the disheveled Song Shu and his companions, his gaze settled on the composed Chen Xiao before breaking into a smile. He strode over to Chen Xiao, his tone exceedingly courteous, even tinged with familiarity and respect. Brother Chen, I apologize for the delay. I hope I did not startle you. Boom! Nze's words detonated like a thunderclap in the minds of Liao, Xie Lingling, and the others present. Brother Chen, The esteemed Nze was addressing this young man as Brother Chen, and with such deference, Li Ao felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Nearly fainting on the spot, he finally comprehended the gravity of the formidable figure he had provoked. Was this young man, who commanded such respect from Nze, someone he could afford to offend? Thud! Li Ao could no longer maintain his composure. His legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Slap! 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 He raised his hand and struck his own face multiple times, the sound crisp and resounding. And boss, Mr. Chen, I am blind to greatness. I am not worthy. I deserve to perish. I implore your magnanimity. Spare me. As he continued to beat himself, bowing and pleading, his forehead thudded against the floor, tears and snot streaming down his face, utterly bereft of the arrogance he had displayed just moments prior. Xia Lingling was equally dumbfounded, her complexion ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. Watching Li Ao kneel and beg for mercy while Chen Xiao received such respect from Nze, she felt a wave of regret wash over her. She never imagined that the so-called pauper in her eyes could possibly know someone as significant as Nze. Nze, ignoring the prostrate Li Ao, merely smiled at Chen Xiao. Brother Chen, this fool has overstepped and offended your friend. Pray, how shall we rectify this matter? The decision lies with you. Upon hearing this, Li Ao was even more terrified, his head knocking against the ground louder. Mr. Chen, spare me. I shall never dare again. Songshu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong were all astonished by the dramatic turn of events. The man who had just been threatening them now resembled a dog, kneeling before Chen Xiao, whimpering for mercy. Brother Xiao is truly remarkable. Ji Tangyue and her roommates looked at Chen Xiao with eyes that had shifted from concern to shock and admiration. Chen Xiao regarded the sobbing Li Ao and then glanced at the pale-faced Xia Lingling, his expression remaining impassive. He pointed to the beers Li Ao had previously used to douse Songshu and the others. Speaking in a calm tone, "Did you just pour this beer on my friend?" Li Ao froze, then fervently nodded. "Yes, it was my fault. I'm a scoundrel." "Drink it," Chen Xiao stated succinctly. "Huh?" Li Ao was momentarily taken aback. "Do you not comprehend?" Chen Xiao's gaze turned icy. "I understand. I understand." Li Ao dared not defy him, hastily scrambling to his feet, seizing a beer bottle from the table, disregarding its cleanliness, and began to guzzle it down. Gulp, gulp. The icy beer mixed with the grime from earlier poured down his throat, bitter and acrid. He did not dare to pause, consuming one bottle after another until he had drained the last 7 or 8 bottles, burping and feeling his stomach swell like a balloon. "Mr. Chen, I have finished," Li Ao said, clutching his stomach, his complexion grim as he regarded Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao remained silent, casually picking up a piece of the shattered beer bottle Li Ao had smashed earlier, weighing it in his hand. A jolt of fear surged through Li Ao. Bang! Chen Xiao tossed the bottle piece to the ground and proceeded to shatter several empty bottles before Li Ao and Xia Lingling, glass shards scattering across the floor, glinting ominously under the lights. "May my friend and I take our leave?" Chen Xiao inquired. "Of course. Please do." Li Ao nodded vigorously. "You all may leave." Chen Xiao gestured toward Song Shu and the others, then turned his gaze to Li Ao and Xia Lingling. "But the two of you cannot." A sense of foreboding rose in the hearts of both Li Ao and Xia Lingling. "Remove your shoes," Chen Xiao directed, pointing at the glass shards on the floor. His tone flat. "You shall walk on these to exit." "What? Walk on glass shards?" Li Ao and Xia Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. "And no, Mr. Chen, I beg you, spare me." Xia Lingling was the first to scream, her face drained of color, shaking her head fervently. "My feet will be mutilated." She turned to Li Ao, crying out, "Ao, go. Please, plead with Mr. Chen." Slap! Li Ao whirled around and struck Xia Lingling hard across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Be silent, you wretched woman. Had you not stirred up trouble, would I have provoked Mr. Chen?" Li Ao roared, his eyes fierce. "Do as Mr. Chen commands, or I shall deal with you first." Xia Lingling, stunned by the blow, covered her face, gazing at the frenzied Li Ao in fear, too terrified to continue crying out. Gritting his teeth, Li Ao trembled as he removed his shoes and socks, exposing his bare feet. He looked at the glimmering shards on the ground, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped onto them. A sharp pain shot through him instantly, and Li Ao cried out, blood seeping from the soles of his feet. Yet he dared not halt, gritting his teeth, limping toward the private room's exit, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind him. Xia Lingling watched this scene, her body going limp, tears streaming uncontrollably. "What are you still hesitating for? Remove them!" Li Ao shouted back at her. Xia Lingling, meeting Li Ao's fierce gaze and then glancing at the bloody glass, despairingly closed her eyes and trembled as she removed her high heels and stockings. Barefoot, she gingerly stepped onto the shards, emitting a suppressed cry of pain, tears flooding down her cheeks. She did not dare linger, following Li Ao, each step leaving behind bloody traces as they awkwardly exited the private room. Inside the room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong observed the retreating figures of Li Ao and Xie Lingling, their eyes fixed on the shocking trail of blood on the floor, feeling both vindicated and apprehensive as they looked at Chen Xiao with a deep sense of reverence. Ji Tangyue and her roommates were even paler, scarcely daring to breathe, but their gazes toward Chen Xiao were filled with unmistakable admiration. This man was terrifying, yet offered a profound sense of security. Chapter 81. Practicing Yoga with Xiao Wanqing. Brother Chen, this matter has been resolved, and Zhe said with a smile, his tone imbued with warmth. He cast a glance at Li Ao and Xie Lingling, who were kneeling on the ground, trembling as they attempted to crawl away, and chuckled. Should this fellow dare to cause trouble again in the future, just inform me. He expressed his gratitude to boss and for his timely intervention. Chen Xiao nodded, and Zhe's sudden appearance had indeed spared him considerable trouble. Although he could have resolved the situation himself, having Zhe, a local authority, intervene was undoubtedly the most efficient and intimidating approach. No need for formalities, and Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Brother Chen's affairs are my own. He continued, how about this? Tomorrow evening, I'll host a dinner for you, Brother Chen, so we can have a good chat. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment, but did not decline. All right, I shall gladly accept your invitation. Establishing a connection with someone like Zhe could only yield benefits for his future endeavors in Ninghai. Very well. I'll have someone contact you tomorrow evening to finalize the location. And Zhe replied with a satisfied smile, patting Chen Xiao on the shoulder. It's quite late now. You should head back to rest. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, boss, and Chen Xiao responded, watching as Zhe and his entourage exited the private room. As their figures vanished from sight, the tense atmosphere in the room gradually eased. Song Shu, Lu Nanzhou, and Zhou Hong slumped onto the sofa, drenched in cold sweat, their faces still reflecting a state of shock. Ji Tangyue and her roommates finally dared to breathe freely, yet their gazes towards Chen Xiao had transformed entirely. Xie Yi, you are simply incredible, Song Shu exclaimed, the first to regain composure as he jumped up and rushed to Chen Xiao, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Bosson, the Bosson of Ninghai, you actually know him, and he calls you Brother Chen. Good heavens. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong also gathered around, looking at Chen Xiao as though he were an extraterrestrial. Xiao Ge, who exactly are you? Lu Nanzhou murmured, feeling as though he had squandered over 2 decades of his life. Not merely an acquaintance. Zhou Hong adjusted his damp glasses, his voice trembling. The deference, boss, and showed you was remarkable. It was as if a junior were addressing a senior. Recalling Li Ao's pitiful plea for mercy before Bosson, Song Shu felt a surge of exhilaration mixed with apprehension. 1 million. Just like that, he knelt down. At your command, he slapped himself. And then he even stepped on glass shards to leave. He glanced at the gruesome trail of blood leading from the private room's door and shuddered involuntarily. Ji Tangyue and her roommates approached timidly, gazing at Chen Xiao. Ji Tangyue spoke softly. Chen Xiao, thank you so much for today. Chen Xiao offered a faint smile. It's nothing, we are friends. It's only natural to help one another. Help one another? Song Shu exclaimed. Xiao Ge, this is not merely helping. This is saving a life. I owe you a debt that can never be repaid. From now on, my life is yours. And us too. Lu Nanzhou and Zhou Hong quickly chimed in. Xiao Ge, if you tell us to head east, we shall never venture west. Chen Xiao chuckled and waved his hand. All right, it's not that exaggerated. You've all been frightened today, so head back to school and rest early. No, how can we sleep now? Song Shu replied excitedly. Xiao Ge, stay with us a little longer. Tell us how you know Bosson. Chen Xiao understood they had many questions, but there were matters he could not elaborate on just yet. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late, and Bai Jia might still be waiting for him. It's getting too late. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, he said. Huh? Xiao Ge, you're leaving? Song Shu felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not dare to insist. Yes, don't stay up too late. Return to your dorms. Chen Xiao reminded them once more before turning to exit the private room. Driving back to Bai Jia's residence, it was already past 10 in the evening. The lights in the living room of the apartment were still on. Chen Xiao changed his shoes and quietly walked into the living room. Bai Jia was seated on the sofa, clad in a pale pink silk nightgown, watching a dull soap opera on television, though her gaze seemed distant. Shen Qingqing's room door was closed, and no sounds emanated from within. She must have already fallen asleep. Upon hearing the noise, Bai Jia turned her head, a flicker of joy crossing her face. Xiao Xiao, you're back. Yes, I'm back, Chen Xiao replied as he sat beside her on the sofa. Did you resolve everything? Is Song Shu all right? Bai Jie asked with concern. It's all settled. They're fine. Chen Xiao observed her. Her eyes appeared slightly red, and there was a hint of fatigue on her face. Aunt Bai, you haven't gone to bed yet? Bai Jie gently responded. I was waiting for you to return. Chen Xiao felt warmth envelop his heart as he wrapped his arms around her. Were you worried about me? He asked, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the faint scent of her body wash. Bai Jie quivered slightly, gently pushing Chen Xiao away. Don't do this. It's late. You should go to sleep. With that, she immediately stood up and hurried back to her room, almost as if fleeing. Once in his own room, Chen Xiao washed up and lay in bed, gradually drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Bai Jie found herself unable to slumber, her heart in turmoil, feeling shame and panic over the uncontrollable stirrings within her. She knew she should not harbor such feelings for Chen Xiao. He was the son of her close friend, a child she had watched grow up. However, everything had changed since that fateful night. Chen Xiao's demeanor towards her had shifted, bold and direct, leaving her defenseless. She felt herself sinking deeper. She covered her face, tried to regain her composure. This simply could not continue. It was absolutely untenable. She needed to suppress this feeling and return to her original position. But could she truly do that? Bai Jie stared at the ceiling, wide awake, until the dawn-esque light began to creep in, before she finally dozed off in a daze. The next day, Chen Xiao attended his classes as usual. The physics department's lessons were somewhat tedious, yet his enhanced physical attributes and improved memory made him more efficient in absorbing the material. After class, as he exited the teaching building, he spotted a familiar figure standing not far away, Xiao Wanqing. Today, she donned a beige professional suit paired with a light blue blouse, her gold-rimmed glasses accentuating her elegance. Her long hair was neatly styled, embodying the grace of a mature woman. Holding several books, she stood there like a striking landscape. Chen Xiao approached her. Aunt Xia, what brings you here? Xiao Wanqing's face lit up with a smile upon seeing him, her eyes reflecting genuine gratitude. Xiao, I specifically waited for you here. I cannot thank you enough for yesterday. Without your financial assistance, I wouldn't know how to manage my mother's treatment. The doctor said, thanks to timely intervention, her condition has stabilized. Aunt Xia, there is no need for such formalities. It was the least I could do. I'm glad to hear your mother is well. Chen Xiao replied, waving his hand dismissively. This kindness will not be forgotten, Xiao Wanqing stated earnestly. How about this? Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner as a proper thank you. Chen Xiao considered the dinner invitation from Zhe for the evening and smiled. Aunt Xia, there is no rush for dinner. We can arrange it for another day. I already have plans for tonight. A glimmer of understanding passed through Xiao Wanqing's eyes, but she did not press the matter. Very well, we can reschedule. Whenever you find time, just let me know. After a brief pause, she inquired, where are you headed now? Do you have something to do? Nothing in particular, just taking a stroll, Chen Xiao replied casually. And you, where are you off to? Xiao Wanqing gestured towards the yoga mat and clothing bag in her hands. I'm headed to the yoga studio for practice. Chen Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yoga, you say? I've heard that it is immensely beneficial for the body, aiding in the stretching of muscles and enhancing one's grace. I've always been eager to learn, but time has eluded me. Xiao Wanqing chuckled softly. Indeed, practicing yoga is quite commendable. Given your excellent physical condition, you would surely grasp it swiftly. If you wish to learn, you can join me. Feigning surprise, Chen Xiao exclaimed. Really? That would be splendid. Aunt Xia, please don't think I'm clumsy. How could I? Xiao Wanqing replied gently. Come, the yoga studio is conveniently located near the school, just a short distance away.